It's messed up. Chingu couldn't help but to nod. Ha, so you should all be happy. Luo Feng slightly smiled. A spirit reader joined our fire hammer squad just like that. When they heard this, the others suddenly laughed. Captain, guys, do you think Luo Feng can kill that silver moon wolf? Laughed Zhang Ku as he laid on the ground. Hard to say, hesitated Luo Feng, a high-level commander-level monster. And Luo Feng just barely qualifies as an intermediate warlord as a spirit reader. There's still hope if he was dealing with a weaker high-level commander, but against the king of the wolves. Thankfully this hunter, Silver Moon Wolf, is already injured. Luo Feng has a bit of hope. There's still hope. The group held their binoculars as they watched Luo Feng run. Like a flash of black lightning, Luo Feng raced on the street. This Silver Moon Wolf sure runs quickly. Luo Feng took a shortcut, thinking that he could stop the Silver Moon Wolf. Who would have thought that there was still a mile between them? It's turning left. Luo Feng suddenly turned left and ferociously jumped over a wall into an abandoned residential sector. He continued taking the shortcut as he chased the Silver Moon Wolf. Howl. Two relaxing, lying lion mastiff monsters saw the human Luo Feng and stood up suddenly in response. They gave off a low howl. The ground rumbled as they started charging, but Luo Feng didn't alter his course at all as he sprinted. He was also too lazy to dodge. Poochie. Poochie. Two throwing knives automatically left Luo Feng's thigh and formed two flashes of light. With such a short distance, the two lion mastiffs had no time to dodge and had their heads pierced. The eyes of the two lion mastiffs were filled with shock as they quickly lost their life. Rumble, they directly fell on the ground, which caused a short tremor. Without any blood stuck to them, the two throwing knives formed a line and flew back to Luo Feng's thigh. Luo Feng quietly jumped into a neighboring alley. With a glance, he saw the Silver Moon Wolf that was at the end of an alley around 100 meters away. Woo! The cruel Silver Moon Wolf stopped and stared at the human not too far away. A Silver Moon Wolf, a heavily wounded Silver Moon Wolf. Luo Feng's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Alright, with you, we'll see how strong I am right now. As he said that, Luo Feng approached the Silver Moon Wolf one step at a time. The Silver Moon Wolf silently stood in place. The eyes of the Silver Moon Wolf, that was almost 3 meters tall, flashed. At the same time, a weird energy flowed through the fur on its body, instantly turning into the color of silver. The Silver Moon Wolf became dazzling. Even the white fur on its forehead became the color of blood. A silver-colored body and a blood-red crown. This is the Silver Moon Wolf. Luo Feng moved forward one step at a time and became cautious. When he shortened the distance between himself and the Silver Moon Wolf to 50 meters. Whoosh! The Silver Moon Wolf instantly became a white flash of light and was in front of him in a blink of an eye. Speed of sound. With Luo Feng's reaction speed that had been tested frequently at the dojo, he determined. This Silver Moon Wolf's speed nears the speed of sound. Luo Feng's face changed greatly and he instantly jumped up like lightning. The Silver Moon Wolf, at practically the exact same time, also jumped up. This jump was just 20 to 30 meters high. Luo Feng could even see the blurred face of the Silver Moon Wolf under the speed of sound, with its hidden cold, blood-red eyes. The powerful spiritual force was ferociously used on the alloyed battle boots on his feet, causing Luo Feng to go even higher in dodging the attack from the Silver Moon Wolf. So what if your speed reaches the speed of sound? Can you go faster than my throwing knives? As he dodged the Silver Moon Wolf, Luo Feng pulled out the 6 throwing knives on his thigh. The 6 throwing knives instantly became 6 flowing lights and, like a net, charged towards the Silver Moon Wolf. Having traveled the wilderness for all these years, the Silver Moon Wolf was also extremely intelligent. With its speed, the human fighter in the air shouldn't have been able to dodge its attack. Only one type of person could change directions and speed at will in the air, spirit readers. When the Silver Moon Wolf realized that the human fighter in front of him was a spirit reader, it couldn't help but to be shocked. But by that time, the 6 throwing knives, like lightning, already arrived. Woo! The silver moon wolf gave out a loud, piercing roar. It couldn't change direction or speed in the air, it could only fiercely twist its body and use its claws to hit the throwing knives away. With such a short distance, Luo Feng's reaction speed isn't fast enough for him to make the throwing knives avoid the claws. Pang! Pang! 2 of the 6 throwing knives were actually hit, but Luo Feng, who was still in the air, let out a smile. Even though he let out 6 throwing knives. As of now, he can only guarantee that 2 throwing knives can reach their full power. So the 6 throwing knives were just there to confuse the silver moon wolf. Only 2 of these throwing knives are truly dangerous. Hunter, you're the first commander-level monster to die at my hands, laughed Luo Feng. Suddenly, 2 of the 4 originally agile throwing knives lost their power, and the other 2 charged towards the silver moon wolf's abdomen like lightning. The silver moon wolf was helpless in midair, even though it howled as it tried to use its claws to block the attack. However, Poochie! Poochie! The 2 throwing knives pierced through the previous wound, directly piercing into the body of the silver moon wolf. The internal organs of the silver moon wolf were sliced up into pieces, and the enraged silver moon wolf gave its last howl as it fell down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 13, Dissection. Volume 3, Chapter 13, Dissection. The silver moon wolf fell powerlessly from the air, and its eyes slowly lost their color. As it died, it thought about the memories of its life. As a silver moon wolf, the king of the wolves, it had been hoping to become a horde leader ever since it was little. It was always doing well, and it was only one step away from becoming a horde leader. However, it was ambushed by a war god-level fighter squad and was heavily injured. Thankfully, it was able to rely on the speed it was so proud of to escape. However, as it was escaping, it encountered a warlord-level fighter squad. If it wasn't injured, it would have been able to easily disseminate them. But, it was heavily injured. And this warlord fighter squad continued to haunt it, chasing after it every time. No matter where it ran, that squad was always chasing it. Those sickening human bastards. At least dying to the hands of a spirit reader is better than dying to those bastards. The silver moon wolf was extremely intelligent. It was a high-level commander-level king of the wolves that could rival horde leader-level monsters in intellect. And horde leader-level monsters are usually as intelligent as humans. If it's going to die, it has to die to someone powerful. Pang! The large body of the silver moon wolf came crashing down, causing the surrounding walls to wobble and then fall. Luo Feng quickly descended after it. Huff, huff, I can't believe that I was able to kill a silver moon wolf. Luo Feng stood beside the corpse of the silver moon wolf and let out a long sigh. After that, the 4 throwing knives that were dancing around Luo Feng returned to his thigh. There should be 2 more throwing knives. Luo Feng scanned the area. With a glance, he saw 2 pits on the concrete floor ahead. The concrete floor split open from the shaking, and the 2 6th series throwing knives were precisely in these 2 pits. After the scene, Luo Feng couldn't help but to take in a deep breath. The silver moon wolf's speed and power were both unbelievably great. Just in case another squad finds out, I'll dissect this body first. This one silver moon wolf could cost as much as a city. Luo Feng thought no further and immediately started dissecting with his throwing knife in hand. His ghost blade is a 5th series one, which is able to fight with medium-level commanders. His throwing knives were 6th series, and could fight against high-level commanders. Luo Feng ferociously slashed towards the silver moon wolf's wounded, split abdomen with his throwing knife. Luo Feng stared. The fur had long been split open, and yet his full force wasn't even able to cut open half of it. Isn't this too amazing? It's extremely difficult dissecting a monster that isn't wounded, but once they have a large wound, it becomes much easier. Sadly, Luo Feng's strength isn't enough to dissect a high-level commander's corpse. Fuck, looks like even dissecting this monster is difficult, laughed Luo Feng. He then immediately used his spiritual force on one of the throwing knives. The power of his spiritual force was way stronger than the strength of his arm. Poochie! The floating knife sliced along the split fur. A chi-chi sound rang as the wound slowly expanded. It's still so tiring even when I'm using my spiritual force to control my knife? Luo Feng was surprised. With a beat of his heart, the controlled throwing knife fiercely pierced towards a fine patch of fur. The back of the silver moon wolf was a bit bent, but the fur showed no signs of injury. Luo Feng was startled. That's just crazy. This time I seriously had some bullshit luck. Luo Feng couldn't help but to gasp. Its speed approached the speed of light and it was so powerful. Even the defense of its expensive fur is astonishingly high. If it was in perfect condition, I'll probably only have a 20 to 30% chance of victory. If Luo Feng fought with it at its peak condition, then his throwing knives can only attack the eyes, ears, nose, and weak parts of the fur. However, with the silver moon wolf's agility, Luo Feng's chance of victory was indeed very low. To have a 20 to 30% chance of victory is already pretty good. Huala. Huala. Luo Feng swiftly dissected. First, he skinned the mysterious and expensive fur off, and then cut off the silver moon wolf's tough claws. These claws are used as material in making high-grade Kaluo alloys, so they are just as expensive. There's also the silver moon wolf's extremely tough skullcap, fangs, and its special 2 eyes. If it was worth something, Luo Feng dissected it and put it into his bag. Many of the special inventions that humans have made are based off of material from various monsters. Got them all. Luo Feng took in a deep long breath. Only a pile of flesh was left of the silver moon wolf's large corpse. Luo Feng moved his throwing knives back to his thigh inside. He used up lots of spiritual force fighting this silver moon wolf, but he used 10 times that in dissecting the corpse. No matter what, it's a big haul. This time, I can get quite a bit of money too. Luo Feng let out a smile. The Fire Hammer Squad splits the money according to each member's contribution in battle. Even if you're strong, if you don't help with hunting a monster, the fighter squad naturally won't give you any money. And Luo Feng killed this silver moon wolf alone. So Luo Feng will indeed receive lots of money. If someone found me next to this silver moon wolf's corpse, I'll be in trouble, laughed Luo Feng. Even an advanced warlord probably wouldn't be able to heavily injure the silver moon wolf. It was probably a war god level fighter. And there was even a tracking signal on the fur. Good thing I got rid of it. Luo Feng didn't want to make an enemy out of a fighter who was able to heavily wound the silver moon wolf. So, run. Luo Feng swiftly left, and only a pile of flesh was left. Under the dark night, the Tiger Fang squad carefully moved forward in the monster's territory in the city. Fuck sake, that hunter keeps sprinting around in this country-level city. Since it's a commander-level monster, the other monsters are too afraid to anger it. However, we can only move forward slowly, cursed a burly, bald man who was walking next to Zhang Zehu. After we kill this hunter, I'll be sure to grill its meat and eat it. If I don't eat it, I won't be able to get rid of my anger. Zhang Zehu grinned and laughed on the side. Don't worry, our tracking signal is on that hunter. It doesn't matter where it runs to. Where's the hunter? Asked the captain of the Tiger Fang squad in a small voice. Captain, the hunter is around 13 miles away from us, but it isn't moving anymore. Maybe it's resting there, laughed Don Z, the heated weapons user, as he held his tracking machine. At this time, the members of the Tiger Fang squad cheered. It's not moving? Resting? Ha ha. They were afraid that the hunter, Silver Moon Wolf, would flee. Zhang Zehu laughed. It appears that the Silver Moon Wolf thinks it's hiding in a safe spot and is getting ready to recover. Too bad it doesn't know our power. Go! We can't miss this chance, it's only 13 miles away from here, so we'll get there quickly. The eyes of the captain of the Tiger Fang squad flashed as he said softly, everyone speed up. Maybe we'll be able to kill the hunter this time. The Tiger Fang squad started moving forward at a much greater speed. Even if monsters are all around the city, a fighter squad would be able to move 13 miles in about half an hour if they rush. Around 40 minutes later. Ahead is the resting spot of the Silver Moon Wolf. Everybody be careful. The captain of the Tiger Fang squad slightly waved his hand and the 6 members of the Tiger Fang squad immediately split into 2 groups and moved around the target from different directions. They slowly surrounded the spot where the tracking machine displayed. Nobody dared to speak a word. A Silver Moon Wolf is very sensitive. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Everybody was moving extremely carefully. Go! The Tiger Fang captain waved his hand and the other squad that received the signal moved at the same time. Whoosh! 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 The 2 squads rushed into the alley from the 2 directions, one in front and one behind. They were around 100 meters away from the spot. The 6 members looked towards the spot, where the Silver Moon Wolf should be. However, they didn't see their target, only the slight scent of blood in the air. The Tiger Fang captain's face changed. Not good. Virtually all the members of the Tiger Fang squad rushed over to the pile of flesh. Next to the pile of flesh were a few silver hairs. Damn it, cursed Zhang Zhe, who as he grabbed his hair, someone stole it. Luo Feng knew that fighter squads leave tracking signals on heavily injured monsters. Since the Silver Moon Wolf was heavily injured, there was an extremely high chance of a tracking signal being on it. So he quickly scanned it with his spiritual force and found something on its fur, and directly cut it off. Bastard! The Tiger Fang captain clenched his teeth with a grim face. All this time for nothing. The face of the one-eyed middle-aged man sank. Go! A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Tiger Fang captain as he commanded, dare to steal food from a tiger. They're asking for death by stealing our things. That fighter squad just dissected the body and would probably rush back to the resupplying base just to be safe. So, brothers of the Tiger Fang squad, let's rush back towards the resupplying base as fast as possible. We'll steal it back from them when we catch up to them. Yes, Captain. The 5 members immediately obeyed. Depart! The Tiger Fang captain murderously waved his hand, and the other members of the Tiger Fang squad, who were just as mad, immediately followed their captain towards the resupplying base. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 14, Resupplying Base. Volume 3, Chapter 14, Resupplying Base. Starry night. Under the starry sky, a shadow, as if black lightning, rushed forward in the ruined country-level city. Sometimes it'll run along the street, and sometimes it has to jump through a residential sector. In mere moments, it reached the 6-story residential apartment where the members of the Fire Hammer Squad resided. Luo Feng's here. Yup, seems like he isn't injured. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad watched Luo Feng enter the residential apartment staircase through their binoculars. Luo Feng arrived on the rooftop moments later. Captain, Brother Chen! Luo Feng laughed as he yelled. No injuries, not bad. So, how'd it go? Were you able to kill the Silver Moon Wolf? No matter how calm Captain Gao Feng was, he just wasn't able to hold back from asking this question. Chen Gu, the Wei Jia brothers, and even Zhang Ku, who was still lying on the floor, looked at Luo Feng expectantly. Chen Gu even joyfully said, "It looks like Luo Feng's backpack has gotten bigger." Luo Feng laughed, "Brother Chen, your eyes sure are poisonous." "Yeah, I just killed the Silver Moon Wolf. I dissected it and put the stuff in my bag." "You really killed it?" The eyes of the members of the Fire Hammer Squad widened in surprise. A Silver Moon Wolf. The King of the Wolves. Regular wolf-type monsters were already rare in the first place. I got lucky this time too. Luo Feng couldn't help but to say, I'm afraid that the speed of this silver moon wolf reached the speed of sound. Its attack power was also absurd, and its fur was horrifyingly tough. If it wasn't for the fact that it was heavily injured in the first place and had a large wound on its abdomen, it would have been very difficult for me to kill it. Its speed approached the speed of sound? Glared Chun-Gu. That's absurd. Just what you'd expect from the king of the wolves. It can equal a low-level pig-type horde leader, said Wei Tai out of surprise. Not good. Gao Feng's face changed dramatically. Luo Feng was shocked by the captain. Captain, what's wrong? What happened? Followed Luo Feng. The silver moon wolf was already heavily injured, so I'm sure that it fought with some human fighter squad in the past, said Gao Feng hurriedly. The fighter squad that fought with it might have left a tracking signal on its fur. If this fighter squad chases after us and finds us, we'll be in trouble. Chen-Gu heard and also became shocked. Yeah, we can't mess with a fighter squad that can heavily injure a silver moonwolf. There might be a war god level fighter. When Luo Feng heard this, he couldn't help but to be relieved. Captain, don't worry. I may not have much experience, but I naturally researched a lot about some common knowledge I should know before entering the wilderness for the first time. After killing the silver moonwolf, I checked it out, and there was indeed a tracking signal on it. I cut off the section of fur it was on, said Luo Feng. Only after hearing that did Gao Feng and Chen-Gu relax. They were worried about Luo Feng's lack of experience as a rookie. Since they stole someone else's heavily injured monster, if they manage to chase up, there'll be a problem. Zhang Ku is heavily injured, so our squad can't stay too long in the wilderness. Everybody rest up here. When it's bright tomorrow, we'll depart to the resupplying base, said Gao Feng. Yes, Captain. The group cheerfully responded. Dawn of the second day, the Fire Hammer Squad quietly left the number 0201 country-level city and headed towards the resupplying base along the old highway. In the military sector's resupplying base. Brother Hey. Zhang Zhe, who was smoking and chatting with some brute with a large mustache in a corner of the resupplying base, have you seen any members of the Fire Hammer Squad return recently? Fuck, that little shrimp Luo Feng made me waste 100 million. I'll never be satisfied if I don't mess with him. Not yet. According to the registry, there's no news of the Fire Hammer Squad's return, laughed the large mustached brute. Tiger, if that Luo Feng messed with you, you have to teach him a lesson in the wilderness. You're banned from taking action in the resupplying base. Of course I know that, I don't want to die yet, laughed Zhang Zehu. The government's army manages the headquarters cities and military sectors behind the scenes. No matter how much fighters hate each other, they wouldn't dare to fight in the military sectors. If they do, then there'll be tragic consequences. In fact, the resupplying bases are small areas drawn out by the military, so they manage safety and everything else there. Brother Hey, give me a call when that Luo Feng comes back, laughed Zhang Zehu. Sure, no problem, laughed the large mustached brute. Zhang Zhe, who threw his cigarette butt on the floor, stepped on it, and then laughed. All right brother, I'm off. Talk to you later. Zhang Zhe, who then continued walking forward in the resupplying base. It's called a base, but it actually has an atmosphere like a residential sectors. Zhang Zhe, who quickly met the other two members of the squad under a large tree near the gates of the resupplying base. How is it, Tiger? Asked the one-eyed middle-aged man in a small voice. Has it returned yet? There's absolutely no news at all, smiled Zhang Zehu. The bald middle-aged man laughed slightly on the side. If not even one of them has returned yet, then I'm sure that they all died in the horde of monsters. It's good if they all died off, there won't be any trouble. The Tiger Feng squad wasn't afraid of the Fire Hammer Squad at all, but if any members of the Fire Hammer Squad survive, there'll be a bit of trouble. Fire Hammer Squad, if you want to blame someone, blame that Luo Feng. Zhang Zhe, who laughed coldly, dared to make me spend money. Oh yeah, have you guys found out who stole our hunter? No, the one-eyed middle-aged man frowned as he shook his head. No news at all. The captain is drinking up out of anger in the room right now. I think that, since we haven't been able to meet them on the way back, there's probably no chance of finding out who stole our hunter, said the bald man as he shook his head. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically as he stared at the faraway gate of the resupplying base. The other two noticed this and turned their heads in response, and their faces also changed completely. Gao Feng, Qinggu, Wei Chine, Wei Tai, Luo Feng, and Zhang Ke were all at the gate of the resupplying base. A 9-old Gao, seems like you've encountered some trouble this time, the guardsman noticed Zhang Ke's missing arm and wrapped it up. Fuck, don't bring that up. The monsters didn't harm us, but those fucking Tiger Squad members did. Cursed Gao Feng. Captain, the Tiger Feng Squad is there, Qinggu suddenly roared ferociously. At this time, the members of the Fire Hammer Squad all turned their heads and saw three people under the cold shade of a tree not too far away. After seeing these three people, all the faces of the members of the Fire Hammer Squad became enraged. Zhang Ke, who was carrying a backpack and was still pale, even shouted, "Don't move!" Zhang Zehu and the other two saw the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad and were shocked, so they started walking away. In this case, they were the offenders. But they didn't think that Chen Gu would see them. "Still trying to run?" yelled Gao Feng. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad rushed over, and the yelling caused quite a bit of attention from the other fighters in the resupplying base. At this time, Zhang Zehu and the other two stopped running. If they actually slipped away, wouldn't that be admitting their wrongdoings? Even though they did it, they can't admit it. "Gao Feng, what are you yelling for?" yelled the one-eyed middle-aged man as he turned around. "Where do you think this is?" "This is a military sector, a resupplying base for fighters. Is this the kind of place for you to act wildly?" "If you want to act wildly, look at the spot first," laughed the bald man coldly. "No matter what, you can't back down. Still acting arrogant?" Both of Gao Feng's hands reached for a hammer. He swung his hammers as he ferociously charged at them with red eyes. "You're asking for a beating." The faces of the one-eyed middle-aged man, Zhang Zehu, and the bald man changed completely. They didn't say anything, since they were in the wrong. Beep. 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 An ear-piercing whistle rang, and 12 uniform-wearing men split up and charged over from afar. The captain of the squad yelled, "Put your weapon down, no fighting in the resupplying base, or else our guards have the right to kill you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 3, Chapter 15, Dividing the Spoils. Volume 3, Chapter 15, Dividing the Spoils. The yelling and the sound of the whistle attracted quite a bit of fighters to this area. It's the Fire Hammer Squad, against those from the Tiger Feng Squad. How come they're arguing? Discussed the fighters. The Fire Hammer Squad and the Tiger Feng Squad were quite well known in Jiangnan City. Under the commands of the guards of the resupplying base, the Fire Hammer Squad forced themselves to calm down, since no one is allowed to challenge the military's authority. "Stop!" An aggressive yell. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a skinny man bringing the other 2 members of the Tiger Feng Squad. Chengdu said quietly beside Luo Feng, "This is the captain of the Tiger Feng Squad, Panya. His nickname is Tiger Feng and he uses a saber as his weapon. He isn't someone you would want to mess with." Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked. This short, skinny, and seemingly insignificant man was actually the captain of the Tiger Feng Squad. Tiger Feng? Luo Feng carefully looked at the man, Tiger Feng. His gaze then moved towards Zhang Zehu, who was behind his captain. When Luo Feng's gaze was on Zhang Zehu grinned. He then laughed to himself coldly, "Keep being arrogant, Zhang Zehu. I will make not just you, but also your entire Tiger Feng Squad suffer. Mark my words." Before Luo Feng entered the wilderness, he thought that the act of Zhang Hao by attempting to break his arms and legs was cruel. Now that he looks at his current situation, the Tiger Feng Squad only had a bit of hatred towards him, and yet they tried to eliminate his entire squad and pretend that nothing happened. What Zhang Haobai did was nothing compared to the Tiger Fang squad's actions. Captain! Captain! Zhang Zehu and the other two stood behind their captain. A large crowd was spectating the standoff between the Tiger Fang squad and the Firehammer squad. At that time, the captain of the patrolling squad coldly said, "Gao Feng, Panya, I don't care about what you have to discuss. However, if either of you take action, don't blame me. Brothers, let's go." The captain waved his hand, since he was too lazy to watch. With his warning, he was pretty sure that these guys wouldn't dare to mess around. Tiger Fawn. Gao Feng laughed coldly, "You're sure cruel. I, Gao Feng, sure underestimated you. I didn't think you would do something so cruel and sinister. First, you secretly attacked us with a sniper rifle from far away, and then you attracted a horde of monsters to surround our squad, giving us almost no chance of survival. Unless someone powerful came and saved us, our squad would have been decimated." The fighters that were watching suddenly went into an uproar. The Tiger Fang squad was too cruel. "Gao Feng, don't speak nonsense," the Tiger Fang captain laughed coldly. "My Tiger Fang squad did no such thing, so don't blame it on our squad. No matter what, they can't admit that they did such a thing. Once they admit it, his Tiger Fang squad will be in big trouble." "My brother's arm was hit off by one of your sniper rifle's bullets," said Gao Feng with a gloomy face. "If I said we didn't, then we didn't," said the Tiger Fang captain coldly. "If you have proof, bring it to the security agency and let them decide. Don't spout your nonsense here. Brothers, let's go." The captain of the Tiger Fang squad was straightforward and wasn't willing to talk much to the Firehammer squad. Gao Feng, Chenggu, and the others all had ugly faces on, and Luo Feng was clenching his teeth in anger. However, Luo Feng was clear. His group had no kind of evidence at all. Even though there are many cases of fighters killing each other over valuable treasures in the wilderness, most of them can't bring out any type of evidence either. Since there's no evidence, the Dojo of Limits wouldn't be able to help out. "Oomph, let's go," commanded Gao Feng as he coldly watched the Tiger Fang squad leave. The members of the Firehammer squad could only hold in their anger as they left. Resupplying base, #A9 Villa will become the temporary resting spot of the Firehammer squad. "Captain, no need to be angry now," said Luo Feng. "We can let those Tiger Fang squad members have their moment of pride. It wouldn't be too late to deal with them after they enter the wilderness." Luo Feng's words caused the angry members of the Firehammer squad to let out smiles. Chenggu patted Luo Feng's shoulder. "Yeah, our squad has you, Luo Feng. Destroying them won't be difficult. Even 10 years wouldn't be too late for a gentleman to have his revenge," laughed Gao Feng as he grinned, "and we don't even need to wait too long anyway. With Luo Feng, the Tiger Fang squad is doomed." At this time, the members of the Firehammer squad were all smiling, and even Zhang Ke gave out a rare sigh of relief. Spirit readers all have their periods of rapid growth. Luo Feng's ability is already terrifying, and it'll keep flying up. You can say that the Tiger Fang squad has virtually no hope at all. The Tiger Fang squad aside, let's deal with the spoils we got from hunting the monsters, said Gao Feng. Even though we didn't go out for too long this time, we hunted 4 commander-level monsters, a bloodthirsty tank, a 2-tailed ocelot, a lion mastiff, and a hunter, but on their journey back to the resupplying base, Luo Feng and the others encountered a low-level commander-level lion mastiff monster. With Luo Feng and Gao Feng there, they easily killed it. However, the resupplying base isn't that big, so it'll be conspicuous if we bring out and try to sell the hunter's materials. At that time, we'll attract the attention of the fighter squad that heavily injured the Silver Moon Wolf, said Gao Feng seriously. Yeah. Chenggu nodded in agreement. Wait until we get back to the city to sell the hunter's materials. We'll sell the other monsters' materials here. For a fighter squad, it's not the soldier-level monsters that are worth money, but the commander-level monsters. Needless to say, each of the horrifying horde leader-level monsters are worth a ton. As for the high-level commander-level Silver Moon Wolf, it's not only rare monsters, but also the king of the wolves. Its price will surely be equal to a normal low-level horde leader, so it'll also be worth a ton. Everybody eat and rest, we'll sell them later, smiled Gao Feng. After eating, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad found the representative of the HR Alliance, and directly sold to him the materials of the monsters. Other than the Silver Moon Wolf's materials, they sold everything. In the A9 villa, the Fire Hammer Squad was huddled around a computer and dividing up the money. Luo Feng collected many materials from soldier-level monsters, whether they're G-level or F-level. On average, each of the soldier-level monsters' materials are worth 6,000. In other words, Luo Feng gets around 120,000 from the soldier-level monsters. The captain was dividing up the money. Wei Tai collected materials from 12 soldier-level monsters, and they're all F-level. On average, they're worth around 8,000 each, so it's roughly 100,000 total. The amount of materials that Wei Qing collected from soldier-level monsters. Zhang Ke collected materials from 11 different soldier-level monsters. Alright, next, we'll be dividing the spoils from the commander-level monsters. All the materials from the twin-tailed ocelot was worth around 12 million. Gao Feng looked at the group. I did most of the work in hunting it. If there weren't any accidents, I would get 60% of it, but after killing it, we were attacked by a horde of monsters and Luo Feng saved all of us. Luo Feng helped a lot. And Zhang Ke received a heavy wound, so since he's handicapped, he'll get 60% of the money from this commander-level monster. I'll get 10%, Luo Feng will get 15%, and Wei Tai, Wei Chang, and Chen Gu each get 5%. Nobody has any complaints, right? Said Gao Feng. No complaints, Luo Feng nodded. A rule in the fighter squads: if someone becomes handicapped because of a battle, he gets 60% of the spoils. This also counts as some kind of subsidy. So, out of this 12 million, 7.2 million goes to Zhang Ke, 1.8 million to Luo Feng. I get 1.2 million, Chen Gu and the others get 600,000 each. Gao Feng inputted the numbers. The lion mastiff monster we killed on the way back was worth 10 million. Everybody contributed quite a bit in this battle, so me and Luo Feng each get 30%. Chen Gu, Wei Tai, Wei Chang, and Zhang Ke each get 10%. No complaints, right? Everybody nodded. Actually, Zhang Ke didn't do anything in that battle, but everybody wanted to give him some money. Zhang Ke himself didn't say anything. A fighter squad is quite compassionate. Luo Feng and I get 3 million each, and the others get 1 million each. Gao Feng slightly smiled. The bloodthirsty tank was worth the most money, it reached 16 million. Chen Gu did the most work, he killed it in one hit, so he gets 60%. Everybody else contributed too, so Luo Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Chang, and Zhang Ke each get 10%. No need to include me. Naturally, Gao Feng was the richest person in the fighter squad. Usually, Gao Feng did most of the work when hunting a commander-level monster. So all these years, the amount of money Gao Feng makes could be up to 10 times higher than everyone else's. That's why Gao Feng is quite modest if he didn't do much in a fight. In other words, Chen Gu gets 9.6 million. Zhang Ke, Luo Feng, Wei Chang, and Wei Tai each get 1.6 million. In total, Chen Gu gets 11.26 million, Luo Feng gets 6.52 million, I get 4.2 million, Zhang Ke gets 9.91 million, Wei Tai gets 3.3 million, and Wei Qing gets 3.32 million. Gao Feng reported the final totals and laughed. Of course, we still have our treasure, the materials of the Silver Moon Wolf, which will surely earn us a ton. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 16, Back to the City, Su Xian's Background. Volume 3, Chapter 16, Back to the City, Su Xin's Background. However, Luo Feng was responsible for tracking, killing, dissecting, and bringing back the materials of the Silver Moon Wolf. He did it all himself, laughed Gao Feng. so Luo Feng can claim the maximum amount, 80%. As for the rest, the 20%, we'll split it evenly between the 5 of us. This was a rule in the fighter squads. Even if one person does all the work, he has to give everyone else a little bit too. Usually, when killing commander-level monsters, the person who does most of the work can get at most 60%. In this case, where Luo Feng did all of the work, he can get at most 80%. Luo Feng, your earnings this time probably exceeds the amount of which I've earned over the past 10 years. Chenggu couldn't help but to yell on the side, you better treat all of us tonight. Yes, you better. Pulverize this rich man, followed Wei Tai and Wei Qing. Even Zhang Zehu of the Tiger Fang squad only earned 100 million from 2 years of hard work. And Zhang Zehu was in his peak in those 2 years. Before, he made even less money. In other words, Zhang Zehu probably only made 300 to 400 million from all these years of work. As for Luo Feng, just this one time made him rich. However, not just anybody can kill the hunter. Naturally, with Luo Feng's power, he can make lots of money. Strength is everything in the circle of fighters, and those with money are usually amazing. Of course, how could I not? I'll treat everyone in the HR Alliance market, laughed Luo Feng. I'll split the money first and send it to each of your accounts, said Gao Feng as he laughed. In front of everyone, he transferred the money he received from before into each account of the members of the Fire Hammer squad one by one. Everyone in the squad knows each other's username and password for their public accounts. Usually, they divide the money right when they get it. In the afternoon of the same day, Luo Feng and the others rode a train back home. The train is about to enter the station. Customers that are getting off, please prepare your belongings. A recorded sound rang throughout the train carriage, and with a hua sound, the train carriage's door opened. Go! Gao Feng, Luo Feng, Jiang Ke, Chenggu, and the Wei Jia brothers all walked out. So many people. Luo Feng stepped out the train and saw a huge amount of tourists in the train station. Tons of densely packed people could be seen waiting for the train through the glass of the train station. A main city in a headquarters city has a population of over 100 million, so one can imagine how lively it would be in a train station there. But this is called popularity, steaming popularity. Brothers, thank the weapons in our hands, for we have once again returned to the city alive, said Gao Feng thankfully. We're back. Back to a human city. Luo Feng was also shocked inside. Even though he was in the wilderness for only 7-8 days, it was desolate, ruined, and empty. The cities in the wilderness can't even be recognized as cities. There were huge amounts of monsters, so Luo Feng and the others always had to tread carefully in fear of being surrounded by them. Only headquarters cities. These are the only safe places for humans to live in. These are the places where civilization exists. Headquarters cities, the final base for humanity. A thought rose from Luo Feng's heart. It's for humanity's cities that powerful fighters stand up. As for me, I can easily kill regular soldier-level monsters and even low-level commander-level monsters. However, even with weapons, a regular person would be in an extremely bad situation against a commander-level monster. Why do countries give fighters special rights? Why does the entire world encourage fighters to hunt monsters? Because the more monsters that are hunted, the safer the human cities become. Hello, I'll probably be able to return home late into the night today. Zheng Ke held his phone with a smile on his face. Yeah, I'll be staying home for an extremely long time, so I'll be sure to please my great wife. But who could have thought that someone who lost his arm could have such an honest, natural smile on his face at this time? Deep down inside, the fighters that fight on the border of life and death in the wilderness are always worried about their families. Luo Feng also called his home's phone Feng. Luo Feng's eyes became uncomfortable as he heard this familiar sound, and he responded, Mom, I'll probably get back home late in the night, so you guys don't have to wait for me to eat dinner. Tonight? His mom was clearly joyful. All right, your dad is outside with your brother. I'll tell them to pick up the phone. No need, I'll be back tonight. Luo Feng's heart felt warm. This is home, the place Luo Feng defends. Luo Feng, go, ride the HR Alliance's special fighter-only car, commanded Gao Feng. The others have already started to leave. Coming. Luo Feng hung up and immediately joined the others. They rode on a fighter-exclusive path. At the end of the path was a small area, where there were special cars from the Dojo of Limits, Thunder Dojo, HR Alliance, and even some underground alliances waiting for their fighters. As they saw Luo Feng and the others come out, all the chauffeurs cheered up. Go to the Alliance Market. Gao Feng and the others directly went into the Alliance Market's car. All right. The large, comfortable SUV was started, locked, and with a step on the gas pedal, moved forward. Inside the car. Luo Feng, we'll be at the Alliance Market soon, laughed Chenggu as he looked at Luo Feng. Maybe that Su Xian chick from last time is still there. Luo Feng, now that you're back from the wilderness, you better get your feelings across and get that relationship started. You pervert, scolded Gao Feng as he laughed, and then looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, a word of advice. That little girl Su Xian managed to become a bar manager in that lobby at such a young age, so she's not just anyone. She probably has some sort of background, so watch for that. Luo Feng nodded. He also had the same feeling. In school, Su Xian was extremely normal. However, at the bar in the Alliance Market's lobby, the air around Su Xian was completely different. If we say she was completely shy in the past, then now she's shining like a bright light. Are you guys talking about Lady Su Xian? Asked the driver in a surprised tone. You know Su Xian? Luo Feng looked towards him. Of course I do, laughed the driver. We're always going to the Alliance Market, so all us brothers that go there to chat obviously know about Lady Su Xian. Even though she isn't extremely pretty. Whoever can marry her would have an extremely relaxing life. Gao Feng's face slightly changed. Don't tell me that she's from one of the great 12 families of the Alliance in the country, the Su family. Yes, precisely the Su family. I heard that the Su family's status in the country is pretty high, said the driver as he nodded. Luo Feng was also surprised as he heard this. The Alliance is made out of super rich families and corporations from America, Europe, etc. You can say that all the large and powerful families from the whole world formed an alliance together. They control the world's economy together, and all the government's armies have no choice but to peacefully coexist with them. In the alliance, besides the 9 large families at the top, there are still dozens of other families that are rank 1 in the alliance, corporations aside. Each of these families hold an astonishing amount of wealth and an astonishing amount of power. Fuck, that's too much of a background, glared Chenggu. I knew this girl's name was Su, but I didn't think she'd be from the Su family. Luo Feng, brother, even Big Bro can't help you get this girl Su Xian, it's too hard. It is hard, but our Luo Feng ain't bad at all, said Gao Feng. Chenggu, Wei Tai, Wei Chang, and Zhang Ku all started laughing. From their point of view, Luo Feng is a spirit reader whose strength will only become more horrifying. Old Feng. Gao Feng spoke through his phone. Yeah, it's me. Of course we have something good for you, or else why would I call you? It's worth over 100 million for sure. Alright, no problem. After calling, Gao Feng looked at the others in the eye. I told Old Feng. When we get to the Alliance Market, we'll directly go upstairs. Okay, Luo Feng and the others nodded. Moments later. The special car passed the soldiers' security line and directly drove to the gate of the Alliance Market's lobby. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad all got off the car as its doors opened. Mr. Gao Feng, Manager Feng, is already waiting upstairs, smiled a seemingly capable, pretty woman with short hair and ears. Okay. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others didn't say much more and directly went into the lobby. In the extravagant lobby, there were quite a bit of fighters chatting in the direction of the bar. Luo Feng's gaze scanned the bar. Not here? Then he realized that college begins around this date, and even regular colleges undergo military training when they first begin. And today isn't a weekend, so it's not weird that Su Xin isn't here. Ding, dot. The elevator door opened and the members of the Fire Hammer Squad went in. Beep. The woman stood in front of the elevator door and pressed 21 foot. She then aligned her eyes with the detector. Beep, pass, welcome Lady Lu. Manager Feng is waiting on the 21st floor, smiled the woman. Luo Feng and the others nodded. The elevator quickly went up and didn't stop until they got there. In just a bit, ding, the elevator door opened. They arrived on the 21st floor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 17, Price, Ecstasy. Volume 3, Chapter 17, Price, Ecstasy. After walking out of the elevator, there was an extremely large resting lounge. Just that one resting lounge was probably around 300 to 400 square meters. In the resting lounge were a few bar sofas, where several people were waiting to meet Manager Feng. However, they saw a squad of fighters that didn't need to wait at all. They just directly walked towards Manager Feng's office. Manager Feng is inside, please go ahead. Lady Lu directly brought Luo Feng and the others into Manager Feng's office. In the office, Luo Feng looked around. The ornaments around were sparkling and the floor was made out of toughened glass. Below the toughened glass was a river with fish swimming in it. One can see quite a bit of fish below while standing on top of the toughened glass. How luxurious, Luo Feng thought to himself. Gao Feng, looks like you guys really made a bit this time. A bald, old man with a round face left his seat and laughed as he walked over. Here, come over and sit. The group sat on the sofas facing each other on the side of the office. So, what do you have this time? The round-faced old man laughed as he said, let's see it. Old Feng, I'll open your eyes this time, laughed Gao Feng. A big manager like you receives quite a bit of fighter squads, but you'll rarely see something like this. Luo Feng, take it out. Oh. Manager Feng was shocked and his eyes lit up. Luo Feng laughed as he saw Manager Feng's reaction as he took out the precious fur of the silver moonwolf from the backpack beside his feet. He put the fur on the ground and spread it out. As if it was a flat silver moonwolf, you could feel the killing intent of the silver moonwolf from it. Hunter! Manager Feng was so shocked that he couldn't help but to stand up. Their Manager Feng was so shocked that he couldn't help but to speak in his hometown's dialect. Old Gao, this sure is something. For a hunter to be this large, it's probably a high-level commander. With the silver moon wolf's speed, even a powerful man who just stepped into the war god level would have trouble killing it. The silver moon wolf's speed was indeed shocking. When it was heavily injured, it could reach the speed of sound. One could imagine how fast it would be if it wasn't injured. The fur is quite complete, inspected Manager Feng. Looks like the fur was cut along the wound. However, it is indeed quite complete. Manager Feng's eyes flashed. The fur of a silver moonwolf is indeed one of the finest materials for clothes in the entire world. Even though this fur had other uses, important figures of the world were willing to buy clothes made out of this fur for high prices. Give me a second. Manager Feng directly ran over to his office desk. And he swiftly took out a locked safe and, while holding it, ran back. Gao Feng, you guys don't have to prolong this anymore. Just take out all the other materials of the hunter, laughed Manager Feng as he persuaded. At the same time, he opened the locked safe, which contained a delicate apparatus. After activating it, a red light shone from the top of the apparatus. Luo Feng took out the other things one by one. The special eyes, claws, fangs, the bones of the legs. Quite a complete collection. Manager Feng's eyes were filled with light as the apparatus shone its red light on the fur, and soon after, the eyes, claws, fangs. The apparatus displayed a number on its small screen. Manager Feng's expression was serious as he stared at the number, and at the same time, typed the information through a virtual keyboard. Moments later. These materials are indeed from the same hunter. And this hunter is indeed a high-level commander. Right when Manager Feng finished saying that, Gao Feng laughed on the side as he said, "It should be a high-level commander that's nearing the horde leader level." Even in the category of high-level commander-level monsters, there are large differences. Monsters that just stepped into the high-level commander level and high-level commander level monsters that are nearing the horde leader level could have huge differences in strength. Naturally, the prices of their materials differ greatly too. Of course, I can't hide that point from you guys, laughed Manager Feng. Alright, name your price. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad looked at each other, and Gao Feng's look signaled Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed as he spoke. Manager Feng, what do you think is an appropriate price? In the home of Limits and the HR Alliance's internet market, there were many prices for a hunter. Luo Feng clearly knew that a high-level commander-level monster would sell for a lower price to the Dojo of Limits because the Dojo of Limits would give quite a bit of contribution points in return. As for the HR Alliance market, high-level commander-level monsters are normally in the $50 million to $500 million range. Of course, a hunter is naturally strong, rare, and is the king of the wolves, so its price also has to go above the normal price limit. How about this? These materials are indeed good. 600 million Chinese dollars, said Manager Feng after taking a deep breath. Even for him, he rarely makes such huge business. Materials from low-level horde leader-level monsters also usually go for this price. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others already discussed the price before coming here. Luo Feng read in the fighter discussion boards that someone sold a medium-level commander-level hunter for around 50 million Earth dollars in South America. 50 million Earth dollars is equivalent to 175 million Chinese dollars. If a medium-level commander-level hunter can sell for this much, then this high-level commander level should be worth much more, especially since it's already nearing the horde leader level. Old Feng, your price is too low, said Gao Feng as he frowned. A medium-level commander-level hunter could already sell for 175 million Chinese dollars in South America. 900 million to $1 billion shouldn't be a problem for ours. Gao Feng, don't play around with me. It could never reach the price of 900 million to 1 billion, laughed Manager Feng bitterly. Luo Feng laughed as he saw this. Actually, the squad came to the conclusion that this hunter should be able to sell for around 700 to 800 million while they were discussing. Captain Gao Feng was just scaring Manager Feng by saying this. Hunting this silver moon wolf costed the arm of my brother, said Gao Feng with an ugly face. I won't say anymore. 800 million Chinese dollars. If you accept, then we have a deal. Otherwise, I can find someone else. Because of our relationship, I directly came to Old Feng without finding anyone else first. Manager Feng glanced at Zheng Ke. Indeed. Zheng Ke lost an arm. Looks like Manager Feng can't pay this price. Let's go. Gao Feng stood up, and Luo Feng immediately started packing up the materials of the silver moonwolf. 750 million, my limit, said Manager Feng as he frowned. However, Gao Feng didn't make a sound, and Luo Feng directly finished packing up. Gao Feng started heading out. Gao Feng, 750 million is pretty good already, sighed Manager Feng. As he saw Gao Feng and the others heading out, he yelled, "Come back, will be your price." Luo Feng, Gao Feng, Chingu, and the others at the door looked at each other and let out a smile. There were a few dozen managers purchasing monsters materials in the HR Alliance market. The HR Alliance market goes by an elimination system. In other words, those who perform the worst every year directly have their position of manager taken away from them. Naturally, a new person comes to replace them. Under such pressure, naturally, every manager tries to figure out how to collect monsters materials from fighters. In the office. You fighters are too cruel now, said Manager Feng as he was working on the transaction, but he also thanked, each manager and even each agent from every sector are all competing against each other to purchase materials from the fighters. As the prices become clearer and clearer, our profits become lower and lower. Seeing how you guys just made 800 million in one breath, it even makes old me want to go hunt monsters in the wilderness. Sadly, an old bag of bones like me probably can't even beat a soldier-level monster. As he said that, Manager Feng was conducting the transactions to each account. Manager Feng, your personal assets probably surpass mine with all your meddling these years, laughed Gao Feng. Luck. Sometimes I'll encounter something big, and I'll be able to make a bunch of money. Manager Feng let out a smile. Gao Feng laughed. With this, you're probably going to make at least 8 digits worth of profit. Not that much. Manager Feng shook his head. Okay, done. I transferred 800 million Chinese dollars into your fighter squad's account. Gao Feng and Vice Captain Chen Gu received notices from their tactical communications watch notifying them the increase of 800 million Chinese dollars in their accounts. Old Feng, feels great, laughed Gao Feng. You better take care of me with such hauls in the future, laughed Manager Feng. Now, us managers are also under great pressure. If I can somehow become a regional director of a headquarters city sector, then I'll have things easy. Ya nodded. Gao Feng, however, powerful monsters are hard to deal with. My brother lost his arm. Ah, yes, losing an arm, sighed Manager Feng as he sighed, although I heard there's a treasure that can make an arm grow again. However, the price of that is extraordinarily high, so a regular fighter would never be able to obtain it. Regrow an arm? Luo Feng's mind was clouded. Right when he became a fighter, Luo Feng also searched for such a special medicine in the internet market. However, he couldn't find any medicine that could regrow an arm or a leg. Luo Feng always thought that such a medicine didn't exist. There's such a medicine? Gao Feng also said out of surprise. Manager Feng, what is that thing? Can it regrow a leg too? Luo Feng also asked excitedly. Wow! His brother has been handicapped all these years. If there's a chance to let his brother stand up again, he'll do everything he can to make that a reality. There is. It's the legendary elixir of life. Don't even talk about a leg or an arm, even if the lower half of your body is missing, it can grow back, said Manager Feng. However, this thing comes from an existence that far surpasses a horde leader. It's made from the soul of the invincible emperor-level monster Earth Dragon. There are just a few Earth Dragons spread around the entire world. So each elixir of life is extremely expensive. And it's also extremely rare, you can't find them on the internet markets. Our alliance also has none of them in stock. The price for one of them has already reached 30 billion, and there's no market for them. 30 billion for one? No market? Luo Feng's heart started beating faster. Right when he thought of his brother sitting on his wheelchair and silently looking out to the scenery outside, Luo Feng couldn't help but to clench his fist. No matter what, I'll let my brother stand up again. For sure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 18, Plans for the Future. Volume 3, Chapter 18, Plans for the Future. However, Luo Feng knew just how hard it was to make 30 billion. A weak low-level horde leader is worth around 500 million to 1 billion Chinese dollars. Even if you hunt them alone and kill 10 horde leaders in a year, you would probably make only around 5 to 6 billion. Also, it's extremely hard for even a war god level fighter to kill horde leaders. The average war god level fighter probably makes around 5 to 6 billion in a year. Even with that, you would have to work hard for 6 or 7 years. Furthermore, he's not even a war god level fighter yet. It was only out of luck that he was able to meet this heavily wounded hunter. There's no way he can get lucky every time. Even though it'll be hard to make 30 billion Chinese dollars, it's not impossible with the sleeping potential in my spiritual force. However, killing an Earth Dragon, Luo Feng laughed bitterly in his heart. A horde leader is already extremely horrifying. An existence that surpasses a horde leader, the Emperor level, the strongest monsters on Earth. There are also humans that surpass the war god level. For example, the strongest fighter Hong and the second strongest thunder god both surpass the war god level. However, these existences are extremely rare. Killing an earth dragon? Even the strongest human fighters on Earth can't be 100% sure that they can kill it. Elixir of life? Captain, when one of you guys reach the level of the world's strongest fighter, Hong, throw some small cash at me so I can buy one elixir of life, laughed Jiangku. The other members of the Fire Hammer Squad couldn't help but to laugh. Reach the level of Hong? Such a person can fight against the government's entire army alone. For these types of people, 30 billion is indeed small cash. However, how many people on this world can reach that level? Go, let's eat, laughed Gao Feng. In a restaurant on the third floor of the HR Alliance Market. There were dishes all over the table and the members of the Fire Hammer Squad were all grouped in front of a laptop on the side. Captain Gao Feng swiftly scanned his finger on the scanner, typed in the 3 one-time passwords, and entered the Fire Hammer Squad's shared account. 800 million Chinese dollars. As we said before, Luo Feng did all the work, so he gets the highest possible 80%. The rest of us will split the 20%. No complaints, right? Gao Feng looked at the group. The group nodded and Luo Feng laughed. Fighter squads had all sorts of rules. Some of them try to make the members compete while others promote unity. Luo Feng gets 640 million, the rest of us get 32 million. Gao Feng swiftly transferred the money. Beep. Transaction successful. Notifications appeared one by one on the laptop screen. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his own tactical communications watch, which displayed that his balance has increased by 640 million. Today, Luo Feng's treating us, laughed Gao Feng as he yelled. Yeah, we gotta make this rich guy pay, said Xingu with an unsatisfied look. Geez, just this one time and you've almost caught up to the amount of money I've made over all these years. I'm envious. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad were extremely cheerful as they chatted freely and ate and drank merrily. Every time they leave the wilderness, they leave the border of life and death. In the wilderness, especially in ruined cities, you're always worried. Nobody dares to relax in those cities. Since there are just way too many monster hordes and commander-level monsters there. Drink! Come, us brothers will have a drink. Feels great. Old Zhang, we've been brothers for almost 10 years. Who knows how many times you've saved me on the battlefield? Well, no need to say anymore. Here, cheers. The people around this table were sad because Zhang Ke was retiring, but they were hopeful towards Luo Feng, the spirit reader. Everybody's feelings were complicated, so they ate and drank merrily until around 9 p.m. Only until then did they find a room in a nearby tea house to rest in. In the room, everybody had a clear cup of tea in front of them. Zhang Ke was going to become an instructor at the dojo, said Gao Feng to the group. In the future, we'll have 5 people in our Fire Hammer Squad. Me, Luo Feng, Xingu, Wei Tai, and Wei Chang. And since Luo Feng's a spirit reader, his strength surpasses mine. I'm sure his growth in the future will be even more amazing. Nobody was unhappy because of Luo Feng's strength. A strong fighter in a squad means a higher chance of survival for the squad. The squad will have an easier time hunting monsters and make more money. For example, if Luo Feng didn't kill the hunter this time, the other members of the squad wouldn't have earned 32 million. Even though Luo Feng got the majority of the money, they still received way more money than they got from their previous earnings. However, out of us 5, Luo Feng is the strongest. I hope that we won't be a burden to him, said Gao Feng. The faces of Wei Qing and Wei Tai changed slightly. Both of them were advanced warrior-level fighters, so they were indeed a burden. Captain, I'm still a rookie, Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. Luo Feng, that's not what I meant, smiled Gao Feng slightly. Wei Tai, Wei Chang, you brothers don't think too much either. What I meant was that we should raise our goal for the monsters we hunt in the future. So the first goal for our Fire Hammer squad will be making every member a warlord level fighter. Captain. Wait, I couldn't help but to say, my brother and I still have a bit to go until we reach the warlord level. I know that. Gao Feng laughed confidently. I have an idea, tell me what you guys think. Luo Feng nodded, and Wei Tai, Wei Chang, and Chen Gu also listened in. Wei Tai, Wei Chang, Chen Gu, you three each buy 1A grade genetic medicines, said Gao Feng. That way, with just body fitness level, Wei Tai and Wei Chang will be able to directly enter the low-level warlord level. Chen Gu's power and speed will also greatly increase. Luo Feng slightly frowned. There are currently two mainstream genetic medicines, Grade A and Grade B. Grade B are for regular people, which let them become fighters. However, those who rely on the genetic medicine to become a fighter will just have average strength in the future. A grade genetic medicines are for fighters to use. After using them, their strength can multiply many times. Of course, if your strength was already very high, then the genetic medicine won't be as effective. However, 1A grade genetic medicine, even with the dojo's half price, costs 360 million Chinese dollars. Captain, I've worked for so many years and, even if I add today's earnings, I only have 430 million, frowned Wei Tai as he said, with my rate of growth, it seems that a low-level warlord is basically my limit. In the future, I won't have many options to make money. So if I throw all my money out right now, how much will I have left when I retire? People always have to think about the future. Money isn't easy to make. After working for 10 or so years, he only made 430 million. And to use 360 million to buy a genetic medicine? Then wouldn't he be investing everything he worked for in that? Captain, I use heated weapons, so I have to spend quite a bit of money. Using 360 million like this. Chen Gu was also a bit hesitant. No worries. Gao Feng slightly smiled. You won't need that much money to buy an A-grade genetic medicine. When I just became a fighter, I was also a rookie. At that time, I joined a fighter squad and made a brother for life. As of now, that brother is an advanced warlord. He has connections to get a genetic medicine for just 200 million each. 200 million? Wei Tai, Wei Chang, and Chen Gu were shocked. Just 200 million? Luo Feng was also completely shocked. Half price in the Limit Homes internet market is basically the lowest price you can get. Even half price needs 360 million, but Gao Feng can get it for just 200 million? Then I'll go ask my good buddy to buy some for us, and then you guys can pay me after I give them to you. That way, you'll believe me, laughed Gao Feng. However, there is something he didn't tell them. Only those in his brother's internal organization can get that discount. The members of the organization also aren't allowed to sell their things to outsiders, since the organization's prices will inflate and go through other problems if that happens. However, Gao Feng was willing to give his own money so that Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing won't have to. Since, in terms of wealth, he has much money than all the other members in the squad. In the future, everyone in the squad will be warlord level, smiled Gao Feng slightly. Chen Gu will be responsible for suppression, etc. Wei Tai and Wei Qing will be responsible for cleaning out the normal soldier monsters, while me and Luo Feng will go for the commander level monsters. With our squad's efficiency, we'll surely be able to kill large amounts of commander level monsters. The amount of money we'll make will be at least 10 times higher than we made in the past. Luo Feng couldn't help but to be excited inside. According to what Gao Feng said, everyone in the Fire Hammer squad will become elites. A squad full of warlords, and with his spiritual force. The power of this squad will be crazy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 19, Obsessed. Volume 3, Chapter 19, Obsessed. Even though Wei Tai, Wei Chang, and Chen Gu were surprised by their captain's suggestion, they still nodded in agreement in the end. They also knew clearly that one of the members in the Fire Hammer Squad will grow at a rapid rate. If they can't keep up, then in time, they'll be abandoned. After that, Luo Feng and the others split up in the HR Alliance market and returned to their respective homes by train. Yangzhou City, Mingyue Sector. As of now, it was already deep into the night. A fighter-only car, a Volkswagen Touareg SUV, encountered no resistance as it entered the sector. Beep. The Volkswagen Touareg stopped in front of the entrance to the limit hall. Chenggu, Zhengke, and Luo Feng's homes were all gathered in front of the limit hall's entrance. Homes of dojo instructors, like Chief Instructor Wu Tong, were also there. Luo Feng opened the door and got off the car. The first thing he saw was his father and mother standing and his brother sitting in his wheelchair. Brother! Luo Hua was the first to yell. Luo Hua, Dad, Mom. Luo Feng hugged his parents and his brother. Luo Feng was able to feel his parents' joy. Chenggu and Zhangke were also with their family members. However, the faces of Zhangke's wife and daughter were filled with tears. Even though they already knew beforehand that Zhangke lost his arm, they still cried. Wife, daughter, I'll be with you guys forever now. You couldn't see any sorrow on Zhangke's face. Brother Zhan. Luo Feng stole a glance. There was an extremely high possibility of the Tiger Fang squad attacking the Fire Hammer squad because of the feud he had with Zhang Zehu. The three heroes of our dojo have returned safely. It's quite late now, so let's all get some nice rest, laughed Chief Instructor Wu Tong. The group laughed as they split up and Luo Feng and his family members returned home. After returning home, Luo Feng was finally able to completely relax. On the first day he returned, he didn't train and just relaxed. Wearing his loose dojo uniform, he took a relaxing walk in the sector. Afternoon, the September sun was still ruthless. Luo Feng, take a trip to the dojo, called Chenggu through his phone. The captain's here. Oh, I'll be right there. Luo Feng immediately rushed towards the Dojo of Limits. In a bar on the Dojo of Limits' first floor, Luo Feng, Chenggu, and Gao Feng were sitting together. The drapes covered the window on the side to prevent the sunlight from shining in. Luo Feng, here are the 2 9th series throwing knives you wanted, laughed Gao Feng as he handed them over, a total of 45 million. Hurry up and transfer the money, you rich man. I won't mind accepting any extra tip if you're willing to give some. 9th series throwing knives? Luo Feng immediately accepted the delicately wrapped box. After opening the box, the interior was split into 2 sections. Each section had a knife in it, and both of them were black. When Chenggu and the others asked Gao Feng to help them purchase the genetic medicine, Luo Feng asked the captain to help him buy 2 9th series throwing knives. Right now, good throwing knives are very important to Luo Feng. Whether throwing knives or other weapons, the prices keep going up, but throwing knives are cheap because they're small and use very little material. Even a high-level horde leader-level monster would have trouble destroying a 9th series throwing knife. Captain, I transferred 45 million. Luo Feng directly transferred through his cell phone. Didn't even give $1 extra, said Gao Feng purposefully. Luo Feng, you have so much money now, so why don't you buy a better blade? A better battle uniform? Laughed Chenggu. He just received his genetic medicine, so he was in an extremely good mood. Luo Feng shook his head. Throwing knives are light and don't use much material, so I can afford them. A blade in uniform? A 9th series ghost blade is 3 billion Chinese dollars. A 9th series battle uniform is even more absurd. In total, it'll be 12 billion Chinese dollars. How can I afford that? The price difference between soldier level, warlord level, and war god level weapons were indeed very large. So he'll just buy throwing knives. If even a horde leader can't rip open that battle uniform, then it wouldn't be weird for that uniform to be extremely expensive. And with his advanced warrior level fitness level, even if he's wearing an 8th or 9th series battle uniform and it remains intact after the attack from a horde leader, the impact of the attack would be enough to destroy his vital organs. Even if a beggar wears robes, he wouldn't become royal. If his body is warrior level and his battle uniform is war god level, that's a waste of a battle uniform. A battle uniform is way more expensive than throwing knives, laughed Gao Feng. Luo Feng is right. His 5th series battle uniform is appropriate for his current body fitness level. Luo Feng, said Gao Feng. Luo Feng looked towards the captain. Right now, Chen Gu and the two Wei Jia brothers are all going to use the genetic medicine. The genetic medicine will need around a month's time to completely show its effect. And after their strength increase, they'll also need 1 or 2 months of training to get used to their stronger power. So, we'll probably rest for 2 or 3 months. After 2 or 3 months, we'll enter the wilderness again, said Gao Feng. Chen Gu also nodded. I understand, laughed Luo Feng as he nodded. I'll take this chance to train too. I gained quite a bit from this time's trip into the wilderness. Now that I'm back, I'll train productively. Okay, laughed Gao Feng as he nodded. If we want to meet again, let's meet in the main city sector. Coming here from my home takes quite a bit of time after all. All right. Luo Feng and Chen Gu nodded. The main sector city is the center of the entire headquarters city. It's extremely convenient to go there from Yangzhou City or any other surrounding city. After the captain left, Luo Feng brought the two throwing knives home. That night, in Luo Feng's home's training hall, there was a transparent piece of glass with a width and length of around 1 meter in the middle of the ceiling. Like water, the moonlight shone through the glass. Sitting in the middle of the training hall, Luo Feng could see the infinite starry sky with a glance through the glass. The two black throwing knives were encircling Luo Feng. The dark, golden ball is still in my realm of consciousness, and it holds a large amount of spiritual force. It's just that my body isn't strong enough to withstand so much spiritual force, Luo Feng thought to himself, so what I need to do now is to raise my body fitness level as fast as possible. As my body gets stronger, my spiritual force will naturally get stronger too. It'll keep growing until one day the dark, golden ball vanishes. After that, Luo Feng started practicing bitterly and seriously according to the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual and the DVD that came with it. The technique, Lu Guang, the Daoying technique, 9-stage Han Yuan, and the blade technique, Thunder Blade. And Luo Feng has already completed the first stage of the Thunder Blade in the wilderness. Pu. Deep into the night, whenever Luo Feng does a chop, an uppercut, or a slash, he uses the force exertion techniques from the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Each attack incorporates 2 stages of force exertion, which means that Luo Feng's body's muscles instantly exert another force each time. Exerting another force instantly when slashing is a huge burden on your bones, muscles, cells, etc. After practicing for around half an hour, Luo Feng became so tired that he couldn't even move as he sat on the floor. The force exertions from the 9-stage Thunder Blade actually bring a tremendous burden on every portion of your body. After resting for 5 minutes, Luo Feng started practicing the Daoying technique 9-stage Han Yuan. The originally exhausted body, as if relaxing in a hot spring, became comfortable and soft. After practicing the blade and Daoying techniques, finally, Luo Feng started undergoing the most basic genetic training technique that even the most powerful fighters of the world must follow, Wu Xian Xiang Tian. Shi. After training, Luo Feng felt like every single cell in his body was starving. This caused the genetic energy he absorbed to be crazily swallowed up. Every time he practiced caused the limit to rise. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time went on, Luo Feng became more and more shocked. Finally, every cell in his body, as if stuffed with food, couldn't absorb anymore. The amount of genetic energy I absorbed today is double the amount I absorbed in the past. Luo Feng was completely astonished. The instruction manual said that, the more I practice the 9-stage Thunder Blade, the more genetic energy I'll be able to absorb. I can't believe it was this much. Luo Feng didn't think it would be this absurd, despite the instruction manual's explanations. When someone practices until they become so tired that they're unable to move. It means that there's too much Ru acid in their muscles, which is when all the muscles in your body become tired. The body and many other cells didn't really join in the exercise, but Luo Feng's 9-stage thunder blade force exertions causes the body and cells to join in too. Just like someone's appetite becomes larger after exercising a lot. When the body and cells use up lots of energy, their appetite increases greatly, allowing them to absorb much more genetic energy. I'm only on the first stage and yet the amount of genetic energy absorbed increased by so much. How fast will I be after getting to the 9th stage? Not only will I be able to train quickly, but my blade's power will also increase greatly. No wonder you can become the strongest fighter on the entire world. Number 1 speed and number 1 body fitness, gasped Luo Feng out of amazement. What does it mean if your body fitness level increases quickly? For Luo Feng, it means that the amount of spiritual force he'll be able to handle will also increase greatly. Starting from this day, Luo Feng approached his limits every day as he trained himself. And he finally found the best way to train, which is undergoing Lu Guang as he swings his blade. The speed doesn't have to be quick, but each slash and step has to be serious. After exhaustion, he starts training his Dao Yin technique. After undergoing Dao Yin technique training, he would have restored quite a bit of strength. He'll once again train his technique and blade technique. And then undergo Dao Yin technique training again. Only in the end will he start his genetic energy training. This method of training is the most efficient. This process takes around just 6 complete hours, which is also the best way for Luo Feng to raise his body fitness level. Actually, with the help of the spirit reader's large amount of spiritual force, his body fitness level naturally improves quickly. And Luo Feng is also training in the world's ultimate technique, the 9-stage Thunderblade, so his rate of improvement is even more startling. Luo Feng was improving every single day. In a blink of an eye, a month's time has passed. Each of Luo Feng's swings caused powerful winds to form in the training hall, which naturally dissipated when hitting against the walls. This villa was designed by the Dojo of Limits, so naturally the training hall was carefully made. A call from the captain? Luo Feng walked to the side and picked up the phone. Luo Feng, it's been about a month. Chenggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing's strength have increased by quite a bit after using the genetic medicine. I think that we should meet a bit? Asked Gao Feng through the phone. As of now, the strongest person in the Fire Hammer Squad is actually Luo Feng. And Luo Feng's position will become more and more stable in the future. So Gao Feng asks for Luo Feng's opinion first. Alright, we haven't seen each other for a while, laughed Luo Feng as he nodded. This past month, he has been completely obsessed with training. However, his swift improvement indeed feels really great. Okay, let me see. We'll go to the HR Alliance Market, since they have the best service, said Gao Feng. When is a good time? Luo Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he remembered Su Xian's words, in the next few days, school will start for me. But during college, I'll be the manager here on Fridays and the weekend. Captain, I think we should meet this Saturday, said Luo Feng. Saturday? Alright, this Saturday. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3, Chapter 20, Ambition. Volume 3, Chapter 20, Ambition, final chapter of Volume 3. Year 2056, October 7th, Saturday, the day where the 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad agreed to meet at the HR Alliance Market. Noon. A coupe with beautiful curves that gave off an air of elegance slowly drove into the HR Alliance Market's plaza and stopped directly in front of the gate to the HR skyscraper's lobby. Luo Feng, who was wearing a casual shirt, got off the car with Chenggu. The doorman greeted them as they entered the first floor of the building. Alright, please wait, sir. Luo Feng just stepped into the lobby and, with a glance, saw the professional Su Xian in a white shirt at the far-away bar smiling as she chatted with some fighters. She couldn't help but to notice a shadow approaching the bar and, with a closer look, joy appeared in Su Xian's eyes. Luo Feng yelled Su Xian as she smiled. Su Xian Luo Feng smiled as he was next to the bar. Give me a cup of pure tea. Oh yeah, do you have time? For us old students to chat? Su Xian hesitated for a bit and then laughed as she asked the other waiter. She then walked out of the bar as she laughed. There aren't too many guests here today. Luo Feng, let's go chat over there. At this time, Chen Gu, who was sitting on a couch far away, gave Luo Feng a big thumbs up. In a quiet corner of the bar, Luo Feng and Su Xian sat face to face. Luo Feng, when did you come back from the wilderness? Did you just get back? Su Xian sat quietly as she held a teacup. The green tea caused the transparent cup to give off a green light. I've been back for a while, answered Luo Feng. Su Xian let out a smile and couldn't help but to laugh as she said, You've been back for so long and you didn't even come to see your old classmate. Or could it be? You're looking down on me? You're the only person in my senior class that became a fighter, so I want to brag about you when you become famous one day. Ha, Su Xian, which college are you at now? Asked Luo Feng. Luo Feng and Su Xian, the two sat here as they chatted freely. They talked about some of the things going on in their lives right now. Even though Luo Feng had a crush on Su Xian, which Su Xian was aware of, none of the two brought up that topic. They just sat here and chatted normally and quietly. Luo Feng himself was quite satisfied with chatting normally. At this time, a youth wearing a black shirt and black trousers walked out of the elevator. He glanced at the corner of the bar and saw Su Xian and Luo Feng. Who's Xian talking to? Frowned the youth as he looked carefully. It seems to be Luo Feng, who was an elite student in Su Xian's high school senior class. He knew a lot about those in Su Xian's high school and has looked over the data on the famous ones like Luo Feng and Zhang Haobai. The youth let out a cold smile. Xian has brought up Luo Feng at home when we were eating before. Looks like they have some sort of relationship. The youth quietly sat on the other side of the bar. Luo Feng was having a good time as he chatted with Su Xian, but it seemed that someone from the bar was calling Su Xian's name. Su Xian stood up and apologized. Sorry, Luo Feng, I need to work now. Don't mind me, laughed Luo Feng. Xian, is this your friend? At this time, a man's voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a handsome youth who looked kind of similar to Su Xian. The youth stood on the side as he smiled towards Su Xian and then towards Luo Feng. Su Xian was joyfully shocked. Brother, you came to the market today too? Yes, this is my old classmate, Luo Feng. Brother, I need to go work now, so you can chat with Luo Feng. Alright, go ahead, laughed the youth as he nodded, and then he turned his head towards Luo Feng. Hello, Luo Feng. Let me introduce myself. I am Su Xian's brother, Su Gang. Brother? If he can get Su Xian, wouldn't this guy be his brother-in-law? Hello, Luo Feng stood up to shake the other person's hand. Hello, Luo Feng, laughed Su Gang as he sat down. I've heard of your name a long time ago in my sister's high school and that there were only 3 elite members and that you were one of them. And I also heard from my sister that you're officially a fighter now? Luo Feng laughed as he nodded. Ah, how amazing, an 18-year-old fighter, praised Su Gang, and then laughed. Wasn't my sister quite low-key in school? Yeah, no one could tell that her family is super rich, laughed Luo Feng. Su Xian was indeed quite plain and quiet back then. A smile bloomed on Su Gang's face. Haha, well, my grandfather is worried about the madam of the family becoming spoiled. So he let her attend a normal school instead of an elite school so that she could be together with the general population and live with them. Now that I see it, my sister has indeed performed quite well. Luo Feng frowned a little. Madam of the family? He already knew that Su Xian was the madam of the Su family. Didn't my sister tell you about her family's circumstances? Asked Su Gang in a confused tone. She didn't, but I know. The Su family smiled. Luo Feng calmly, one of the 12 families of the HR alliance in the country. Luo Feng understood the meaning behind Su Gang's words. Su Gang didn't say it himself, but used another topic to bring this subject out. Su Xin is the madam of the Su family, that. Oh, so you know, said Su Gang thankfully. Actually, even a large family like us has a large family's troubles. For example, sometimes we can't marry who we want to. Right now, quite a bit of gifted young men are going after my sister. Like Wang Xingping from Kyoto City, and the intermediate-level warlord-level fighter from our Jiangnan city that is just 21 years old, Wahai. Luo Feng was startled. Others going after Su Xin? That Guahai is quite cheeky, insulted Su Gang as he shook his head. Isn't he just a warlord-level fighter? What does he think he's playing at? Our Su family has quite the position on even an international level. How can we let the madam of our family marry an unpromising fighter? Maybe that fighter will just die in the wilderness someday. Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng, don't you agree? Fighters walk on the border of life and death, so they have a high chance of dying. How can I let the madam of our family marry a fighter, right? Laughed Su Gang as he asked. After seeing Luo Feng's expression, he laughed as he said, "Oh, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not talking about you." Luo Feng was in an extremely bad mood. Not talking about me? This Su Gang just has to bring this specific topic up, which is giving him a clear message. The madam of his Su family has no chance of marrying a fighter that could just die to anything. So, Luo Feng, you better not get ahead of yourself. Actually, said Su Gang thankfully, compared to that, I prefer that Wang Xingping more. Wang Xingping is the young master of the Wang family in Kyoto. The Wang family is also in control of large amounts of wealth. If he just stays home and gives the command, quite a bit of fighters will work for him, so he doesn't have to risk his own life. As a brother, I want my sister to live a stable life, sighed Su Gang. Compared to a fighter, young masters with large amounts of wealth are the perfect match for my sister. Fighter? For example, families like my Su family and the Wang family, which one doesn't have a crowd of warlord-level fighters under them? And I don't even have to mention the numerous warrior-level fighters, laughed Su Gang as he shook his head. Su Gang clearly doesn't care much about fighters. He cares even less about warrior-level fighters. He has the capital to do so. As one of the 12 families of the HR Alliance, they indeed have a large amount of warlord-level fighters and an extremely massive amount of warrior-level fighters. Luo Feng, a sound carried from far away. Luo Feng turned his head and looked. Captain Gao Feng and the Wei Jia brothers have arrived and were sitting next to Chenggu. Luo Feng laughed as he yelled, "Captain, I'm coming now." Young Master Su Gang. Luo Feng laughed as he looked at Su Gang. Su Gang let out a smile. Actually, after saying that much, Su Gang believed that his message has been clearly sent to the other person. His family even belittles a 21-year-old intermediate-level warlord-level fighter. So you, Luo Feng, a rookie fighter, should know his place and stop bothering my sister. Young Master Su Gang, your Su family sure is great, being able to control a crowd of warlord-level fighters, smiled Luo Feng. However, I wonder if your Su family can command a war god fighter at will? Su Gang froze. War god? How many of those are in Jiangnan City? His Su family does have a war god level fighter, but that's just because the Su family is coaxing that fighter with large amounts of money. I wonder if your Su family would be able to meet an existence that surpasses a war god? Followed Luo Feng. Su Gang's face became even worse. An existence that surpasses the war god level, like the strongest fighter, Hong. An existence that equals an entire army. Even if his family wants to meet the strongest fighter on Earth, they don't have the right to. And don't even talk about trying to equal them. Compared to Hong and Thunder God, the Su family is just like an ant. Young Master Su Gang, we count as friends, so I'll remind you. Don't look down on fighters. Luo Feng looked at Su Gang. Su Gang treated him with no respect, so why should Luo Feng respect him? After saying that, Luo Feng turned his head and walked away. The cold air from the lobby's air conditioner was calming while the soft music was flowing like a river. However, there was fire in Luo Feng's heart. For example, families like my Su family and the Wang family, which one doesn't have a crowd of warlord-level fighters under them? And I don't even have to mention the numerous warrior-level fighters. Su Gang's words repeated over and over again in Luo Feng's head. Su Gang. Didn't you say all of this to get me to back off and stop going after your sister? Luo Feng's gaze was cold. Don't worry, Luo Feng, will definitely reach the peak of the fighters. A fighter that is treated equal by a government's army. At that time, I'll have your Su family accept me with smiling faces. Of course, he'll go after Su Xin. However, he'll have the Su family accept him with smiling faces and a low profile as they do. Fighters are the ultimate power of the world. The so-called super families, in front of the strongest fighters, are just scum. In this moment, the noon of year 2056, October 7th. Luo Feng's first contact with Su Gang caused his ambition to begin, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 1, 0231. Volume 4, Chapter 1, 0231. As he saw Luo Feng leave, Su Gang lightly sipped from the cup in his hands and added, Luo Feng, oh Luo Feng. I was being polite and tried to leave you with some face by saying this. I hope you understand that if you continue to bother my sister, you can't blame me for using certain tools. Su Gang laughed as he finished drinking the wine in his cup. Xin, I have some stuff to do, so I'll be going first, said Su Gang to Su Xin at the bar, and then left the lobby. Third floor of the HR Alliance Market, one of the rooms in a tea house. Luo Feng laughed. Chengu, you chatted with Su Xin for such a long time. To me, it seems that she's a bit interested in you. Seems like it won't be too hard for you to get her. And then Su Xin's brother came and chatted with you for such a long time. Could it be that it's because he recognizes you as a brother-in-law? Me as a brother-in-law? Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh, since Brother Chen didn't hear what Su Xin's brother, Su Gang, said. Don't speak nonsense, it's mainly because we used to be classmates in the past, laughed Luo Feng. Gao Feng couldn't help but to laugh as he said, since you guys used to be classmates, then that makes it even easier for you. Don't you see that many of the couples that get married now used to be classmates? Yeah, Luo Feng, keep at it, encouraged Wei Tai dramatically as he laughed. That girl Su Xin is really quite good. Quite a few fighters compliment the manager of the Underground Alliance's bar on Fridays and weekends. Perverts all over try to play at this manager, but they're too scared given her background. Luo Feng laughed. Play at the madam of the Su family? The people with those kinds of thoughts in their head probably won't even know how they died. Captain, let's not talk about this, laughed Luo Feng, let's talk about the important things. Alright, laughed Gao Feng, hey, you three. How are your body fitness levels going? Wei Tai put down his teacup and was the first to speak. Captain, my fist strength is around 9,650 kilograms, my speed is 102 meters per second, and my reaction speed test results qualify for a beginner warlord. So you count as a beginner warlord now, nodded Gao Feng. Captain Wei Qing also spoke, my fist strength is around 9,510 kilograms, my speed is 106 meters per second, and my reaction speed test results qualify for a beginner warlord. Both Gao Feng and Luo Feng slightly nodded. It's my turn, laughed Chengu, my fist strength is around 7,100 kilograms, my speed is 81 meters per second, and for my reaction speed test results, I got excellent for a beginner warlord. Brother Chen's reaction speed is so quick, Luo Feng couldn't help but to praise. Gao Feng laughed, he uses guns, so he already possessed a quick reaction speed in the first place. With the help of the genetic medicine this time, it became even faster. Looks like you can use guns with an even higher rate of fire now. It was quite rare for the reaction speed of a fighter that used heated weapons to reach the beginner warlord level. And Shen Gu got a grade of excellent for a beginner warlord. Alright, you three. In conclusion, it seems that the effects of the genetic medicine are showing. Gao Feng looked at Wei Tai and Wei Qing. Wei Tai, you brothers still have to keep working hard. Even though it's been around a month, the effects of the genetic medicine haven't completely disappeared yet. If you keep training, you can still get some of the effect out. Understood. Wei Tai and Wei Chang nodded. Gao Feng looked towards Chen Gu. Old Chen, it's time to change your machine gun. Yeah, it's time to change it, nodded Chen Gu. Chen Gu's heated weapons are a machine gun and a heavy sniper rifle. The fastest rate of fire his machine gun is capable of is 300 rounds per minute, which is 5 rounds per second. With Chen Gu's old reaction speed, he could make 4 of these rounds hit 4 monsters' heads, and the final round will hit the 5th monster's body. In other words, for Chen Gu, his machine gun is basically firing at non-moving targets. This requires a horrifying level of reaction speed. Chen Gu's reaction speed is probably hundreds to thousands of times higher than the people before the Grand Nirvana period, so it's not weird that he is able to do this. I'll probably get a Type RG-112 heavy machine gun. It has a caliber of 12.7 mm and carries immense power. Chen Gu's eyes lit up. The fastest rate of fire it can reach is 1,500 rounds per minute. This machine gun is basically the gun with the highest rate of fire that a fighter who uses heated weapons can use. If the rate of fire increases even more, then there's no point. As of now, there are machine guns with rate of fires that can reach 700 to 800 rounds per minute. Some can even go above 10,000 rounds per minute. However, that's not efficient. For Chen Gu's current reaction speed, he can make sure that all 10 bullets fired in 1 second will hit the head of a monster. This is efficient. Old Chen, buy your gun and then practice with it. Make sure you get used to it. Gao Feng slightly smiled as he nodded. Wei Tai, you brothers should also train at home. Even though your body fitness levels rose, you still need to transform that power into fighting strength. Make sure you're able to completely use every ounce of power. No worries, Captain, nodded Wei Tai and Wei Chang. Luo Feng let out a smile as he watched this scene. This is how the fighters of China think. You should find a way to completely turn your power into fighting strength. Control your power skillfully is how people in the East think. The Westerners also have their own way of thinking. As of now, the strongest fighter on Earth, Han, is Chinese. The second strongest fighter, Thunder God, is mixed between the East and West. However, he also has some Chinese blood in him. Some of the thoughts in Chinese martial arts are very popular in today's society of fighters. Captain, Brother Chen, Brother Tai, Brother Qing. Luo Feng looked at the group and laughed as he said, I'd bitterly trained at home for a month and I can feel that my strength has increased by quite a bit. However, I feel that the best way for me to improve my techniques is to fight against monsters. No matter how you swing your blade at home, you're just imagining your opponent. That way of practicing can never compare to real combat experience against a real monster. So, I'm going to go into the wilderness alone and practice my technique and blade technique, said Luo Feng. What, alone? The faces of Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others instantly changed. Yes, laughed Luo Feng as he nodded. Actually, he already had these thoughts before, but he wasn't completely certain. The words from Su Gang have touched him. If he wants to become the strongest fighter on Earth, then he has to be decisive. So Luo Feng decided to use the most efficient way to improve his skill. That's too dangerous, said Gao Feng. No, Captain. I'm just going to the number 0231 country-level city next to the military's resupplying base to train myself, explained Luo Feng. I won't be going to any of the other larger cities. #0231 country-level city? Next to the resupplying base? Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the Wei Jia brothers all let out a sigh of relief. The monsters surrounding the resupplying base are pretty weak. Monsters like Horde Leader level 1s wouldn't dare to stay in a city right next to the military's resupplying base. So, most of the monsters in the cities surrounding the resupplying base are soldier level. There are a few commander level monsters, but they are mostly low-level commanders. Even intermediate level commanders are very rare. Since there are barely any commander level monsters, each commander level monster has hundreds to thousands of soldier level monsters under its command. Since there are gigantic hordes of soldier monsters and barely any commander level monsters, how do the fighter squads kill them? You can say, strong fighter squads wouldn't even bother with these kinds of cities, since there's not much of an incentive. Since that city is near the resupplying base, laughed Luo Feng, I can hunt during the day to improve my blade technique and return to the resupplying base at night to rest. Since it's near, and with Luo Feng's speed, he can naturally go back and forth between the country-level city and the resupplying base. That number 0231 country-level city indeed doesn't have any strong commander-level monsters. However, there are a ton of soldier-level monsters. Wait, I couldn't help but to say, if you get surrounded. Tai, would Luo Feng even be afraid of being surrounded? Laughed Shengu. Wei Tai and Wei Qing froze, and then laughed. Monster hordes are horrifying, but spirit readers are the group of people that are least afraid of them. Not only can they attack them from the front, but just with their spiritual force, they can jump all the way to the top of an apartment building. Monsters can jump pretty high, but how can they compare to a spirit reader that can fly? Good idea. Gao Feng couldn't help but to praise Luo Feng, even I feel like practicing with my hammers now. However, I don't have the power to guarantee that I'll survive in a horde. Luo Feng, when are you going to leave? Asked Chen Gu. If nothing happens, I'm going to prepare today and then leave tomorrow, laughed Luo Feng. Captain, send me a message when you guys are ready to leave to the wilderness. On the path of the strong, it takes one bitter step at a time to get to the peak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 2, Lurking Killer. Volume 4, Chapter 2, Lurking Killer. Since he decided to enter the wilderness, Luo Feng naturally doesn't hesitate anymore. Afternoon in Yangzhou City's Mingyue sector, Luo Feng told his dad, mom, and brother about his plans. Ever since Luo Feng decided to become a free fighter, his father and the others have mentally prepared themselves for the fact that Luo Feng will be leaving the city often. Night, the starry light shone through the square-shaped glass in the training hall. A video was playing on the white wall of the training hall. In the video, someone was fighting against a huge bear monster that was around 8 or 9 meters tall. As the man fought with the monster one-on-one, the sturdy trees fell, the mountain rocks split apart, and the ground cracked. It was a horrifying scene of destruction. The man was as fast as lightning and a sound of thunder was hidden in his blade. The video's explanation echoed through the training hall. This is one of the videos in the discs that came with the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual. An A-rank monster, Boulder Bear statue. Even with its gigantic body, its speed still reaches the speed of sound. Luo Feng listened to the explanation with his heart in shock. This is a clip of a professional who is trained in the ways of the 9-stage Thunder Blade and was fighting against the A-rank monster Boulder Bear statue. The Boulder Bear statue ranks number 2 out of the bear-type monsters. According to the level classifications, H level, G level, and F level are soldier levels. E level, D level, and C level are commander level monsters, low level, medium level, and high level respectively. B level, A level, and S level are horde leader level. This Boulder Bear statue is a medium level horde leader, whose power is unrivaled. Even a cannon can't blast open its rock-like skin that's tougher than diamond. With such a huge body, its speed still manages to reach the speed of sound. Of course it'll be classified as horde leader. It's not much for its speed to reach the speed of sound. However, the power that Boulder Bear statue holds is much more horrifying. Boom! After a bit, with a sound like rumbling thunder, the gigantic head of the Boulder Bear statue directly flew in the air. Are you done recording? When we get back, sell it. And don't forget the copyright fees. Tease the powerful fighter who just killed the Boulder Bear statue. The sound carried throughout the training hall. As for his face, it was clearly edited and very blurry, so nobody could tell who he was. Ka! As the video ended, the screen on the wall returned to the menu, where there were large amounts of channels available. I wonder when I can get to the point where I can kill even a Boulder Bear statue in one slash. Thought Luo Feng to himself. The super strong fighter's battle with the Boulder Bear statue was turned into a video, which showed that he was very confident he could easily kill the Boulder Bear statue. He's probably an advanced level war god. The discs that came with the 9-stage Thunder Blade are prohibited on quite a few channels. Quite a few channels on powerful fighters are about training in the way of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. However, out of all the channels, only one of them has Thunder God himself in it. The video about Thunder God showed him training by himself in a training hall. With just a simple training scene like that, Luo Feng couldn't tell what was so special about it. Clearly, there are quite a few powerful fighters training in the way of the 9-stage Thunder Blade all around the world. Luo Feng looked up towards the sky out of the square-shaped glass, and saw the limitless starry sky. Starting from tomorrow, he's going to start his bitter training. With a heartbeat, he turned off the projector in the training hall and went to the first floor. The door to his brother's room on the first floor wasn't completely shut. With a glance, Luo Feng saw his brother, on his wheelchair, in front of his computer desk. However, he wasn't looking at his computer, but had his head lowered and was playing with his cell phone. Luo Feng lightly knocked. Luo Hua raised his head and turned towards Luo Feng at the door, and couldn't help but to say, "Brother, you don't even knock anymore? You're the one that didn't close the door completely," laughed Luo Feng as he entered and closed the door behind him. "What are you doing? Texting with your girlfriend?" "Yeah." Luo Hua let out a smile, laughed, and nodded. After Luo Feng saw his brother's goofy look, he could clearly tell that Luo Hua truly liked the girl named Xiaonan. What this Xiaonan looks like? Luo Feng wasn't too sure either. However, when Dad and Mom push his brother's wheelchair to the park, they see the one named Xiaonan. And it seems like she left a pretty good impression. His parents have way more experience in life and are better at judging a person. If they think she's good, then that Xiaonan is probably actually good. "Has Xiaonan brought you to meet her parents?" asked Luo Feng. "It's way too early for that," laughed Luo Hua as he shook his head. "Xiaonan is only a freshman in college this year, so she still has 3 or 4 years left before graduating. Xiaonan isn't in a rush to tell her parents. And I'm handicapped. Xiaonan probably has to think of some way to tell her parents. It'll be troublesome to just tell them directly. Most parents don't want their daughters marrying handicapped people." As he looked at his brother's bitter face, Luo Feng's heart hurt a bit. His handicapped status is the scar on his brother's heart. No matter how tough he acts, he can't act with complete confidence in front of Xiaonan. In other words, he has low self-esteem. Well, keep at it. I'm sure her parents will be understanding, comforted Luo Feng. There's no rush anyway. That night, Luo Feng chatted with his brother for quite a bit. After a good night's rest, he was fully equipped with his backpack, shield, and blade by dawn and was ready to head into the wilderness. And this time, alone. Jiangnan City, Northern Military Sector. After the train stopped at the military station, Luo Feng and some other fighters got out of the train carriage. The wilderness. Luo Feng took in a deep breath as he took the trail to the resupplying base alone. Very quickly, he arrived at the resupplying base. "Luo Feng, just you?" The guardsman at the resupplying base's gate looked at the message displayed by the scanner and then looked towards Luo Feng with a shocked expression. "You were with the Fire Hammer Squad before. How come you're alone now?" Coming to the wilderness alone is very dangerous. Ha, am I looking for death? I've been to the wilderness before, so I know the dangers. Hurry and give me the key, laughed Luo Feng. You have a point, you've been here before so you know the dangers. The guardsman laughed as he handed over a key, H322. Since you're alone, I gave you a small-sized villa. The Fire Hammer Squad went to a larger villa, since they were a squad. One person naturally doesn't need that much space. Oh yeah, the name's Wang. It's fine if you call me Brother Wang. Luo Feng, if you ever get any materials from monsters, you're welcome to sell them to me. I'll be sure to give you a satisfying price. All right. Luo Feng received the key and headed towards his villa. Beside the window on the second floor of one of the villas in the resupplying base, a few men were looking down as they watched Luo Feng walk past. It's Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng from the Fire Hammer Squad. Captain, should we take this chance to take him out? The one who said that was indeed Zhang Zehu of the Tiger Fang Squad. The Tiger Fang captain walked beside the window and looked down silently. Luo Feng quickly left his field of vision. The Tiger Fang captain coldly said, "How come he's alone? Did you guys see the other members of the Fire Hammer Squad?" "We didn't see them," the other members of the squad shook their heads. "Luo Feng's alone," said Zhang Zehu confidently. "I saw him enter the resupplying base's gates alone, I didn't see anyone else with him." With that, Zhang Zehu's eyes lit up. "Captain, we were the ones who made the first move against the Fire Hammer Squad. Most importantly, the Fire Hammer Squad knows that we were the ones who did it, so we're enemies now. You said so yourself, that we need to completely destroy this enemy to stop them from threatening us anymore." Yeah, the others nodded in agreement. The most dangerous thing about making a move on others in the wilderness isn't the act itself, but the chance of them surviving and finding out who did it. Don't rush. The Tiger Fang captain spoke coldly. Yes, we have to destroy them completely. When we get the chance, we have to obliterate the Fire Hammer Squad. However, Luo Feng is alone. He's just a normal warrior-level fighter. Once he enters the wilderness, he's sure to stay in a safe area. It won't benefit us much to kill him. In fact, it'll just stir them up. The other squad members nodded in agreement. What the captain said made sense. The person who poses the largest threat against us is actually Twin Hammer Gao Feng, said the Tiger Fang captain seriously. Gao Feng himself is quite strong, he's about my level. And he's been in this field for 10 or so years already, so he has many connections and knows quite a bit of strong people. If he really goes all out on us, we will suffer too. So, don't act unless completely necessary. If we act, we have to kill Gao Feng first. After that, we can take out the little shrimp, said the Tiger Fang captain indifferently. Clearly, the Tiger Fang captain didn't take the other members of the Fire Hammer Squad seriously at all. The captain's right, nodded Zhang Zehu. After that, he laughed coldly as he glanced out. We'll graciously let the shrimp Luo Feng live for just a bit longer. In the H322 villa of the resupplying base, there were 3 bedrooms, 2 lobbies, and 1 large bathroom. Luo Feng took off his equipment, took a bath, and then put on a relaxing robe. "Hello, I'd like a portion of the number 12 meal with 3 dishes and soup. Also, change the drink to tea." Luo Feng hung up and laid on the sofa. "After lunch, I'll head out towards the number 0231 country level city." Luo Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. "I'm going to train bitterly for around 2 months, going back and forth between the city and the resupplying base. I might bump into the Tiger Fang squad sometime. If I see them, I'll follow them secretly." Right when he thought about their act towards his squad, Luo Feng's heart was filled with unlimited killing intent. This kind of killing intent has no hesitation at all. When we get to the wilderness, I'll directly obliterate them. Luo Feng's gaze scanned the area outside of the window. Tiger Fang squad. I hope that I'll be able to bump into you guys during these 2 months. As for the Tiger Fang squad, Luo Feng didn't take them seriously at all. With his current strength, it'll be enough to destroy the entire Tiger Feng squad. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 3, Bloody Training. Volume 4, Chapter 3, Bloody Training. After eating lunch, Luo Feng put his battle uniform on, carried his shield and blade on his back, and inserted the 8 6th series throwing knives and 2 9th series throwing knives into the pockets on his thighs. After that, Luo Feng left the fighter resupplying base. Today was a dark day. The air is quite fresh though. Without wielding his blade, Luo Feng headed into the wilderness. The piece of wilderness in front of him was probably farmland in the past. However, after a few decades, it has been filled with weeds. Luo Feng searched for a path with the shortest weeds to continue on. After getting past that part and walking for around half an hour on the old, ruined highway, he arrived at the number 0231 country-level city. Pu. Luo Feng cut off the tail of a lion mastiff, took the tendon out, and then put the tendon in his bag. From the resupplying base to the country city, in just a short trip of 100 miles, Luo Feng already killed around a dozen normal soldier-level monsters. Free training every day where I can even earn money off of it. Where would you find something like that? Smiled Luo Feng slightly as he continued to walk in a ruined residential sector. There were quite a few monsters lurking around in this deserted sector. Luo Feng raised his head and spotted a monster's shadow on the 3rd floor of a residential apartment in front of him. Officially begin training. Luo Feng ferociously stepped on the floor, causing a rumbling sound and splitting open the concrete floor, and flew towards the balcony of that 3rd floor like a cannonball. Days of slaughter, begin. After a few days, most of the monsters in the city have already perished since Luo Feng started lurking in this number 0231 country-level city. Unlike other monsters, Luo Feng doesn't kill them immediately. He'll first fight with them for a bit for practice and then take action. Luo Feng always brings a bulging bag of the most important materials from the monsters back to the resupplying base. The resupplying base's Wanwei was also very astonished by Luo Feng's efficiency. Luo Feng's 3rd day of training. Looks like you killed 198 monsters today, around a dozen less than yesterday. And most of these are high-level soldiers. I'll round it up for you, 1.5 million, how's that sound? Luo Feng's 7th day of training. Damn, Luo Feng, you're crazy. You killed 210 monsters today too? I'll give you a price of 1.6 million. It's not like we only traded once or twice, so I'll tell you now, brother, killing soldier-level monsters isn't that easy. Many of them form hordes, so you won't be so successful every time. Make sure you don't get surrounded. Luo Feng's 16th day of training. Crazy asterisk, 182 monsters, just around average today? However, the quality of the materials are pretty good, and there are even snake-type monsters. I'll give you 1.5 million inch. Asterisk TL note, as in Luo Feng's nickname. Luo Feng's 21st day of training. Crazy, tell me, have you found a certain location where soldier-level monsters act independently? And when you kill them, another one will quickly appear. The fighter resupplying base wasn't that large, so it was impossible to hide. Rumors about Luo Feng quickly spread around the entire resupplying base, about a crazy person who kills soldier-level monsters every day for money. Using quantity over quality. One low-level commander-level monster could be worth around 10 million, but you can quickly catch up to that price with 1,000 high-level soldier-level monsters. However, killing 1,000 high-level soldiers is much more difficult than killing one low-level commander. Most soldier-level monsters act in hordes, so it's extremely rare to find them acting independently. That crazy Luo Feng, he's killing soldier-level monsters like mad. How does he do it? How is he able to kill so many in a day? Who knows? And even if someone knew the secret, who'd be willing to tell? However, I heard that he's able to earn around $1 million every day, nearing $2 million. If this goes on, he'll be able to make $50 to $60 million in a month. In a year, that's $500 to $600 million, which is comparable to powerful warlord-level fighters. 365 days a year, killing soldier-level monsters like crazy every day? No human can take that. Don't know, but that crazy has been going on like this for a month. There were tons of people discussing about Luo Feng in the resupplying base. For the warrior-level fighters, they admired Luo Feng. Warrior-level fighters aren't able to make money that easily. Even advanced warriors like Zhang Zehu and the Wei Jiao brothers only make around $50 to $60 million in a year. For the beginner and intermediate levels, $10 million a year is pretty good. And Luo Feng earns $50 to $60 million in just 1 month. Crazy. Of course, for the warlord fighters, they're just amazed for a bit. They wouldn't waste their time on things like this. As for the powerful war god fighters that occasionally enter the resupplying base, they would just sigh, this kiddo is quite crazy. Interesting. November 29, 2056, the sky was dark and the winds were harshly blowing. On the first floor in some city market, 10 huge horned boars were howling as they continuously mobbed one youth. The howling kept rumbling throughout the city and a few shelves were already smashed into pieces. The horned boars were completely enraged and attacked crazily. The youth had a hexagonal shield in one hand and a ghost blade in the other. He swayed like a butterfly while his movements caused a few afterimages to appear. One word, quick. Attack. Luo Feng, who kept dodging, instantly moved the ghost blade in his hand. In this instant, a few slight sounds like thunder could be heard. Oh, indeed, they said that once your blade reaches a certain level, the air around it will start making this sound. The blade drew across the neck of every horned boar with unrivaled accuracy. Combining that with his footwork caused the power to be even more amazing. Even though there were many horned boars, only 2 or 3 could attack Luo Feng at the same time. Every time he killed 1 or 2, Luo Feng was always able to use the corpses of the monsters to find some opening and avoid getting slammed by the monster horde. Even many warlord fighters can't handle their surroundings so accurately. Pu. The fresh blood of the horned boar shot out like water from a fountain. In just a moment, half of the couple dozen horned boars were killed, and another 10 horned boars ran away after things turned bad. This isn't good. If it's not a high-level soldier, it's not worth money. Luo Feng picked out 19 high-level soldiers out of all the corpses of the horned boars. He cut off their horns and put them into his bag. The horns of a high-level soldier are worth around $8,000 if I sell them to the Underground Alliance. As for the other corpses of the horned boars, Luo Feng was too lazy to bother with them. However, Luo Feng didn't really like collecting the horns of the horned boars. Not only were they a bit heavy, but their prices were just average. Since his bag has limited space, he only collects materials from around 75% of the monsters he killed. The actual number of monsters he killed every day was over 300. It couldn't be helped. Who was the one that made the reproduction rate of the boar-type and dog-type monsters so high? After leaving the city that reeked of blood, Luo Feng came to the roof of a normal 6-story residential apartment to rest. After training for the past 50 days, my technique barely steps into the Ru Wei class. Luo Feng didn't use all of that training to just kill. Every time he fought with a small group of monsters, Luo Feng first undergoes technique training, and then he kills them. This way, Luo Feng's efficiency would be very high. Of course. In the past 50 days, Luo Feng was in danger around 20 or so times. Since the howls of the dying monsters occasionally attracts even more monsters. Facing a few hundred to even over 1,000 enraged monsters, Luo Feng could only use his spiritual force to flee in panic, but you could say, without his spiritual force, Luo Feng would have died around 20 times already. But it was because he possessed his spiritual force that Luo Feng was able to use such an insane training method. For over 8 hours a day every day, he's surrounded by large amounts of enraged monsters. The effects of 1 day of Luo Feng's training could equal a month of an average fighter's training in the wilderness. And an average fighter only enters the wilderness a few times a year. With these 50 days of training, along with the Luo Feng technique from the 9-stage Thunderblade, Luo Feng finally barely steps into the Ru Wei class. My technique steps into the Ru Wei class. However, my blade is still only on the first stage of the Thunderblade. Luo Feng constantly tried to unleash the second stage, but unfortunately, he couldn't. However, who knows how much more control Luo Feng has over his power? Know that. In the past 50 days, Luo Feng killed over 10,000 monsters. 10,000 monsters. Most fighters wouldn't kill that many monsters in their entire lives. Such an enormous amount was what created Luo Feng's precise, clean, and sharp blade technique. The biggest thing Luo Feng gained from the past 50 days was experience. The experience of fighting on the border of life and death, remaining calm, and making decisions. Now he is able to calmly find a chance in a battle to the death, and attack. Every fighter training in the Ru Wei class possesses this ability. It's already 5 p.m., time to go back. Luo Feng took a look at his tactical communications watch, and directly jumped off the roof with his backpack on his back. A few moments later, Luo Feng was in a pretty good mood as he walked along the highway. Suddenly, he felt a tremor and couldn't help but to turn his head. What he saw were 3 shadows panicking as they sprinted far away on the highway. Sometimes they would sprint and sometimes they would leap over 10 meters far. These shadows were extremely quick. The one running in front is Wandong? With a glance, Luo Feng recognized one of the 3 that were running. He was precisely the Wandong that was the only one in the fighter combat exam able to compete with him. And behind them were a dark mass of monsters. Each of the monsters were only around 30 centimeters large, just barely larger than a human's palm. However, these little monsters formed a sea of monsters, causing Wandong and the other 2 to drop their blades, shields, etc. and sprint for their lives. A rat tide? Luo Feng was shocked. Even a war god level fighter has no chance of surviving after being surrounded in the infinite rat tide, also known as the rat disaster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 4, Grade 3 Rat Tide. Volume 4, Chapter 4, Grade 3 Rat Tide. The black rat tide seemed infinite, and was wide enough to cover the whole highway. It seemed to stretch on for over 100 meters. With each rat monster being 30 centimeters in length, there were definitely over 10,000 monsters in this rat tide. And this rat tide counts as a small one. Even a war god will die if he gets caught in it. So Luo Feng only had one choice. Run. Luo Feng immediately started sprinting on the highway. Who? Wandong and the other 2 had threw away their blades, shields, and other weapons a long time ago. Each of them were sprinting as the rat tide behind them chased incessantly. The distance between them shortened from 20 meters to 15 meters, 14 meters, 13 meters. Fuck! What's taking the army so long? If they don't come soon, we're dead. Wandong and the others cursed in their hearts and clenched their teeth as they accelerated, increasing the distance between them and the rat tide. They directly pulled away to 30 meters. Only after that did Wandong and the other 2 start decelerating. I can't run anymore. Me neither. Wandong and the other 2 exchanged glances, and all of them were in bitter pain. Their maximum sprint speed is way faster than this rat tide, but since it's their maximum, they won't be able to maintain it for long. For example, it was pretty good for the humans before the Grand Nirvana period to run 100 meters in 10 seconds. 100 meters in around 10 seconds. But what about 1,000 meters? Can they do that in 100 seconds? 10,000 meters? Could they do it in 1,000 seconds? In fact, before the Grand Nirvana period, the record for the male's 10,000-meter run was around 1,580 seconds. Fighters now are the same. Wan Dong and the others can run 60 meters per second in their maximum sprint speed, but they've been running for nearly half an hour now. Right now, they can barely keep up a speed of 40 meters per second. Only when the rat tide nears them do they force themselves with their lives on the line to run faster. Wan Dong and the others have ran about 300 miles. One could imagine how tired they are. Hurry up and come, army. This is pretty close to the resupplying base. How come the army still isn't here? Wan Dong and the other two were starting to lose feeling in their legs. Their muscles were too tired to run any faster. And Luo Feng maintained an astonishing speed of 60 meters per second while carrying his blade and shield. Wan Dong and the other two have used up most of their energy, but Luo Feng is still in peak condition. Luo Feng was already pretty far from the rat tide, so he quickly lost them. With a glance, Luo Feng saw a deep blue shadow coming from far away in the sky. At first, he thought it was some sort of flying monster, but as the deep blue flying object neared, Luo Feng realized what it was. It was some sort of flat, round, saucer-shaped military aircraft. Most of the military's aircraft are made in this shape, since it's easier to attack and defend against flying monsters in the air. Army. It's the Army's aircraft. The exhausted trio suddenly gave an excited yell, and each of them started accelerating. Luo Feng, who was still sprinting, also slowed down. He raised his head and watched the military aircraft rush towards the monster horde. When it was around 100 meters above the ground, it started hovering perfectly above the monster horde. With Luo Feng's eyesight, he saw a gigantic cannon come out of the bottom of the aircraft. Rumble! A never-ending flame started ferociously shooting out the cannon, directly covering the rat tide below. The temperature of the flame was probably a couple thousand degrees, and most of the rat monsters were burned alive. Suddenly, the usually neat rat tide crumbled entirely. They ran in all directions while giving off horrified yells. However, under the cage of flame, most of the rat monsters were directly burned to death. A portion of the rat monsters ran into the abandoned fields beside the highway, directly burrowed into the ground, and disappeared. You four fighters, a grade 3 rat tide has emerged in a 1,000-mile radius. Please return to the resupplying base. It's not too late to come back to the wilderness after the rat tide alert has been called off a sound carried from the aircraft. Suddenly, it split the air as it flew away, headed off to save the other fighters. Wan Dong and the other two let out a deep, long breath. We've kept our lives. We were so close to being finished. These three were extremely tired. Luo Feng Wan Dong couldn't help but to yell into the distance, "Anything to eat? Give us something to eat." To drink? Luo Feng laughed as he came over. The Wan Dong in front of him wasn't cold and sullen like before. He was exhausted, and filled with joy. After sprinting for his life for around 300 miles, his body used up an astonishing amount of energy. Luo Feng took out a bag from the side pocket of his backpack and took out 3 balls. These 3 are high-energy candies, and here's a sack of water. Luo Feng handed them over, and each of them swallowed the high-energy candy. The water in the sack was split up and quickly finished. Luo Feng, thanks, said Wan Dong thankfully, let me introduce to you. The one beside me is called Wang Ku. The other is called Jiang Tu. I've long heard about Crazy's famous name, said the handsome Wang Ku as laughed. Crazy, your one high-energy candy tastes better than the most expensive delicacy. I was starving, but now I feel much more comfortable, said Jiang Tu, who had a huge beard. Luo Feng walked and chatted with Wan Dong and the other two. How'd you guys encounter the rat tide? That military aircraft said, a grade 3 rat tide? The city Luo Feng was in was too close to the resupplying base, so he didn't have a chance to personally experience the rat tide. I've finally seen how powerful the rat tide is, Wan Dong couldn't help but to say. Before, We were resting on the rooftop of a residential apartment in a country city, but suddenly, large amounts of rat monsters appeared all over the entire city. It was truly infinite. We were so scared that we immediately used steel wires to escape from rooftop to rooftop. We didn't dare to go down. Luo Feng was astonished. He was completely able to imagine a scene with an uncountable amount of rat monsters appearing in a country city. Thankfully, our squad was in the suburbs of the country city. We clenched our teeth, picked an alley with the fewest rat monsters, and ran for our lives. However, on the way, we encountered another rat tide. We didn't have a choice, our squad could only split up and run, making the rat tide split too. We were lucky, we ran to the highway and only a small rat tide was chasing us. While running, Wang Ku and I met this Jiang Tu guy. He pretty much went through the same experience we did. Wan Dong laughed bitterly as he said, "I wonder how Captain and the others are doing." In a place with many streets and alleys, they could split up and run, causing the rat tide to split up too. However, they didn't dare do such a thing on the highway, since only the abandoned fields were beside it. It's harder for humans to sprint in these fields. And the geographical environment of the fields doesn't really have much of an impact on the rat monsters. That's why everyone runs on the highway and aren't willing to enter the abandoned fields. Luo Feng and the others arrived in the fighter resupplying base. At this time, a large amount of fighters were gathered at the gate of the base. "Crazy, I knew that you wouldn't die. Crazy, did you see old Lu and the others in the number 0231 country-level city?" As he walked into the resupplying base, quite a few fighters who recognized Luo Feng came to give their greetings and ask questions, since a rat tide explosion is an extremely dangerous case. Thankfully, this was just a grade 3 rat tide, so it wasn't too dangerous. If it was the legendary grade 1 rat tide, then even the entire Jiangnan headquarters city would be in danger. "Old Wang, have my captain and the others returned yet?" Wan Dong started asking around. "Haven't seen them. Your captain and the others aren't back, it's not recorded here." Today was a sad day for the resupplying base. Quite a few fighters lost their lives. As for the 3 war gods that entered the wilderness today, one of them was actually surrounded by the infinite rat tide and was lost in it. The rat tide crazily attacked with all they had, and killed a war god. Yes, today, a human war god has fallen. There aren't just soldier-level rat monsters in the rat tide, there are also commander-level existences. And the leader of the rat tide is extremely intelligent. Once they select a target, they'll disregard everything else. It was said that while that human war god was struggling, around 10 skyscrapers were destroyed, causing millions of rat monsters to die. Sadly, millions of rat monsters means nothing to the rat tide, which contains billions. Because of that, this war god died. Rumble, the dark clouds rolled and the harsh winds covered the entire land. Sometimes, the sound of thunder could be heard, and with one of the thunder's explosion, heavy rain started pouring. On the rooftop of a villa in the resupplying base, Luo Feng sat on the balcony. "Captain, I'm fine, I was pretty lucky. Didn't get surrounded by the rat tide." "Brother Chen, yeah, I'm fine." "Brother Tai, you can hear my voice." "Of course I'm fine." Luo Feng received several phone calls, since a grade 3 rat tide event only appears around once a generation. Because of that, most of the fighters in Jiangnan City knew what happened. Every time a rat tide case occurs, or the even more horrifying ant tide, many human fighters die. In this case, a human war god has fallen. A big loss to the entire Jiangnan City. Just a grade 3 rat tide caused so many people to die. Then what about the legendary grade 1 rat tide? Or the legendary war between humans and monsters? The war between humans and monsters is the war between 2 civilizations, the war between 2 races. Once the war begins, countless kinds of monsters appear. Ground monsters, all sorts of flying-type monsters, monsters that use quantity of quality, monsters with immeasurable power, burrowing monsters, poisonous monsters, monsters with flying attacks and sound wave attacks. The ground and the sky are covered with countless monsters. There are also burrowing monsters in the ground, and monsters in the lakes. Things like the rat tide and the ant nest are just a portion of them. This is the most horrifying war. Monsters are the enemies of us humans. Right now, the monsters have complete control over the sea. On the ground, humans have the advantage. However, monsters have the advantage in the sky. Humans are forced into headquarter cities and to counterattack from there. Luo Feng never realized this in the past. He always felt like monsters were just being slaughtered by fighters, but today he finally realized. Monsters are entirely capable of wiping humanity off the face of the earth. If humanity goes extinct, what's the point of talking about family? What's the point of talking about cultures, ethics, and morals? My strength isn't enough. Not even close to enough. Luo Feng gazed at the infinite sky and earth. Boom! Ka, dot. The thunder roared, and a flash of lightning came crashing down from the sky. Thunderbolt! Luo Feng stared at the lightning in the faraway sky and suddenly grasped something in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 5, Taken Shape. Volume 4, Chapter 5, Taken Shape. Boom! Crackle! Lightning bolt after lightning bolt came crashing down from the sky. Sometimes two flashes of light will wrap around each other like snakes in the sky to form a lightning bolt. Even a horde leader wouldn't want to get hit by the almighty lightning bolt. The astonishing voltage would probably instantly turn them into dust. Fierce. Sharp, dot. Destroying everything. Luo Feng sat on the balcony of the rooftop as he muttered while watching silently. With Luo Feng's technique training these past days, his technique finally barely steps into the Ru Wei class. As for his blade technique, Luo Feng is only able to control his sword's power. After killing over 10,000 monsters, and adding the amount of control that the 9-stage Thunder Blade already needs, Luo Feng's current control over his blade is already way above Wei Tai and Wei Qing's. However, Luo Feng wasn't able to complete the second stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. He has always wanted to complete the second stage. Know that this instruction manual is extremely powerful. The first stage gives you 140% of your original power, but the second stage gives you 210%. It gives you a full 50% increase from the power in the first stage. In other words, an advanced level warrior can wield the strength of a beginner level warlord. And the 9th stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade is 700%, which is 7x the original. An advanced warrior can wield the power of a beginner level warlord. This is the power of the 9-stage Thunderblade. However, the only person who has mastered all 9 stages in the entire world is the creator, Thunder God. Yeah, like this. Luo Feng, who was always practicing his blade technique, watched the lightning before him. As he watched, he grasped something in his heart. After a short moment, he immediately went down to the second floor to get his ghost blade. After that, with his ghost blade in hand, he started practicing in the heavy rain on the rooftop. The lightning in the distance started dying down. According to the explanation from the instruction manual, every blade master has their own conception. According to the scroll, you have to raise the limits of your blade technique to advance in the 9-stage Thunder Blade. This lightning bolt. Luo Feng started swinging his blade over and over in the heavy rain. Xiao. Unlike before, Luo Feng was trying to grasp the feeling in his heart while training. The feeling he felt when he watched the lightning bolts. The quick, explosive, and extremely concise feeling. Luo Feng's blade drew a light as it slashed around. Burst, burst, burst out. Luo Feng tried to follow the feeling in his heart to unleash another force from his body. It should be like this, but how come I can only unleash the first stage and not the second? The rain was pouring, but Luo Feng was completely immersed in the world of his own blade. He had no time to worry about rain. And tonight, Luo Feng surprisingly didn't undergo any genetic energy training. He just kept unleashing the 9-stage Thunder Blade. However, doing this over and over again caused Luo Feng's body to become very tired. But Luo Feng didn't want to stop. So every time he swung his blade, he simply paused a bit before swinging again. Dawn of Day 2. The rain has stopped a long time ago and a faint glow started to appear from the sky in the east. The winter's chill was already quite apparent at dawn, but Luo Feng, who was completely wet, hugged his blade as he sat on the balcony and frowned. Just what am I missing? Luo Feng himself thought that he should be able to unleash the second stage. Even the inner parts of his body were already starting to unleash a second force, but every time it seemed like it was about to come out, it fell short in the very end. Just missing by a bit. Drip! A droplet of rain fell right into a puddle on the balcony of the rooftop. The calm surface of the water rippled and gently spread to all directions. Luo Feng felt something in his heart. An idea appeared in his mind. The scene he witnessed with the destructive lightning bolts. That was extremely sharp. However, the ripples caused by a droplet of rain were extremely gentle. Just not for long. Your body fitness level can only go so high. The 9th stage is there to give you an explosive strength 7 times greater than your own. However, if you keep pushing towards that limit, how could your body withstand that? Luo Feng eagerly stood up and, with his ghost blade in hand, directly slashed across the area in front of him. The blade moves relatively quickly in its first movement. However, instantly add another force. And another. Add 2 of them consecutively. The blade slashed across the air. Rumble, a sound rang. Luo Feng's right arm, for an instant, basically bulged up for a bit, clearly becoming larger than his left. Just like that, Luo Feng retracted his blade and had a joyful smile on his face. Just like the smooth, gentle surface of water, the deepest parts of his body's muscles naturally connected the 2 forces. And these 2 forces instantly increased the ghost blade's speed to an amazing heights, like lightning. Second stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, finally completed. Just with his blade technique, Luo Feng is able to reach the strength of a low-level warlord. Adding his Ruwei class technique to that, even a regular low-level warlord wouldn't be a match for him. In extreme joy, Luo Feng ran down the stairs and immediately ordered breakfast through the phone. He happily and cheerfully finished his breakfast and prepared to undergo genetic energy training. Not right. My blade did get stronger, but it only has brute force. Luo Feng shook his head and immediately picked up his ghost blade again. I am perfectly capable of controlling exactly when I exert the 2 forces. That way, I can make my blade less predictable. Luo Feng started swinging his blade in the training hall. Since he exerts his force 2 more times, Luo Feng's blade changes 2 more times. This is the difference between someone training in the 9-stage Thunder Blade and an average person. The blade was weird and erratic. Swing, and again. The images of the lightning bolts crashing down from the sky kept appearing in Luo Feng's mind. And the images of the water droplet causing the ripples, this was the feeling he was searching for every time he swung his blade. He needs to find a blade technique for himself. The 9-stage Thunder Blade simply gives him a technique to increase his force. Luo Feng needs to experience and find a blade technique that most suits him. And he needs to conceive a technique that can let his body withstand the force of the 9-stage Thunder Blade with no drawbacks. Immersed in the creation of his technique, the fatigue of his muscles didn't affect Luo Feng's excitement at all. Every time he swung his blade, the technique became more and more erratic. The blade even occasionally made light shockwaves from the 2 faint vibrations it received when drawing through the air. Luo Feng had no idea of how much time has passed. Xiao. The blade drew a light like lightning and like fog. It had some sort of feeling similar to a misty trance. But in just that instant, the blade, like a lightning bolt, disappeared. It's that. Luo Feng finally had a smile on his face. When he casually swung his blade, the the muscles of his body were relaxed. He would then instantly exert a force and then go back to the relaxed state. Changing states like this over and over again will allow Luo Feng to be able to fight for a longer duration in battle. According to the instruction manual, I finally got past the basic part and started on the part of conception. I just barely touched the border though. Luo Feng was extremely happy. What should I call my technique? Since I got my inspiration for this technique from watching lightning, I'll call it Thunderbolt. Luo Feng finally had his own technique. Even though my blade technique, Thunderbolt, was just created, I'll keep improving it in the future, said Luo Feng silently. He lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. It was already 2 p.m. From last night until now, he spent almost 20 hours practicing his blade technique. In just a few days, the Fire Hammer Squad will assemble. My technique and my blade technique have improved, so I'll go back and rest for a few days. Luo Feng was in a joyful mood. After eating lunch, he gathered his things and got on a train headed to Jiangnan City from the resupplying base. Around 50 days of training and killing over 10,000 monsters enabled Luo Feng's technique and blade technique to reach new heights. And the blade technique he created, Thunderbolt, has finally taken shape today. Even though it was simple and plain, he created it when he was just 18 years old. Nobody could say what kind of level the blade technique, Thunderbolt, was capable of reaching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 6, Skill Test. Volume 4, Chapter 6, Skill Test. Yangzhou City's Mingyue sector, Luo Feng's home. In the lobby, Luo Feng was currently merrily eating dinner with his parents and brother. Luo Feng only stayed in the wilderness for 7 or 8 days the first time he went. However, this time he was gone for nearly 2 months. Even though they kept in touch via phone, the joy of actually meeting Luo Feng way surpasses talking through a phone. After dinner, Luo Hua's room. Luo Hua, what are you writing? Laughed Luo Feng as he asked after seeing a Word document on his brother's laptop with a lot of words on it. Reviewing the losses in last month's stock and patching up my theory on the stock market, laughed Luo Hua as he replied, Brother, this main theory of mine actually took a few months to build up. However, to actually complete it will take much longer than that. Luo Feng laughed, Luo Hua, don't tell me about this. I have no idea what you're saying anyway. Oh yeah, how have the stocks been the past 3 months? They haven't been good, a huge drop of 10%. However, the stock I chose count as quality stocks, so with some manipulation, I was able to earn around 50% in the last 3 months, said Luo Hua with a face of confidence. After seeing that, Luo Feng also let out a smile. Actually, Luo Feng also researched a bit about stocks on the internet. As of now, the stock market is completely globalized. However, the situations in each region are different. The stock market could entirely collapse and some regions could undergo inflation. Some places could be attacked by monsters and undergo astonishing deflation. Under these random situations, it's extremely hard to trade stocks. Oh, in other words, you earn 10 million? Said Luo Feng in a surprised tone. Since Luo Feng earned a lot from the hunter 3 months ago, he lent his brother 20 million. Even though he had faith in his brother, it would be too risky to lend him too much money. Pretty good. Luo Feng took out his phone, quickly entered the internet bank, and made a transaction. Beep. Luo Hua took out his phone and was shocked. He received a message saying that his balance has changed. Your card ending in 3206 has increased by 50 million on November 30th 21:51. Brother, 50 million? Said Luo Hua out of shock as he looked towards his brother Luo Feng. 50 million was no small number. As of now, Chinese dollars are quite valuable. The exchange rate between the Earth dollars is only around 3.5. Even for many rich Chinese businessmen and merchants, making them pull out 50 million isn't too realistic. Luo Hua, keep working, I'm sure you can do it, laughed Luo Feng. Luo Hua's eyes flashed and he nodded seriously. Controlling such a huge amount of money as he entered the stock market gave Luo Hua a sense of accomplishment. For a handicapped person like him, he has made the stock market his career a long time ago. He has played through all types of stocks since a few years ago, and is finally confident in what he does. You can say, he already has the foundation of a master. However, even a master can fail in the stock market. Because of this, there is a lot of psychological pressure. Don't stay up too late, said Luo Feng as he laughed and went downstairs. 50 million, Luo Feng didn't really mind. His training in the past 2 months has earned him over 80 million. The amount of money he made was admirable to many fighters, but unfortunately, they can't learn Luo Feng's method. Luo Feng is a spirit reader. And if Luo Feng really wanted to make money, he could use his spiritual force to kill large amounts of commander-level monsters. Last night was stormy, but tonight, the stars were bright. The starlight shone through the glass in the second floor's training hall. Luo Feng was swinging his ghost blade over and over again at an extremely high frequency. And every time he swung his blade, he pushed himself to his limit to unleash the 9-stage Thunderblade, and since he bitterly practiced for 20 hours straight in the resupplying base, swinging his blade at an extremely high frequency would tire him out in just 30 minutes. After that, Luo Feng would undergo his Daoing technique training, 9-stage Hun Yuan. Finally, he would undergo the genetic energy training, Wuxian Xiang Tian. Shishi Luo Feng, who was undergoing Wuxian Xiang Tian, sat cross-legged and couldn't help but to let out a face of joy. He clearly felt that all the cells in his body were crazily gobbling up the cosmic energy. After finishing the first stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, my training rate almost doubled. And now, after completing the second stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, every cell in my body became even more hungry and can absorb even more genetic energy. Time passed minute by minute. After a while, as if all the cells in his body joyfully burped, none of them could absorb anymore and were completely satisfied. After finishing the first stage, my training rate doubled. After finishing the second stage, even though my training rate didn't raise as much as the first time, it still increased by around 30%. Luo Feng was amazed. The 9-stage Thunder Blade was indeed amazing and unrivaled. With that Daoing technique, his training rate increased even more. I trained bitterly at home for a month and then trained in the wilderness for 2 more months. I wonder how much my strength has increased from these past 3 months, thought Luo Feng expectantly. Indeed, Luo Feng was improving rapidly every single day for the past 3 months. Since he's a spirit reader, his spiritual force has been subtly making his body stronger. This is one reason why spirit readers grow so quickly. Also, Luo Feng is training in the 9-stage Thunder Blade and has been fighting on the border of life and death for the past 2 months. All 3 of these factors combined have made Luo Feng's rate of growth around 5 to 6 times faster than an above-average fighter. I'll go test for a bit in the limit hall tomorrow to see how strong I am. Luo Feng wanted to see the results of his bitter training. Dawn, around 5 a.m. Luo Feng was headed towards the limit hall. Crazy, up so early? There were a few fighters doing their morning practice in the sector. Crazy, I heard you made a ton these past 2 months. You better treat us to something. Treat us brothers in this sector to a cheerful, good meal. Quite a few fighters laughed as they gave their greetings. Nobody knew much about Luo Feng's huge earning from the hunter Silver Moonwolf, but quite a few people in the circle of fighters recognized Luo Feng from the crazy slaughtering he did. Killing 10,000 soldier-level monsters in 2 months is indeed a crazy battle record. So getting the nickname Crazy isn't so weird. Also, because of this, Luo Feng has gained much more respect from everyone. No matter how stupid someone is, killing 10,000 monsters will make you extremely experienced. Practice makes perfect. Alright, no problem, want to go tonight, laughed Luo Feng. After entering the limit hall, a reception lady in the lobby saw Luo Feng and yelled, "Mr. Luo, so early, there aren't even any people here yet." Would you like something to drink? I'll arrange for it. Not right now, but prepare some tea and dessert. I'll eat it when I come down, laughed Luo Feng, and then he directly went upstairs. Limit Hall's 6th floor. Luo Feng was extremely thankful as he looked at the gigantic training hall on the 6th floor. This was where he went through the prospective fighter exam. Who knew that, in a blink of an eye, that prospective fighter from before is now a true elite fighter? Luo Feng turned on the fist strength machine and the speed testing machine. After turning on the speed tester, Luo Feng stood on the track. Let's see my power. Luo Feng, who was relaxed, instantly shot out with a HU sound like an arrow leaving its bow. In a blink of an eye, he rushed through the track and started slowing down. Luo Feng looked at the speed tester, and the display showed 78.6 m/s. Not bad, Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Normally, 60 meters per second is what you would need for your body fitness level to reach an advanced level warrior. And 90 meters per second is what you need to reach a beginner level warlord. Let me test my strength. Luo Feng walked in front of the fist strength testing machine, took in a deep breath, and let his force explode. Boom! The fist smacked into the tester like a cannonball and ferociously shook the whole thing. The display showed 6,121 kg. Usually, 4,000 kilograms counts as an advanced level warrior. And 8,000 kilograms counts as a beginner level warlord. Of course, this is just a number that estimates your strength. Your true skill is determined not only by your body fitness level, but also by your record of slayed monsters. Body fitness is just a portion of your strength. Now let's test the 9-stage Thunder Blade S force exertion. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and then suddenly opened his eyes. He exerted force through his feet, which caused the entire floor of the training hall to shake a bit. The powerful force instantly carried from his feet to his waist. Kakaka, each section of Luo Feng's spine held up, and the powerful force carried to his right arm. At the same time, his waist and back let out two connected force exertions like the rippling on the surface of a puddle. Connect. Second stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, 210% power, explode. As Luo Feng's fist moved, it continuously accelerated. It brought along an explosive shock wave, as it directly smacked into the machine. Boom! The target fell down and then slowly straightened itself again. The display also paused for a bit before showing the number 12,928 kg. Alright. Luo Feng let out a smile on his face. 6,121 times 2.1 is 12,854. However, fist strength is just an estimate, so it can be a bit higher or lower. In other words, Luo Feng's full power nears 13,000 kilograms of force. His actual body fitness level is an advanced level warrior's. However, with the 9-stage Thunder Blade, he reaches the beginner level warlord. And he is way past the required 8,000 kilograms. A beginner level warlord's fist strength is usually between 8,000 kilograms and 16,000 kilograms. Finally, let's test my reaction speed. Luo Feng entered the reaction speed testing room and switched it to the beginner level warlord mode and set it to begin in 5 seconds. After pressing the red button, Luo Feng swiftly ran into the circle. Inside the circle. After around 5 seconds, beep beep, the cannon of the reaction speed tester machine started rotating faster and faster until it reached an astonishing speed. After that, little rubber bullets shot out of the dozens of muzzles in the main cannon, which flew towards the red circle. So fast, Luo Feng stood in the middle of the red circle and started moving swiftly. His steps were light, yet quick. And very relaxed. If you could find someone who has the same reaction speed as Luo Feng, they probably wouldn't be as relaxed as him, because Luo Feng's technique has reached the Ru Wei class. With the Ru Wei class technique, Luo Feng is able to maximize his dodging ability. Pu. 2 bullets hit Luo Feng, but Luo Feng didn't hesitate and kept dodging. 1 minute later, the cannon stopped rotating. Luo Feng then walked to the display and looked carefully. 60 seconds, 21 hits, 0 contacts with the red light, excellent? Luo Feng was amazed at this grade. He was actually able to receive a grade of excellent on a beginner-level warlord's reaction speed test. You can clearly see the results of the Ru-Wei class. Actually, this reaction speed testing machine technically tests your dodging ability. And your dodging ability is dependent on your speed, reaction speed, awareness, etc. However, this is the best way of testing it. 78.6 meters per second. Fist strength of 6,121 kilograms, I can make it near 13,000 kilograms at best. Reaction speed test, beginner level warlord, excellent. Luo Feng was extremely satisfied with the results. He was clear that his body fitness level should make him an advanced level warrior, but with help from the 9-stage Thunderblade and Ru-Wei class, he's able to make his attack power and reaction speed reach a beginner level warlord. After testing, Luo Feng went downstairs cheerfully. In the lobby on the first floor, quite a few fighters were sitting and chatting. Crazy. Luo Feng Chief Instructor Wu Tong was also there and laughed as he said, "Did you come this early to watch the prospective fighter exam? You didn't watch the past few times. Well, this time is good too, come and see how these rookies test. Maybe you can test them when the time comes?" Luo Feng froze. Prospective fighter exam? Yes, today is December 1st. Every first day of the month is the day of the prospective fighter exam. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 7, The War God Who Passed Away, Lu Gang. Volume 4 Chapter 7, The War God Who Passed Away, Lu Gang. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. This world is indeed quite interesting. 5 months ago he was a member of the dojo that came here to test. At that time, his family still lived in a cheap home. In a blink of an eye, he's now living in the Mingyue sector and is easily making millions. You should still do the testing, Uncle Wu. At that time, I'll drop by and take a look, laughed Luo Feng as he sat on the side. A waiter immediately brought tea and desserts. Crazy, a dojo uniform-wearing man, who was also an instructor at the Dojo of Limits, laughed as he said, "I heard that you killed over 10,000 monsters in the past 2 months? And that they were mostly high-level soldier-level monsters? Then have you reached the beginner-level warlord level?" Seems so, nodded the person beside in agreement. Wu Tong also nodded. There's no way that an advanced level warrior could kill all these monsters so easily. Even if Luo Feng hasn't reached the beginner level warlord level, he's basically at that level. I remember that Luo Feng is training in the 9-stage Thunderblade, so it seems that the 9-stage Thunderblade has shown its effect. Luo Feng froze. Isn't that why? He killed over 10,000 monsters in a bit less than 2 months, and most of them were definitely high-level soldiers. Indeed, it would be really difficult for an advanced-level warrior to have such efficiency. No wonder they all think that he has reached the beginner-level warlord level. The 9-stage Thunderblade is extremely hard to train in, and the price for that instruction manual is extremely expensive, said the other fighters. Yeah, it is very hard, laughed Luo Feng as he nodded. I just coincidentally had some small breakthroughs. Oh. Everyone there, including Wu Tong, noticed that Luo Feng had a different look in his eyes. The 9-stage Thunderblade is an ultimate instruction manual. Quite a bit of people have bought this instruction manual, but quite a bit of fighters have also failed to just enter the first stage. Training in this instruction manual means that you'll be able to dominate your battles. Luo Feng, a sound carried from outside. Luo Feng turned his head and saw Brother Chen. Luo Feng, I heard you came back, but I didn't think you would be here so early, laughed Chen Gu as he walked over. Oh yeah, are you planning to go to Senior Lu Gang's memorial meeting tomorrow? It's such a big case, so we're all going. Luo Feng, you come too when the time comes, said Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Luo Feng sighed with emotion, and then nodded. Of course he has to go to such an event. Their senior, Lu Gang, who passed away in the Grade 3 rat tide, was a powerful war god. Even though Luo Feng didn't personally experience a rat tide, he was in the wilderness when the rat tide exploded. He couldn't help but to feel sorry for the dead. Seeing how his senior has passed away, naturally Luo Feng will go and pay his respects. On the day of the prospective fighter exam, Luo Feng and the others watched the Tender Juniors test. There were a total of 8 people, and 3 of them passed. There was actually someone Luo Feng was familiar with out of these 8 people. An elite member of the Xi'an region's Dojo of Limits. However, this elite member didn't pass. Day 2, dawn. The temperature was low. In the funeral parlor of Jiangnan City's Heroes Hall, security was extremely tight since many people were coming to pay their respects to their senior, Lu Gang. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were all gathered together, and all 5 of them wore black. There are quite a few people here today, said Chengu as he took in a breath. Luo Feng looked around, and just the surrounding streets were all filled with people who have come to pay their respects. Most importantly, today is the first day of mourning, so only fighters, family members, high-ranking government officials, etc. are allowed to come. And from tomorrow until the 7th day, the regular citizens are allowed to come in to pay their respects. Even so, there were over 10,000 people gathered here, and all of these people were upper-class people in Jiangnan City. Some of them were at the top of large businesses, the government, and the army. There were also a huge mass of fighters. In the group of fighters, there were even powerful war god level fighters. If a war god dies, it is normal for the other war gods to come pay their respects. The national television came too, said Luo Feng as he watched their vehicle. A war god's memorial meeting is broadcasted across the entire country, said Gao Feng thankfully. Barely any war gods die across the entirety of China each year. Only fighters that are ranked war god or higher can get broadcasted across the entire country. Warrior and warlord level fighters will never be able to enjoy such great treatment. Also, only the top generals of the army receive this kind of treatment too. Look, it's the mayor of Jiangnan City. He's over there, the leader that frequently appears on television. Look over there, it's the head of the Su family, one of the 12 families of the HR Alliance. After Luo Feng heard about the Su family, he couldn't help but to look over. An old man who was a bit fat and had white hair all over his head, seemed to be around 80 or 90 years old. However, he naturally had an aura of high authority around him. Behind him were 4 of his subordinates. Over there is the powerful war god level fighter Zhu Gushan. He's our chief instructor Zhu Gutao's brother. Quite a few fighters were discussing. The people who came here today were indeed important people. Whether in the world of the government, the army, businesses, or fighters, all of them were at the top. The memorial is starting, said Gao Feng as he looked ahead. However, we have to wait for a bit before we can enter. Let's wait. We rarely get to see all of these people, laughed Chengu. Luo Feng and the others stood by the street and waited in the back with a large amount of fighters. The VIPs ahead already started to enter. Beep. A gloomy, dark saucer-shaped fighter aircraft directly flew over from far away, and the army surrounding the Heroes Hall didn't attempt to block it. And the powerful war god fighters, the mayor of Jiangnan City, and all of the top officials in the army and government that entered the memorial all came out to greet. A big one has arrived, Chengu's eyes flashed. Damn, what kind of person came? Even Gao Feng was shocked. The people who were at the scene were already at the top of China's upper-class society. For example, the war god fighters were at the top of the fighters. The mayor of Jiangnan City is, without a doubt, a top official. There are only 6 headquarters cities in China, so he is much more important than a governor before the Grand Nirvana period. However, all of these people have come out to greet. Who is it? Luo Feng looked carefully. All the fighters, and even the reporters from the national television, stared closely. Nobody dared to make a sound. Complete silence. The saucer-shaped fighter aircraft slowly descended, and its mechanical door opened. A thin man who had an aquiline nose and whose clothes were black came down the steps of the fighter aircraft. It didn't seem like he was in a good mood, and tears could be seen in his eyes. Just his presence caused the people in a 10-meter radius to feel like they were falling into darkness. He is the deity in that radius. Mr. Zhu, a powerful war god fighter, spoke. The aquiline-nosed man sighed and didn't say anything. The war god fighters, the mayor of Jiangnan City, and all the top officials from Kyoto City and the army nodded and headed straight towards the Heroes' Hall. The other people followed behind him. Complete silence. Only until after these important people entered did discussions start to rise from outside. Who is that guy? Luo Feng was full of curiosity. This is, without a doubt, the type of man who was at the top of China. War god fighters rarely greet even a country's leader. Usually, war god fighters don't respect high-ranking officials. No idea. Chen Gu and the others shook their heads. Gao Feng's ears moved a bit and then he said quietly, someone ahead said that the guy just now is named Zhu Shi. I heard of the name Zhu Shi. Back then, he was an extremely famous war god level fighter. However, I haven't heard of him since. He rarely showed himself. I read on the internet that this Zhu Shi has already surpassed the war god level and is one of the peak existences. An existence that surpasses the war god level? Luo Feng and the others took in a deep breath. Holy! An existence like that can go head-to-head with an entire country. A whole country has to bow down to this kind of person. This is indeed one of the top existences of human society. No wonder all the top officials of the businesses, government, army, and even war god fighters came to receive and greet him. You can say, such a person is like a god to humanity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 8, Gua Hai. Volume 4, Chapter 8, Gua Hai. Note: from now on we'll do one page per chapter on this novel based on popular demand. Grief echoed throughout the entire Heroes' Hall. From the government officials to the generals of the army to the war god level fighters, all of them paid their respects. Even the national television was carefully recording this scene as the reporter described what was happening in front of the camera. Soon, it was Luo Feng and the group's turn. As the crowd flowed, the 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad quickly entered the Heroes' Hall. There was just a gigantic photo at the memorial meeting. Just a photo, not even a body, thought Luo Feng to himself with amazement. Indeed, once you die after facing the infinite rat tide, not even your bones will remain. Luo Feng and the others respectfully bowed 3 times while being surrounded by the sounds of grief. Silently kneeling beside them were the powerful war god fighter's wife and daughter. Luo Feng and the others quickly left the area. The mood of the area outside the hall seemed to have relaxed a bit. It wasn't so oppressive like the mood in the hall. Senior Lu Gang was unfortunate, sighed Gao Feng as he shook his head. He just happened to fall into the middle of a rat tide. And the leader of the infinite rat tide surely determined that Senior Lu Gang was a top fighter of humanity, so it was willing to give up everything to kill him. And once the rat tide is willing to do so, there's no escaping it. Luo Feng said in a small voice, from what I heard from the scenes captured by the satellites, a couple dozen skyscrapers fell and millions of rat monsters died in Senior Lu Gang's struggle. One can imagine the scene. Before, Luo Feng, Wan Dong, and the others were only being chased by a small rat tide containing around tens of thousands of rat monsters. And there wasn't even a single commander-level rat monster in that small rat tide, or else how come the rat tide couldn't catch up to Wan Dong and the others' speed? Even such a small rat tide was able to give Luo Feng such pressure. When he thinks about a scene of being surrounded by billions of rat monsters, he couldn't help but to shudder. The fact that the war god fighter was able to kill millions of rat tide monsters in such a short time showed that he was extremely powerful. If Senior Lu Gang was a bit more careful from the start and tried to avoid the center of the rat tide, he wouldn't have died, sighed Gao Feng. The cold outside the Heroes' Hall was heavy, and the streets were filled with those from the circle of fighters, the government, the army, and people from family corporations. Luo Feng, a sound carried over. Luo Feng turned his head and saw Su Xian in a black outfit not too far away. This outfit gave Su Xian a small feeling of coldness. Su Xian, you don't have class today? Asked Luo Feng. Today is Saturday, so I came over with my family. Su Xian couldn't help but to laugh. Luo Feng paused, and then laughed at himself. Saturday, oh. I can't even remember the day of the week once I stopped going to school. After you become a fighter, the day of the week doesn't matter at all. When he was still going to school, he was crystal clear on the date. Now that classmate Luo Feng is a fighter, he's different from us other classmates, said Su Xian purposefully. Luo Feng and Su Xian chatted like this on the side of the street. And Su Gang, who was currently chatting with a middle-aged lady, caught a glimpse of Luo Feng and Su Xian together. He couldn't help but to frown, and then apologized to the middle-aged lady beside him. Director Zhang, I have some things to attend to. We'll talk about this dividing case later. The middle-aged lady smiled as she nodded her head. Su Gang walked to a close spot and paid attention to Luo Feng and Su Xian out of the corner of his eye. With Su Gang's vision, he could clearly see Luo Feng and Su Xian's expressions. Clearly, they were having an enjoyable time, which made Su Gang's face even worse. Sister is a prideful person, so she usually doesn't like to talk to guys of the same age. How come with this Luo Feng? Sister Su Xian has already reached the required age for marriage, so Su Gang was extremely attentive to her love life. No matter what. He did not like Luo Feng. A fighter who'll die off who knows when, and he's still bothering my sister? The deeper they go, the more bitter hardship my sister will have to go through in the future. Su Gang was enraged. This Luo Feng, I already told him tactfully last time. If he knows, then he should stay away from my sister. He fails to appreciate my kindness. Su Gang was clearly mad, but what can he do even if he's mad? He won't foolishly charge in. Su Gang's gaze unexpectedly landed on someone not too far away, and with a heartbeat, I'll let Luo Feng have some pain and know his place. As he thought that in his heart, Su Gang headed towards the left. Master Su, a seemingly handsome youth whose head was shaved, laughed as he gave his greetings. Guahai, laughed Su Gang, I didn't think I would see Brother Guahai here. I thought you were still in the wilderness. Senior Lu Gang's memorial meeting is a huge thing, how could I not come? The handsome youth looked towards the Heroes' Hall and shook his head as he sighed. Back then, I received some pointers from Senior Lu Gang. Who could have known that such an awesome, powerful fighter like Senior Lu Gang would, Su Gang felt like Guahai was actually sad, and he secretly shook his head. This Guahai isn't even that close to War God Lu Gang. Isn't he putting up too much of a show? As a merchant, he was unable to understand the feeling between the fighters. Fighters that walk on the border of life and death never forget their favors. Naturally, one would never forget a senior's advice for the rest of their lives. Guahai, my sister came here today to laugh. Su Gang. Su Xian? Guahai's heart skipped a beat. Where? Su Gang laughed bitterly, and then showed the direction with his eyes. Oh, over there, chatting with a young fighter. Guahai saw Luo Feng and Su Xian far away and slightly frowned. He said in a surprised tone, as far as I know, Lady Su Xian rarely talks to fighters, so I'm guessing that this young fighter has a special connection with her. Even though he liked Su Xian, Guahai didn't believe that Su Xian had to like him back. He does have a special connection. Su Gang shook his head. They used to be classmates, so my sister is on quite good terms with this kid. Or else she wouldn't be talking so much with him. Guahai nodded. Indeed, Su Xian rarely talked to young men. Even though he had quite a bit of self-control, Guahai couldn't help but to feel a bit jealous. This kid, I warned him before to stay away from my sister. However, it looks like he has some plans of his own for my sister. Su Gang looked at Guahai. this kid doesn't even look at his own position. A warrior-level fighter who knows when he'll die. And he still dares to chase after my sister. A commoner chasing after royalty. Guahai frowned, but couldn't help but to feel a bit proud inside. Young people can't help but to compare themselves to others. As of now, he's already an intermediate-level warlord. And he's only 21 years old. Su Gang, you're right. A warrior-level fighter will have a hard time in the wilderness. Who knows what he'll die to, nodded Guahai. If that kid really cares about Su Xian, he shouldn't her. I think so too. Followed Su Gang. Guahai looked at Luo Feng and asked, oh yeah, what's his name? He's named Luo Feng, and just became a fighter not too long ago, said Su Gang. Luo Feng? Guahai frowned. Crazy? Su Gang froze and looked at Guahai suspiciously. What crazy? Crazy is a nickname. Only someone who has skill would receive a nickname from others. Usually, people don't even get nicknames even when they want them. Guahai looked towards Su Gang and frowned as he said, this Luo Feng has a bit of fame in the circle of fighters. You underestimate him. Even though he just became a fighter not too long ago, he killed over 10,000 soldier-level monsters in just 2 short months. And I heard that they were mostly advanced-level soldiers. I estimate that he has the skill of a beginner-level warlord. Killed over 10,000 monsters? 2 months? Su Gang blinked twice. And, you said he's a beginner warlord level? A 18-year-old beginner warlord level fighter? Su Gang couldn't help but to exclaim. Guahai nodded. Su Gang widened his eyes as he turned around to look at Luo Feng, who was currently joyfully chatting with Su Xian, and couldn't help but to curse, ********, this kid pretended to be weak and tricked me. Who knew he was such a person? A 18-year-old beginner warlord compared to a 21-year-old intermediate warlord. As for potential, Luo Feng's is slightly higher. Su Gang's attitude changed a bit. Who knew that this crazy also like Su Xian? Guahai let out a smile. Interesting. Luo Feng is actually called crazy. This nickname. Su Gang was amazed beyond belief, however, killing around 10,000 monsters in 2 months. This is indeed quite crazy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 9, Number 003 City. Volume 4, Chapter 9, Number 003 City. He was completely shocked, but Su Gang quickly regained his composure. As he examined Luo Feng from far away, the merchant quickly came to a conclusion. This Luo Feng is still young, but he's already a beginner-level warlord. And the conditions he had back home weren't good at all, so being able to come to this stage is indeed quite rare. I'll look at it this way. If he's able to become a war god-level existence someday, then I'm afraid that my dad and the others will have no choice but to let sister marry him. However, a fighter is ultimately a fighter. Even Lu Gang can die, so who knows when he'll die. Whatever, I won't think any further. I'll just see how Luo Feng will grow from here, thought Su Gang to himself. Indeed, a warlord-level fighter is really nothing to a big family like the Su family. The memorial meeting was still ongoing, but some fighters were already starting to leave. After the 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad left, they immediately started searching for a nice-looking hotel with a classical style. The owner of this restaurant knew that there were quite a bit of people attending the memorial meeting today, since the memorial meeting was broadcasted across the country. Once he saw the direction Luo Feng and the others came from, along with the fighter-only car beside them, the owner of the restaurant immediately understood who these 5 were and led them to the best room on the 3rd floor. Alright, go now. Chingu quickly ordered some dishes and waved his hand signaling the waiter to leave. The most beautiful female waiter of the restaurant snuck a peek at them and then immediately left the room. ********, I was in a pretty good mood today until I saw the bastards of the Tiger Fong squad. Just seeing them completely destroyed my great mood. Gao Feng couldn't help but to say out of anger while clenching his teeth. Before they left, Luo Feng and the others met the Tiger Fang squad, who also came to pay their respects. "Captain, there's no need to get so angry over those bastards, it's not worth it." Wei Dai shook his head. "After we enter the wilderness, we'll find a chance to get rid of them," laughed Wei Qing coldly. Luo Feng frowned and scanned the entire room with his spiritual force to make sure there weren't any hidden listening devices. After seeing Luo Feng like that, Gao Feng laughed as he said, "Luo Feng, no worries. This restaurant counts as a high-class one, so people who eat in rooms like these are usually quite important people. Classified information frequently goes around here. If the owner of this restaurant dares to eavesdrop, he's looking for death." Chen Gu also spoke, "Who cares if someone is eavesdropping? We just talked about killing people, but we didn't kill anyone yet. We can't even talk about it with our mouths?" Luo Feng laughed in agreement. "Captain, are there any annoying figures behind the Tiger Fang squad asterisk?" asked Luo Feng. "If there are, then we have to be cautious." Asterisk TL note, no matter where I looked, it said Fire Hammer Squad, but considering the context, I'm pretty sure it's the Tiger Fang Squad. It could just be a typo, but this is the first time I've ever seen a typo like this on all the sources I checked. Who could there be? Gao Feng sneered, "It's not like their parents are war gods." "Oh yeah, senior war god Lu Gang has 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. And the oldest son and daughter are warlord level experts. Only the second son's strength is average sideway tie. These experts are just not the same. Even the daughter is so powerful already." "Oh, 3 children and 2 of them are warlord level?" Luo Feng was shocked. "That's quite normal." Gao Feng said, "Luo Feng, you haven't been in the circle of fighters for a long time, so you probably aren't too sure. Actually, a powerful fighter's children will also be quite powerful. For example, the world's strongest fighter, Hong, is an existence that surpasses a war god. And his sons and daughters are all war god level." Luo Feng blinked twice. He really didn't know about this. "It's quite simple actually," laughed Gao Feng as he continued. "When a fighter trains, every cell in his body absorbs genetic energy, perfecting the genes in his body. The genes of his body continuously get better. And in that process, the stronger the fighter, the higher quality his genes will become. And when he marries and has kids, those genes are passed on to the next generation. It's not weird for children of the exceptionally powerful fighters like Hong, Thunder God, and Jushi to reach the war god level. Because their genes are already great. However, this doesn't carry completely. If they aren't as powerful as their parents, it'll lead to each generation getting weaker and weaker. Eventually, the genes of that family will become average again." Luo Feng nodded. "Genes are indeed passed when having children. The children of powerful fighters have an advantage right at birth." The door opened, and the waiter came in with the food. "Okay." After the waiter put everything on the table and left, Gao Feng sighed as he said, "Actually, if humanity keeps on going like this, the genes of the powerful fighters will spread around, therefore increasing the quality of all the genes of humanity. However, when a weak person marries a powerful person, their children could be quite normal. So, it's very hard to raise the quality of the genes of humanity as a whole. Powerful people raise the quality of humanity's genes, while weak people lower them. However, one point is clear. As time passes, the genes of humanity as a whole will continuously rise in quality. One day, almost all of humanity can become fighters." Luo Feng slightly nodded at Gao Feng's conclusion. "Of course, for every single human to become a fighter, who knows how long that'll take? 500 years? 1,000 years? 50,000 years?" laughed Gao Feng as he shook his head. "Evolution for all of humanity is indeed a slow process." Luo Feng and the others quickly finished lunch and, after the dishes were taken away, ordered some tea. Old Chen and Wei Tai and his brother have pretty much gotten used to their strength. "Let me see, we'll go into the wilderness these 2 days," said Gao Feng as he looked at the others. "Anyone have any opinions?" How about the day after tomorrow? Spoke Chingu. Luo Feng nodded. Let's depart on the day after tomorrow. However, Captain, where are we going to this time? Hada Chungu laughed. This time we surely won't be going to those small country-level cities. Our squad is much more powerful than it was before. Saying that the squad as a whole has increased in strength by at least 10 times is no exaggeration. Let's go to a major city area. Wei Tai and Wei Qing's eyes flashed. In the past, they were only willing to fight a bit in prefecture-level cities. How about we get arrogant and try the number 003 city? Said Gao Feng quietly as he took in a deep breath. Hashtag 003 city? Luo Feng and the others were completely shocked. Number 003 city, what does that represent? You could say it's one of the most horrifying areas in all of Eurasia. This place is near the sea, so there are large amounts of ocean monsters. This city also has one of the highest building densities, so the amount of monsters here has reached an alarming amount. There are many Horde leader level monsters, and even monsters that surpass the Horde leader level live here. Large amounts of top fighters come here. Fighters from other headquarters cities in Asia also come to this area just for this city. Here is where human fighters and soldiers slaughter each other. Here is where the center of China's economy was before the Grand Nirvana period, Shanghai City. There? Wei Tai and Wei Qing were both shocked. That's too much. The difficulty gap is too great. Wei Tai couldn't help but to say, how about we go to number 023 city in Old Suzhou first? No matter how arrogant, anyone would tremble in fear after hearing the name of number 003 city. This place is where the real dragons, snakes, and alligators appear. Gao Feng looked at the others and laughed. Scared? Who's scared? Whoever goes to number 003 city will get major bragging rights. Chenggu's eyes flashed. Go, of course we're going. Number 003 city is a gigantic city anyway, probably more than 10 times larger than the other cities. We're just creeping along the border. What is there to be afraid of? Luo Feng, what about you? The group looked towards Luo Feng, since he was the top fighting force of the squad. Luo Feng contemplated. Of course Luo Feng knew about the legendary number 003 city. What number 003 city means to humans today versus what Shanghai meant before the Grand Nirvana period, they are both special. Okay, we can go. But we have to go slowly from the suburbs, nodded Luo Feng. Of course we're going slowly from the suburbs, or am I tired of living? I don't want to die yet, laughed Gao Feng. Some of my old friends are all drifting around number 003 city. That is where all the top fighters appear. Oomph. Of course we're gonna have to start going there too. Being able to survive in number 003 city is a symbol of strength. Because there are large amounts of alligators there. There are large amounts of commander-level monsters even in the suburbs. And along the riverbanks are quite a few Horde leader-level monsters. So those without strength wouldn't dare go to number 003 city. Alright, then everyone get some rest. We'll depart tomorrow towards number 003 city, laughed Gao Feng. Alright, to number 003 city. The blood of Luo Feng and the others were boiling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 10, Den, Battlefield. Volume 4, Chapter 10, Den, Battlefield. After the third day, Luo Feng and Chenggu left the Mingyue sector and grouped up with Gao Feng, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing at the HR Alliance Market to head towards the resupplying base in the southeast. The military sector in the southeast was way larger than Jiangnan City's northern military sector. This resupplying base is also way larger than the resupplying base in the northern military sector. After getting the key, Luo Feng and the group couldn't help but to take in a breath as they walked inside the resupplying base. The amount of villas in this resupplying base way surpassed the northern sector's amount. And with a glance, you could see large amounts of fighters in every area. In terms of strength, the fighters here have way surpassed the fighters of the northern sector. Of course they're way stronger. Exclaimed Gao Feng, #003 city is near the sea. The uncountable amount of monsters in the sea have split the continent and threatened the mainland along the Huangpu River. This resupplying base exists to deal with those sea monsters. And the fighters are mainly here to deal with the monsters inside the number 003 city. Compared to the monsters of the land, the monsters of the sea pose a much larger threat to humanity. Because the area of the seaway surpasses the area of the land, and the entire sea is the monster's territory. One could imagine just how many monsters are in the sea. Look, that's a poison devil gun, isn't it? HMHM, holy shit, isn't that a war god? War god level fighters rarely appear in the northern military sector, but we just got here and we already saw 1 inch. Not surprising, number 003 city is one of the few large camps for the monsters in all of Eurasia. Professionals from other headquarters cities come here too, not just from our Jiangnan city. So it's not weird for so many strong people to be here. The Fire Hammer Squad looked down from the rooftop of their apartment and were all surprised. The fighters here truly came from all parts of the world. We'll eat, and after lunch we'll head to number 003 city, said Gao Feng. Moments later, the 5 fully equipped members of the Fire Hammer Squad left the resupplying base. It's the Fire Hammer Squad, they came here too? I heard that the rookie, Crazy, who just joined the Fire Hammer Squad is quite strong. He's in beginner warlord, so he's sure to improve rapidly. The people inside the resupplying base laughed as they discussed. Crazy? Wan Dong, who was chatting with his friends in the shade of a tree, couldn't help but to turn his head. At this time, the 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were headed towards the gate of the base. Dong, this Luo Feng is in the same batch as you, right? Spoke the burly brute beside him. Yeah. Wan Dong nodded. We became fighters in the same group. During the grade 3 rat-tide explosion from last time, I even met him. I wouldn't have thought that he would come to the military sector in the southeast. The captain of Wan Dong's original squad died in the rat-tide from last time, so Wan Dong and the others joined another fighter squad and came here. Dong, keep at it, don't lose to this Luo Feng, the burly brute smacked Wan Dong's chest. Wan Dong watched Luo Feng's shadow disappear at the gate while having complicated feelings. When they participated in the prospective fighter exam together, they were both scouted by dojos. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, Luo Feng has already made his name in the circle of fighters while he's still a rookie that needs to work hard. If you mention Crazy of Jiangnan City, most people would know what you're talking about. Know that, making a name for yourself is an extremely difficult thing to do. Or, rely on a earth-shattering battle. Or, rely on a special battle record. Like Luo Feng killing 10,000 monsters in 2 months. Or, rely on the build-up of your fame over tiring months and long years. For example, Chenggu and Zhang Ke spent a dozen years building up their fame before they were known. And now, Luo Feng counts as someone with quite a bit of fame. He was like me back then, and now he's already someone who has a bit of fame in the circle of fighters. I can't lose to him. Wan Dong clenched his fists. With his target Luo Feng right in front of him, Wan Dong didn't dare to relax. Along the highway, Luo Feng and the others walked for around 2 days until they finally reached the outskirts of number 003 city. The sky was gray and the Fire Hammer Squad treaded forwards carefully, into the house. Yelled Gao Feng. Whoosh! 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 Luo Feng and the others swiftly entered a shop on the street. Bleating. Quack quack. Only after the few hundred birds that covered the sky flew past did the Fire Hammer Squad carefully come out. This is where the monsters gather. It's their biggest camp in all of Eurasia. Not just land monsters, but all sorts of flying monsters are here too, warned Gao Feng in a small voice, and since it's near the sea, amphibious monsters appear too. So everyone, make sure to be careful, and even more careful. Understood, Captain Luo Feng and the others nodded. Everyone knew how dangerous it was here. When the group of flying monsters from before attacked, they were only able to keep their lives because of the terrain and Luo Feng's explosion. "Our target is a small sector 2 miles away called Wanke Dream City," said Gao Feng in a small voice. "This Wanke Dream City takes up an immense amount of land, large enough for 1 million people to live there. Right now, there are quite a bit of monsters there. Since it's on the outskirts of number 003 city, horde leader level monsters are rare. It's suitable for us to wander around there for a bit." Okay, the others nodded. "Everybody be careful. Whether the sky, the ground, or even underground, monsters can appear from anywhere." Gao Feng waved his hand. "Depart." Luo Feng's ghost blade was already unsheathed, and Chenggu's RG-112 heavy machine gun was ready to fire at any time. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad carefully moved forward and didn't dare to let down their guard for even a moment. They were completely different from the time they were in the small country-level city. Howl, growl, die. An earth-shaking growl rumbled over from a few dozen miles away, and even some humans enraged howls. Asterisk, 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 what monster? Chenggu couldn't help but to turn his head towards the origin of the sound. That's towards the city sector, where real ichthyosaurus and alligators appear. "There are quite a bit of horde leader level monsters and war god level fighters there," said Gao Feng in a small voice. "If you don't have the power of a war god, going there is suicide. In number 003 city, powerful fighters from not just China, but also Russia and India are there." Luo Feng and the others nodded. For a short 2 miles, not even a minute is needed if they explosively sprint. However, the Fire Hammer Squad spent half an hour to reach the Wanke Dream City sector that was abandoned dozens of years ago. In this half an hour, Luo Feng and the others killed 2 snake-type monsters, 30 regular soldier-level monsters, and a low-level commander, but I heard it was dangerous, but I didn't think it would be this dangerous. We were so careful and yet we were still forced to fight a low-level commander. Chenggu's eyes flashed, just what you'd expect from number 003 city. "Go, hurry upstairs." Gao Feng waved his hand. Luo Feng and the others carefully and swiftly entered an apartment building. This building had 18 floors, and from the first floor to the 12th floor, Luo Feng and the others met around 10 monsters. On the 12th floor was a room around 100 square meters. "While we're here at number 003 city, this house will be our temporary resting spot," spoke Gao Feng. Luo Feng also nodded. Unlike other cities, number 003 city has large amounts of flying type monsters, so you can't rest on the rooftop. If you rest on the roof, you're looking for death. "Look, there." Gao Feng stood on the dusty balcony and pointed towards the south. "Look there, at the place that's completely covered in mist." Luo Feng and the others walked there. Indeed, around 10 miles away, a few buildings could barely be seen in the mist. It was impossible to see any further than the broken sign there. That location was strangely covered entirely by the mist. Number 003 city is actually mostly covered in dust. All sorts of monsters' howls and birds' cries could be heard. And the rumbling of the tens of thousands of monsters was uncountable. That's the core of this sector. It used to be a Nor convenience store, but now there's a high-level horde leader monsters residing there, said Gao Feng sternly. No matter what, we won't approach that area. I heard that the high-level horde leader there has 2 low-level horde leaders, large amounts of commanders, and uncountable amounts of soldier monsters there. It's the tyrant of a 20 to 30 mile radius. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. A high-level horde leader and 2 low-level horde leaders? What kind of group is this? Of course, they can only be a tyrant in the outskirts like this. In the city, horde leader level monsters are everywhere. Gao Feng waved his hand. Alright, we'll rest for the night. Tomorrow, we'll start our journey in the number 003 city. Yes, Captain. Luo Feng and the others exchanged glances and let out smiles. Bleating. The couple hundred bird monsters flew past from above the small sector, and some of them even flew past the apartment buildings. the closest monster was just 20 to 30 meters away from Luo Feng and the others. Everyone enter the rooms and rest. The windows of the rooms aren't big, so the flying monsters can't fly in here. Today, Chenggu and Wei Tai, you two rotate and keep watch for the night. In number 003 city, even if Luo Feng and the others want to sleep, they have to let someone keep watch. Nobody dared to relax, for this was an amusement park to the monsters, a den to the humans, and a battlefield to the fighters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 11, Earning Money Faster Than a Money Printer. Volume 4, Chapter 11, Earning Money Faster Than a Money Printer. After the night, dawn. Luo Feng stood on the balcony of the 12th floor. The winter chill of the morning touched his face, startling Luo Feng's spirit. It's around 5 or 6 degrees below zero today, laughed Gao Feng. It is a bit cold. Luo Feng looked down from the balcony and saw a monster hunting for prey, but right in the morning, there are already quite a bit of monsters in the area. Look, there are around 12 monsters in my field of vision, and 3 of them are commander level. Number 003 city is indeed the camp of the monsters. Gao Feng laughed. Indeed, in a regular city, a commander usually leads around a few hundred regular monsters. They have lots of authority. And in the city that Luo Feng stayed in to train his blade technique, a commander-level monster had around a few hundred to even a few thousand monsters under its control. In a city, the fewer the commanders, the more monsters each one can lead. But in number 003 city, even in the outskirts, a commander-level monster only has around 2 to 3 soldiers with it. Sometimes they have none, becoming a leader without any followers. These are all weaker commanders, they don't have many followers. As for the stronger commanders and even horde leaders, they'll have tens of thousands of followers. Gao Feng turned his head to look at the others. Everyone, wake up, let's go hunt the monsters below. Let's go, brothers, let's earn some money. Chenggu couldn't help but to laugh as he said. This number 003 city is full of opportunity. Commanders are everywhere. The eyes of Wei Qing and Wei Tai flashed. Number 003 city is dangerous. But chances exist together with danger. There are many powerful monsters here, and if you don't have enough skill, you'll easily die. Even if you're powerful, once you get surrounded by a horde, you're also finished. However, the commanders here don't have many followers, so it's much easier to hunt these commanders. Whoosh! 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 Luo Feng was in front of the staircase, and after using his spiritual force to scan the corners, waved his hand. No problem, no monsters in a 20-meter radius. Monsters usually lie in ambush from the corners. And Luo Feng's spiritual force is the best detector. Being with a spirit reader is fantastic, smiled Chenggu. Everyone watch yourselves, don't make a sound. Monsters' ears are very sensitive. Gao Feng glared at Chenggu, and Chenggu immediately shut up. Luo Feng was leading while Gao Feng was in the back. Wei Tai and Wei Cheng were on the 2 sides, and Chenggu was in the middle, but... Luo Feng's gaze landed on a 3-horned boars around 100 meters away. One of the horned boars was extremely large and its horn was black. Unlike the usual gray fur, its needle-like fur was black. All of this pointed to its identity, low-level commander. It's that. Luo Feng said quietly, I'll take care of that horned boar ahead. Everyone watched the surroundings. Whoosh! 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 Luo Feng charged ahead while the 4 in the back naturally spread out according to the formation. They were watching for other commander monsters, or if there were other human fighters trying to interfere. Howl, the commander-level horned boar, saw the human Luo Feng rushing alone and immediately howled. Its speed shot to 100 meters per second, which is around 360 kilometers per hour. And that horned boar was charging straight at Luo Feng. With its body size, the the force of impact would be enough to even smash open a truck. Luo Feng held his ghost blade and kept his regular speed of around 60 to 70 meters per second. The two met. Luo Feng's speed instantly rose, and with a step, he accurately dodged to the centimeter. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's blade was drawing up. As the blade went, it increased in speed twice, making the blade blurry. It became a blinding light. The cold light of the blade was like a thunderbolt, and it drew across the neck of the horned boar. The light of the blade was like a mist from a dream, and instantly dispersed. Blade technique Thunderbolt. First success. Poochie. Poochie. The two seemingly simple slashes from Luo Feng's ghost blade instantly slashed across the necks of the other two soldier-level horned boars. Rumble, the commander-level horned boar who lost its life, continued to sprint for around 10 more meters before falling to the ground with a rumble. It slid on the ground for a few dozen meters before smashing into a large, tough tree that has been growing on the side for dozens of years, causing the entire tree to shake a bit before stopping. Nice job, destroying a commander-level monster with just blade technique alone. Shengu and the others huddled around. You've improved quite a bit. Gao Feng was also happy, and he was already heading over to dissect the corpse of the monster. My technique, along with my blade technique and bountiful experience, made killing a low-level commander so easy. Luo Feng was amazed inside. Since he killed over 10,000 monsters, Luo Feng was able to remain perfectly calm when dealing with these monsters, enabling him to use his blade technique and technique to their maximum, using the smallest amount of strength to instantly get rid of the opponent. Alright, dissection complete. Gao Feng let out a smile. Let's see, we can hunt quite a bit of commander-level monsters today. Go, to the next one. Luo Feng also let out a smile. Everyone in the Fire Hammer Squad were in high spirits. In number 003 city, even though they knew that they were going to be able to hunt many monsters, once they actually started fighting, Luo Feng realized. Holy shit! They weren't killing monsters. They were basically printing money. Even a money printer wouldn't be able to make as much money as Luo Feng and the others were making right now. The materials of a low-level commander are worth around 5 million, 15 million. The materials of a medium-level commander are worth around 10 million, 100 million. The materials of a high-level commander are worth around 50 million, 600 to 700 million. Of course, there are some exceptions, like some extremely rare monster, or some high-level commander that's approaching the horde leader level. Naturally, the prices for their materials will be higher. But most of the monsters fit the price range above. The Fire Hammer Squad killed around 10 commanders a day. Of course, most of them were low-level commanders. The amount of money they made was simply shocking. After fighting for 10 days, Luo Feng and the others killed 92 low-level commanders and 3 medium-level commanders. The estimated price for them is probably $1 billion. Since they fought hard for 10 days, Luo Feng and the others were quite tired, so they took a good day to rest. After that, they kept hunting monsters and it's just that the monsters in the area have clearly decreased by a significant amount. The 15th day. On the 12th floor of the 18-story apartment building, Luo Feng and the others were resting. Captain, we rarely see any low-level commanders near this area anymore, said Shingu hopelessly. It can't be helped. We've been killing quite cruelly recently, laughed Gao Feng, but no need to rush, monsters come in groups. According to my estimations, the amount of monsters here will start increasing within 10 days. All we have to do is quietly defend here, since we're familiar with the area. Luo Feng also nodded. Even though this area was big, Luo Feng and the others memorized it completely these past few days. Looks like number 003 city is still the best for making money. Wei Tai couldn't help but to be amazed. Even though Luo Feng and Gao Feng mainly did all the work, Wei Tai, Wei Chang, and Shengu still benefit greatly. After dividing the money, each of them will get over 100 million. Before, in the small cities, commanders were rare. Wei Chang and Wei Tai probably couldn't earn 100 million in a year. but now they passed that amount in just 15 days. Of course. The bigger the gain, the bigger the risks. In these past few days, Luo Feng and the others also encountered an assault from a flying monster. Thankfully, they hid in the house and relied on Luo Feng's throwing knives to scare them away. Tons of money? It's not a lot at all, laughed Gao Feng. It's normal for a spirit reader to earn billions a year. The only reason we're able to stay here is mainly thanks to Luo Feng. Haha, Chenggu, Wei Chang, and Wei Tai couldn't help but to start laughing. Captain, don't say that. It's because of your help that killing these monsters became that much easier. Luo Feng was telling the truth when he said that. It's impossible for one person to pay attention to all of his surroundings. Some squads have 3 members responsible for keeping watch and to remove potential dangers. And only with the help of an intermediate warlord like Gao Feng will Luo Feng's efficiency be high. Luo Feng and the others talked in a relaxed manner, but their voices weren't raised high. Chengdu looked down through the laser aimer of his heavy sniper rifle and suddenly said, ********, a big one's here. What? Luo Feng and the others basically immediately came over and looked through their binoculars. Luo Feng looked carefully. In an apartment building far away, the corners were filled with vines and moss. And in these vines was a gigantic snake that was 20 meters long and as thick as a person's waist. The snake's body had black stripes, and the closer they got to its head, the thicker they became. The very end of the gigantic snake split into 2 triangular snake heads, and both of these heads had a bulge on their foreheads. *********, is this the snake-type monster, black-striped, that has lethal poison? Cursed Gao Feng under his voice, and this is even a mutated snake-type monster, twin-headed black-striped snake. And it's almost growing a horn and becoming a dragon. Luo Feng also took in a deep breath. A mutated black-striped snake that's almost a dragon? This thing shouldn't be messed with. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 12, Twin-Headed Black-Striped Snake. Volume 4, Chapter 12, Twin-Headed Black-Striped Snake. A black-striped snake that's about to become a dragon, it's surely a high-level commander and nearing the horde leader level. Gao Feng's expression was extremely serious, and he said in a small voice, and since it's a mutated twin-headed black-striped snake, its venom is many times more powerful than a regular black-striped snake. It also has 2 venom sacs, and each of those venom sacs are worth double the amount of a non-mutated black-striped snake. In other words, this twin-headed black-striped snake is worth the same amount as 4 black-striped snakes of the same level. A black-striped snake that's about to become a dragon is worth around 400 million, so this twin-headed black-striped snake is worth 1.6 billion. The price is comparable to a regular low-level horde leader monster. After Gao Feng said these numbers, the heart rate of the others started increasing rapidly. They have killed hundreds of commander-level monsters over the past few days. But all of that is not even close to the amount of money that the twin-headed black-striped snake is worth. Obviously, killing stronger monsters earns money at a higher rate. Of course, this twin-headed black-striped snake is extremely dangerous. Once you get bit by it or get poisoned by it in any way, it's certain death. Gao Feng said lowly, and it has 2 brains, so both heads can attack the enemy together. Are we doing this? Gao Feng looked towards the other members of the squad and finally laid his eyes on Luo Feng. Everyone was silent as they looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was the one to make the decision. A twin-headed black-striped snake would make them tons of money. But at the same time, it's extremely dangerous. I'm in. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. Captain, what about you? With his spiritual force, his dodging would be unpredictable. Luo Feng, help me a bit if there's trouble. Gao Feng clenched his teeth. Fighters are supposed to walk on the border of life and death. Wei Tai, give me your shield. Here, Captain. Wei Tai had no hesitation as he gave his shield to Gao Feng. and Gao Feng put one of his hammers on the ground. He had a shield in his left hand and a hammer in his right. He laughed at himself. After all this time, I still rarely use a shield in combat. However, this twin-headed black-striped snake is just too dangerous. If I don't use a shield, I'll actually be quite scared. Captain, I'll attack from afar and you attack up close, said Luo Feng quietly. If something happens, I'll use my spiritual force on your shield or hammer and you can use that force to dodge away. Understood. Gao Feng nodded. Luo Feng looked at the other three and said, I'll go down with the captain, you guys stay here. Oh yeah, Brother Chen, aim with your sniper rifle. And make sure nobody tries to take advantage of us and steal the kill. No worries, I'll keep aiming below, laughed Chengu slightly. If you want me to fire, just notify me directly. Okay. Through the Tactical Communications Watch, members of a squad can keep in touch anytime. Captain, let's go. Luo Feng and Gao Feng speeded down the stairs. Against a monster of this level, Chengu and the others could do nothing to help. Luo Feng and Gao Feng reached the ground and, using their memory, went along a ruined, stony path towards the location of the twin-headed black-striped snake. Boom, dot. Hiss. The ear-piercing hiss of the snake carried over from far away. Luo Feng and Gao Feng exchanged glances, and the Tactical Communications Watch slightly vibrated at the same time. Luo Feng lowered his head to look, and a line of words appeared on the Tactical Communications Watch. 3 people suddenly appeared and are currently in an intense battle with the twin-headed black-striped snake. Gao Feng also received the news and said quietly, didn't think that some other group would get to it first. However, let's go take a look. Let's go. Luo Feng also nodded. The two of them rapidly got close and quickly arrived at the corner of a residential apartment. Past the corner, Luo Feng caught a glimpse of the 3 men currently fighting against the twin-headed black-striped snake around a few dozen meters away. The 3 men looked like they were from Western or Southern Asia. Their hair was slightly curly and their skin color was slightly dark. The bald man who seemed to be the leader of these 3 men held a dark, golden bow staff around 3 meters long. The staff in his hand was like a swimming dragon. Every time the triangular head of the twin-headed black-striped snake hissed as it flew over to him, the bow staff would always be quick enough to smash the snake. Even if it couldn't smash the head, it would still smash the body of the twin-headed black-striped snake. Sometimes, the point on the head of the bow staff would connect, causing the twin-headed black-striped snake to hiss in rage. As for the other 2, they both held a rectangular shield in one hand and a gigantic scimitar in the other. These 2 were close together and attacked as a team. Their coordination was amazing. Pang! The rusty fitness machines that filled the sector from long ago were all smashed open by the swinging tail of the twin-headed black-striped snake, and the bald brute also retreated rapidly. The bow staff turned and formed a whirlwind that blocked all of the scrap metal, and the master of the staff retreated rapidly. Great bow staff technique. Gao Feng couldn't help but to say quietly, this bald guy is probably an advanced level warlord. The other 2 are probably medium level warlords. Luo Feng nodded. This brute dared to go head to head with the twin-headed black-striped snake, so it's easy to tell that he's strong. SI. The twin-headed black-striped snake was enraged, and the cold eyes of the 2 gigantic snake heads were enough to send chills down your spine. It repeatedly widely opened its mouth as it attacked. Under the attack of the twin-headed black-striped snake, the 3 of them retreated rapidly and started to exchange words. After hearing the conversation between the 3, Luo Feng and Gao Feng instantly determined Indians. After the battle, one of the heads of the twin-headed black-striped snake was bleeding. It was smashed by the bow staff of the bald brute. However, this wound was clearly not fatal. Whoosh! 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 The 3 Indians swiftly headed towards the direction of Luo Feng and Gao Feng. Feel free to fight it if you can. The bald brute squeezed out some Chinese. At this time, the twin-headed black snake was hissing as it charged over. Luo Feng and Gao Feng laughed coldly and didn't say much, and then swiftly dodged to the side. They weren't stupid enough to charge directly at a twin-headed black-striped snake. The leader of the three Indians, the bald brute, couldn't help but to curse under his voice and then shot his 3-meter-long bowstaff at the twin-headed black-striped snake. Now is the time. Luo Feng already grabbed his black throwing knife as he dodged, and this was a 9th series throwing knife. He threw it with lightning speed. The throwing knife formed a cold light as it shot towards the left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake. As an existence that is almost a dragon, the twin-headed black-striped snake is extremely intelligent. It saw that the insignificant human threw a throwing knife, so its left head swiftly waved. The brain of a snake has always worked extremely quickly. The left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake instantly became blurred. Its intellect was used against itself, laughed Luo Feng coldly. Change. He purposefully threw his throwing knife to make the wiseacre twin-headed black-striped snake to think he used hidden weapons. Using common sense, throwing knives can't change direction in the air. Sadly, Luo Feng wasn't some hidden weapons expert, but was tens to hundreds of times stronger than a hidden weapons expert. When there was just barely a meter left between the throwing knife and the twin-headed black-striped snake, the knife slightly changed direction. Just this slight change caused the knife to charge towards one of the eyes of the twin-headed black-striped snake's left head. Hiss! The twin-headed black-striped snake hissed out of rage, and in that short moment, actually made a dodging movement with its left head. Know that, Luo Feng's throwing knife was already going at a few times faster than the speed of sound, even faster than a sniper bullet, at a distance of 1 meter and a speed several times the speed of sound, not even 1,000th of a second. And since the throwing knife was moving so quickly, even Luo Feng couldn't be sure that he changed it at 1 meter or 1.5 meters. Since the throwing knife was so fast, a slight delay means that the knife could have moved forward by 10 meters already. Even if he reacts quickly, in that short moment, Luo Feng can only change the knife's direction once. And in just that short moment, not only did the twin-headed black-striped snake react, but it also dodged. Of course, since it was such a short moment, the twin-headed black-striped snake dodged under extreme circumstances. The throwing knife shot at the mouth of the twin-headed black-striped snake and drew out a gap, and grazed the twin-headed black-striped snake's scales. It only left a white mark, and the throwing knife directly reflected into the ground. Such horrifying defense! Luo Feng was startled. Such amazing dodging capabilities. It changed direction in such a short distance, and this twin-headed black-striped snake was still able to dodge? This is going to be a problem. Luo Feng knew that getting rid of this twin-headed black-striped snake by himself would be extremely difficult. Hiss! The two heads of the twin-headed black-striped snake both turned towards Luo Feng. Its left head had a huge gap in its mouth, and a deep, green-colored blood flowed out continuously. The bald brute who wielded the long bowstaff laughed loudly, and as he retreated, he yelled in his awkward Chinese, "Team up, split half?" His gaze was on Luo Feng. Luo Feng and Gao Feng exchanged glances. "All right," said Luo Feng. "Okay." Gao Feng even purposefully made a gesture. The three Indians in Luo Feng and Gao Feng, both groups instantly made their decision to cooperate. The bald brute's strength earned Luo Feng and Gao Feng's recognition, while Luo Feng's throwing knives earned the three Indians' recognition. Only with strength can you earn others' attention and respect. And outside of Wanko Dream City was a fighter squad of 9 that was currently slowly heading forward. In this squad of 9 were the members of the Tiger Fang squad. That's the sound of a snake, and an extremely powerful one at that. Out of the 9, a veteran whose hair was white spoke. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 4, Chapter 13, A Steel. Volume 4, Chapter 13, A Steel. In Wanko Dream City's ruined, barren land was a sound of rumbling. A snake as thick as a person's waist charged like lightning towards the two scimitar-wielding Indians. The two Indians leaped with a whoosh 5 or 6 meters high and grabbed the window railing of an apartment building. The snake's tail then cruelly smashed into a tree on the side. From around 5 or 6 meters up the tree was a kacha sound as it directly split open and rumbled as it fell. Ah, trying to kill me? At this time, Luo Feng was sprinting quickly with a shield in one hand. The two heads of the twin-headed black-striped snake were crazily chasing after Luo Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! He swung his arm and two throwing knives came out. It seemed like Luo Feng used his arm to throw them, but actually, the throwing knives were completely controlled by spiritual force right when they were thrown, causing the two throwing knives to accelerate to an amazing speed. And I would barely be able to see two blurred, cold lights headed towards the twin-headed black-striped snake. Hiss! The twin-headed black-striped snake roared as it tried to dodge. Change! Luo Feng's gaze was cold. The two throwing knives slightly changed direction, but not by a large amount. Since the throwing knives were way faster than bullets fired from a sniper rifle, the others couldn't even tell that the throwing knives changed direction. Poochie! Chie! One of the two throwing knives grazed the left head of the snake as it flew by, but the other throwing knife hit the left head. Ever since they started fighting, Luo Feng already let out 6 throwing knives, and all 6 of these throwing knives were attacking the snake's left head. At this time, the snake's left head was covered with fresh blood, and its wounds were shocking. Luo Feng's body was extremely light, and his sprinting speed was startling. The bow-staff-wielding leader of the Indian group made an excited shout and chased the snake, as if it was a running dog, while it was chasing after Luo Feng. One hit after another, he fiercely shot his staff towards the twin-headed black-striped snake's right head. The twin-headed black-striped snake didn't dare to use its head to block the alloyed staff, so it could only dodge. Know that, even though this staff doesn't seem powerful and isn't sharp like a spear. Once it makes contact, all of its power will be focused on the tip. The area of the tip isn't large, so that small tip is like a blunt weapon. Come on, Indian, keep at it! Howled Gao Feng. The other two large scimitar and shield-wielding Indian fighters, with Gao Feng, closely attacked the body of the twin-headed black-striped snake. First, doing this prevented the twin-headed black-striped snake from using its tail to attack Luo Feng and the Indian leader. Second, they also wanted to attack this giant snake at around 7 inches. The snake's weak point is at 7 inches. Of course 7 inches is an abstract number, the main point is to attack its vital organs, star. TL note, refer to the end for more information. Even though the snake was confident in its defense, it still didn't want to let Gao Feng and the other two aim for its vitals. So the snake retracted its tail and wrapped it. As it tried to think of a way to deal with Gao Feng and the other two. Whoosh, dot. The shield in Luo Feng's left hand was affected by spiritual force and, after Luo Feng exerted force in his foot, he intensely flew straight towards Captain Gao Feng's position. When he was near Gao Feng, Luo Feng whispered, "Captain, when you get near the snake to attack, use your hammer and smash right towards the snake's left head." He understood. Gao Feng immediately understood what Luo Feng meant. Luo Feng's movements on the battlefield were strange and erratic. He never got close to the snake, he just relied on his amazing speed to hover around the battlefield. "Yeah!" The Indian leader suddenly shouted and his face reddened, the blood in his body was pumping to its limit. For a moment, his body looked like a legendary Buddhist arhat. The bow staff in his body rapidly and ferociously increased in speed and, as if he was throwing away his life, he charged straight towards the twin-headed black-striped snake. The speed of the bow staff reached its limit and, in a blink of an eye, dozens of shadows were smashing towards the snake. Bang! Bang! 2 of the dozens of shadows smashed directly into the snake's right head. The right head of the gigantic snake couldn't help but to shake, as if it was going to faint. With a rumble, the snake's right head directly fell onto the ground. Hiss! The left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake immediately let out a horrifying growl and its large, soft body suddenly moved. It actually shot up and speedily ran in a wavy motion. "Hurry!" The Indian leader, the bald brute, quickly roared. Gao Feng, who always stuck close to the twin-headed black-striped snake, roared, "Die!" He used all of the power in his body to ferociously swing the heavy hammer in his hand. The heavy hammer was like an artillery shell as it cruelly smashed towards the left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake. The left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake immediately dodged away. Luo Feng, who wasn't too far away, saw this and concentrated all of his spiritual force on the heavy hammer, instantly accelerating it by a huge margin. Pang! The twin-headed black-striped snake instantly dodged away. But even though the heavy hammer didn't directly hit its head, it still hit the neck. With Gao Feng's extreme power and Luo Feng's spiritual force's support, the force of impact of this hammer was unrivaled. The left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake also couldn't help but to fall to the ground with a dizzy motion. But right when it regained consciousness and was going to raise its head back up, Luo Feng let out a smile. Poochie! A black knife instantly came out of the ground, went along the face of the left head of the snake, and directly shot into the head. The left head didn't rise up again. Pu! The alloyed bow staff of the bald brute Indian leader shot like lightning towards the eye of the right head, destroyed it, and then pierced the right head of the twin-headed black-striped snake. The twin-headed black-striped snake already lost its life, but its gigantic body was still twisting around unconsciously. The movement slowed down and then it never moved again. Ha ha! The Indian leader couldn't help but to laugh loudly. Beautiful Gao Feng was also happy as he went to pick up his hammer. Luo Feng was also smiling as he went to pick up his throwing knives. From beginning to end, the Indians probably never realized that their weapons were being controlled by spiritual force. Especially the last hit. Only until the head of the twin-headed black-striped snake fell on the ground did Luo Feng's throwing knife come out of the ground to pierce its head. Friend the bald brute smiled towards Luo Feng and Gao Feng and made a greeting, good, asterisk. TL note, he said good in English. You aren't so bad either, laughed Luo Feng as he said. He could tell that the Indian staked his life on his final move. Even now, the bald brute's face was completely flushed and his veins were still bursting. You guys get half, we get half. Spoke the bald brute. Luo Feng pointed at the left head of the snake and slightly smiled, the scales are half-half too. Both sides felt each other's strength. Whether Luo Feng's squad or the Indian squad, both probably have heated weapons aiming from a hidden area. That, and both parties are powerful. So both of them were in a good mood. Luo Feng and Gao Feng started dissecting the left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake. And the Indians dissected the right head. Luo Feng, that blade was cruel, whispered Gao Feng. Luo Feng laughed as he took out the black throwing knife from the head of the snake after dissecting it. It was indeed that strike that killed the left head. Suddenly. Luo Feng and Gao Feng quickly turned over to look, and the faces of the three members of the Indian squad also changed as they looked. 9 human fighters from not too far away started walking towards them, most of them were yellow. When these 9 people came and saw the gigantic snake in front of them, they instantly determined the price of it, a few $1 billion. With such a huge amount of wealth, quite a few people would show their inner greed. Please go away. The bald brute leader of the Indian group squeezed out some Chinese. Who would have thought that we'd meet the Tiger Feng squad here too? You sure linger around us. Gao Feng's gaze scanned across the group in front of him. Luo Feng looked silently. Out of the 9 people in front of them, other than the 6 members of the Tiger Feng squad, there was an old veteran, a huge white brute, and a mixed youth. Gao Feng, you guys actually teamed up with Indians. HMHM. But for you guys to kill this twin-headed black-striped snake, how rare. The captain of the Tiger Feng squad laughed coldly. If you're wise, you'd hurry up and off. If so, our Thunderbolt squad might spare your lives, or else. HMHM, don't blame us. Oh, Senior Lu here is the captain of our Thunderbolt squad. Mr. Ka Long here is our vice captain. Senior Lu was that old veteran, and Ka Long was that white brute. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. This is my first time here in number 003 city, this prey is mine. You guys can leave, said the mixed youth as he smiled. The old veteran and the white brute stood on the two sides of the mixed youth as they scanned Luo Feng's group. Whoever dares to steal my prey dies, said the bald brute leader of the Indian group. The two scimitar-wielding Indians beside him were also displaying their killing intent. Do you think killing this twin-headed black-striped snake was easy? First of all, this valuable, mutated monster was already rare in the first place, and the battle was bitter too. Gao Feng also held his twin hammers with a fearsome gaze. If you want to steal it, then come. Luo Feng stepped on the head of the snake and gave out a cold laugh as he looked at the group in front of him. If we can kill this twin-headed black-striped snake, then your group. Oh yeah, our brother's sniper rifle is aimed right at your group. Our sniper rifle is also aimed at you, said one of the scimitar-wielding men of the Indian group coldly. Sniper. Quite a few of the 9 couldn't help but to raise their heads to the surrounding residential apartments, but not even a shadow could be seen in these ruined buildings. But because they couldn't see them, they became even more afraid. The Tiger Feng squad was clear. The Fire Hammer squad had Chen Gu as their sniper. And would the Indian group not bring their own professional snipers too? TL note, for the 7 inches part. Okay, for those interested / want more information, this is actually a saying: if you want to attack a snake, attack at 7 inches. I heard there are variations like 3 inches too, but there are 2 meanings for this saying. First, don't attack a snake if it isn't at least 7 inches long. Next, 7 inches is the best spot to attack a snake. Refer to the photos below, although I'm not sure if these photos are exactly correct. I'm sure that it varies for different types of snakes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 14, Solo. Volume 4, Chapter 14, Solo. Usually, a heavy sniper rifle can barely threaten a low-level commander-level monster. But monsters are different from humans. Humans are powerful, but the defense of their skin and muscle is much lower than the defense of the monster's fur and scales. This is also why human fighters have to wear battle uniforms. If an intermediate-level warlord fighter gets shot, even if he doesn't die, he would still suffer a heavy wound. However, a sniper rifle is much less threatening to an advanced-level warlord-level fighter, and as for a war god? A sniper rifle can't even threaten a war god at all. It looks like the old veteran and the white brute are protecting the mixed youth, so he's the most important member of the squad. Luo Feng's gaze scanned across the Thunderbolt squad. Some of the members of the Thunderbolt squad were raised towards the residential apartments, searching for the snipers' locations. And some of them exchanged glances. Silence. Luo Feng, Gao Feng, the Indians, and the Thunderbolt squad were all silent for a bit. Senior Lu, the Tiger Fawn captain, looked towards the indifferent, balding veteran. This balding veteran frowned and looked at him, and the Tiger Fawn captain immediately shut up. The old, balding veteran then said quietly to the mixed youth's ear, "Young master, since you want to come here to train, you should fight against the monsters personally." The mixed youth looked at the veteran and then turned his head to the white brute. The white brute also slightly nodded. "All right, let's go," ordered the mixed youth helplessly. His father has seriously warned him. After entering the wilderness, he must listen to his 2 bodyguards. Even though the leader of the squad is technically the old veteran, but the actual leader is this mixed youth. And now that the mixed youth gave his order, the members of the Tiger Feng squad stared at Gao Feng and Luo Feng with a look of dissatisfaction. Zhang Zhe, who even cursed under his breath, "Luo Feng kid, you got lucky this time." Zhang Zhe, who didn't even try to hide his hatred for Luo Feng. It has always been clear that the Tiger Feng squad and the Fire Hammer squad weren't on good terms. Very quickly, the 9 members of the Thunderbolt squad left. Wanku Dream City is gigantic in area, and the Thunderbolt squad continued to move forward in this small sector. Panya, as they walked on the road, the old veteran frowned as he spoke. Senior Lu, the captain of the Tiger Feng squad, neared and lowered himself. The old veteran named Lu spoke solemnly, "Since you Tiger Feng squad members accepted this mission, you should know that the young master's safety takes priority over everything. That twin-headed black-striped snake is indeed a treasure, but is not even close to the importance of young master's safety. If something happened to the young master, not only will I not be able to escape, but all of you Tiger Feng squad members will die too." The Tiger Feng squad captain froze, and soon nodded, "Understood." "Okay, as long as you understand," said the old veteran named Lu coldly, "we'll soon arrive at a ruined JJ liquor chain store. The young master will then kill the monsters in that area. If you guys want to steal others' prey, do it yourselves. Don't drag in the young master." "I understand." The captain of the Tiger Feng squad replied that, but was cursing in his heart. Which fighter squad in the vicinity of number 003 city is weak? If it wasn't for the two advanced level warlords, the old veteran named Lu and the White Brute, the Tiger Feng squad doesn't even have the power to steal prey. The Tiger Feng captain slightly nodded, "I understand. The Fire Hammer squad dared to enter number 003 city, so I understand that their skill has increased. Captain, we can't delay anymore. Especially that Luo Feng, he just became a fighter not too recently. I heard he's already a beginner-level warlord," said Zhang Zhe hurriedly. Zhang Zhe, who is clearly the one who holds the most hatred for Luo Feng. "This kid does have surprising potential." The Tiger Feng captain said lowly, "Leaving our enemies like that will just make their threat to us larger and larger. Since we met them in the wilderness this time, well, good, I'll think of a way in these few days to kill them directly. Or else I'll spend some money and ask Senior Lu and the other senior to help." On the grass of the residential apartments filled with the scent of blood, Luo Feng, Gao Feng, and the three Indians were dissecting the gigantic snake. Not only did they take out the poison sacs, but they also took out things like the bladder. Of course, they'll have to skin it. The skin of this twin-headed black-striped snake is worth quite a bit. Half. The Indian group and Luo Feng's group quickly split apart the large amounts of material. No matter toughness or hardness, the scales of this snake is amazing. Gao Feng couldn't help but to say as he touched the scales, "These scales are definitely important materials for battle uniform production. The most important invention by man, Luo alloy, is mainly made from all sorts of monsters material." Of course, it was the blue gold metal found on the moon that finally made the Luo alloy. Luo alloy allows human fighters to wear battle uniforms with extremely high defense and wield blades that are unrivaled in sharpness. Even some heated weapons gain a huge increase in power. Cooperate, great. The Indian leader, the bald brute, squeezed out some Chinese as he greeted Luo Feng and Gao Feng. "Ha, great!" Gao Feng also laughed. Luo Feng and Gao Feng both carried their bulging bags and headed upstairs. The snake's scales seemed to have a huge area, but they were actually very thin. Half of the snake's scales stacked together can't even fill up one bag. And fighters' bags already had amazing elasticity. With the bag's mechanism, you can adjust the size of the bag. At its largest, you can make it as large as a regular man. However, that size isn't needed for these scales. They quickly arrived at the 12th floor of the residential building. Right when they entered, they were greeted with cheering. Warm welcome," shouted Wei Tai purposefully. "Welcome back, Captain and Luo Feng, from your battle," Chenggu also said purposefully. Of course they were happy. Since Luo Feng and Gao Feng came back successfully, they would get quite a bit of money too. Gao Feng didn't have such a happy look on his face. "You guys saw the members of the Tiger Feng squad, right?" "We saw them." The faces of Chenggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing immediately sank. Chenggu even grit his teeth. "I even wanted to shoot them in revenge for old Zhang." Out of the entire squad, Chenggu was clearly the closest to Zhang Ku, since they were both from Mingyue sector. Together throughout the life-threatening times, together as they went back home. All these years, they're even closer than brothers. But Chenggu knew he couldn't fire back them. Even if he was able to kill someone, the Thunderbolt squad would certainly immediately take action. At that point, there's no turning back. Chenggu, where's the Tiger Fang squad right now? Asked Luo Feng. We've been watching them the whole time. At the northern window, Wei Qing held his binoculars as he looked down. That group just walked out of the Dream City sector and are walking east along that street. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luo Feng and the others immediately went. Luo Feng first took the binoculars and looked downwards. Indeed. The 9 members of the Thunderbolt squad were walking along a street a few miles away. Thankfully, Luo Feng and the others picked a good residential building, a tall building that was farthest up north in their sector. In front of their residential building towards the northern sector were just some short buildings, so they could freely look towards the northern area. Captain, Brother Chen, spoke Luo Feng. The members of the Fire Hammer squad all looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng couldn't help but to clench his fists and say with his teeth clenched, "I'll never forget what they did to Brother Zhang. I swore long ago. Once I meet the trash of the Tiger Fang squad in the wilderness, I'll destroy them." Luo Feng, your point is? Said Gao Feng in a surprised tone. I'll go after them secretly and find a chance to kill all the members of the Tiger Fang squad. Since they were prepared to kill all of us, of course we have to strike first. Luo Feng will never forget the 2 sniper rifle bullets. One of them was barely dodged thanks to his spiritual force. But the other one handicapped Brother Zhang. Luo Feng, I'll go with you. We have to avenge Brother Zhang, said Chenggu with his teeth clenched. Brother Chen, going alone is best for me, Luo Feng said in a low tone. With my spiritual force, I can escape even from a war god just by flying. This is why spirit readers are horrifying. Even if a war god fighter is tens to hundreds of times stronger than them, even a weak spirit reader can fly. Other than spirit readers, only existences that surpass the war god level can fly. Chenggu, Luo Feng is right. You'll just be a burden, commanded Gao Feng. Chenggu clenched his teeth. The captain said it in a bad way, but he knew the captain said it for his own good. And if we want to destroy the Tiger Fang squad, then wouldn't they try to destroy us too? Said Gao Feng. Ever since their scheme from last time, of course they wouldn't want us to live. However, they just haven't met us in the wilderness. Now that they've met us, they'll take action for sure. Everyone there was surprised. Indeed. With the way the Tiger Fang squad handles things, they'll definitely do something like this. We killed enough monsters this time anyway and our bags are almost full. The other members of the squad will first return to the resupplying base, said Gao Feng, and then look towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you're a spirit reader. No one knows how many times better you are at escaping than us, but you still have to be careful and not let your guard down. Luo Feng nodded. As they talked, the members took up their binoculars and observed where the Thunderbolt squad was headed. They entered the JJ liquor chain store, said Chenggu excitedly. Looks like that'll be their temporary base. No delay, let's go now, said Gao Feng clearly. Luo Feng also stood up and saw the captain and the others off. This was already the border of the city, so Luo Feng saw the captain and the others off in just 2 to 3 miles on the highway. After leaving the number 003 city section, there were barely any monsters. It'll be weird if something happens to the Fire Hammer squad on the highway with their current strength. Luo Feng, be careful. Gao Feng and the other members of the Fire Hammer squad looked towards Luo Feng. This time, Luo Feng is going to take up the Fire Hammer squad's task alone. Captain, don't worry, none of the members of the Tiger Fang squad will make it out alive. Laughed Luo Feng, and then he became a shadow and disappeared into the distance and towards the city densely filled with buildings far away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 15, Can't Wait Anymore. Volume 4, Chapter 15, Can't Wait Anymore. At times, Luo Feng would sprint, and at times, Luo Feng would suddenly hide behind a wall, waiting for the hungry monsters to pass by. Only until they pass does Luo Feng start moving forward again. With his spiritual force scanning the area, Luo Feng can correctly determine whether or not there's danger ahead. This house then. Like a cannonball, Luo Feng directly flew into the third story's window of a 3-story villa. Since no one has lived here for dozens of years, the room was long filled with dust. However, a few electronic household appliances could be discerned with just a look. It's just that most of them were already split apart and broken. Luo Feng quickly flipped the Simmons mattress, since the opposite side was much cleaner. After a bit of cleaning up, he can sleep on it. After putting his bag down, Luo Feng took out his binoculars and went to the northern window. The window had tons of dust all over it, making the once transparent window seem like a black window. After opening the window halfway, Luo Feng took his binoculars and looked towards the north. His current position is within Wanku Dream City's inner sector. From here, he can clearly see the northern JJ liquor chain store. He can also see the street in front of the liquor store. Since there's only a difference of 2 miles between the street and his villa, with Luo Feng's eyesight, he doesn't even need binoculars to see what's happening on the street. But with the binoculars, he can see more clearly. JJ Luo Feng stood in front of the window and watched silently. 5 minutes later. Luo Feng let out a face of happiness. It was originally that building. Through the binoculars, Luo Feng could see 2 people standing on the rooftop of the 6-story liquor chain store 5 miles away. They were both currently holding binoculars, and the 2 were Zhang Zehu and a gunner named Li Xiao. I have to wait for my chance. Luo Feng put down his binoculars and started his days of observation. At this time, inside the JJ liquor chain store, the Tiger Feng captain said coldly, "Tiger, Xiao, both of you look closely. We must find out where the Fire Hammer Squad is hiding. Since their team's Chenggu has to use his sniper rifle, then they must be at a high location. So you guys look towards the higher levels of the tall buildings and search for them." Yes, Captain Zhang Zehu and Xiao stood on the rooftop and, through their binoculars, continuously searched the tall buildings in Wanku Dream City. "Panya, the information you told me about the Fire Hammer Squad is correct, right?" The old veteran, whose hair was gray, frowned. The Tiger Feng captain followed. "There is definitely no problem. The information for these 6 people are extremely accurate. Only this Luo Feng's info is changing. He was scouted by the Dojo of Limits and is extremely talented. His strength has already reached the beginner warlord level." "Okay." The old veteran named Lu slightly nodded. "If so, Panya, find me after you have located the Fire Hammer Squad's position." "Okay," the Tiger Feng captain responded as he smiled. Unfortunately, the Tiger Feng squad couldn't even find the Fire Hammer Squad's shadow. Dawn of the next day. "Young Master, according to the plan, Young Master's goal at dawn today is that low-level commander monster. That monster is high in power but low in speed." At that time, Ka Long and I won't help, smiled the old veteran Lu. The mixed youth laughed. "Okay, you and Ka Long watch on the side. I'll take care of it myself." The white brute also smiled. "Panya," the old veteran named Lu turned his head and commanded, "The 2 members of the Tiger Feng squad that were on night watch can rest today, the rest of the members will come with us." "Understood," the Tiger Feng captain. Panya smiled. As of now, the Tiger Feng squad consists of 2 intermediate level and 4 beginner level warlords. Steelhead, Dong. "You 2 were on watch last night, so rest here today," commanded Panya. Protecting that young master is their first priority, so naturally, the members they leave behind are the weakest too. And of course, the 2 are picked from the 4 beginner warlords. Today it was Steelhead and Dong. Tomorrow it'll be Tiger and Xiao. Taking turns. Understood, the bald brute and Dong, who was cleaning his gun, smiled. "Let's go," commanded the old veteran named Lu. The mixed youth, the old veteran named Lu, the white brute, and the 4 members of the Tiger Feng squad The 7 of them left the liquor store, leaving behind the bald brute and Dong in the spacious room. Damn, having a powerful father is just great, the bald brute couldn't help but to say. To gain experience with fighting against monsters, 2 advanced level warlords can be summoned as bodyguards. Even our whole squad is here to cover him. HMHM. When I came out here in the wilderness the other year, I had to bring out everything I had with my life on the line. Dong laughed. How can we compare with him? Didn't you hear him? That's Senior Lu or whatever. He even said in a tone of a butler, the young master's goal for today is a low-level commander monster who is high in power and low in speed. He even has the training session all scheduled out. Which monster to kill first and which monster to kill next. In a dangerous place like the wilderness. When does the fighter ever have the chance to decide anything? If you encounter a powerful monster, can you just immediately shout, "I'm not fighting this monster"? If you don't fight, then the monster will chase after you and force you to act. But that young master is different. If they encounter a powerful monster, then that Senior Lu can just take care of it. They'll especially wait for a low-level commander monster for their young master to practice on, laughed the bald brute as he shook his head. Luo Feng, who woke up early in the morning and was already squatting in wait, quickly saw the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad walk out the liquor store. 7? Wasn't there 9 in total? Luo Feng immediately thought, then the other 2 must still be inside the liquor store. Luo Feng understood his strength well. Against an intermediate-level warlord, he can certainly wipe the floor with them. However, it's hard to say about what will happen if he fights against an advanced-level warlord. For example, he might be able to instantly kill his opponent if he attacks them by surprise, but if that fails, then there'll be a problem. Since in a frontal fight, an advanced-level warlord can immediately dodge away from a sniper rifle bullet. An advanced-level warlord's reaction speed is much higher than his own. Out of the 9 members of the Thunderbolt squad, that white brute and the old veteran named Lu are most likely advanced-level warlords. Or else they wouldn't have been so arrogant and have tried to steal the twin-headed black-striped snake's corpse. Let's say that I go alone and face all 9 of them. With a surprise attack and some luck, I might be able to succeed. However, only one of them has to spread the word that I'm the murderer to the world via their communications watch, and once that happens, I'll be in huge trouble. Luo Feng understood that, from the old veteran named Lu and the white brute's attitude towards that mixed youth and how they call him young master. That mixed youth's background is extremely horrifying. Since that person can get 2 advanced warlords as bodyguards, then that big person behind the mixed youth is at least a war god. Or maybe even a position higher than a war god. Right now, there are only 2 people in the liquor store. Should I kill them? Luo Feng hesitated, and then decided against it. I can't kill them. If I kill these 2, then the other 7 will be on guard. If so, then it'll be much more troublesome to kill the Tiger Fang captain and Zhang Zehu. I don't believe that my chance won't come. Day after day passed, and the Thunderbolt squad never found the Firehammer squad. And Luo Feng never found a good chance to strike. Every time the Thunderbolt squad left the liquor store, only the 2 people who were on night watch remain. First it's Steelhead and Dong, then it's Tiger and Xiao. And they took turns. Luo Feng waited for 9 whole days. Asterisk. They're too systematic. Luo Feng had a bitter face on. This Thunderbolt squad is just that young master's nanny squad. Not only did Luo Feng watch the liquor store, but he also watched the 7 people that came out to hunt these past few days. He tried to see if he could find a moment where the Tiger Fang squad was separated from the old veteran named Lu and the white brute. But, not even one moment was found. The Thunderbolt squad was always protecting that mixed youth and never strayed too far, giving Luo Feng no chance at all. The 10th day. If I keep waiting like this, then I'll probably never get a chance by the time they start to return to the headquarters city. I can't wait anymore. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Today is the 10th day, so it should be Zhang Zehu and that gunner Li Xiao guarding the liquor store. Zhang Zehu, humph, I'll destroy both of you two today. At the JJ liquor chain store. Tiger, Xiao, you two haven't slept all night, so take a good rest now, said the Tiger Feng captain, and he smiled. Understood, Captain. Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao both smiled as they replied. Let's go. With a command from the old veteran named Lu, the Tiger Feng squad and the others followed him. A total of 7 people left the liquor store. And Luo Feng, who saw that the 7 people had left the store, quietly left his own spot and went along another road headed towards the liquor store. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 16, Zhang Zehu, die. Volume 4, Chapter 16, Zhang Zehu, die. The dawn of winter was quite cold, and some of the monsters' corpses on the ground were freezing up. Luo Feng slowly walked on this road, and there were 2 shadow cats enjoyably feasting on a wild boar's flesh. However, right when they realized someone was coming, they quickly hid. Monsters had some intelligence too. In number 003 city, all the humans meddling around here were very powerful, so 1 or 2 soldier-level monsters can't stop them at all. Those 2 shadow cats probably went to summon the other shadow cats. Luo Feng swiftly went through the road and continued going forward, going around in a huge circle on purpose to waste some time. He slowly moved forward, and took around half an hour to arrive at the northern door of the liquor store. The door to the liquor store was extremely dirty, and there was some black-colored blood that not even rain can wash away on the ground. Luo Feng stood alone there. It's been half an hour already, so the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad have probably walked far away by now. Luo Feng looked at the door in front of him that has been long broken, and immediately focused his spiritual force onto his armbands, the shield on his back, and his blade. This powerful force made Luo Feng's body extremely light. Every one of his steps became light. Upstairs. He went along the staircase step by step without making even the slightest sound. Luo Feng was extremely careful, but right when he reached the 3rd floor, with a glance, he saw that there was a huge mastiff tiger that was slowly moving forward. That mastiff tiger also instantly found this human fighter, Luo Feng. Both of them practically noticed each other at the exact same time, and Luo Feng was so scared he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 black shadows basically instantly drew across the mastiff tiger monster, and its gigantic head fell off before it even had the chance to roar. The 2 throwing knives flew around in a circle and then landed in the outer pockets of his pants. Phew, no problem. Luo Feng was relieved. Thankfully this monster didn't remember to roar. If it attracted Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao's attention, then there would be some trouble. Even though killing Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao is as easy as killing chickens. But if Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao are cautious, then they might be able to contact the other members of the Thunderbolt squad right before they die. Once the other members of the Thunderbolt squad know that there's a human fighter targeting them, then Luo Feng's next action would be tens to hundreds of times harder to carry out. 6th floor. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile when he reached the 6th floor. Luckily he only encountered 1 monster on the way to the 6th floor. The Thunderbolt squad probably quickly scanned the building the first time they came here, and that mastiff tiger monster probably just entered the liquor store not too long ago. On the hallway of the 6th floor, Luo Feng slowly moved forward. In the room with the window pointed towards the south, the 8th window from east to west. Luo Feng couldn't be sure as to which room this 8th window corresponded to. It's probably one of these 3 or 4 rooms. Luo Feng held his breath and his light body made no sound. He walked into one of the rooms and stopped, then put his ear near the wall and listened carefully. Indeed, he could slightly hear some chatting sounds, which made Luo Feng determine that those 2 were in that room. He then quietly walked outside the room. It should be this room. Luo Feng scanned the situation of the room with his spiritual force. They're just chatting there? Luo Feng laughed. Inside the room. Zhang Zhe, who was currently sitting against the broken sofa, while Li Xiao was cleaning the machine gun in his hand. Both of them were nonchalantly chatting. That fire hammer squad sure has no balls. Last time they met us, they directly ran straight back to the resupplying base. No wonder we couldn't find them no matter how long we searched, insulted Zhang Zhe, who as he said. Li Xiao laughed coldly. They can escape for now, but not forever. Since we're enemies now, they're dead for sure. Zhang Zhe, who sneered, they think they can fight against us with just them? Zhang Zhe, whose face slightly changed, and Li Xiao's face also slightly changed. I felt like there was something just now. Zhang Zhe, who looked towards Li Xiao. Li Xiao also frowned as he said, I also felt something. Since fighters are always on the border of life and death, they'll have some feeling in their heart when they encounter danger. And they had such an obvious feeling because Luo Feng scanned the room with his spiritual force. When this spiritual force spreads out, regular people have a hard time noticing it, but powerful fighters will still have some feeling of it. Could there be a monster outside? Said Zhang Zhe, who quietly. Probably. Li Xiao nodded. Even though we cleaned up all the monsters in the entire liquor store when we first came, there could still be some monster horde that just entered the store. Ka! Li Xiao held his machine gun while Zhang Zhe, who held his machete. Both of them stood up and headed towards the door. After several dozen years of corrosion, the locks of these doors were long broken. With a light pull from Zhang Zhe, the door easily opened. And outside of the door was neither a human shadow nor a monster's shadow. Not many sounds. Zhang Zhe and Li Xiao exchanged glances. Zhang Zhe then took in a deep breath and cautiously started to exit the room. And then, whoosh! Whoosh! Two eerie, black lights instantly appeared in front of Zhang Zhe and Li Xiao. One of the eerie, black lights instantly drew across Zhang Ze's left arm and instantly cut his left arm off. After cutting the arm off, without slowing down, it instantly drew across gunner Li Xiao's neck, causing Li Xiao's head to fly up. And the second eerie, black light instantly drew across Zhang Ze's throat. Poochie! Poochie! Fresh blood poured out. Zhang Ze's eyes were wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. These two black lights were way too fast. There was probably only 1 or 2 meters between Zhang Zhe and the black light, and Li Xiao was only 3 or 4 meters away from it. In such a short distance. Against a speed even faster than a bullet fired from a sniper rifle, how could they dodge? Maybe an advanced level warlord would have a chance of survival, but, as for them, they didn't even have the tiniest chance. Zhang Zhe wanted to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to press his tactical communications watch, but his left arm was already cut off and the tactical communications watch was on the ground. I'm going to die? How could I die? Zhang Zhe grabbed his throat with his right hand. As fresh blood crazily poured outside from his throat, he could clearly feel his life slowly fading away. How could this happen? How could this happen? Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the door, wearing a fighter's battle uniform, alloyed boots, and had a shield and blade on his back. His two eyes were coldly staring at him. Zhang Ze's eyes instantly became round as he stared, as he couldn't believe which fighter was in front of him. Luo Feng. It was actually Luo Feng. It was actually that rookie Luo Feng who he didn't take seriously at all. You go on first, the other members of the Tiger Feng squad will join you soon enough. Luo Feng's voice rang. Zhang Ze's mouth was wide open, but with his throat slit, he couldn't say anything at all. And as Zhang Zhe felt his vision starting to fade, the two eerie, black lights returned to Luo Feng and hovered in front of him. Clearly, they were two throwing knives. The two throwing knives just hovered like this, and then landed inside Luo Feng's thighs pockets. Zhang Ze's eyes were wide open as if he wanted to say something, but his body froze and instantly, lifelessly fell to the ground. Before dying, he finally realized Luo Feng's biggest secret. Luo Feng was actually a spirit reader. Before dying, Zhang Zehu saw the grave, nightmarish future of all the members of his Tiger Feng squad. Silence. Only the drip sound from the blood hitting the ground rang throughout the room. There was no other sound. The two corpses just lay there, and Luo Feng silently stood there as he looked. Zhang Zehu Luo Feng lowered his head as he looked at the person in front of him. Right from the start, Zhang Zehu thought he was a seasoned veteran while Luo Feng was just a rookie. So that's why he didn't lower his head at all when they were discussing about Zhang Haobai's case. And it was then that Luo Feng's spiritual force awakened. That argument was just a small case. If you want a reason, then blame the time where the Tiger Feng squad tried to kill everyone in the Fire Hammer squad. Thankfully, Luo Feng managed to save everyone in the end, but even so, Zhang Ke still lost his arm. Because of that, the Fire Hammer squad clenched their teeth as they swore for revenge. The Tiger Feng squad also feared that the enemy would grow strong, so they tried to destroy them completely. Both of squads wouldn't rest until one side was dead. With Zhang Zehu and Li Zhao's death, there are still 4 members of the 6 Tiger Feng squad members remaining. Luo Feng stood at the door as he thought to himself, once they come back here and realize that these 2 have been killed, they'll certainly get cautious and think about the various possibilities. Then, I have to decorate this scene and trick them. It's up to the heavens whether or not this works. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 17, Making the Scene. Volume 4, Chapter 17, Making the Scene. Luo Feng swiftly rushed down the stairs, all the way from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, to the entrance of the liquor store. Luo Feng looked around the area. There aren't many large monster packs nearby. How annoying! Luo Feng frowned as he could see a few monsters around with just a glance, but there weren't enough monsters. For his plan, he wants to trick the other 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad into thinking that Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao were killed by monsters. After that, Luo Feng sprinted along the alley towards the outer area. After leaving the alley, with a glance, he noticed a large horde of horned boars. There were at least 100 of them. If a regular fighter saw this, they probably wouldn't even have time to run away, but Luo Feng let out a smile. It'll be them. Luo Feng swiftly got closer to them. Howl. Quite a few horned boars were staring at this human fighter. One enraged roar carried from the horde, which was from the leader of this horned boar horde. Suddenly, all the horned boars spread out and crazily rushed towards Luo Feng. In an instant, the entire street started rumbling. Rumble! The horned boar horde came rushing. I was going to kill 1 or 2 monsters first to make them hate me first. I didn't know it would be this easy to get them to chase after me. Luo Feng turned around and started running away. He quickly headed towards the alley and started running in there. Rumble. The alley was quite wide, so 2 horned boars could run in it side by side. Luo Feng was sprinting ahead while the horde of horned boars were crazily chasing from behind. Poochie! Poochie! 2 eerie black lights flew around a circle and returned to Luo Feng. The 2 horned boars in front of the horde instantly died, and another horned boar behind them also had a gigantic wound. At this time, the horned boars' enraged howls became even louder, showing that they were clearly even more enraged. The angrier the better. Luo Feng, like lightning, went up the stairs past the back door of the liquor store. Rumble. The horned boars crazily flew up the stairs one by one. The quality of the concrete making up the stairs was pretty good. Even after a dozen years, it can still support the running of the horned boars. Luo Feng purposefully ran ahead the horde by around 10 meters and rushed to his destination, 6th floor. After arriving at the 6th floor, under the effects of Luo Feng's spiritual force, Zhang Zehu's machete and Li Zhao's machine gun started hovering. The machine gun even dragged along the long bullet chain with it. The machine gun floated in front of Luo Feng, and so did the machete. Howl! The monsters, like a flood, rushed into the 6th floor. Each of them went along the hallway as they crazily charged towards Luo Feng. "Come at me." Luo Feng sneered and a crazed light appeared in his eye. His spiritual force pulled the trigger, and the large barrel of the machine gun started roaring as it crazily fired bullets out one by one. The force of each boar's charge was absurd, so even though the bullets crazily shot into the horned boars, they couldn't make them stop. Poochie! Poochie! The floating machete started crazily dancing around, drawing across the throats of the horned boars one after another. The bodies of the boars that lost control started slamming into the walls. Rumble, the walls started splitting apart after getting slammed into so many times. With the power of both the machine gun and the machete, dozens of horned boars were killed in a breath. The hallway was filled with corpses. Howl an enraged roar came. A huge horned boar with black spots and shining silver fur appeared. However, the machete and machine gun already fell beside the two corpses in the room, and Luo Feng himself has long jumped out the northern window. Whoosh! Luo Feng shot down the window like lightning and, using his spiritual force on both of his arm guards, created an uplifting force which slowed him down. Luo Feng easily landed on the roof of a two-story building, sprinted right into an alley, and quickly disappeared. Howl. The horned boar horde, which lost a couple dozen monsters, madly rammed the insides of the liquor store as they tried to find that damned human fighter. They didn't find that human fighter, but they did find two fresh human fighter corpses. These horned boars then immediately crazily chewed up the flesh of these corpses. To horned boars, the flesh of humans is indeed a delicacy. Even more horned boars went for the corpses of the dead horned boars. For the monsters that live in such cruel environments, they are rarely able to eat any humans, so they mostly eat other monsters' corpses. For especially savage monsters, eating corpses from the same species is very normal. Whether the human corpses or the horned boar corpses, they quickly became a pile of crushed bones. Luo Feng snuck back to his original spot and watched silently. The 7 members of the Thunderbolt Squad will probably come back in around 2 hours. Luo Feng finally saw the 7 people in his field of vision. Well, yeah, you could hear the roars of the monsters everywhere in number 003 city, and the battle just now occurred in the liquor store. Since the Thunderbolt Squad is only a few miles away, it'll be weird if they didn't notice. In front of the liquor store, the 7 high-spirited members of the Thunderbolt Squad laughed as they returned. Young Master's blade just now was beautiful, it so accurately drew across the throat of that commander-level monster. Rapid Wolf, the captain of the Tiger Fang Squad, smiled as he praised, but his expression suddenly froze. The Tiger Fang captain looked towards the interior of the liquor store, and the other members of the Thunderbolt Squad did the same. The scent of blood. The old veteran named Lu directly walked into the liquor store, and the others followed. The scent of blood became stronger. A large-scale battle happened here. 1 or 2 monsters can't have such a heavy scent of blood. The Tiger Fang captain frowned, and the one-eyed middle-aged man beside him immediately pressed his tactical communications watch and yelled, "Tiger, Shao! Tiger, Shao, both of you hurry and respond." What happened? The faces of the 4 members of the Tiger Fang Squad all changed. "Captain," they didn't reply. The one-eyed middle-aged man looked towards his captain. Maybe they didn't notice that their watches were vibrating. The bald brute couldn't help but to say. Fighters are all extremely sensitive, how can they not notice? The Tiger Fang captain said quietly, "Let's go take a look upstairs." "Go, let's go see," the old veteran named Lu also commanded. Soon, the 7 of them all arrived at the staircase, but after seeing the marks on the staircase in front of them, all of their faces changed slightly. Clearly, this staircase was just stomped on by a huge amount of monsters. Quite a bit of the concrete was already split open. "Everyone be careful." The 7 of them carefully and slowly moved forward. Even though they went slowly, they arrived at the 6th floor without spending too much time. Who? The 7 members of the Thunderbolt Squad all took in a deep breath. The entire 6th floor of the liquor store was clearly a huge mess. The walls of the rooms of the liquor store were smashed to pieces, the floor was filled with marks of blood, and there were large amounts of crushed bones from corpses. most of them being from monsters. All the hearts of the 7 members of the Thunderbolt Squad sank. They knew that Zhang Zhehu and Li Xiao weren't lucky today. Look, there are even bullet holes on the wall. There are quite a few bullet shells on the ground. Xiao probably fired his machine gun to try and stop the monster horde. Sadly, there were just too many of them. Everyone quickly found various marks. Soon after, everyone looked at the ripped-up battle uniform, the slightly deformed machete, the completely smashed-up machine gun, and a few human bones. Tiger's machete and Zhao's gun. These 2 battle uniforms. The battle uniforms were extremely sturdy. Even though they were chewed up by the horned boars and were in tatters, they could still be made out. They were precisely Zhang Zhehu and Li Xiao's battle uniforms. How could this happen? The bald brute couldn't help but to clench his teeth as he said, Tiger and Xiao were in their room. How could they be so unlucky to meet a hungry monster horde? Go, let's go downstairs. The old veteran named Lu suddenly ordered. Downstairs? The one-eyed middle-aged man, the bald brute, and Dong were all shocked, and then were slightly angry. The Tiger Feng captain frowned as he ordered, Alright, tidy up Tiger and Zhao's remains and then go downstairs. Since their captain gave an order, of course they wouldn't dare to refuse. Moments later, the 7 members of the Thunderbolt Squad stood in the lobby of the liquor store's first floor. Everyone should know the Tiger Feng captain, Panya, said quietly, with Tiger and Xiao being as cautious as they are, even if a monster horde enters the liquor store, they should have had over a 50% chance of escaping. Even if they couldn't escape, they should have been able to contact us once they noticed danger. The faces of the other members slightly changed and couldn't help but to nod their heads. Indeed, the old veteran named Lu nodded and said, It's suspicious because these 2 didn't contact us at all before dying. So I'm worried that someone purposefully set up the scene and left a listening device at the scene. That's why I brought everyone downstairs to discuss about this. The other members of the Tiger Feng squad couldn't help but to respect the old veteran named Lu even more. To be able to instantly find the problem and make his decision, old veterans are clearly more experienced. This is one possibility. The other possibility is the commander-level monster in the monster horde. Once they found the traces of those 2, they sneakily attacked them. Huge amounts of monsters rushing upstairs. Under such an urgent situation, the 2 of them didn't have the chance to contact us. The old veteran named Lu continued speaking. The 4 members of the Tiger Feng squad exchanged glances. The mixed youth let out a worried expression, and the old veteran named Lu laughed as he quietly said, Don't worry, young master. Even if someone made this scene, he isn't necessarily targeting you. War god fighters wouldn't use such tactics and warlord fighters wouldn't dare mess with you. Senior Lu, taking the young master's safety into consideration, we should return back to the headquarters city, spoke the Tiger Feng captain, Panya. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 18, Phone Call with his little brother. Volume 4, Chapter 18, Phone Call with his little brother. The scent of blood that emanated around the liquor store filled the heart of Panya, the Tiger Feng captain, with anxiety. Their death could have been caused by monsters. But it's even more likely that a fighter was behind this. And what kind of regular fighter would dare to go against young Master Li Wei? They most likely have a grudge against my Tiger Feng squad. He was clear of this young master's identity. Even though he's a mixed youth, his father is Chinese. Whether the strength of the young master's father, or his background. Few fighters would dare to anger this young Master Li Wei. No need. The old veteran Lu waved his hand. With me and Kao Long here, the young master's safety is guaranteed. The white brute also looked at the few members of the Tiger Feng squad and laughed coldly. Young Master Li Panya couldn't help but to look at the mixed youth. My training schedule isn't over yet, frowned the mixed youth. Senior Lu slightly frowned as he said, fighters always walk on the border between life and death. How can you be so afraid about some uncertainties? If you're always so afraid, how can you ever accomplish anything in the future? Panya and the others said nothing. You guys can just keep following us. Wouldn't that work? When Senior Lu said this, Panya and the other members of the Tiger Fang exchanged glances. All of them abandoned the thought of returning to the headquarters city. They were clear that following two advanced warlords was indeed very safe. Senior Lu was right. If we're always so afraid, can we even be considered as fighters? Even if someone is actually after us, right when we find him, we'll kill him directly. A cold light flashed across Panya's eyes. We'll listen to Senior Lu. The one-eyed middle-aged man laughed as he said. The members of the Tiger Fang squad all signaled that they'll listen to Senior Lu. This place is full of the scent of blood, let's switch a location, said Senior Lu. Immediately, the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad left the JJ liquor chain store. Luo Feng silently watched with his binoculars from his original location. They indeed left the JJ liquor chain store. The 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad left the store and went along the street for quite a bit, and then disappeared from Luo Feng's field of vision. Shit, this villa isn't high enough so I can't see that far. Luo Feng swiftly got his backpack, shield, and blade and flew out the villa like a jaguar. He sprinted at an astounding speed and directly rushed into the tall apartment building across the street. This apartment building was 18 stories tall. With Luo Feng's shield and blade all affected by his spiritual force, Luo Feng's speed was shocking. A shadow continuously dashed up the stairs. Whoosh! 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 Within a few seconds, he went from the first floor to the 18th floor. In one of the rooms on the 18th floor, Luo Feng stood beside the northern window and looked down through his binoculars. From such a high location, he was able to see further. He quickly found the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad walking along the street. These 7 people walked along for quite a bit, and then finally entered a broken residential apartment that was 6 stories tall. I wonder if the scene I made had any effect. Luo Feng squinted. Whether it works or not is up to the heavens. I'll keep waiting for my chance. Luo Feng started his days of watching again. As a fighter, you first need enough patience and determination. Without either of them, how could you ever achieve astonishing power? Naturally, Luo Feng was fine with watching alone. On the first day, the Thunderbolt squad went hunting during the afternoon. This time, all 7 of them left together. The second day, the Thunderbolt squad went out in the morning and afternoon, allowing their mixed youth young master to train. Like before, the 7 of them left together, giving Luo Feng no chance. The third day, they still went out in the morning and afternoon, and they still went out with all 7 members together. Looks like this Tiger Fang squad is actually suspicious. Luo Feng sat on the bed that he already slightly cleaned and silently looked through the window. As of now, the sky was dark and filled with stars. The starlight shone into the room through the window. The air was slightly filled with the scent of blood. What should I do? Luo Feng frowned. If it keeps going on like this, then that mixed youth young master's training schedule will finish and might return back to the headquarters city. Ring. Luo Feng felt the tactical communications watch on his wrist vibrate slightly. When he looked down, he saw that it was a phone call from his brother. Recall, commanded Luo Feng. Beep beep beep. Hello, bro. Luo Hua's voice came from the watch. Luo Hua, how come you're calling me? A smile filled Luo Feng's face, as he was extremely happy. Hunting down other people in the wilderness all alone is lonely. To be able to chat with his family, his entire heart felt warm. I've just been thinking about you, bro. Luo Hua was clearly relaxed and happy. Bro, I've recently made a ton of money from my stocks again, it feels great. Oh? How did you get the money? Laughed Luo Feng as he asked. Luo Hua excitedly said, 6 of the 8 stocks that I've been dealing with are quality stocks, while the other 2 are investment ones. The quality stocks are great and earn me lots of money every year. But out of these 6 stocks, one of them started plunging in value rapidly. I was so scared and thought something went wrong with the company. After looking into it, I didn't find anything wrong with it. Geez, if this happened to my investment stocks, then I would probably cut my flesh off. But I have faith in these quality stocks and I'd rather hold on to them for a long period of time. And since I didn't find anything wrong with the company, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. If it drops, I'll buy it. It kept falling continuously. It dropped for like a dozen days and lost 50% of its value. I virtually took 80% of all my money and threw it at those stocks. Who could have knew that it would start flying up in value these past few days? Within 20 days, not only did it return to its original value, but it even went a bit higher. Geez, just from this, I basically doubled my money. Feels great. Luo Feng could feel his brother's excitement from the tone coming from the watch. Nice, way better than your brother. Luo Feng laughed as he complimented. Don't you have around 100 million right now? He gave his brother 50 million last time, so Luo Hua should have around 80 million. Yeah, now it's around 170 million, laughed Luo Hua. Bro, this is all thanks to the money you gave me. If my principal wasn't great enough, how could I earn so much money? Since he doubled the money. If he only had 10,000, he would only have 20,000 in total. But since he had around 80 to 90 million, he turned it into 170 to 180 million. This is also why people say that your first 100 million is the hardest to earn, while your second 100 million is way easier to earn. You're good. Your brother has been hunting in the wilderness for around 2 months, but I only earned around 100 million, said Luo Feng, but in his heart, he was amazed. Playing around with stocks earns tons of money. You're making money with money. The more money you have, the more money you earn. Of course, you could potentially lose tons of money too. However, bro, these chances don't come around often, laughed Luo Hua. Luo Hua has been playing around with stocks for years already, so making this much money in such a short time is indeed quite rare. Luo Feng thought to himself while he operated his tactical communications watch. He entered his bank account and transferred 180 million to his brother's account. Ah! Exclaimed Luo Hua in a surprised tone. Bro, my account, Your brother just made a ton of money recently, so that's for you. Work hard and use them in the stock market. If, one day, you reach 15 billion, your brother will give you a huge surprise, said Luo Feng as he laughed. Luo Feng never told his brother about the elixir of life, since that thing is too expensive. But according to Luo Feng's plan, if he and his brother both earn money, he can give some of his money to his brother, and his brother can use that money to make even more money. If they keep making money out of money, then maybe reaching 30 billion isn't impossible. 15 billion, exclaimed Luo Hua. Don't worry, I'll keep lending you money, laughed Luo Feng. Maybe then, his money and Luo Hua's money combined will reach 30 billion. After he gets the money, he'll think of a way to purchase the elixir of life so that his brother can stand up again. Okay, bro, I'll work hard, said Luo Hua in a confident tone. Okay, laughed Luo Feng, well, you should rest earlier. Okay, bro, be careful in the wilderness. The two brothers quickly finished their call. Mingyue sector, Luo Feng's home. In his brother's room on the first floor, Luo Hua excitedly closed his phone and started chatting on his computer. Hua, looks like you're having fun, smiled a young girl on the screen. Hee, of course I'm happy, Luo Hua excitedly chatted with this young girl on the screen. This young girl's cheeks were like a baby's and had small ears and short hair. She seemed like a very bright and pure girl. She is Luo Hua's girlfriend, Xiaonan. Since Xiaonan's college is right here, even if she's a college student, she's still sleeping at home. Xiaonan was currently in her bedroom chatting with Luo Hua through her computer. And outside of her room, in the living room, a middle-aged couple was currently sitting on the sofas in the living room. Even though they were watching TV, neither of them were focusing on it. What should we do? The middle-aged woman said hurriedly, "You know Xiaonan's temper, if we split them apart by force, she'll surely hate us. If she wants to hate us, then let her. This is for her own good." The middle-aged man couldn't help but to angrily say, "She never went through any sort of hardship since she was young. Does she still think she's living in a fairy tale? We aren't extremely rich, but we are still living a good life. Our girl has nice looks, so why is she with a handicapped person? That handicapped person's brother is a fighter. But so what if he's a fighter? It's not like his brother is in a relationship with our girl. No matter what, I can't watch our girl jump into a fiery pit like this. If it wasn't for Oldly, I never would have known that our girl was dating that Mingyue sector's handicapped person behind our backs. I'm so infuriated right now." The middle-aged man's face was livid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 19, Huge Chance. Volume 4, Chapter 19, Huge Chance. The middle-aged woman hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. No matter how angry you get, it's no use. You only have this one daughter, so what can you do? Most importantly, we should think of a way to separate our daughter with that handicapped person, and try our best not to hurt our daughter's feelings." "I understand." The middle-aged man was then silent with a frown on his face as he smoked. The smoke from the cigarette emanated around the room, and the room remained silent for a while. The only sound was the tick-tock from the mechanical clock. The second morning, number 003 city was filled with a deathly, cold air as usual. And the usual heart-chilling monster roar carried from the city from time to time. If we say Jiangnan City is a technologically advanced city teeming with life, then this city that used to be the greatest city of China a few decades ago is now a playground for the monsters. Here, you could see the stains of blood and corpses anywhere and everywhere. This is the monster den. In that 18-story apartment that was filled with dust, Luo Feng, in his battle uniform, held his binoculars as he looked down in one hand and ate a skewer of meat on another hand, taking a bite and chewing twice before he swallowed. Chew, swallow. In the aged room, it was clearly quiet, there was only the sound of Luo Feng's chewing. Gulp gulp. Luo Feng took out his water sack and drank a bit. After a moment, he took another drink. Luo Feng didn't bring too much food and water to the wilderness, so he has to conserve a bit every day. All 7 of them together again. Luo Feng looked through his binoculars and clearly saw that the 7 of them left the 6-story apartment building together under the morning mist. Luo Feng frowned as he angrily threw his binoculars on top of the bed on the side. Luo Feng massaged his temples and spent the whole day stooping, his eyes were extremely tired. All 7 of them together every day. They don't give me even the slightest chance, frowned Luo Feng. At this rate, I'll have to keep waiting until that young master finishes his training plan. When that happens, I would have wasted all my time waiting. What should I do? Luo Feng quickly started thinking, since he hasn't even had a single chance to take action. Is he just going to wait like this? There are no chances. Luo Feng's eyes flashed and he clenched his teeth, since there aren't any chances, that I can make them. Aren't they always together? I'll force them to separate. Luo Feng lightly tightened the cap on the water sack. Around 3 hours later, the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad carefully treaded forward in the old den of the monsters. Sometimes they move forward, sometimes they walk around, and finally they arrived at the 6-story residential apartment from before. Time to act. Luo Feng, who was fully equipped, slightly smiled as he left his room and ran down the stairs like a swift monkey. Even Luo Feng can't be too cocky after leaving this 18-story residential building, so he carefully moved forward while searching the area. Avoiding monsters is hard, but finding them is easy. 15 minutes later, Luo Feng arrived at a dog-type monster horde that had around 2,000 to 3,000 monsters. This dog-type monster horde was staying in a gigantic factory that manufactured home appliances. Usually, no human fighter would even try to challenge such a horde, since the threat of 2 to 3,000 monsters is too great. Roar! The roars of the large monsters echoed around the factory and the smell of urine emanated around the area. "Ha, what a strong monster horde!" Luo Feng looked through the cap of the wall. "Let's begin." Soon after. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! The monsters in the factory howled madly. The death of a few dozen monsters caused this huge monster horde to become enraged, because they have never suffered such shame before. Even the leader of the monster horde and 2 high-leveled commander-level lion mastiffs started howling. The entire monster horde crazily chased after. They sure run fast. The hexagonal shield on Luo Feng's back was under effects of the powerful force of his spiritual force. In an instant, Luo Feng became a flying hurricane. Rumble! Some tiger mastiffs were mixed into the lion mastiff horde. The tiger mastiffs ran just as quickly as the lion mastiffs as they chased after Luo Feng. The ones in the front of the horde were sprinting at a rate of 70 to 80 meters per second. Under such astonishing speed, it would take only 30 seconds for them to cover the 4 miles between the factory and the 6-story residential building. Just 30 seconds. And Luo Feng ran towards the 6-story residential building like lightning. In one of the suite rooms on the 6th floor of the 6-story residential apartment, the 7 members of Thunderbolt Squad were resting. Actually, when the entire monster horde was howling as they chased after Luo Feng, the 7 members of the Thunderbolt Squad weren't alerted at all. Because what kind of place in the city doesn't have a monster howling in a 4-mile radius? But after around 10 seconds. "Seems like a battle has occurred to our east," laughed the one-eyed middle-aged man. "Who cares, there's always a fight going on between fighters and monster hordes here in number 003 city. This time, a fighter probably enraged some monster horde." The Tiger Fawn captain, Panya, was completely calm. Since he has dozens of years of experience as a fighter, he has seen this type of scenario way too many times. But in the time that these words were passed around, the monster horde seems to be really close to us now. Even the building is shaking a bit. Within an instant, the 7 members of the Thunderbolt Squad rushed towards the northern window and looked down, and saw that there were large amounts of mastiff monsters near the entrance to the staircase of the 6-story residential apartment. Some of the lion mastiff monsters were even charging into the staircase. In just these few seconds, the entire residential apartment started shaking, like an earthquake was occurring. The roars of many monsters also echoed around. Boom! The door to the room where the 7 members of the Thunderbolt Squad were in was blasted open. The lion mastiffs with their SUV-sized bodies charged in the room one by one. Not only was the door directly smashed into smithereens, but even the walls were startling to crumble. The over 1,000 monsters were continuously smashing the residential building up. It seemed like the building could fall down at any moment. And outside of the residential building were around 1 to 2,000 more lion mastiff monsters. These lion mastiff monsters can't even enter the building, so they just surrounded the residential apartment completely. If you can imagine a scene where 1 to 2,000 SUVs are surrounding a building, then you can imagine how scary it'll be for so many monsters to surround a residential apartment. What's going on? The mixed youth immediately started screaming as his face turned pale. Anyone would panic after witnessing the apartment building that has shook so much that it's on the verge of collapse, the large amounts of monsters pouring into the room, and the densely packed horde of monsters surrounding the residential apartment building below. Protect the young master. Tiger Fawn Squad, protect the rear. Roared the old veteran named Lu. Da. Dong Zi's machine gun was crazily roaring and the bullet shells crazily flew around. The powerful bullets shot into the bodies of the lion mastiff monsters one by one. The monsters were charging so quickly that even when they were hit by the bullets, they would continue charging forwards. The bald brute, the one-eyed man, and the tiger fawn captain Panya relied on their cold weapons to smash the monsters to the side one by one. Pang! 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 The old veteran named Lu and the white brute already brought the mixed youth along with them as they directly jumped out the window. Let's go! The Tiger Feng captain roared and was the first to follow as he jumped from the window. Dong Zi, hurry! Roared the one-eyed man. When comparing physical fitness, gunners are the weakest. The gunner, Dong Zi, also clenched his teeth as he jumped out the window. Finally, the one-eyed middle-aged man and the bald brute also jumped out the window. Even if a beginner-level warlord fighter is carrying several hundred kg of things on him, they wouldn't suffer any injury from jumping from a height of 6 stories. However, the thing awaiting them below isn't a flat ground, but over 1,000 monsters. The walls of the second floor of the residential apartment were already smashed into pieces. And Luo Feng was hiding in the corner of a room on the second floor. When Luo Feng rushed into this room, he used his spiritual force to control the concrete walls, the stone tables, etc. to completely seal the bathroom he is in, and he even broke the ceiling. After the concrete fell down, the room was completely ruined, so even after the monsters charged in, they wouldn't be able to find Luo Feng. After that, the monster horde spotted the Thunderbolt squad on the 6th floor and directed all their attention onto them. Standing beside the bathroom's window, Luo Feng stared outside and his ears were listening closely. They're fighting! Luo Feng heard a few faint roars from the 6th floor. After that, 3 shadows quickly fell from above. They jumped. Luo Feng's eyes flashed and 2 black throwing knives immediately hovered beside him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 20, Arrival of the War God. Volume 4, Chapter 20, Arrival of the War God. Out of the 3 shadows, the first to fall was the old veteran named Lu and the mixed youth, followed by the white brute. Closely following them was the captain of the Tiger Feng squad, Panya. Howl! Protect the young master, charge out! Right when the old veteran named Lu landed, his legs smashed onto 2 nearby lion mastiff monsters like 2 war axes. The 2 lion mastiff monsters howled in pain as they flew away and smashed into 7 or 8 nearby lion mastiff lion and tigers, causing chaos in the area for a moment. The white brute had a gigantic 2-handed sword in hand as he crazily charged forward. The tiger captain, Panya, supported the white brute beside him. One of them had unrivaled strength while the other was sinister and unpredictable. The 2 of them combined were like a bulldozer, sweeping away the monsters in front of them. Howl! A low, thunder-like sound started rumbling. Not too far away, a huge body that was around 4 to 5 meters tall and even larger than an average truck appeared. Its whole body was silver and was even slightly reflecting light, since there were some silver scales on its fur. There was a small bump on its huge forehead, as if it was going to break its fur open. This is one of the 2 high-level commander-level monsters in the whole horde. A high-level commander lion mastiff. Boom! With just a leap, the commander lion mastiff flew a distance of 20 meters like a silver light and shot straight towards the Thunderbolt squad. Panya, you protect the young master and hurry up and run, roared the old veteran named Lu. With a blade in hand, he howled, "Ka long." Understood. The white brute also roared. The old veteran named Lu and the white brute engaged the commander lion mastiff at virtually the same time. There was no helping it, if they didn't engage it. Then the mixed youth would be in grave danger. Howl! The commander lion mastiff roared and its body started to blur a bit as its claws headed straight towards the 2 humans in front of it. Shang! Quang! Boom! The clash between the 2 advanced-level warlords and the high-level commander-level monster caused chaos. The surrounding lion mastiffs were caught in and blown away. Even the surrounding walls and the floor was affected and messed up. With large amounts of lion mastiff monsters supporting, the commander lion mastiff was practically even with the veteran named Lu and the white brute. Pang! 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 The gunner Dong Zi, the bald brute, and the one-eyed middle-aged man also jumped out at this time. However, the one-eyed middle-aged man, the bald brute, and the gunner Dong Zi were all panicking. The group of the old veteran named Lu, the white brute, the mixed youth, and Panya were able to mess around in the monster horde, but the one-eyed middle-aged man and the others were clearly having a hard time. "Hurry, let's go," said the one-eyed middle-aged man. "Hurry, dot." Dong Zi dragged his machine gun along as he freely fired at the surrounding monsters. At this time, howl. After the heart-shuddering howl, another huge body that was also completely silver came jumping down from the 6-story apartment. Suddenly, the lion mastiff leader that was fighting against the old veteran named Lu and the white brute immediately started roaring excitedly as it conversed with the huge shadow coming from above. Another lion mastiff leader. Also a high-level commander. The faces of the old veteran named Lu and the white brute changed drastically. They glanced at the Tiger Feng Captain Panya and the mixed youth who were already far away. When the two of them were stalling the large amounts of monsters, Panya and the mixed youth were able to get away. "Hurry, go! Go!" The white brute and the old veteran named Lu didn't dare to delay at all. Even without the monster horde, they couldn't go head-to-head with two high-level commander monsters. And there's a gigantic monster horde surrounding them. Howl howl. The two high-level commander-level lion mastiff leaders roared as they charged. Would they allow these two damned humans to get away? On the second floor of the ruined 6-story residential apartment, Luo Feng watched what was going on outside through the window silently. The white brute and the old veteran named Lu ran away while the one-eyed middle-aged man, the bald brute, and Dong Zi were still bitterly charging out. Luo Feng let out a smile on his face. Now's the time. Two black throwing knives instantly flew out from the window towards the one-eyed middle-aged man and the bald brute in the horde of the lion mastiff monsters. It's better like this. If he fought out in the open, then the one-eyed middle-aged man who has reached the intermediate warlord level could put up a bit of a fight, but under this ambush. Pu. Pu. The brains of the one-eyed middle-aged man and the bald brute were instantly pierced and blew up like watermelons. Soon after, the two eerie black lights virtually instantly pierced through the head of the gunner Dong Zi, who was currently crazily shooting his machine gun. When the three of them died, they were filled with fear, question, and dissatisfaction. They didn't even know what killed them. Rumble. The three human corpses were instantly charged at by the large amounts of monsters. The lion mastiff and tiger mastiff monsters excitedly ripped apart their flesh. In the bathroom on the second floor, Luo Feng quietly watched the two lion mastiff leaders charge after the old veteran named Lu and the white brute. Out of the 6 members of the Tiger Feng squad, 5 of them are already dead. Good, all according to plan. Even though I was the one behind this, their clueless Luo Feng was satisfied with what he has done so far, since he doesn't want to hurt that mixed youth. As long as you aren't dumb, you can figure out that the power behind the mixed youth is great. So, Luo Feng didn't attack the members of the Tiger Feng squad when they were with the young master. However, because of the monster horde's attack, the 7 members of the squad split into 3. Running in front was the mixed youth and Panya. Being chased by the 2 high-level commander monsters was the old veteran named Lu and the white brute, while the last section was the one-eyed middle-aged man and the others. Because the mixed youth, the old veteran named Lu, and the white brute have ran far away already, they couldn't see what was going on with the one-eyed middle-aged man and the others at all, which was why Luo Feng chose that time to strike. However, the young master is probably in big trouble this time, Luo Feng thought to himself. However, suddenly, a blurry shadow of a human appeared in Luo Feng's field of vision. This human was carrying some type of staff-type weapon. With a flash, he covered a few hundred meters and charged straight into the monster horde. Rumble. A shocking blasting sound carried out, and the dozens of lion mastiffs and tiger mastiffs around Panya and the mixed youth instantly turned into piles of flesh. The speed that surpassed the speed of sound caused the blasting sound. The shadow moved again. It directly arrived in front of the 2 lion mastiff leaders. The 2 lion mastiff leaders immediately let out an astonished howl and, surprisingly, started to run away. Boom! The staff-type weapon harshly smashed onto the body of one of the Lion Mastiff leaders like lightning. The silver Lion Mastiff leader was launched up by around 20 meters, and all the scales on its body completely split open. Fresh blood sprayed around in the air, and while this Lion Mastiff was launched up by around 20 meters. Boom! The shadow instantly chased after the other Lion Mastiff leader and also gave it a ferocious smash. The Lion Mastiff leader was like a thrown bowling ball as it was launched away and then smashed into the large amounts of Lion Mastiffs and Tiger Mastiffs behind it. The Lion Mastiffs that were near were directly shocked to death, while the other large amounts of Lion Mastiffs and Tiger Mastiffs were smashed away. As for the high-level commander-level Lion Mastiff leader, it rolled on the ground a few times and then stopped moving completely. Large amounts of blood came pouring from its nose and ears. Boom! And at this time, the Lion Mastiff leader that was launched high up into the air came crashing down onto the ground, not moving an inch. In an instant, 2 high-level commander-level monsters instantly dead. AOWU all the Lion Mastiffs, Tiger Mastiffs, and some other low-level commander-level monsters were completely shocked. All of them wailed as they all started running away. Only at this time did the shadow start to take up more of a form. Luo Feng just saw what the guy looked like, a huge brute that was around 2.3 to 2.4 meters tall and a face that looked like it was sculpted. He wore a completely gray battle uniform and held a gigantic mace. One can't help but to shiver after seeing the spikes on that mace. Too messed up. Luo Feng looked at the 2 lifeless Lion Mastiff leaders' corpses and was completely stunned. He was so shocked that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This is a war god level fighter. It must be. I should be careful. If he finds me here, then there'll be trouble. Even the throwing knives that were originally shot out, under Luo Feng's will, dug into the ground. Luo Feng was too scared to retrieve them. Uncle Li. The mixed youth came running over and thanked him repeatedly. Mr. Li. The old veteran named Lu and the white brute respectfully bowed. The large brute laughed as he looked at the mixed youth. Li Wei, when your dad received your SOS signal and found your location, there were 2 war gods nearby, me and brother Wang. He quickly contacted me first. Luckily, I wasn't too far away, so I could make it in time. Uncle Wang is here too? The eyes of the mixed youth flashed with light. At this time, as if a wind blew past, a blurry shadow appeared in the vicinity. After stabilizing, a handsome person who seemed to be around 20 to 30 years old wearing a blue battle uniform appeared. Uncle Wang, the mixed youth yelled. Look at your shameful self, said the man as he slightly laughed. The white brute and the old veteran named Lu didn't dare to make a sound on the side, while the Tiger Fang Captain Panya was looking around the area. When he saw that there were some battle uniforms, remains from corpses, and a machine gun lying on the ground, his eyes couldn't help but to turn red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 21, Palace of War Gods. Volume 4, Chapter 21, Palace of War Gods. Tiger Captain Panya couldn't help but to charge towards those battle uniforms and corpses. As he looked at the bloody remains, the Tiger Captain bitterly clenched his fists. Panya, they're already dead. What's the point in being sad? Lowly shouted the veteran named Lu. Oh, what's going on? The man named Wang smiled as he looked over, and the mixed youth immediately laughed as he explained, Uncle Wang, it's like this. My dad let me come out here to get some combat experience. Not only is old Lu and Ka Long protecting me, but a warlord-level fighter squad was also hired to protect me, in case we need more people. However, 5 out of the 6 members of their squad died, so he's the only one left. 6 of them, and 5 of them died. A deep voice carried out from the throat of the huge brute, isn't this squad just too weak? Mr. Li, said the veteran named Lu respectfully, it's actually not because the Tiger Fang squad is too weak. Truthfully, in the past few days when we left to give our young master some combat experience, the 2 squad members guarding our point encountered an attack by monsters and died right there. And this time, when we were resting on the 6th floor, we were also mysteriously attacked by a gigantic monster horde. Those 3 were weaker, so they died in the monster horde. The man named Wang slightly frowned. The huge brute also said in a confused tone, "What's going on?" It's very rare for a monster horde to attack a location where the fighters are hiding. And since this happened twice in a row, there's clearly something wrong. Someone's causing this behind your backs, said the man named Wang silently. It's probably someone who has a grudge against the Tiger Feng squad. Luo Feng was hiding in a bathroom on the 2nd floor of a residential apartment building. His breathing was already as weak as it could get, but Luo Feng, who didn't dare to make a sound, couldn't help but to be surprised after clearly hearing what that man named Wang said. This guy sure hit the mark. Someone with a grudge against the Tiger Feng squad? Panya walked over here. Uncle Wang? The mixed youth also had a confused look on his face as he looked towards the man named Wang. Even though your dad has enemies, all of them are war gods. A war god wouldn't bother to come and kill a child like you. If that happens, then your dad will surely go mad and eradicate that person's entire family. The man named Wang smiled as he said, and also, if a war god wanted to kill you, you would be dead within your first day of leaving the headquarters city. The mixed youth nodded. Your dad did the right thing. Li Wei, the training you're undergoing is the best of the best. However, your current fighting strength is quite average. The man named Wang asked, "How's your fitness level now?" My fitness level counts as an intermediate warlord. However, I can only fight against most low-level commander-level monsters, answered the mixed youth. Average. Very average. Or you could say, below average. The man named Wang said in a dissatisfied tone, man's intelligence is higher than monsters. A horde leader's intelligence is only roughly equal to a human's. So, a true fighter should be able to fight against a monster that's the same level as him. A few messed up fighters can even fight against monsters above their level. Your fitness level is that of an intermediate warlord's, and yet you can only fight against a beginner-level commander? You still lack lots of training. The mixed youth earnestly nodded his head. Your fitness level is good, which is why your mom and dad bothered to spend tons of money on you, said the man named Wang seriously. With your talent and your parents' support, there's a chance for you to step into the war god level within 10 years. So right now, you should seriously absorb some real battle experience. Only when you become a war god and enter the palace of war gods will people start to respect you and not treat you like a weak, spoiled child of a powerful man. Understood, Uncle Wang. The mixed youth clenched his teeth as he nodded. His father is a first-generation fighter, and his mother is one of the powerful war god fighters in one of the super families in the European Union. With his parents' genes, Li Wei is very talented. Even without entering the wilderness, after around 20 years, his fitness level has reached the intermediate warlord level. If his dad and mom spend large amounts of money, then it won't be hard for Li Wei to step into the war god level. Dare to ask you, senior, what is the Palace of War Gods? The tiger Captain Panya, who didn't make a sound until now, couldn't help but to ask. Even the hiding Luo Feng couldn't help but to pay attention. Yeah, what exactly is the Palace of War Gods? Usually, people will only get contacted when they reach the advanced warlord level. The man named Wang glanced at him. Your skill is pretty good, so it's alright if I tell you in advance. The Palace of War Gods is a group formed by not only all the war god level fighters, but also all the existences that surpass the war god level in every headquarters city in all the 5 major countries on Earth. You can say that all the war gods on the entire Earth are part of the Palace of War Gods. And the strongest fighter Hong and Thunder God are the creators of the Palace of War Gods. It's a power made for us fighters, smiled the man named Wang. The tiger Captain Panya was flabbergasted. Even Luo Feng, who was hiding far away, was surprised. Holy shit, all the human war gods on Earth forming one power together? And Hong and Thunder God partnered up to create that group? Once this power is established, not even those powerful countries can do anything about it. The Palace of War Gods is the palace for fighters. The Palace of War Gods is the final fort for humanity's battle against monsters. The Palace of War Gods exists for two reasons. 1. To chase our limits as humans. 2. To eradicate the monsters on Earth. Said the man named Wang as his eyes slightly flashed. The blood of all the people at the scene were boiling, including the old veteran named Luo. He was excited, because he is at the advanced warlord level. Even though he's just one step away, due to his age, it will probably be hard for him to get any stronger. Even Luo Feng, who was hiding far away, was excited. Alright, Li Wei, you guys should hurry up and leave. The man named Wang smiled. Me and your Uncle Li have to get ready to go and fight that high-level horde leader level steel-armored dragon. This operation is very dangerous, so you should get far away from here. It'll be better if you guys at least get to the highway outside the sector. Steel-armored dragon? The mixed youth's eyes were wide open. Panya, the old veteran named Luo, and the white brute all took in a deep breath. Holy shit, Luo Feng, who was hiding far away, was also surprised. These two war gods sure are brave. A high-level horde leader level steel-armored dragon. A horde leader's intelligence is roughly equal to a human's. And naturally, the fitness level of this horde leader monster is higher than a human of the same level. So, against a high-level horde leader monster, usually even an advanced level war god has to run. Two war gods teaming against a high-level horde leader? Are they out of their minds? That steel-armored dragon just laid eggs recently, so it lost lots of its strength, smiled the man named Wan. This is the best chance. Laid eggs? The mixed youth and the others were surprised. Alright, hurry and leave. That steel-armored dragon is only 10 miles away from here. Once we take action, the large monster horde under its control will start moving. And the surrounding area will get affected. So it's safer for you guys to leave Shanghai City and run to the highway, explained the man named Wang. All the horde leaders are intelligent, and will have a huge monster horde under its control. Okay, understood, nodded the mixed youth. Then your nephew wishes Uncle Li and Uncle Wang good luck. Let's go. After the mixed youth's command, Panya and the others immediately swiftly left. They wouldn't dare not listen to a wargod's warning, so they all immediately ran outside the city. On the way, the mixed youth and the other three were completely astonished. Mr. Wang and Mr. Li sure are strong. Hunting a high-level horde leader. Even if it's weaker after laying eggs, it's still a high-level horde leader, the old veteran named Luo couldn't help but to say. Are these two people the legendary Shadowblade brothers, Shadowblade One Tong and Bear Strength Li Kan? Panya couldn't help but to ask. Correct. The mixed youth proudly smiled. When my dad and mom were young, they were in the same squad as Uncle Wang and Uncle Li. That's a friendship to the death. The tiger captain Panya couldn't help but to be amazed. This is the background. His parents are war gods, so naturally, his parents have quite a few war god friends too. One day, I'm also going to become a war god and join the Palace of War Gods. Once I join the Palace of War Gods, I'll easily be able to make connections with other war gods. At that time, I'll also have my own gigantic network of war gods. Panya couldn't help but to look forward to. Yup, since I'm the only person left in the Tiger Fong squad, I'll go search for a more powerful fighter squad to join. And Luo Feng hid there without moving a hair. Voices carried from outside. Are you done dissecting? Let's go and prepare first. Our opponent this time is a steel-armored dragon. If it was a high-level silver moon wolf or black cloud tiger, then that'll be easy to deal with. But a steel-armored dragon's speed, defense, power, and toughness are all too extreme. Now that it laid eggs, this is our best chance to strike. After listening to this sound, it's clear that this is the voice of the man named Wang. And the huge brute's deep voice rang. Got it, brother Wang. Alright, depart. A slight sound of wind could be heard for a moment, and then nothing more. Luo Feng looked through the window and saw the area outside. The two of them were already nowhere to be seen. That Panya got lucky this time. Looks like I won't be able to kill him this time. Luo Feng was clear that, once the mixed youth and the others leave the number 003 city sector, this time's hunt is over. Yup, can't risk it. Well, it'll just have to wait until the next time I encounter him in the wilderness. A flash of curiosity then appeared in Luo Feng's eyes. Two war gods hunting a high-level horde leader steel-armored dragon after it's been weakened after laying eggs? And it's 10 miles away? I must watch this battle. Luo Feng's heart itched. If he doesn't watch such an amazing battle, then he'll surely regret it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 22, Peak Showdown. Volume 4, Chapter 22, Peak Showdown. On the first floor of the trashed residential apartment, large corpses were laid out one by one with the scent of blood emanating away from them. Because of the killing from before, the monsters didn't dare to come close, causing this area to be silent for a short time. And Luo Feng suddenly bursted out from the second floor of that residential apartment, and the two throwing knives in the ground immediately flew back into Luo Feng's thigh pockets. Two war gods will, not long from now, fight against that high-level horde leader steel-armored dragon. I should hurry and get to a good spectating spot. Luo Feng glanced at the largest corpses, which were the two commander lion mastiffs, and shook his head as he sighed. The war god sure dissected these two corpses cleanly. The two most important materials were taken away. Originally, Luo Feng wanted to get some benefits for himself. Luo Feng became a blurry shadow and swiftly headed south. The steel-armored dragon's nest is 10 miles away from here, which is that family mart. Then I'll pick a residential apartment 3 miles away from there. Luo Feng made his decision while he sprinted. In this monster-infested city made out of concrete and steel, even a spirit reader can't let his guard down. Sometimes he would sprint, and sometimes he would slow down to check around. Overall, he was still pretty fast. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng entered the 16th floor of an 18-story residential apartment building. Poochie. Two eerie black lights rotated as they landed into his thigh pockets. Luo Feng smiled as he lightly opened the door to a room on the 16th floor. The room was sealed shut, but the formless spiritual force easily opened the lock, causing the huge door to open. The door to this room was locked and wasn't destroyed. Looks like no fighter or monster came in here before in the past 30 to 40 years from the Grand Nirvana period until the present. Luo Feng entered and closed the door behind him. Indeed, all the objects in the room were orderly placed. A glass cabinet, a sofa, a marble table, and a 24-inch TV. All of these things are the style from before the Grand Nirvana period. Who? Luo Feng took off the wool blanket that was on the sofa, since the skin of the sofa itself was cleaner. He took that blanket and immediately ran to the balcony and wiped the glass on the balcony, and then opened the glass window. What nice scenery. I'll stand here and try to take a good look at the monster nest ahead. Luo Feng threw the blanket aside and leaned on the railing as he looked at the area 3 miles away from his position. He only saw smoke, which completely covered the family mart that acted as the nest for the monsters. The naked eye couldn't see past the smoke at all. However, with the daylight sun shining down, the naked eye could see much more clearly than usual. With his binoculars in hand, Luo Feng closely looked towards the area with smoke. At the smoke's border, large pig-type monsters could be seen. Some of them were laying on the ground, some of them were walking around, and some of them even seemed to be competing against each other as they rammed into each other over and over again. There's no commotion at all. Where are those two war gods? Luo Feng tried his best to observe the area, but he couldn't find the traces of those two war gods at all. Times. While Luo Feng was searching for the two war gods, in the room on the 12th floor of a residential apartment that was at a distance of around 500 meters away from Luo Feng, Wang Tong and the huge Brutlikan sat cross-legged as they drank some water, replenishing the water in their bodies. Can the young, handsome-looking Wang Tong lightly sipped a bit of water, when we directly barge into the nucleus of that monster nest and directly go against that steel-armored dragon? Of course, its two underlings, the two low-level horde leader flame-scale triple halberd boars, will definitely come to its aid. At that time, I'll leave those two flame-scale triple halberd boars to you, Can. Okay, answered the huge brutally Can in a low voice. He lightly waved his mace, as if it was as easy as waving a match. Flame-scale triple halberd boar, rank 1 out of the pig-type monsters. Not good to mess with at all. Your mission is just to stall them, no need to kill them, seriously reminded the young, handsome Wang Tong. A steel-armored dragon and two flame-scale triple halberd boars. With this kind of combination, they absolutely have the authority to rule over the entire number 003 city sector. If it wasn't for the fact that the powerful steel-armored dragon just laid eggs, causing it to dramatically decrease in power, Wang Tong wouldn't dare to charge in. Brotherly, I'm ready, the huge brute Can stood up. Okay. Wang Tong also stood up and coldly watched the smoke-covered area far away. Go, let's depart. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two human shadows directly jumped off of the 12th floor, and as if they were human-sized grasshoppers, directly crossed a distance of 100 meters, landing on another building. Using that building as a boost, the two of them immediately flew into the forest of steel and concrete. And the speed of both of them has long surpassed the speed of sound. Boom! When Luo Feng heard that sonic boom, he turned his head around and only saw two blurry images enter the smoke-covered area. They already went in? So fast. Luo Feng didn't dare to be careless and closely stared at the smoke-covered area. Howl. Roar. Enraged howls immediately rang from the smoke-covered area, as if the entire world was coming to an end. And the huge amounts of monsters outside of the smoke-covered area also immediately sprinted into the area, causing the earth to shake for a moment. They started fighting? Luo Feng could only stare at the smoke and guess, since he couldn't see what was going on inside at all. The family mart that was full of dust and had quite a bit of bloodstains had no signs of human life, for this has already become the playground for monsters. Howl. A huge being that was covered in deep green scales was currently in deep sleep as it lay in the family mart. Two bloody-smelling smoke currents blew out of its nose, emanating around the area. The first and second floor of the entire supermarket had long been destroyed, causing the entire supermarket to be quite spacious. Just the first floor alone was around 7 to 8 meters tall. Suddenly, the enraged howls of monsters carried from outside. How this huge being slowly crawled up, its flaming red eyes could scare any human away. This is a being that is 5 meters tall and around 10 meters long. And its tail is also an astonishing 10 meters long. Its body seemed to be narrow and long, and there was one curved black horn on its forehead. When it stood up, a green egg that was around 1 meter tall appeared under it. With just a movement from this green-scaled beast, it disappeared from the supermarket. This Family Mart supermarket is the nucleus of the monster horde. There was a sea of monsters surrounding it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two human shadows were as fast as lightning, speedily jumping on the bodies of the monsters as they charged towards that Family Mart supermarket. Hurry! Don't fight or you might get held back by this monster horde, shouted Wang Tong. Understood. Li Can was trying hard to hold back his tyrannical temper. In front of the door to the Family Mart was a huge bloodthirsty tank monster, and there were also horned boars there too. The scales of each of these monsters were much shinier, and also seemed to be much more intricate than regular monsters. There seemed to be some intelligence in the eyes of these huge monsters. Indeed. All these huge monsters, surpassing the count of 100, were all commander-level monsters. This is the nucleus of the entire horrifying monster horde. In front of the horde made out of over 100 commander-level monsters were two huge monsters that seemed to be on fire, causing one's heart to skip a beat. The bodies of these two monsters were full of flaming red scales, not a single other color. Their large heads especially stood out, having 3 huge curved horns pointing forwards. Flame-scale triple halberd boars. The race ranked 1 out of the pig-type monsters. Even the weakest flame-scale triple halberd boars were medium-level commanders. And these 2 were low-level horde leaders. Howl a roar that shook the skies then followed. A blurry image appeared in front of the 2 flame-scale triple halberd boars. After the image cleared up, it turned into a body that was just a bit shorter than the flame-scale triple halberd boars, a body that was full of deep green scales. 2 smoke currents angrily shot out of its nostrils, and its eyes were staring at the 2 humans coming to kill it. Scum, die! Wang Tong roared as huge amounts of monsters charged at him, but Wang Tong brought a rain of blood along with him as large amounts of monster corpses came flying from the sky. The steel-armored dragon felt like the 2 humans in front of him were powerful, and it turned back and looked inside the interior of the supermarket. Its dragon egg was still there. If they battle here, The battle between an advanced-level war god and a high-level horde leader, if the dragon egg gets affected, it'll easily break. Howl the steel-armored dragon let out a deep roar and suddenly flew outside. When it sprinted, it even caused a sonic boom. I knew this would happen. Wang Tong and Li Ken were extremely happy as they saw this. They have guessed long ago that because of the dragon egg that the steel-armored dragon laid, it would probably give up on fighting in the old nest. This way, without being restricted by huge amounts of monsters, the chances of Wang Tong and Li Can's victory will increase by quite a bit. Boom! Boom! Wang Tong and Li Can also instantly reached the speed of sound as they chased after it. Boom! Boom! The 2 low-level horde leader flame-scale triple halberd boars too reached the speed of sound as they chased after. As for the commander-level monsters, only around 30 of them chased after. The other elite commander-level monsters were guarding the area, protecting their leader's nest. Out of these 100 commander-level monsters, there were around 30 high-level commander-level monsters. With such a team, even a war god can instantly charge inside. On the high building, Luo Feng was standing on the balcony as he watched with his binoculars. He saw an image, 2 images, and then 2 more images all connected as they charged out of the smoke-covered area. They actually came out to battle. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. They're all horde leader and war god level. Also, I never translated the volume names, since I didn't look at them, so here they are. Volumes 1 to 4 are sub-volumes of a bigger volume called Awakening in the Night. Volume 1, Awakening in the Deep Night. Volume 2, Fighter. Volume 3, 9-Stage Thunderblade. Volume 4, Astronomical Reward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 23, Steal the Dragon Egg? Volume 4, Chapter 23, Steal the Dragon Egg? Dragon, whether for Westerners or Easterners, is a very respected and special name. Before the Grand Nirvana period, no type of wild beast had the right to be called a dragon. And after the Grand Nirvana period, after all the beasts' genes mutated, all sorts of unique, horrifying monsters were born. The pig-type monsters have many categories, the dog-type monsters have many categories, cat-type monsters, rat-type monsters, gecko-type monsters, wolf-type, tiger-type, snake-type, eagle-type, bear-type. Each type has quite the number of species. Other than these, there are some extremely special and rare monsters. No one knows how they came to be or what they evolved from. They were probably monsters that were born under extremely special conditions. These monsters will have some unique names, according to their strength. Humanity will bestow upon them different names. Steel-armored dragon. This is one of the special dragon species. Because its speed, power, defense, knowledge, body structure, etc. are almost perfect, the humans have called it the steel-armored dragon, giving it the title of dragon. To be able to receive such a name, one can imagine how powerful and horrifying the steel-armored dragon is. Howl the steel-armored dragon's tail, which was practically longer than its body, was swiftly waving around, causing a dark green, hazy image to appear. The steel-armored dragon's body was crazily headed towards Shadowblade Wangtong. Pu. Because of the steel-armored dragon's attack, the asphalt sidewalk directly split open. Rumble. Wangtong and the steel-armored dragon, one human and one monsters, first rammed into one of the residential apartments. The concrete wall of that residential apartment, like tofu, split open. With a brutal sweep from the steel-armored dragon's tail, all the walls and pillars of the building came tumbling down. Rumble, the entire residential building fell, causing dust to fill the sky. Hoo-hoo! Wangtong's body was like a wave of soft wind, each of his lightning-fast movements had the taste of wind in them. The rhythm was clearly free. Even though the steel-armored dragon's attack was astonishingly quick and strong enough to cause a shocking shockwave, none of them were able to injure Wangtong at all. And some of the scales of this steel-armored dragon split into two. Who would have known that even after laying eggs, this steel-armored dragon is still this powerful? Wangtong was extremely anxious. Since I'm a human, my body can't take as much of an impact as this steel-armored dragon can. The saying goes that if you always defend, you're sure to lose. I can dodge to the side for a time, but I can't continue this forever. However, with its defensive capabilities, unless I hit its weak spot, just one or two broken scales wouldn't affect it at all. Wangtong frowned. No chances, looks like I have to risk it and make my own chances. Too messed up. Luo Feng, who was spectating on the balcony of a tall building from far away, couldn't contain his excitement as he watched the two war gods, Wangtong and Li Kan, battle against the three commander-level monsters. All the concrete sidewalks, asphalt roads, commercial buildings, and even buildings that were over 10 stories tall that got in their way could only split open or fall. None of them could block their battle. And a falling building that's over 10 stories tall couldn't even hurt a hair on their bodies. It is said that the bodies of Horde leader-level monsters are even tougher than diamond and that even guided missiles can't harm them. Looks like they weren't lying. When the buildings that were over 10 stories high fell, even if some of them smashed against the steel-armored dragon, a shake of the steel-armored dragon's tail was enough to directly smash apart the falling concrete, exposing the reinforced steel within. After throwing them up, the scales of the steel-armored dragon weren't even scathed at all. Easy and relaxed, the speed of the Horde leader monster and the human wargod's movements all surpassed the speed of sound. Well, this is a high-level Horde leader monster and not a normal one, but a steel-armored dragon, but this is way more powerful than the black-crowned golden eagle that I saw on T.va a while ago. As Luo Feng watched, his blood boiled. Sadly, the exchange of blows between them are just too fast, I can't even see them clearly. Luo Feng could only see the terrifying destructive power caused by the fight between both sides. Howl. Roar. Along with the monstrous, enraged roars came over 10 million monsters under the lead of around 30 commander-level monsters that covered the entire ground as they came charging. For a time, the entire ground was shaking. The two flame-scaled triple halberd boars that were currently cooperating as they fought against the huge brute, Li Kan, immediately let out some excited, sky-shaking roars. That huge brute named Li sure is strong. Luo Feng was spectating from the balcony and looked at the scene below that seemed like the world was ending. That mace is powerful and his dodging is extremely quick. It's absolutely the Ruwei class dodging technique, and he's very experienced with it. He's able to use every single part of the surroundings. He's even able to use the monsters charging at him. This control over the battlefield is way above me. Luo Feng critiqued and at the same time, absorbed experience. Even though he's also Ruwei class, he still isn't able to perfectly use every part of the surrounding area to assist him in a battle to the death. And that guy named Wang is even stronger. Luo Feng's amazement showed through his eyes. His technique, not only does it far surpass the Ruwei class, but it also surpasses the huge brute named Li's ability to control the surrounding. It has reached a natural level with its own will. His body is just like the wind. For technique, he's definitely a master. Even though Luo Feng's technique is superb, there's still an obvious difference when compared to these two war gods. Actually, Luo Feng didn't know exactly who these two were. Shadow Blade Wang Tong, an advanced war god that is famous around the world. His best partner, Bear Strength Li Kan, is an intermediate war god whose speciality lies within his strength. His strength could be compared to an advanced level war god's. These two people have gone through huge amounts of battles to the death and are the absolute elite of this world, so they have huge amounts of experience. Which is why their technique was so superb. The man named Wang is injured. No wait, it was a trick. The steel-armored dragon's head is injured now. Luo Feng's eyes were wide open as he observed through the binoculars in hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The entire monster horde is enraged, even those two flame-scale triple halberd boars are enraged too. Wait, even though that steel-armored dragon is heavily injured, it's even more enraged than before. That man named Wang is trying his best to dodge out of the way. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Oh yeah, that man named Wang is trying to avoid this steel-armored dragon spirit. This war god sure is cruel, and his blade sure is fast. Luo Feng realized that the man named Wang desperately tried to control the rhythm of the battle, but even though the steel-armored dragon has been weakened from laying an egg, its body structure was still way above this Wang Tong. Rhythm, yes, control the rhythm of the battle. If this goes on, then maybe the man named Wang can actually kill that steel-armored dragon. At that time, maybe they'll even get the steel-armored dragon's dragon egg. An egg that can give birth to the unique species steel-armored dragon, that sure is worth a lot. Suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Dragon egg, Steel-armored dragon, the two flame-scale triple halberd boars, these three horde leaders have all come out. The two war gods are here too. Which also means, since there's no horde leader monster at the monster nest, I would have a chance to enter the nest and steal the dragon egg? Luo Feng could only hear his heart go thump-thump, as if it was about to burst out his chest. His heartbeat was like the beat of a drum. Excitement, nervousness. Luo Feng wasn't planning to steal the dragon egg before. He thought that once the two war gods head over there, they'll be fighting against the three horde leader level monsters at the old nest. If that happens, then if he goes, he'll just be flying towards his death. However, the situation now is different. For brother to truly stand up from his wheelchair and walk under the sunlight like a normal person, he would need an elixir of life. This elixir of life is worth at least 30 billion. Unless I become a war god, then, at this rate, it'll take a super long time for me to earn that much money. Stealing this dragon egg away is the perfect chance. Once this thought appeared in Luo Feng's mind, he couldn't contain himself anymore. The price of a dragon egg is beyond high. Since the corpse of a dragon isn't too hard to get, but a dragon egg is. Since receiving the news of a dragon laying an egg is extremely difficult, and the monsters that have received the title of dragon are extremely proud. Once they think they might die, they would rather destroy the egg than allow it to fall into human hands. Because of this, the amount of dragon eggs that humans have got around the world is extremely low. Naturally, the price would also be high. Even though that Family Mart is a monster nest and there are huge amounts of monsters stationed there, no horde leader monsters are there right now. If I fail, then I'll just escape. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. I'll go for it. If I succeed, then I'll earn a ton. Instead of continuing to spectate, Luo Feng immediately jumped off of the balcony on the 16th floor and headed towards the ground like an arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 24, Step on the Shield, and Fly. Volume 4, Chapter 24, Step on the Shield, and Fly. While Luo Feng headed towards the nest of the monsters, Jiangnan City that was around 1,000 miles away was still in a time of peace. This was where humanity's peaceful land was. Yangzhou City, Mingyue Sector. A blizzard last night caused the entire sector to be filled with snow. A group of kids happily made some snowmen and fought in snowball fights. A couple old people were also slowly and freely taking a walk inside the sector. The streets outside of the sector were filled with manly sports cars and coupes with beautiful curves. Sometimes, an extravagant car with flying capabilities could be seen flying by. Chenggu and his wife sat on a clean stone bench as they watched their children make snowmen not too far away. The headquarters cities are definitely a better place to be, and Chenggu couldn't help but to sigh. They are good, since the wilderness is filled with monsters. Only fighters can go out there. I say, old Chen, when are you going to retire from your fighter squad? Chenggu's wife on the side said sadly, you've been giving it your all for all these years. It's about time you take a break and enjoy life. Chenggu looked at his wife, and then looked at his son at a distance. My wife, I can't keep thinking about retiring. Our Fire Hammer Squad is currently in a period of rapid growth, and I want to fight with my old brothers for a bit more. Maybe after another 1.5 years, my strength won't be able to keep up with the squads. And at that time, the squad is probably going to recruit new members. When that happens, I'll retire. Chenggu was clear. Besides Luo Feng, the members of the Fire Hammer Squad were quite old. With Luo Feng's astonishing rate of improvement. After another 1.5 years, Chenji, Wei Qin, and Wei Tai probably can't keep up, so it'll be normal for them to retire. I heard from Luo Feng's parents that Luo Feng still hasn't returned. Is he still in the wilderness? Asked Chenggu's wife. Yeah, Chenggu nodded. Isn't he trying too hard? Chenggu's wife couldn't help but to sigh, he should know when to stop. And the headquarters city is so peaceful and comfortable. The headquarters city is comfortable, and it's free from the threat of monsters. Today's technology brings mankind various types of comfort. As for the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere. What do you understand? If everyone just wanted to enjoy themselves, then how would mankind fight against monsters? Chenggu couldn't help but to scold. It is because of the efforts of countless scientists and their painstaking work and, more importantly, the power of the war god fighters, and even the existences beyond the war gods. Because of them, humans can peacefully live in headquarters cities. A headquarters city and the wilderness are practically two different worlds. One is a comfortable, peaceful world. One is a bloody world where danger lurks in all corners. In the wilderness, only the absolute elite, the fighters, can venture there. Oh yeah, my wife, when Luo Feng's parents ask you again, you just tell them. Luo Feng will be back soon, said Chenggu. I understand. Chenggu's wife nodded. Unlike the atmosphere of the headquarters city, a peak showdown was going on with 2 war gods and 3 horde leaders in the northern outskirts of number 003 city, a city with practically the largest amount of monsters in all of Europe and Asia. I need to increase my speed. Otherwise, if the monster horde leaders achieve victory and return to the nest, I'll have no chance at all. If the human war gods achieve victory, then I'll still have no chance if they go to the monster's nest. Luo Feng was speedily moving forward. My only chance is this small timing where they're fighting against each other. Luo Feng, who was supported by his family and friends in the headquarters city, was now using all of his power to race through the city that was densely packed with monsters. Luo Feng quickly entered the smoke-covered area. Luo Feng gasped and dashed into the 5th floor of a 6-story residential building. From the window and through the smoke ahead, tons and tons of all types of monsters were densely packed on the streets. Even some shops, residential buildings, offices, etc. were densely packed with large amounts of monsters. With the supermarket as its core, the smoke-covered area was filled with monsters. What should I do? Luo Feng frowned. The monsters are too densely packed. I have practically no chance of entering without attracting any attention. Even the 2 great war gods Wang Tong and Li Kan can't enter this densely packed area without attracting any attention. They can only choose to barge in with force. If war gods can't sneak in, then if I try, I'll die for sure. Looks like there's only one way. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed. Luo Feng's biggest advantage compared to the war gods is flight. Ka! Luo Feng unbuckled the hexagonal shield on his back and, under the control of his spiritual force, the shield hovered in front of Luo Feng. HMHM, flying into the nest of the monsters. Exciting, Luo Feng leaped onto the hexagonal shield, which just hovered around half a meter away from the ground. Go! Whoosh! The hexagonal shield shot out of the window with astonishing speed. When Luo Feng controls a knife, he can make it surpass the speed of a bullet fired from a sniper rifle. However, the weight of the shield added with Luo Feng's weight is a bit much. But with Luo Feng's powerful spiritual force, he can still make the hexagonal shield travel at near the speed of sound. However, I can't fly too quickly, or else the sonic boom would be too loud and therefore attract the monster's attention. Luo Feng stood on his shield as he flew around 50 meters above the ground. Since the smoke was thick, the field of vision of both humans and monsters was small. Because of that, Luo Feng wasn't discovered. The smoke sure has helped me out a lot. Just like this. Even though the monsters were all over the ground, the shops, the residential apartments, and the offices, the monsters under the steel-armored dragon's command were all land monsters and not flying ones, so none of them could fly. That, and the small field of vision prevented the monsters from discovering Luo Feng. Family Mart. Luo Feng, who was in midair, barely found the short building that took up a lot of space. The entire Family Mart had 5 stories. According to the original design, the first and second floors were part of the supermarket. As for the third, fourth, and fifth floors, they were used for larger home appliances, etc. Of course, after dozens of years, these goods are unrecognizable after being ruined by monsters. But the 5-story building was practically the same as it was when it was built. Luo Feng took out the binoculars from his bag and carefully observed. Even though there was a lot of smoke, looking through the binoculars was still clearly more effective than using the naked eye. Through the window that has long been shattered, a few monsters on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the Family Mart could be seen. Strangely enough, there weren't any monsters on the 1st and 2nd floor. And there were huge amounts of monsters everywhere in the surrounding area near the supermarket. The intellect of the horde leader is extremely high, like a human's. Luo Feng thought to himself, if I was the horde leader, then I would certainly wish that my underlings would be restricted from coming to the place I was living at. So the 1st and 2nd floor is most likely where the horde leader, Steel-Armored Dragon, lives. As for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor, his elite forces should be the only ones that have the right to live there. I guess they're commander level. Luo Feng carefully observed from above the 5-story supermarket. He even circled around the supermarket and examined this monster nest from all directions. Without absolute certainty, Luo Feng wouldn't dare to barge into this monster nest. This is. Luo Feng was in midair, holding his binoculars as he observed the ground below him. This pair of binoculars was especially made for fighters. It was expensive, but at the same time, also very effective. Luo Feng could barely see the monsters standing in front of the front door of the supermarket. These monsters were all huge and had slick fur and detailed scales. Medium-level commanders. This one is a medium-level commander, high-level commander, medium-level commander, high-level commander. Medium-level commander. High-level commander. Luo Feng continuously differentiated. After differentiating 52 monsters, Luo Feng stopped looking at the other half of them. Out of these 52 monsters, there are 32 medium-level commanders and 20 high-level commanders. Not even one low-level commander. There are probably near 100 commander-level monsters in this horde stationed at the front of the monster nest. I estimate that there's around 60 to 70 medium-level commanders and 30 to 40 high-level commanders. Luo Feng speculated as he gave out some numbers, and couldn't help but to be surprised. Holy shit! This monster nest, besides the huge amounts of monsters outside, even has this commander squad. And there are 30 to 40 high-level commanders. If it's a beginner-level war god, he'll probably flee. If he fights, he'll most likely die. An intermediate level war god might have a chance. An advanced level war god probably can rush through the defense of this commander squad. What should I do? There are monsters on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. And there are countless amounts of monsters surrounding the supermarket, and there's even a commander squad in front of the front door. How can I get in? How can I, under the condition of not attracting their attention, steal that steel-armored dragon's dragon egg away? Luo Feng speedily thought to himself while he stood on his hexagonal shield in midair in the smoke-filled air. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 25, The Nest of the Steel-Armored Dragon. Volume 4, Chapter 25, The Nest of the Steel-Armored Dragon. The supermarket was square-shaped and had an open space. That space was originally made for customers to leave their cars and to allow more customers to enter the supermarket. Before the Grand Nirvana period, there were over 100 million people living in the surroundings. And that's not including potential customers who visited from other areas. However, in the present day, the open space was filled with countless monsters. How can I enter the steel-armored dragon's nest and steal the dragon egg away? Should I rush as fast as I can through the 1st or 2nd floor's window? Luo Feng, still in midair, watched the densely packed monster horde below. With all these monsters, quite a few of them would see me rush in. And then it'll be over. I should go down first. Staying in midair like this uses up quite a bit of spiritual force. Luo Feng flew above the center of the supermarket. The supermarket took up a huge amount of area. Likewise, the area of the roof was just as astonishing, and it was completely empty, not a single monster in sight. This isn't surprising, since even the monsters enforced their levels. Horde leader, commander, soldier, ... With the supermarket acting as the core of the monster's nest, the monsters living here are also the ones with the highest position in the monster horde. Either commander level or horde leader level. These monsters don't like dealing with the weather, so most of them lived on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th floor. As for the steel-armored dragon, it had the 1st and 2nd floor all to itself. The 2 low-level horde leader flame-scaled triple halberd boars lived in a commercial building right beside the supermarket, around 100 meters away. Only the countless regular monsters have to deal with the rain and wind as they stay in the open space. And whether a horde leader monster or a commander monster, they naturally wouldn't allow those regular monsters to enter the core area, which is why there wasn't a single monster on the roof. Whoosh! Directly descending from the sky, Luo Feng flew down to the middle area of the roof. The monsters in the open space were all quite far from Luo Feng, so they didn't discover him. How am I supposed to enter the 1st and 2nd floor? Luo Feng stooped on the roof. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors are probably all filled with the elite of the monsters. The open space of the supermarket is also filled with countless monsters. How am I supposed to get in? All the plans Luo Feng formulated were rejected in his mind. Clearly, the nest of the steel-armored dragon was like a steel wall, extremely difficult to barge into. Rumble. The battle between the 2 war gods and the 3 horde leader monsters made it seem like the sky was shaking and the ground was shattering. Countless howls of monsters quickly followed after a roar and the sound of a building falling carried over. And Luo Feng was still stooped as he thought to himself. That's it. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. The supermarket has 5 floors above the ground, but with the underground parking lot, there's 6 floors in total. These kinds of supermarkets all have elevators, and there should be 2 of them. One of them is open to the customers, while the other one is used to transport the supermarket's goods. This elevator well is a direct passage. As long as I can find this elevator passage, then I can directly fall to the 1st and 2nd floors in a breath. Of course, the elevator well could have been destroyed by monsters already. But since the elevator well is so small, and the monsters don't want to destroy the infrastructure of this supermarket, then the tiny elevator well in the side of the supermarket should have a huge chance of surviving. Furthermore, The supermarket has two elevator wells, one for the customer elevator and the other for the freight elevator. The elevator well. Luo Feng started searching on the roof near the sides of building. The method for searching was quite simple. Luo Feng extended his spiritual force through the stairs of the roof and searched through the infrastructure below. Of course, only spirit readers can use this method. Luo Feng was extremely careful as he was virtually crawling across the roof, afraid of being caught by the huge amounts of monsters below. Found it! Luo Feng let out a face of happiness. Yes. Extend downwards. 4th floor, 3rd floor. Luo Feng kept extending his spiritual force downwards as he investigated the infrastructure of the elevator well. The entire well wasn't damaged too much, since the monsters apparently protected this supermarket quite well. This is their home after all. Chi. Two black throwing knives started hovering and lightly drew a circle on the roof. This 9th series throwing knives was way tougher than diamond, so, as if it was cutting through tofu, it quickly cut out a circular hole in the roof. That stone circle, affected by Luo Feng's spiritual force, started hovering and then softly landed on the side, making no sound at all. Luo Feng lowered his head as he looked down. This elevator well, yup, seems like it's a bit bent at the 3rd floor's elevator door. But overall, it hasn't changed much. Luo Feng let out a smile. The hexagonal shield started hovering beside him, and Luo Feng stepped onto it. Go down. The hexagonal shield slowly descended, making no sound at all. 5th floor, 4th floor, 3rd floor. The steel wires and the steel elevator door could all be seen, but have long been covered by dust. It has been far too long since the last person has used them. This is where the 1st floor is. Luo Feng hovered in front of one of the elevator doors. The elevator door was sealed shut, and with a heartbeat, 2 throwing knives immediately stuck into the gap between the shut elevator doors. They then lightly pushed towards both directions. Chi. Perhaps because the elevator door hasn't been opened for too long, but it actually made a sound at a time like this, frightening Luo Feng. I'm inside the supermarket and there aren't any monsters on the 1st and 2nd floor. If the sound was extremely quiet, then the monster squad outside shouldn't be able to hear it. Luo Feng took a deep breath and extremely slowly opened the elevator door. Since he opened it slowly, the sound the doors made was also very small. When the elevator doors were halfway opened, thanks to his spiritual force, Luo Feng easily used his understanding of the elevator's door's structure to bend the steel and jam the elevator door. Done. Luo Feng continued to hold his breath. Not daring to relax even the slightest bit, he lightly moved forward and stepped on the ground. His hovering shield then immediately dropped beside him, and the 2 buckles on his back, with his spiritual force, naturally sealed the shield in place. This place smells so bad a thick, nasty odor emanated around the 1st floor. After breathing a bit of this smell, Luo Feng's body started to become uncomfortable. Where's that steel-armored dragon's dragon egg? Luo Feng carefully moved forward, his spiritual force used on his body, shield, and combat gear to cause his body to become as light as a swallow. Each of his steps were light and made no sound. Who? Luo Feng raised his head and looked above. The ceiling between the 1st and 2nd floor was basically entirely broken. Only the framework of the supermarket on the side wasn't broken. All the broken, old stalls and rotten food have been pushed to the sides. Sometimes, Luo Feng's road is blocked, so he has to use his spiritual force to lightly make a path. The steel-armored dragon would probably live in the center of the supermarket, since that's the most spacious area. Luo Feng directly headed towards the center. Slowly, Luo Feng started to see an oval-shaped ball. The dragon egg? Luo Feng held his breath and slowly moved forward. The monster howls from outside the supermarket carried in, causing Luo Feng to be even more careful. Each of his steps were as light can be. This place smells even more the closer Luo Feng got to the oval-shaped ball, the more apparent the odor became. I guess the steel-armored dragon is usually there, and this odor is caused by the steel-armored dragon's body. Quickly, Luo Feng arrived at a distance of around 10 meters away from the dragon egg and was already able to clearly see the dragon egg. This was a dragon egg that was around 1 meter tall. The egg shell was blue, and there were some light lines on it. The dragon egg of the steel-armored dragon. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. He was already in grasping distance of the egg. But who knows what kind of traps the steel-armored dragon could have put around the dragon egg to stop others from stealing it. However, since the dragon egg is alive, my spiritual force probably can't move it. With a thought, Luo Feng's 6 throwing knives flew over and cut open an oval shape in the ground below the dragon egg and lightly dragged the entire egg, like an iron ring dragging the dragon egg. Just in case, the blunt side of the knives carried the dragon egg. Dragon egg, come! Luo Feng already opened his bag and started to open the bag one layer at a time. He opened half of the bag. The entire bag can store an object as large as a person. The steel-armored dragon's dragon egg slowly flew over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 26, The Steel-Armored Dragon's Treasure. Volume 4, Chapter 26, The Steel-Armored Dragon's Treasure. The filthy odor emanated in the spacious first floor of the supermarket. The steel-armored dragon's green, oval-shaped dragon egg was currently surrounded by 6 throwing knives and was being dragged into the bag. After that, the 6 throwing knives swiftly returned to Luo Feng's thigh pockets. Shie! Luo Feng tightened his bag and immediately secured the dragon egg in the innermost area of the bag. I've earned a ton, now I gotta go now. Luo Feng carried his bulging bag and prepared to leave, but right when he turned around. What's that? Out of the corner of his eye, Luo Feng noticed some things laid out on the ground not too far away from him. Since this is where the steel-armored dragon sleeps, it would probably sweep away the things that are distracting to him. Stuff like refrigerators and broken goods have already been swept to the side ages ago. The ground was empty. But on the empty ground, there were a few things that were placed not too far from the egg. One could guess that the steel-armored dragon probably looked at these things every day. Why would the steel-armored dragon put these things in its field of vision? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly headed over. As he moved forward, Luo Feng's heart started beating faster and faster. Could it be? Could it actually be? When Luo Feng arrived at around 3 meters in front of the goods, he became so excited that he couldn't control himself. He couldn't help but to tightly clench his fists. It really is. Now I've really earned a ton. What was in front of Luo Feng was an entire armor set, alloyed battle boots, a uniform, etc. At the same time, there was also a sheathed sharp blade in the sheath of the armor. The material the armor was made out of was pure black. This utter darkness caused one to inadvertently hold their breath. And the detail on that sheathed blade was way more intricate than Luo Feng's ghost blade. There's no doubt that this is the armor and weapon of a war god. Luo Feng was extremely excited. A glance is all that is needed to tell that this uniform is very special. That blade. Who knows how many times more powerful it is compared to mine? And this is a human's armor set, and yet the steel-armored dragon collected it. Perhaps killing the owner of these items is one of the things that the steel-armored dragon takes pride in. Luo Feng was easily able to figure the situation out, since horde leaders have an intelligence level comparable to a human's. And sometimes, war gods can't defeat the monster horde leaders. However, the escaping ability of the human war gods is extremely high. In the entire country of China, the fall of a war god is an extremely rare sight. Every time a war god from their respective country falls, the entire country holds a memorial which is broadcasted live. One could imagine just how difficult it would be for a horde leader to kill a war god. So a war god's old gear is also an extremely rare sight in the wilderness. If this gear can make the steel-armored dragon so proud enough to collect this uniform set, then this human war god must be extremely powerful. And this uniform set has also went through a battle with a high-level horde leader, and yet it's barely damaged. The quality of this uniform must be excellent, at least a 9th series. Luo Feng quickly extrapolated. According to the market price, an entire Q series battle uniform's full price is 12 billion Chinese dollars. So the half price put in place by the limit home would be 6 billion Chinese dollars. A second-hand battle uniform probably can't sell for 6 billion. However, it's still possible to sell it for 2 to 3 billion. And this is using the price for a 9th series uniform. If this battle uniform is rank SS, Luo Feng could feel his blood boiling. First series to 9th series are respectively divided into the grades, H grade, G grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, and S grade. These 9 grades. A 9th series weapon and uniform would be an S grade weapon and uniform. And above the S grade is the SS grade. A SS grade battle uniform can defend against many SS Emperor level monsters' attacks. As for the horde leaders, they definitely are not able to destroy a SS grade battle uniform. If it's the SS grade that's even more valuable than the 9th series, then that'll be an astronomical price. Luo Feng was extremely excited. 9th series, S grade, battle uniform set, full price 12 billion. And at SS grade battle uniform set, its full price is an astonishing 120 billion. Definitely not a price that an average person or power could afford to buy. Know that, this battle uniform can defend against the bites and attacks of many Emperor-level monsters. The level difference between an Emperor-level monster and a Horde Leader monster is extremely shocking. An Emperor-level monster can sweep the floor with a group of Horde Leader monsters, absolute domination. As for the existences that surpass the War God level like Hong and Thunder God, they also can decimate other War God level humans. Naturally, the price of some SS grade gear would be much higher than the S grade. The full price of an SS grade uniform set is 120 billion, so even its half price would be 60 billion, but if this is a SS grade uniform set, then even though it's second-hand and can't be sold for 60 billion, it's still possible for it to be sold for 20 to 30 billion. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Perhaps my earnings this time would be able to earn enough money to buy my brother an elixir of life. Of course. Whether or not this battle uniform set is actually SS grade, even Luo Feng doesn't know. But it's at least a 9th series, S grade, for sure, so it could also be SS grade. Even though all of this has been said, in reality, all of these thoughts passed through his mind in an instant when Luo Feng walked up to this battle uniform set and blade. Without delay, he immediately opened his bag. If it's SS grade, then it'll be worth much more than the dragon egg. Luo Feng swiftly controlled his spiritual force and moved the battle uniform, alloyed boots, arm guards, blade, etc. into his bag. The commander monsters in front of the gigantic supermarket were patrolling the premises. A few dozen commanders were in front of the main gate. Occasionally, they would turn back their heads to look into the supermarket. Through the huge main door, with the commander monster's eyesight, they could barely see the shape of the oval-shaped dragon egg. Protect the dragon egg. This is the task that their leader, the steel-armored dragon, has entrusted to this commander monster squad. This is also why this monster squad didn't follow to join the battle against the 2 human war gods. One of the high-level commanders, the bloodthirsty tank, was laying there. His gigantic body was like a hill, and it randomly and slowly turned its head towards the supermarket's interior. It doesn't even know how many times it has repeated this action, and in the past, the blurry image of the dragon egg was easily seen. But this time, boom! The bloodthirsty tank ferociously stood up, its huge eyes opened wide as if they were about to roll out their sockets. It then immediately let out an anxious roar. Howl, the ear-piercing, enraged roar immediately rang around the area. The other commander-level monsters in front of the main gate of the supermarket then turned their heads and looked towards the dragon egg's location in the supermarket, and let out enraged roars one by one. At the same time, All of the commander-level monsters, whether the ones patrolling outside, the ones in front of the supermarket door, or even the ones resting on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors in the supermarket, all roared as they rushed together towards the first floor. Huge holes were smashed in the ceilings and walls. For a time, the entire 5-story supermarket was rumbling, as if it was about to fall over. Far away, the steel-armored dragon and the 2 flame-scaled triple halberd boars were still battling against the 2 human war gods, Wangton and Li Kansas. At this time, the scales on the steel-armored dragon's head were split apart and one of its eyes was blinded. There were also some signs of blood on Wang Tong, but he was in much better condition than the steel-armored dragon. Howl, a roar carried from the direction of the supermarket. The steel-armored dragon's only eye basically instantly turned crimson red. Roar, the ear-piercing howl immediately split the sky. The sound formed a visible shockwave that crazily swept around the area. The surrounding concrete floor instantly shattered and even the steel beams broke apart, causing a huge amount of dust to lift up. This enraged howl virtually rang across the entire number 003 city. Not good. Wang Tong's face dramatically changed. Enraged. This steel-armored dragon is enraged. Roar, the steel-armored dragon's roar started to become hoarse. One could feel from this roar the flame of anger that won't subside even if drenched in the 3 major oceans. The steel-armored dragon's speed instantly accelerated to a level never seen before. It didn't even worry whether or not its body could handle it, and just headed towards the Family Mart supermarket. The horrifying sonic boom caused the ground, buildings, etc. to burst open, throwing pebbles all around. When Luo Feng was swiftly putting the battle uniform set and the other objects into his bag, an enraged howl carried from outside the supermarket. Following that roar were the roars of all the commander-level monsters, causing Luo Feng to jump. What's going on? Luo Feng hesitated. He was pretty sure he made no sound at all. The ceiling above and the walls on the eastern, western, southern, and northern sides all burst open, causing gigantic holes to appear. And from these holes came charging the enraged commander-level monsters. Protecting the dragon egg was the biggest task handed to them from their leader, the steel-armored dragon. The dragon egg is also the life of the steel-armored dragon. No matter what, and no matter what they have to sacrifice, the dragon egg must be protected. Fuck, I've been found. Run. Luo Feng didn't feel any emotion from stealing the dragon egg. Humans and monsters, this is the war between the two. Monsters want to obliterate humanity, while humanity wants to wipe the monsters off the face of the earth. To make the monsters sad and enraged is a good thing. Luo Feng instantly accelerated to his maximum speed and headed towards the elevator well. The gigantic commander-level monsters that charged into the supermarket immediately chased after. Since the elevator door has been long jammed by Luo Feng, he was able to instantly rush into the elevator well. Escape! Luo Feng immediately soared through the air. Luo Feng only felt that the entire supermarket was about to crumble. After a sound, the elevator well was directly blown up. Several commander-level monsters destroyed the elevator well from inside and outside the supermarket. At the exact same time, the monsters on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor immediately came rushing over. Not good. Luo Feng immediately stepped onto the wall and, like a bolt of lightning, rushed up the elevator well and towards the sky outside. As long as he can get to the sky, he can escape. But right when Luo Feng got out, he saw tons of commander-level monsters rushing towards him. The monster horde comprised of regular soldier-level monsters didn't act much, only commander-level monsters came rushing over from all sorts of places. The weakest monster in the monster squad is a medium-level commander. And more low-level commanders were spread out in the monster horde, since they were usually leading their own group of monsters. And at this instant, even all of those commanders came chasing after him. All of them jumped, and each of them were capable of jumping over 10 meters high. As for the monsters in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, they charged up to the roof, blocking Luo Feng's entire upper entrance. Above, below, surrounded on all sides. As for the steel-armored dragon, whose speed has long surpassed the speed of sound, it was charging faster than its roar could spread out. With a blurry shadow that laid waste to all in its path, it charged into the smoke-filled area. In only a few short seconds, the enraged, crimson-eyed steel-armored dragon will arrive at the Family Mart supermarket. Still going to use this note thing I used before for now, lol. The site is still being polished, but fear not, for the story and translation quality is still the same. And to those who are still confused, the user Translation Nations is the admin of the site, which is not me. As you can see, I'm still Zebulon. Well, hope you have enjoyed what you just read, for it should only get better from now on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 27, Technique, Perfect Level, dot. Volume 4, Chapter 27, Technique, Perfect Level? The roars of hundreds of commander-level monsters rang into the sky. At this moment, over 100 commander-level monsters were directly above Luo Feng, and there were even more waiting on the ground. However, there are only around 60 medium-level commanders and just 30 high-level commanders within these hundreds of commander-level monsters. The rest are all low-level commanders. But with such an astonishing amount, even a beginner-level war god can't escape. Shit! Luo Feng sharpened his gaze while he clenched his teeth. His body was in midair, but with a peculiar turn, he dodged an attack from a commander-level monster. Dodge! 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 With his spiritual force used on his shield, sheath, blade, battle boots, and arm guards, he was able to apply various amounts of force on many different areas of his body, causing his body to dodge in a weird pattern in midair. Note that these monsters are all huge, so Luo Feng's body is quite small in comparison. Because of this, under normal circumstances, only 2 to 3 monsters maximum can attack Luo Feng at the same time. Dodge! Keep dodging! None of the monsters could change direction in midair, so they could only helplessly fall down as they let out disgruntled roars. As for Luo Feng, he was like a butterfly. His tiny figure quickly, rapidly, and erratically changed directions in midair, causing all of the monsters' attacks to strike just the air. Almost, just 1 or 2 seconds more and the monsters in the air will dramatically decrease. After that, I'll be able to escape. Luo Feng was basically using all of his energy to escape, and he didn't dare to touch the ground. Howl! Howl, howl! Right when the commander-level monsters in the air touched the ground, they virtually immediately organized after one of the high-level commander-level horned boar let out a deep howl. Around 60 monsters jumped together and formed a 2-layer encasement in the air. Commander-level monsters are quite intelligent, and high-level commanders' intelligence is nearly comparable to that of a human's. Since they failed before, the monsters immediately changed their battle plan. They organized themselves and jumped together, forming an encasement to completely block Luo Feng. Rumble! Another group of commander-level monsters came jumping. Another layer added to the encasement. 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers. Nearly 200 commander-level monsters came leaping and formed a 5-layer encasement headed straight towards Luo Feng. Aren't these monsters a bit too smart? They found out a way in an instant. Luo Feng looked at the encasement formed by the monsters that gave him no room at all and couldn't help but to feel nervous. Adding on to that, the monsters gave no time at all for Luo Feng to think and instantly arrived in front of him. Gotta put everything on the line. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and pretended to dodge. Naturally, the encasement formed by the large amounts of monsters froze, and Luo Feng finally got close to one of the medium-level commander-level bloodthirsty tanks. Hull! The bloodthirsty tank with flaming red scale roared and widely opened its mouth as its eyes turned crimson red. The teeth in its mouth were like a saw chain that could easily rip apart steel. The 4 powerful hooves that were able to support its gigantic body also came cruelly stomping towards Luo Feng. Humph! A black light flashed in front of Luo Feng. Poochie! The black light instantly shot into the huge mouth of the bloodthirsty tank. With a boom, the tough skull of the bloodthirsty tank was pierced and its cerebrospinal fluid flew out. The eerie black light then drew a curved light as it flew back towards Luo Feng. The eyes of the previously enraged medium-level commander-level bloodthirsty tank instantly dimmed. With a contraction of his body, Luo Feng was right below the abdomen of the bloodthirsty tank. Charge upwards now. Luo Feng was contracted below the abdomen of the bloodthirsty tank. With the bloodthirsty tank's gigantic, truck-like body, it was easy for Luo Feng to hide below it. Whoosh! Luo Feng pushed the bloodthirsty tank's corpse and directly charged upwards. The bloodthirsty tank's corpse acted as a shield. When the commander-level monsters above saw their comrade charge up, they hesitated. With just this small instant, Luo Feng already rammed away the other monsters with the huge corpse above him. Howl! Howl, howl! The commander monsters in the back didn't delay and started crazily attacking the bloodthirsty tank's corpse. Trampling. Ramming. Biting. Whoosh! 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 More commander-level monsters on the ground caught sight of that damned human and actually stepped on the monster's corpse to jump up. They started ferociously leaping one by one. These commander-level monsters can usually jump to a height of around 10 meters high, and sometimes even 20 meters high. And they can also jump extremely quickly. Rumble Luo Feng could only feel waves of powerful attacks coming from above the monster corpse on him. Thanks to the gigantic monster corpse, Luo Feng was able to pass through 9 layers of the encasement. However, the shocks of the attacks still dealt Luo Feng's body a damaging blow. With his organs shocked and a pu sound, he couldn't stop a mouthful of blood from spurting out his mouth. Whoosh! 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 Not good. Luo Feng, whose mouth was still bloody, saw the coordinated monsters come swooping towards him one by one. With a cycle of jumping, falling down, and then jumping back down. This attack will never end. I can't even escape. Luo Feng's face changed dramatically. Rumble. And the uninjured eye of the steel-armored dragon that was currently flying past the speed of sound seemed like it was about to shed tears of blood. Under such extreme speed, the floor split open every time its foot touched the ground. Under its astonishing speed, it wouldn't even need 2 seconds to cover the 800 meters left between its current position and the city. The wave of monster attacks drove Luo Feng into despair. That steel-armored dragon isn't even 10 miles away, so it's going to arrive soon with its super speed. This thought instantly flashed across Luo Feng's mind. Soon, that high-level horde leader, the steel-armored dragon, is going to arrive. When that happens, he'll truly have no chance of escape. With the steel-armored dragon's speed, he wouldn't be able to dodge any of its hits. I gotta stake everything. I gotta keep trying as long as there's even a sliver of hope. If I don't give it my complete and absolute all, there's no doubt that I'll die. Within a second, Luo Feng made his decision. With his teeth clenched, Luo Feng had his ghost blade in hand and his shield on his back as he made an erratic movement in the air, causing him to directly ram into a commander-level horned boar in midair. Luo Feng cruelly stomped onto the spine of the horned boar, sending it flying back towards the ground and even killing a regular soldier-level monster in the process. Luo Feng used this force to ferociously fly back up. Charge! 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 Howl, 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 howl. The commander-level monsters flew towards Luo Feng with bloodshot eyes, but Luo Feng's spiritual force has already spread out and has covered a scope of 15 meters. 5 meters to the upper left came a medium-level commander-level horned boar, while 3 meters to the upper right came a low-level commander-level bloodthirsty tank. The 2 monsters came flying down from above. Luo Feng mind, who was on the verge of death, was able to work at an unprecedented speed and instantly make his decision. Pu. Luo Feng used the horned boar to give himself a boost, thus increasing his own speed. Pang. 3 monsters rammed into each other in midair. In just 1 second, Luo Feng turned into a mirage and continuously charged upwards as he passed 21 commander-level monsters. Whether he used them to gain a boost, killed them, or even suffered injuries from them. No matter what, he used every way possible to increase his speed. He has to use any and every method in his arsenal to reach the sky. Pooh! Pooh! Poochie! Luo Feng finally escaped from the leaping monsters in the air. Once he got out, Luo Feng consecutively spit out 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood. His 5th series battle uniform was damaged and fresh blood was leaking out of his chest. I survived. Luo Feng, whose face was already pale, was extremely excited. He became even more excited as he looked at the surrounding smoke. If he even made one tiny mistake, he would have died. And yet, he couldn't believe that his frenzied struggle enabled him to escape. Looks like a human's limits can be forced out. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. In that short moment, I actually managed to take into account the positions of all 81 commander-level monsters in the area and approached 21 of them to escape. Is this the technique that's above the Ruwei class, the perfect level that's able to take the surroundings into account? Luo Feng knew that the classifications for technique were basic level, intermediate level, asterisk, perfect level, conception level. The intermediate level uses the smallest amounts of movements to dodge an attack and therefore using the movements as efficiently as possible. The perfect level takes the environment into control. It uses anything, like life, rocks, structures, etc. in the surroundings to accurately dodge. This is the perfect level technique. The old war god Li Kan is at this level. And Shadowblade Wang Tong has reached a level even higher, the conception level. There's still a huge difference between me and that huge war god brute. First, he's just a fighter, so he doesn't have any spiritual force to help him investigate the surroundings. As for me, I'm constantly spreading my spiritual force throughout the surroundings to see what's going on. Next, it was only on the border of life and death was my mind able to calculate that quickly. A truly perfect level wouldn't need even the mind's calculation. Just a short second of extreme calculation was enough to give Luo Feng a slight headache. Whew! In a short moment, Luo Feng rushed up to a height of 60 meters in the air. The several hundred commander-level monsters and the uncountable amount of regular soldier-level monsters either angrily roared or leaped with all their might. Some dozens of monsters already in the air even jumped on each other to give themselves a boost. Get out of here! With a thought, a black light flew over. Poochie! The high-level commander-level monsters that couldn't dodge in midair had their heads pierced through by Luo Feng's throwing knife and fell down to the ground. Ha ha! Time to go! With a thought, the buckles on Luo Feng's back loosened and the shield flew below Luo Feng's feet. Whoosh! Luo Feng directly and speedily flew away. Roar and ear-piercing howl instantly carried over. The sound waves rippled the layers of Luo Feng's ears. My ears hurt like crazy. Luo Feng couldn't help but to cover his ears as he looked back. What was seen was a gigantic body with deep green scales covering its entire body. It was like a light drawing across the sky as it directly flew over. The owner of that cold, one eye that gave off an enraged killing aura was indeed the steel-armored dragon. High-level Horde leader steel-armored dragon. This is 80 meters up in the air, isn't that jumping distance a bit too messed up? Luo Feng was shocked as he immediately and swiftly turned in the air and moved along a beautifully curved arc as he tried to evade the steel-armored dragon. Asterisk TL note, I didn't know that Ru Wei was actually talking about an actual level, since they never mentioned the classifications until now. If I wasn't sure, then I can't just say intermediate since that would imply there are low and high levels. So from now on, Ru Wei class will be changed into intermediate level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 28, From the Gates of Hell. Volume 4, Chapter 28, From the Gates of Hell. Even though the steel-armored dragon is a high-level horde leader, it can't fly. It can only sprint and jump. And of course, it can't change direction in midair, so getting rid of it should be easy. Luo Feng was certain that he could escape. With his hexagonal shield below his feet, he directly flew across a curved arc in the air and headed straight towards the clouds. The only eye that the steel-armored dragon had left stared at Luo Feng menacingly. Roar under its enraged howl, the steel-armored dragon ferociously swung its tail. The 10-meter-long dragon tail instantly turned into a green mirage as it swept towards Luo Feng. The distance that Luo Feng pulled apart was instantly covered again by this 10-meter-long dragon tail. The high-level horde leader-level steel-armored dragon could sprint past the speed of sound, and the speed of its sweeping tail was 10 times faster than its sprinting speed. This dragon tail was several times faster than a bullet fired from the best sniper rifle. This is why high-level horde leaders are horrifying. Shie. Probably because the dragon tail was too fast, high-pressured airstreams were produced. It won't hit me, it's still 50 to 60 centimeters off. Luo Feng instantly determined. The tip of the dragon tail was off by Luo Feng's chest by half a meter, it couldn't hit him. However, the extremely high-pressured airstream smashed against Luo Feng's chest like a gigantic sledgehammer. Thanks to that, Luo Feng felt like he couldn't breathe for a bit. Pang! Luo Feng's body was thrown away and he had to start stabilizing the shield. Just what one would expect from a high-level horde leader. The high-pressured airstream brought by the dragon's tail almost knocked me out. Luo Feng could feel a mouthful of fresh blood coming up his throat and couldn't hold it any longer. With a pu sound, a mouthful of fresh blood shot out. Luo Feng looked at the steel-armored dragon that was still in midair and only saw its gigantic body falling towards the ground. You're not even a flying-type monster. Unless you reach the Emperor level, you'll never be able to fly. Luo Feng smiled, completely relaxed himself, and then set his foot on his shield and flew upwards. Whew! The feeling of flying is really fantastic. Roar! The steel-armored dragon stepped on the sidewalk in the city and leaped to the roof of a residential building that was a couple stories high. Once again, it ferociously jumped. And at that instant, the roof of the residential building instantly crumbled. As that happened, large amounts of concrete directly tumbled down from the building. And the steel-armored dragon used this jump to a height of around 100 meters high, roaring as it charged towards Luo Feng. Steel-armored dragon, no matter well you can jump, it's futile. When Luo Feng saw that steel-armored dragon jump to the roof of the residential building, he started ascending. By continuously ascending, he easily reached a height of 300 meters above the ground. The steel-armored dragon could only powerlessly fall back to the ground. Whew! The steel-armored dragon whipped its tail against the air, using the resistive force to make it fall back to the ground more quickly. It's useless. Luo Feng continued to pull higher and even started to head away from the city. Rumble and ear-piercing sound carried from below. Luo Feng, who was up in the sky, lowered his head and saw that steel-armored dragon running around in the city. Sometimes it would jump over residential apartments, sometimes it would run on the sidewalk, and sometimes it would step on the buildings as it sprinted. It tried to stick to Luo Feng like glue as it chased him. I can't believe it's not giving up. Luo Feng's face slightly changed. As a high-level horde leader, the steel-armored dragon's sight is extremely messed up. Even if I fly up to a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters above the ground, it'll still be able to see me as long as nothing is blocking its vision. Putting high-level horde leaders aside, even Luo Feng can see a human 2 to 3 miles away. So, of course, it wouldn't be weird for the steel-armored dragon to see someone 5 to 6 miles away. I'm not flying past the speed of sound, but it's sprinting past the speed of sound, so it'll be hard to lose it. I guess the only way left is to fly above the clouds. Luo Feng started pulling higher again. Whoosh! Feet on his hexagonal shield, he directly started flying upwards again, hoping to pass the clouds. After he's above the clouds, the steel-armored dragon won't be able to see him again. Naturally, it won't be able to chase him any longer. Ga as ear-piercing calls from birds rang. A black, gigantic, densely packed flock of flying-type monsters was seen coming from the west. And this gigantic flock was headed towards Luo Feng. I'm such an idiot. Luo Feng insulted himself. The sky was the territory of the flying monsters. Only astonishingly powerful aircraft are able to fly in the sky. As for human fighters, if they dared to fly in the air, they'd naturally get hoarded by the flying-type monsters' attacks. Before the Grand Nirvana period, the birds had superb vision. So it's not even necessary to explain how great their vision is now. These flying-type monsters probably saw that he was flying in midair, so they instantly summoned the flock to surround him. I'm much more flexible compared to the monsters on the land near the Family Mart supermarket. But compared to these flying-type monsters, that'll be jumping towards my death. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. Right when he noticed the black, dense flock of flying-type monsters, he instantly charged back down towards the city. Fighting against the flying-type monsters in the air means absolute death. And as long as he stays far away from the lone steel-armored dragon, he still has some hope. Roar! When the steel-armored dragon saw that the flying human actually started to come back down, it immediately headed towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, in the process of his descent, followed the path of a huge arc. Sha! Luo Feng, like lightning and with a boom, directly smashed into a window on the balcony on the 12th floor of a residential apartment. The glass on the balcony immediately blasted open and Luo Feng charged in. Rumble! Like a deep green flash of light, the steel-armored dragon ferociously charged and directly smashed into the balcony of the 8th floor of the residential apartment that Luo Feng charged into. Under the horrifying force of impact, the entire residential apartment shook violently. The concrete walls supporting the center of the building started to burst open, and the entire building started to slowly fall down. Human! The steel-armored dragon roared its monster speak and locked onto a moving shadow in front of it. The shadow that Luo Feng formed, once again, charged into another residential building. Roar! The steel-armored dragon was afraid that its hesitation would allow Luo Feng to escape, so, without any hesitation, it directly rammed into the spot that Luo Feng passed through. The entire residential building was sliced in half from the center, and then slowly started to fall down again. This is a medium-sized sector, so only taking 12-story residential apartments into account, there are at least 20 of them. However, in chasing Luo Feng, the steel-armored dragon has already led to the destruction of 8 of them. By going through the windows of the residential apartment, Luo Feng wasn't affected much. For the steel-armored dragon's gigantic body, blasting away a residential apartment had a large effect on it. But, the steel dragon had no other choice. Because the residential buildings were blocking its vision. Rumble! When it destroyed the 8th residential apartment, the steel-armored dragon suddenly stopped and stayed still on the ground. The 8th residential apartment slowly fell down and towards the steel-armored dragon. However, the steel-armored dragon didn't dodge. With a boom, the entire residential apartment smashed into the steel-armored dragon, but with the hardness of its scales, the residential apartment was like tofu and didn't harm the steel-armored dragon at all. Human, the steel-armored dragon angrily roared as it looked around. Yes! It lost Luo Feng. In a dark electrical room in an underground parking lot below the small sector, Luo Feng was leaning against the wall. Breathe, Luo Feng breathed slowly. He could feel a throbbing pain coming from his chest, and fresh blood soaked out of the chest area in his battle uniform. I received quite a serious wound this time. I already received a heavy wound when escaping from the encasement comprised of large amounts of commander-level monsters from earlier. And now, the pressurized airstream generated by the steel-armored dragon's tail hit my chest, making the wound even worse. Luo Feng lightly rubbed his chest and a throbbing pain carried from it, causing Luo Feng's face to go pale. Even though he was heavily wounded, Luo Feng was in quite a good mood. That steel-armored dragon probably can't find me if I hide in this electrical room in this underground parking lot. Luo Feng let out a smile. When he charged towards this sector, his escape plan was already formed. In a sector like this, there must be an underground parking lot. He went through the residential apartments over and over to block the steel-armored dragon's vision. No matter how sturdy the steel-armored dragon is, ramming into the residential apartment buildings over and over again had to have some sort of effect on it. Then, Luo Feng managed to grasp his chance. The entrance to an underground parking lot was not too far away from the 8th residential apartment. Naturally, he took his advantage and directly charged towards it. After the 8th residential apartment fell, the rubble covered the entrance to the underground parking lot. It looks like it would be quite difficult for the steel-armored dragon to guess where Luo Feng is after all. Roar! On the surface, the steel-armored dragon's enraged roar carried over. This roar was much louder than its previous roars. Rumble. What quickly followed was the vibration of the earth. At this time, all sorts of different roars also started ringing. Note that this steel-armored dragon is the leader of all the monsters in a 20 to 30 mile radius. With a command, the monster horde comprised of over 100,000 monsters immediately spread out and headed towards every direction. Under the command of low, medium, and high-level commanders, the monsters scanned the area in search of the human. In the dark, cold underground parking lot, the electrical room. The roars of the monsters aren't stopping and the ground keeps shaking. That steel-armored dragon probably mobilized the entire monster horde in search of me. Luo Feng's face changed. It would be hard for the steel-armored dragon to find him alone, but with several tens of thousands of monsters searching in every possible location, he'll probably be discovered if he stays put here. Since this sector is definitely where the steel-armored dragon will focus on. Looks like I won't have the chance to tend to my wounds. Luo Feng stood up and was quite relaxed, since the previous scenario was much more dangerous than his current one. After all, he has already escaped. And now, would he still not be able to get away? There are tons and tons of tunnels making up the number 003 city's subway system. If I remember correctly, there should be a tunnel not too far away from here. I'll enter the underground tunnel and follow it. Then I'll be able to easily get out of number 003 city. The tunnels are small, so even if there are monsters, they'll be smaller and weaker ones. At the very least, monsters like the steel-armored dragon won't be able to squeeze in. It's time to go back home, back to the headquarters city. Once I get back, I'll sell this dragon egg, that battle uniform set, and the blade. I don't know how much it'll sell for and whether or not I can get 30 billion inch. Even though Luo Feng's chest was throbbing with pain, his heart was only filled with infinite hope. Even though he has been working himself like crazy this time, if he's able to allow his little brother to grow out a new pair of legs, then it'll all be worth it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 29, Kunshin? Where's that? Volume 4, Chapter 29, Kunshin? Where's that? Two shadows were currently standing on top of the messy roof of the Family Mart. Those shadows were precisely Shadow Blade, Wang Tong, and Bear Strength, Lee Kansas. Brother Wang, I can't believe we were taken advantage of this time. Lee Kan's voice was extremely deep. Since that steel-armored dragon just laid an egg, a highly skilled fighter must have stolen the egg while we were fighting against the steel-armored dragon. This was why that steel-armored dragon went into a frenzy. Indeed, the city is also empty. There's nothing here. Wang Tong nodded. When they came over, they've already checked the surroundings. As for that commander-level monster squad, they can easily kill a low-level war god and can at least injure an intermediate-level war god. However, against an advanced-level war god like Wang Tong, the commander-level monster squad will instantly crumble. After destroying the monster squad, Wang Tong and Lee Kan searched the area. But seriously, this person really has no shame, said Lee Kan lowly. Wang Tong laughed. Indeed, he has no shame. But to be able to safely escape from the assault of a commander-level monster squad and successfully steal the dragon egg. This skill. He's at least an intermediate-level war god. But an intermediate-level war god has so many different ways of making money, so why steal this dragon egg? Dragon eggs are worth a lot of money, but it depends on what you're comparing it to. For example, the difference between a dragon egg and a SS-grade battle uniform set is gigantic. If this dragon egg hatches, then it'll be a young steel-armored dragon. Even after it grows, most steel-armored dragons are only low-level horde leaders. Only by going through battles over and over again can it grow and improve. It's not always the case for the child to surpass the parent. For example, it's extremely difficult for the children of the strongest fighter on Earth, Hong, to catch up to the strength Hong possesses. A fully grown, normal steel-armored dragon, in other words, a low-level horde leader steel-armored dragon, is worth around 3 billion. And since unhatched dragon eggs are extremely rare, they're worth more than a fully grown steel-armored dragon. However, they're worth around 5.3 billion Chinese dollars. Even though 5.3 billion is quite a bit, an intermediate-level war god can use his own strength to hunt monster horde leaders. There's no need for him to take advantage of other people. Which is also why Wang Tong and Li Kan aren't angry. They're only exclaiming the fact that this person has no shame. An intermediate-level war god taking advantage of us. Li Kan shook his head. Well, no matter. Since that steel-armored dragon is heavily injured and has pushed itself to its limits by sprinting that quickly, it must have worsened its injuries, laughed Wang Tong. Our goal is to kill this high-level horde leader-level steel-armored dragon, so we better not let it escape. Let's go, Li Kan also nodded. A low-level horde leader is worth around 500 million to 3.9 billion. Since there are many different species of low-level horde leaders, the price would also vary by quite a bit. And a steel-armored dragon is worth 3.9 billion. A medium-level horde leader is worth around 1.5 billion to 9 billion. A high-level horde leader is worth around 5.3 billion to 20 billion. Most of the horde leader monsters fall into this range. Of course, there'll always be exceptions. Naturally, there's no need to explain any further about those extremely rare monsters. This high-level horde leader is worth around 18 billion. Sadly, only an extremely small portion of the advanced level war gods have the ability to hunt a high-level horde leader-level steel-armored dragon. Of course, this isn't including the existences that surpass the war god level. On the plains near the border of number 003 city, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad were currently staying in a room on the 8th floor of a 8-story building. Wang Tong and Li Kan told them to leave the city and go to the highway, since that's the safest course of action. Despite that, the members of the Thunderbolt were curious on how the battle between the 2 war gods and the high-level horde leader-level steel-armored dragon would go, so they decided to hide on the side of the city. From here, they can escape any time they deem it too dangerous to stay. Rumble within a radius of tens of miles of the city, the roars of tens of thousands of monsters rang across the skies. That steel-armored dragon went mad and summoned its entire monster horde, which is now going out of control. The old veteran named Lu couldn't help but to laugh. Mr. Wang sure is powerful, to be able to beat up the steel-armored dragon to such an extent. Yup, just what you would expect from the Shadow Blade Tiger Feng captain. Panya nodded in agreement. Even though they are on the outermost edge of the border and aren't too sure of what exactly has happened in the city, they naturally can guess based upon the sounds they can hear. A monster horde out of control. I wonder what that looks like. The eyes of the mixed youth, Li Wei, flashed. Young master, even though this monster horde is tens of miles away, we should still leave now just in case. We can't hear anything else anyway, laughed the old veteran named Lu. The white brute on the side, Ka Long, also looked towards the young master. The young master Li Wei nodded. All right, let's depart and head towards the headquarters city. Following that, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad left the building and directly went to the nearest highway. They then proceeded to leave number 003 city. In the small sector, Luo Feng was walking inside the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot was quite vast. Most importantly, all the basements of the buildings in this sector were connected to this underground parking lot. This way, the owners of the apartments can just go down their basements and enter the underground parking lots directly to find their cars. This layout also took the owners into consideration. Interesting. I can't believe all of the buildings here are connected. Luo Feng was carrying his bag as a throwing knife drew across a door. He then entered one of the basements of the connected buildings. This basement was divided into a billiard room, a music room, a bar area, etc. They sure know how to enjoy themselves, laughed Luo Feng as he followed the staircase and headed towards the first floor of the building. He carefully hid behind the northern window in the living room and observed what was going on outside. A shaking deep green dragon tail could be seen around 100 meters away. The dragon tail's green scales looked especially horrifying under the winter sun's light. As for the other parts of the steel-armored dragon's body, they were blocked by a building. This steel-armored dragon is quite intelligent. It probably thinks I'm hiding somewhere in the sector, so it's looking for me carefully, laughed Luo Feng as he went up to the third floor of the building. He lowered his body so that the steel-armored dragon couldn't see him through the windows of the building. Well, after dozens of years, the windows of these buildings were already filthy dirty. Third floor of the building, one of the bedrooms. Luo Feng looked carefully through one of the bedroom windows and searched for the entrance to the subway that he caught a glimpse of when flying from before. It's over there. Luo Feng quickly discovered it. One of the entrances to the subway was right outside the small sector. Taking the underground parking lot size and the terrain of the sector into account, Luo Feng calculated the closest way to get there. I'll do it like this. Luo Feng carefully went downstairs to the basement and then went into the underground parking lot. According to what he remembered, he swiftly ran to a corner of the underground parking lot. From here, I'll directly dig forwards. I should be able to arrive inside the subway station within 30 meters. Even though the distance is quite far, this is still the closest path. How am I supposed to dig? Luo Feng looked around and saw the various dirty cars in the underground parking lot. I know. Luo Feng slightly smiled. With a thought, a throwing knife suddenly flew out. It made no sound as it cut off the steel covering the front engines of two cars. With his spiritual force controlling them, the two pieces of steel immediately curled up and became cone-shaped. Luo Feng himself lay inside the cone-shaped pieces of steel. Go. Under control of his spiritual force, the throwing knives cut open a huge hole out of the tough concrete wall of the underground parking lot. The cone-shaped steel then directly flew in and started going through the soil. The subway station was long filled with dust, and one of the walls, with a pang sound, had a half-meter hole burst open from it. Concrete pieces fell all over the place. The tip of the cone-shaped steel came out first, and the shadow hiding inside the cone rolled out onto the ground. Even though this way of digging is slower than the monsters with digging abilities, it's still quite fast for a human fighter. Luo Feng's body was quite clean. Inside the subway, it was clear that it has been abandoned for far too long. Luo Feng observed the subway map and wiped off the dust on the glass covering the subway map. He closely observed, if I follow this tunnel, then I'll arrive at Kunshan City? What city is Kunshan City? People of the modern age have long forgotten the names of most cities before the Grand Nirvana period. Even Luo Feng only remembered the famous cities, like Shanghai, Nanjing, Suzhou, Hangzhou, etc. Kunshan? Who knows from where that popped out of? But one thing's for certain, Kunshan City isn't part of Shanghai. Yep, this line. Luo Feng came to a subway tunnel that subway trains used to pass through and immediately jumped into it. He then speedily headed towards the direction of Kunshan City. There were actually still some monsters in this subway tunnel. As Luo Feng progressed, he encountered quite a few monsters, most of which were weaker soldier-level monsters. However, he also encountered 3 low-level commanders and even 1 medium-level commander. All of them were quite small though. And of course, the throwing knives that were under the control of his spiritual force cleaned them up quickly. Some portions of this subway tunnel were also above the ground. This line is the same subway line that connected Shanghai to Kunshan a long time ago. I've advanced around 100 miles, so I'm definitely out of number 003 city. Luo Feng checked the GPS on his tactical communications watch and, indeed, he was around 50 miles away from Shanghai City. I should get on the highway and head back to the headquarters city. Who knows what kinds of monsters will appear in the subway tunnel? And I also don't want to go to some Kunshan city. Who knows what kind of place that is. Luo Feng was smiling brightly and was in a great mood. How can he not be happy? He has already escaped from Shanghai City. Luo Feng smiled as he carried his big backpack that held the dragon egg and the battle uniform set and, with his GPS guidance, headed towards the highway's direction. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 30, Blood-Splattered Path. Volume 4 Chapter 30, Blood-Splattered Path. On the highway, all sorts of abandoned automobiles could be seen. The sky was already dark and the moon couldn't be seen in the sky. The stars were looking fine, and the weak starlight they emanated barely allowed one to make out the outline of the highway. On a certain section of the highway, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt Squad were sitting on top of a toppled bus. Even though the young master's training plan wasn't entirely completed, the young master's skill still raised by quite a bit, said the old veteran named Lu as he smiled. Nothing special. But it's still quite a bit from what my dad once said, the mixed youth, Li Wei, as he shook his head. Young master, for your age, you're quite powerful already, said the old veteran named Lu. Ka Long and Panya nodded in agreement. Li Wei shook his head. It's not enough, not even close to enough. There are plenty of intermediate-level warlords that are around 20 years old in Jiangnan City. My parents are both powerful war god fighters, so how can their son be so weak? Oh, also. Panya, you previously said that Fire Hammer Squad's Luo Feng was only 18 years old last year, right? And he's already a low-level warlord. Me, the son of 2 great war gods, can't even compete with some random kid? Yes, responded the old veteran named Lu. Young master, you're the strongest, added the white brute Ka Long. Li Wei slightly smiled. The Tiger Fang captain, Panya, exclaimed, indeed, it is as the young master says. Compared to the young master, Luo Feng isn't even worth a dog's ass. However, this Luo Feng is like a thorn in my side now. The Fire Hammer Squad and Tiger Fang Squad have always been on bad terms, and now that I'm the only person left in the Tiger Fang Squad, the Fire Hammer Squad will surely try to deal with me. Maybe the others won't pose too much of a problem, but this Luo Feng improves way too quickly. He just recently became a fighter and he's already a low-level warlord. I'm sure that he'll soon surpass me too. When that happens, there's no doubt that I'll die. Panya let out a long sigh. Indeed, Panya was full of regret. When he previously met Luo Feng in the resupplying base, Zhang Zhe who advised him to kill off Luo Feng. However, Panya was afraid of making the rest of the Fire Hammer Squad enraged, so he didn't take action. But who knew that ever since then, Luo Feng's skill rapidly climbed up and even managed to earn the nickname of Crazy. Killing off around 10,000 monsters in 2 months, most of them being high-level soldier-level monsters. This crazy incident has long spread throughout the circle of fighters in Jiangnan City. Sadly, Panya never encountered Luo Feng until he came to number 003 city. Aren't you going to join a new fighter squad when you get back, said the mixed youth Li Wei. Yeah, but the Fire Hammer Squad will never forget this grudge. They might pick a time to secretly shoot a bullet at me, said Panya with a bitter face. He didn't forget that the Tiger Fang Squad did the exact same thing to the Fire Hammer Squad. And with his current strength, he'll certainly die if he was ambushed by a sniper rifle all of a sudden. Panya looked towards the mixed youth Li Wei and asked, "Young master, if you ever have the chance to go through your information network in the Underground Alliance, could you notify me where Luo Feng is in the wilderness?" "Sure, no problem," said Li Wei heartily. The old veteran named Lu and the white brute exchanged glances. They have long knew that Panya purposefully put on a worried look to try and get that young master to use some of his power. However, since the two of them are just bodyguards, they weren't going to bother with such a thing. And these days, Panya was pretty good at kissing ass, which put the old veteran named Lu and the white brute in a good mood. Adding to that, Panya's squad did indeed suffer great losses, so it's okay to help him out a bit. "It's not early anymore, so we should rest now. We still have a long way to go tomorrow," spoke the old veteran named Lu. Immediately, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad started to rest. Unlike in the summer, most fighter squads rest in the night during the winter and hit the road during the day. It's hot in the summer, so they rest in the morning to avoid the sun and run in the night when it's cool. Deep in the night, the members of the Thunderbolt squad either had their legs crossed or were laying on the ground as all of them rested. Except for the young master, the other 3 were only resting with their eyes closed. They didn't dare to fall asleep. Who knows when a monster will appear in the wilderness? Getting eaten by a monster while you're still in your dreams, that'll surely be something to regret. Panya, the old veteran named Lu, and the white brute virtually opened their eyes at the exact same time as they heard a sound. The sound of footsteps. Suddenly, a shadow passed the bus and then suddenly turned his head. The passing fighter established eye contact with Panya, the old veteran named Lu, and the white brute. "I can't believe I encountered them." Luo Feng wanted to curse the heavens. He was originally in a great mood and wanted to return home, but who knew that the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad were hiding behind a bus and resting? Because the bus was blocking his vision, Luo Feng didn't know that there were 4 people ahead of him. By the time he walked past the bus and discovered them, it was already too late. "Luo Feng!" Panya roared, his eyes flashing with anger. Geez! He thought he would have to search long and hard for him. But who knew that this Luo Feng actually appeared in front of them alone? "Oh, so this guy is that Luo Feng. I've seen you before." The mixed youth, the young master Li Wei, just woke up and was already standing up. He coldly looked at Luo Feng. Li Wei wasn't dumb. He long knew that the Tiger Fang captain Panya wanted to kill Luo Feng. Now that Luo Feng has come to them himself, nothing more needs to be said. Pity could be found in Li Wei's eyes as he looked towards Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, you barged into the gates of hell yourself." The Tiger Fang captain Panya glanced at the old veteran named Lu. The old veteran named Lu slightly nodded. Previously, Panya asked Senior Lu to help him eliminate the Fire Hammer Squad. However, they weren't able to find the Fire Hammer Squad that time. Tiger Fang captain. Luo Feng's face changed dramatically. Barged into the gates of hell? Even a stupid person could figure out that Panya had the intent to kill it. However, without the other 3 on the side, it'll be hard to say who'll kill who. The 3 people on the side were a problem. Both the veteran named Lu and the white brute were advanced-level warlords. And even though that young master was weak, his background was horrifying. Several war gods are standing right behind him. Luo Feng turned towards the old veteran named Lu, the white brute, and the mixed youth and said, "This guy here, the Tiger Fang captain Panya, has a grudge with my Firehammer squad. I'm sure the 3 of you can see what he's about to do. The law says that fighters aren't allowed to kill each other. Of course, since we're in the wilderness now, the law is powerless. I don't ask for the 3 of you to stop them, but to just stand by and not interfere. Let me and this Panya have a battle to the death." Luo Feng looked towards the mixed youth. This young master here must be young Master Li Wei. Even though I have not exchanged many words with young Master Li Wei, I have heard of young Master Li Wei's huge name before. It was from my Fire Hammer Squad comrades that I heard you were young Master Li Wei. If I knew that, then I would have gave the twin-headed black striped snake to you. Luo Feng humbled himself and praised this young Master Li Wei. Yup, young Master Li Wei slightly smiled, as he was clearly enjoying the praise of this genius fighter. As long as this Li Wei and the other two don't interfere, this'll be easy. Even if I kill Panya in a direct confrontation, with Li Wei and the other two's status, they probably wouldn't bother to deal the matter, Luo Feng expectantly hoped. Panya immediately glanced at the old veteran named Lu. They had an agreement to get rid of the Fire Hammer Squad. Who are you? Speaking in such a roundabout matter like this? Scolded the old veteran named Lu. Senior Luo Feng humbled himself. Who's your senior? The old veteran named Lu glared. Panya's two comrades were probably killed by you. Since you killed Panya's comrades, even death won't wash away your guilt. Li Wei smiled on the side as he prepared to watch how his subordinates will go about killing Luo Feng. Luo Feng is a genius? Killing a genius is also a very interesting thing. What should I do? What should I do? Luo Feng's face was bitter. I can definitely kill Panya alone, but it'll be hard if the other three come into play. Especially that young Master Li Wei. If they act, should I fight back? If I don't fight back, I'll die. If I do fight back, then even if I can kill all of them, I'll be in gigantic trouble after killing Li Wei. But if I don't kill him and Li Wei takes his revenge, it'll be even worse. Many different kinds of thoughts flashed across Luo Feng's mind instantly. The old veteran named Lu, the White Brute, and Panya split up as they approached Luo Feng. Whoosh! 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 Luo Feng threw three throwing knives straight towards Panya, turned around, and then ran. Dang! Dang! Ring, dot. Panya's triangular saber swiftly blocked two of the throwing knives. He then dodged the third one. Who? The old veteran named Lu, the White Brute, and Panya instantly accelerated as they prepared to kill Luo Feng. But right when they did that, the two throwing knives that fell on the ground after being deflected by Panya instantly shot towards the heads of the veteran named Lu and the White Brute. The veteran named Lu and the White Brute were turned away from the two throwing knives. Adding to that, Luo Feng's spiritual force accelerated the throwing knives to insanely high speeds. The throwing knives were a bit faster than a bullet fired from a sniper rifle. Before the sound of the sonic boom reached them, the throwing knives that were several times faster than speed have already arrived. Pu! Pu! Two eerie black lights instantly went through the heads of the veteran named Lu and the White Brute from behind. With two pang sounds, their heads directly bursted open. These two unsuspecting advanced-level warlords were directly and instantly killed. What? Exclaimed Panya. The throwing knife that pierced the head of the veteran named Lu flew along a curved arc and instantly shot towards Panya. A direct attack. Sadly, Panya was only an intermediate-level warlord. He desperately waved the triangular saber he had in hand and barely grazed the edge of the eerie black light. However, the eerie black light slightly changed paths. Poochie! Panya's head was directly sliced off. All of this happened too quickly. The mixed youth, Li Wei, who was happily observing, couldn't help but to widen his eyes and immediately go for his tactical communications watch as he saw the heads of the old veteran named Lu and the White Brute burst open. Poochie! The third throwing knife dodged by Panya directly drew across Li Wei's neck. A huge head, a head worth an astronomical price, flew up just like that. Fresh blood sprayed from the wound like a fountain. In an instant, the four members of the Thunderbolt squad, killed. The rabbit got hasty and tried to bite someone. You really think I wouldn't have killed you? Fuck you, you just have war god parents. Even if they actually find out that I'm the killer, I could always expose my identity as a spirit reader, give up my freedom, and join the core of the Dojo of Limits. Furthermore, who knows whether or not your old dad can actually find me? Luo Feng put away his throwing knives and at the same time, turned into a shadow and ran off the highway into the grass-filled fields. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 31, Li Wei's Parents. Volume 4, Chapter 31, Li Wei's Parents. Like an arrow, Luo Feng shot through the grassy fields, his speed reaching an astonishing level. Using his spiritual force to lighten the burden and also using it to push on the shield on his back. Luo Feng is moving much faster than he would if he was empty-handed. Sprint. Sprint as fast as you can. Don't stop sprinting. I need to leave the scene as fast as possible. With Li Wei's background, once he dies, his family will probably have some special type of advanced technology to notify them. When that happens, they might use a satellite to investigate the scene. If they find me, then I'll be in trouble. Luo Feng doesn't know much about satellites, and he doesn't know how they work either. But when the war god Lu Gang died, the satellite recorded the rat-tide explosion. Quite a few people observed the recording through special means. After they find out about Li Wei's death and find the spot where he died, they'll use a satellite to investigate. All of these steps will certainly take time. What I need to do now is get as far away as possible as fast as possible. And running in the grassy fields should make it harder for the satellite to discover me. Luo Feng ran with his eyes red. Without his spiritual force, it'll be impossible for Luo Feng to sprint faster than 100 meters per second. But now, his speed was around 150 meters per second. 150 meters per second, which is near 900 meters every 6 seconds. That'll be 9 kilometers every minute. 45 kilometers in 5 minutes. This speed is extremely horrifying. Usually, only intermediate warlords can achieve such a speed. However, Luo Feng didn't dare to take any chances. He'll never forget the time where 2 great war gods came to save the Thunderbolt squad when they were surrounded by a monster horde. This shows how big Li Wei's background was. Thankfully, I'm a member of the Dojo of Limits. Well, it's too late to regret it now. My parents and brother are all living in the fighter sector of the Dojo of Limits anyway. Luo Feng has never worried about the safety of his family. Since if the fighters of the world join the Thunder Dojo or the Dojo of Limits, the safety of their families is guaranteed after moving to the respective dojo's fighter sectors. There was once a case of the Blood Blade. Blood Blade was an advanced level war god who had a grudge against Feng Yu, one of the fighters in the Dojo of Limits. However, Feng Yu has long passed away in the wilderness, so the powerful Blood Blade took his anger out on all of Feng Yu's family, relatives, parents, children, nephews, nieces, and grandchildren. All of them were killed. Immediately, the public was enraged. Note that fighters frequently pass away in the wilderness. The family these fighters leave behind are always protected by all the fighters in their dojo. Because nobody knows who will die and who will live, so naturally, everybody works together to protect each other's families. So whoever dared to lay a hand on a member of the dojo's family becomes the enemy of the entire dojo. But once the news of Feng Yu's family's death spread around, all the fighters in the Dojo of Limits around the world enraged. A fighter's family is something you should never touch. If you kill them, you become enemies with all the fighters in that dojo. After that, the world's strongest fighter, Hong, personally appeared to investigate the matter. After finding out that the murderer was Bloodblade, he used all of the information networks in not only all the governments of the world, but also the HR Alliance to search for the advanced level war god fighter who fled to the wilderness. After that, an investigator whose authority was only below Hong, the chief instructor of the world headquarters of the Dojo of Limits, was sent out. This person was also an existence that surpassed the war god level. This investigator brought a staggering 36 war gods with him to hunt down Bloodblade. In the end, Bloodblade killed himself. He was probably afraid of being caught and tortured. After that incident, The creators of the two largest dojos, the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo Hung and Thunder God, even hosted and broadcasted around the world the memorial meeting for Feng Yi's family. These two absolute strongest fighters also expressed their anger in this memorial meeting. Whoever dares to touch a fighter's family is declaring war against all the fighters in the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo. And in this memorial meeting, representatives have been sent out from each headquarters cities in the 5 countries of the world and even from the HR Alliance to respond to these two strongest fighters. From then on, nobody dared to harm a fighter's family. Every country has made it the law to prohibit fighters from killing each other. But as everyone knows, nobody can control what goes on in the wilderness. Also, fighters frequently fight on the border of life and death, so once they have a grudge, it'll be normal for them to kill each other. So the killings between fighters. Every organization can only pretend to ignore it, unless someone has enough evidence like a video. Only then will the dojo or government take action. Or else, they wouldn't deal with it. However, if a grudge between two fighters start to affect their families, then they are dragging in all the powers of the entire world into the conflict. Let's enter number 023 city. Luo Feng charged from the highway to the close-set city, number 023 city. He was finally able to let out a sigh of relief when he arrived. This number 023 city is what was called Suzhou City from before the Grand Nirvana period. This city is big, so there are probably a lot of fighters here. I don't want to attract a lot of attention while I'm here, thought Luo Feng to himself. Night. On the highway, blood was splattered onto the bus on the side. The corpses of the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad were also on the ground. 10 seconds after the mixed youth, Li Wei, died. Beep. An area near the chest on the battle uniform of Li Wei's headless corpse immediately sent out a signal. Jiangnan Headquarters City, main city area. In a small sector called Jiangnan Mountain Water that was ranked number 2 out of the 6 most extravagant sectors in China and ranked number 1 in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector. In the most extravagant area of the entire main city area were some preserved mountains and rivers. When Jiangnan Headquarters City was first built, many of the mountains and hills had to be leveled in order to make room for the dense population. The mountains and hills were removed and replaced with many tall residential buildings. Only in this sector, which took up several miles, did these beautiful mountains exist. There were even man-made waterfalls and lakes, making this the place where countless high-ranking government officials and rich people wished to live. You can't get into this place with just money. You can't get into this place with just power. In all of China, there are 6 headquarters cities. In these 6 headquarters cities, beautiful sectors like these aren't common. And this sector ranks first in Jiangnan Headquarters City and ranks 2 in all of China. In Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector, a villa on the peak of Marvelous Mountain. The misty starlight encapsulated the entire peak of the mountain. Wah-wah, the sound of a waterfall carried from far away. On the balcony of the villa on the peak of the mountain was a person wearing a loose, deep blue uniform and sitting with his legs crossed. His cold face looked like a sculpted rock and, even though his eyes were closed, one could feel his cold aura emanating from him. His entire body gave off a heart-chilling feeling. He was one of the strongest fighters on the entire earth, an advanced war god Li Yao whose nickname was Vulture. Beep, beep. An ear-piercing sound suddenly came from a seemingly regular-looking watch on his wrist. Li Yao suddenly ferociously opened his eyes, which flashed like lightning. Wei. Li Yao's sculpture-like cold face suddenly let out a face of surprisement and rage. Contact Wei's 2 bodyguards. Li Yao commanded his watch. His watch was one of the most advanced products of the HR Alliance, which is currently not sold on the market. The 2 bodyguards died too? A faintly glowing light could be seen in Li Yao's eyes. Whoosh! Li Yao instantly transformed into a shadow as he directly rushed into the 3rd floor of the villa. This 3rd floor had dozens of rooms, one of which was a large auditorium. The hazy shadow came together and stood in the auditorium. Turn on. Enter fighter search mode. With Li Yao's command, a gigantic apparatus on the side of the auditorium shot out a misty light, which focused in the center of the auditorium and became a 3D hologram. Mr. Li Yao. All that could be seen in the 3D hologram was a person, who was an old man wearing a black suit. This black suit-wearing old man was looking at Li Yao. Actually, right when the 3D hologram was formed, the apparatus projecting the hologram also recorded Li Yao, which was then projected into another target in the auditorium. Confirm the location of my son Li Wei. All that could be seen on Li Yao's face was haste. Search for the positions of all the war gods in a 100-mile radius of his position. There are no war gods within a 100-mile radius of Li Wei's position, said the black suit-wearing old man. How is that possible? Not even half a minute has passed yet Li Wei's face changed dramatically. With the device in his son's battle uniform, it'll send a signal 10 seconds after it detects the heart stops beating. From then until Li Yao began his search, not even 30 seconds has passed. Even if a war god runs past the speed of sound at a speed of 400 meters per second, that isn't even 30 miles yet. So how come nothing could be found? To Li Yao, only a war god level fighter could kill his son's 2 advanced level warlord bodyguards so quickly that they didn't even have the chance to report. How can this be? Li Yao didn't dare to hesitate and immediately commanded, search for all the advanced level warlord fighters within 100 miles. Searching for war gods is a privilege granted through membership of the Palace of War Gods. Searching for warlords needs an S-rank member of the Underground Alliance, said the black suit-wearing old man. The HR Alliance has a way to find out the positions of all warrior and warlord level fighters. However, the way the HR Alliance uses to find them is a bit sneaky. The Tactical Communications Watch they sell have a secret to them. Since the Tactical Communications Watch is able to perform various functions like transferring money to another person's bank account, it's connected to their respective fighter's fighter card and identification number. Through the Tactical Communications Watch, they can naturally pinpoint anyone's location. However, they wouldn't dare to reveal this secret. Once they reveal it, millions of fighters will start to boycott their things. Even though they're the only power that currently sells tactical communication watches, they didn't dare to enrage the public. So, only an S-rank member of the Underground Alliance is allowed to use this function to search for fighters lower than the War God level. Only the highest of highest-ranking members in the Underground Alliance have the authority to do that. And advanced-level War God Li Yao did not have such authority. Boom! An explosion carried from far away. A shadow instantly charged into the auditorium, a white, blonde-haired lady. However, her delicate face was a bit twisted and her dress was a bit ruined under her extreme sprinting. She was previously attending a banquet and, like Li Yao, received news of her son's death. Yao! This elegant lady's eyes were red. We can search now, right? Li Yao stared at the black suit-wearing old man in the 3D hologram. However, the black suit-wearing old man was looking at the elegant lady. This lady was the blood sister of the current director of the Paulinus family, one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance. At the same time, she was also the advanced-level war god Venena Paulinus, nicknamed Scorpion. As of now, she's the director of HR Alliance's Huaxia sector. She ranks 3 in the members of the HR Alliance in China, so she is an S-rank member. Translated in a rush so I couldn't proofread. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 32, Astronomical Bounty. Volume 4, Chapter 32, Astronomical Bounty. Search! Commanded the blonde-haired lady. Yes. A huge holographic map appeared in front of the black suit-wearing old man. In the center of the map was a red dot, which represented Li Wei's location. 6 light dots appeared within a 100-mile radius of Li Wei's location. There are 6 advanced-level warlord-level fighters within a 100-mile radius. Investigate each of them, and display each of their distances from Li Wei, coldly commanded Li Yao. Beep beep. The hologram slightly vibrated twice, and both holograms started to display a huge amount of information. 6 advanced level warlords, other than Wei's 2 bodyguards, the other 4 are in number 003 city? Li Yao's face was extremely unhappy. He only has 4 suspects, since the other 2 are dead already. Out of these 4, the closest one is 20 miles away. With an advanced level warlord's speed, it's pretty much impossible for him to run 20 miles away within a minute. Yao! Just who killed Wei? The blonde-haired lady's Chinese had a bit of an accent, but it was still quite fluent. Search for all the intermediate warlords. All the beginner warlords, said Li Yao as he clenched his teeth. How can they be an intermediate or beginner level warlord? The blonde-haired lady's face was also full of nervousness. With Ka Long and the others' strength, how can they die to an intermediate or a beginner level warlord without even having the chance to report? Shut up! Li Yao couldn't help but to scold. The blonde-haired lady held in her objections. Within a 100-mile radius, there are 21 intermediate-level warlords, answered the black suit-wearing old man. On the holographic map, 21 lights that were a bit dimmer than the others appeared. There are 21 beginner-level warlords within a 100-mile radius. Once again, dots representing the low-level warlord-level fighters appeared on the map. Li Yao's words seemed to barely be able to squeeze past his teeth. Record all the information on these fighters, including their distance to Li Wei. Also, search for all the warrior-level fighters and record their information too. After that, send it to me and Vanina. Yes, the black suit-wearing old man bowed respectfully. Li Yao glanced at the huge amounts of flashing dots on the map. They were dense and almost uncountable. Clearly, compared to warlord-leveled fighters, there were at least 10 times more warrior-level fighters. These hundreds of flashing dots were quite bright. And one of these hundreds of flashing dots was Luo Feng's. Even though Luo Feng has the skill of a beginner-level warlord, according to his battle record and information on his fighter card, he's still an advanced-level warrior. Use their battle records to determine their rank. And activate the satellite to record Li Wei's position. Interrupted Vanina. Because of the weather, the recording won't be too good. As for the recording, our professionals will enhance it. We'll send it in half an hour, said the black suit-wearing old man. Actually, satellite recording isn't as amazing as regular people think it is. There are many restrictions. One of the major ones is weather, which has an enormous effect on the recording quality. Mr. Li Yao, Director Vanina, there are 8 advanced-level warlords, 21 intermediate-level warlords, and hundreds of beginner-level warlords and soldier-level fighters. All the information has been sent, said the black suit-wearing old man. Li Yao and Vanina lowered their heads. The photos and information of various fighters flashed across their watches, and one of them was Luo Feng. Of course, as a warrior-level fighter, he didn't stand out at all. After just 3 minutes, on top of the starlight-covered mountain peak, 2 blue UFO-shaped fighter aircraft flew up and soared through the sky. Beep. Signal read, pass. Only after that were the 2 blue UFO-shaped fighter aircraft able to leave the city's defense system. If their signal wasn't read and they tried to fly out, the 2 fighter aircraft would have been instantly shot through by lasers and engulfed in flames. In the cockpit, Li Yao and Vanina both had their battle uniform sets on. Each of them had their own weapons, and their faces were extremely unamused. The pilot of the aircraft and the other 6 war god subordinates didn't dare to make a sound. They knew that something terrible has happened. The only son of the husband-wife duo nicknamed Vulture and Scorpion has been killed. This couple isn't normal at all. Whether in the circle of war gods or in underground alliances community, both of them have an extraordinary amount of influence and power. Yao, could a monster horde leader have killed them? Said Vanina as she frowned. How could a monster horde leader appear on the highway? And even if they did encounter one, how could they not have the chance to send a message? The muscles on Li Yao's faces started twitching as the cold light in his eyes flashed. As if he just lost everything to him, he's become cold and enraged like a lone wolf. I've already told Wang Tong at the city to go and check the scene. When he gets there, we'll have a general idea of what happened. Okay, Vanina slightly nodded. Deep into the winter night, the winter wind was chilling. On the highway, the 4 corpses have long turned dark red. One tall and one skinny, short shadow was carefully investigating the scene under Li Yao's request. These two were precisely the 2 great war gods Wang Tong and Li Qin who rushed from the city. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 eerie blue lights flew from the faraway horizon and quickly arrived on the highway as they slowly descended. Hua! Not waiting for the fighter aircraft to descend, one of the fighter aircraft's hatches was opened and 2 shadows came jumping down from the air. They were precisely Li Yao and Vanina. Vulture, Scorpion, Shadow Blade, and Bear Strength, these 4 have teamed up quite a few times. War gods helping each other is a very common occurrence. Vulture, I'm sorry, sighed Wang Tong. What's the conclusion? Li Yao attempted to be more polite, but it was clearly filled with rage. Wang Tong didn't bother arguing over Li Yao's tone and pointed to the 4 corpses. All I can say. It kind of seems like the work of a spirit reader. Spirit reader? Li Yao and Vanina both frowned. Of course, the possibility remains that the enemy purposefully made it look that way so he wouldn't be suspected, added Wang Tong. At this time, a few figure bodyguards jumped from one of the blue fighter aircraft. And 5 people wearing dark gray uniforms jumped from the other fighter aircraft, all of them carrying some sort of machine on their backs. There were 2 females, 1 Asian and 1 white man out of these 5. There was also a pale old man. Nobody else is allowed at the scene, commanded the old man. Begin. The other 4 suddenly opened the things they had on their back and pulled out all sorts of sensors and detectors as they started to investigate the scene as closely as possible. Time passed a second at a time. Li Yao and Vanina could only wait silently. Wang Tong and Li Qin exchanged glances, both of them not knowing what to say. The vulture and the scorpion are extremely famous throughout the entire world. Other than the existences that have surpassed the war god level, there's virtually nobody that can suppress this couple. And with their already cruel personalities, would they not avenge their only son's death? Mr. and Mrs. bowed the pale old man respectfully. We already have results, please come see them. Li Yao and Vanina, and even Wang Tong and Li Qin walked over. A notebook was there with a simulation already on the screen. The pale old man said, this old fighter and white fighter probably died in an instant. They died the exact same way, something pierced their heads from behind. This middle-aged fighter and young master Li Wei also died at around the same time. The white fighter died a little later than the old fighter as he said that. The old pale man tapped the simulation screen. Suddenly, the simulation began. The only thing that could be seen were 2 lights that seemed to have pierced the heads of the old veteran named Lu and the white brute. After that, 2 lights shot through Panya and young master Li Wei, cutting off their heads. Yeah, nodded Wang Tong, I've also checked. The old fighter and the white fighter probably haven't been able to respond when they died. As for Li Wei and the middle-aged man, their eyes were filled with horror. Clearly, they witnessed the scene. The pale old man continued, we have investigated the surroundings and are 100% sure that no horde leaders have passed by. Using the footprints around the surroundings and the position of the victim's legs, this old fighter, white fighter, and middle-aged fighter were probably charging towards the same point. Which was why they weren't able to respond to an attack from behind. The pale old man tapped the screen and a figure of a man appeared. Li Yao and Vanina were both squatting beside Li Yao's body. Li Wei's head and body were already connected, and his eyes were clearly still in shock. I've checked. After 30 seconds of Wei's death, no war god was within 100 miles. 1 minute after Wei's death, there were 4 advanced-level warlords, the closest one being 25 miles away. Said Li Yao deeply, so. The killer must have hid his strength. A person's strength is determined by their battle record. Even though some extremely powerful men have killed extremely powerful monsters, they gave all the credit to their allies. Without a battle record, their skill ranking would naturally be low. That's one possibility. The killer is a regular fighter with an average battle record whose actual strength is that of a wargod's. Second possibility. The killer is a spirit reader who has hid his identity of a spirit reader. A spirit reader is 2 levels above his fitness level. So this person could be a beginner or intermediate level warlord. Of course, we aren't ignoring the possibility that this person is really good at hiding his skill and only appears as a warrior level fighter. Said Li Yao lowly. There's still a third possibility. The killer is one of my enemies, a powerful war god fighter. He isn't wearing a tactical communications watch, so I can't find him. War gods usually share their information frequently, so quite a few of them know about the secret behind the tactical communication watches. They're just too lazy to tell anyone else. When they're executing top secret missions, they don't wear their tactical communication watches. Silence. Beside Li Wei's corpse, only Li Yao spoke. Vanina's eyes were both wet with tears, and Wang Tong and Li Kan kept their distance. No matter who, I'll never forgive the person who killed my son. Spread the news of Wei's death around the world and let every single fighter know. See that Vanina, Vanina Polinus, will give all my earnings of this year, a bounty of 100 billion, to anyone who can find out who killed my son with enough proof. I don't believe that this person doesn't have family or friends. As long as he tells this to someone, as long as he even utters a single word in his dreams or while drunk, as long as he accidentally lets it slip out under any circumstance, then, even his closest friend might not keep the secret. A bounty of 100 billion. I'll make him unable to ever sleep peacefully again in case he accidentally mutters it. I'll make him unable to ever drink any alcohol again. I'll fill his life with horror and fear. Seethed Vanina. Wang Tong and Li Kan both took a deep breath on the side. 100 billion? This gigantic bounty can even mobilize the invincible war god existences. Know that even a legendary emperor-level monster isn't even worth 100 billion, so this is an astronomical bounty. With this much money, you can instantly enjoy all the fun in the world. All sorts of information networks and powers will search for the killer for the sake of this bounty. Translated this in a rush so I couldn't proofread. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 33, The Effect of 100 Billion. Volume 4, Chapter 33, The Effect of 100 Billion. Humans can be controlled by money, and a gigantic amount of it can make one go mad. 100 billion. Pretty cruel. Li Kan couldn't help but to take in a deep breath. Even I'm affected, sighed Wang Tong as he shook his head, just what you'd expect from the director of the Huaxia sector, blood sister of one of the 9 families, Polinus family's director. The rich are always going to be rich. Even around the entire world, not many advanced level war gods have such wealth. Yes, hunting horde leader level monsters and selling them is good money, but are horde leader monsters that stupid? They have intelligence equal to that of a human's. Once they sense danger and feel like they have no chance of winning, they'll choose to run away. Once a horde leader level monster decides to run away, it'll definitely command thousands of monsters to obstruct the war god's path. Even if they can't obstruct the war god, it'll definitely slow them down. So killing a horde leader level monster is extremely difficult. The stronger they are, the harder it becomes. So the usual situation is, an advanced level war god hunts a medium level horde leader, an intermediate level war god hunts a low level horde leader, and a beginner level war god hunts a high level commander. The chances of success are higher this way. For example, Wang Tong and Li Kan's attempt to hunt the steel armored dragon ended in failure. And the amount of monsters isn't limitless. The stronger the monster, the fewer there are. For example, when Luo Feng and the others of the Fire Hammer Squad were in that small sector and hunted large amounts of commander-level monsters, it became significantly harder to find them later, because the amount of commander-level monsters in that area lowered. But this isn't the worst part. The worst part is you'll attract the attention of the commander-level monsters leader, the horde leader. The fighters are usually able to discover the danger after killing a lot, so they'll run away. However, this also proves the point that killing monsters to earn money is no easy task. Most importantly, war gods also have to spend tons of money. Things like weapons and battle uniforms. Which one of these things doesn't cost a gigantic amount? A top-tier instruction manual also costs so much that it's frightening. Many war gods even have to borrow money from the bank. There's no helping it, war gods need to spend too much money. For example, if an advanced level war god fights against a high-level horde leader, then he'll have to buy an SS-grade battle uniform set to be safe, since a Q-series, S-rank, battle uniform can only defend against most S-rank horde leaders' attacks, but not all of them. SS-grade battle uniform set, SS-grade weapon, which one doesn't cost a fortune, but a SS-grade instruction manual and even ultimate instruction manuals like the 9-stage Thunderblade are just as expensive. To fully equip yourself with the perfect gear, how many medium-level horde leaders will you have to kill? This is something that most advanced-level war gods won't be able to achieve. And don't even mention the special treasures available in the Palace of War Gods. Those treasures are even more expensive. It is no lie that many war gods on the entire earth have to borrow money from the bank. Of course, an extremely small amount of war gods are an exception. For example, war gods with special abilities like war god level spirit readers or war gods with extraordinary skills, or war gods with a huge background. It'll be easy for the sons and daughters of Hong to get money, simply because of the influence of Hong. The HR Alliance is the world's top financial group. They control over half of the world's economy and have control in virtually every field. Their wealth is also just as astonishing. Vanina Paulinus is the director of the HR Alliance in China and is the blood sister of the man who is both the head of the Paulinus family and a top executive of the HR Alliance. Does anyone even need to ask about her wealth? Her wealth mainly comes from her family and the HR Alliance, and not from hunting monsters. Even her husband, Li Yao, can't compare to her. Jiangnan headquarters city, Limit Hall. Zhu Guitao was wearing a black dojo uniform and sitting cross-legged in a training room. As time flowed, the morning light slowly started to shine into the room. Zhu Guitao opened his eyes. Open as Zhu Guitao spoke, the projector projected some light which formed a gigantic display onto the wall. Zhu Guitao has a habit. Every morning, he'll check the news on T.V to figure out what's going on around the world. The reporter's voice echoed around the training room. What? Zhu Guitao froze as he stared at what the morning news was describing on the display. 100 billion? Zhu Guitao blinked twice. 100 billion. Zhu Guitao fiercely stood up as his heart rate increased. This amount of money is too crazy. He, one of the big four of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits headquarters, couldn't even control his surprisement. Vulture and Scorpion, so it's that couple. Well, makes sense. What kind of normal war god can bring out 100 billion? Zhu Guitao was amazed, and this news broadcast was directed at the entire population in the country. In other words, not only fighters, but regular people will know about this too. The HR Alliance's influence is sure great, being able to bring out this news on China's television channel. 100 billion, even Zhu Guitao is affected. It seems like that he, Zhu Guitao, frequently offers some geniuses and powerful fighters many benefits. However, he does most of that with his special privileges in the dojo, so he barely has to take out his own money. Enter the Home of Limits, War God Fighter discussion section, commanded Zhu Guitao. The display suddenly and quickly changed as it entered the War God Fighters discussion section. As an advanced level warlord, he doesn't have the rights. But as his identity as a chief instructor, he's granted access to the section. the entire discussion section has indeed become lively. It looks like fighters from South America, North America, Europe, Africa, and other places all have their blood boiling, laughed Zhu Gutao. However, this case happened in China, so this gigantic sum of money will probably end up in the hands of a Chinese. 100 billion is just like throwing a fat sheep into a pack of wolves. Indeed, the entire world has been stirred up by this gigantic sum. Even existences surpassing the war god level have to sigh at this. Since war gods are so moved by this. Don't even mention a regular citizen. Regular citizens are toiling just for their rent, even 100 million is an astronomical number for them. Don't even mention 100 billion. Stirred. The entire world is stirred up. Virtually every information network couldn't help but to start investigating this case, find this person. Number 023 city was a huge city that contained hundreds of millions of people. Number 023 city is high risk high reward, so many fighters are attracted there. On the 8th floor of some 12-story residential building in the western section of an old city. Hoo-hoo. The crazed winds howled and the snowflakes danced. The chilly air charged into the house incessantly, and the floor of the room was absolutely freezing. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on a torn cushion as he lightly polished his throwing knives. The only thing in his mind was the astonishing news his tactical communications watch just received, the news of the astronomical bounty. I can't believe they're spending so much money on my bounty. Even I feel like reporting myself. Luo Feng lightly placed his throwing knife onto the ground, took out another knife, and started polishing it. 100 billion. However, the parents of Li Wei aren't fools. They'll only give the money to someone who can bring clear and absolute evidence. Evidence? Luo Feng doesn't think that there's anyone on this earth who has evidence of him killing Li Wei. Back then, to prevent himself from being caught by the satellite, he rushed straight into the fields after killing Li Wei and the others. Unless my luck is really that horrible. So horrible that there just happened to be someone hiding next to the highway and happened to record my face and my actions, but Luo Feng thought that the chance of this is no higher than the chance of fishing up a needle in the sea. Actually, the only thing Luo Feng is afraid of is Fire Hammer Squad comrades. This bounty described the identity and skill of the other 3 people who died with Li Wei. And the bounty even said that the murderer is most likely either someone with the power of a war god level fighter, or a spirit reader. Luo Feng's face sank. If the captain, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Brother Chen see this, they'll probably connect this to me. Without a doubt, the other 4 members of the Fire Hammer Squad easily connected this bounty with Luo Feng. First, Luo Feng stayed in number 003 city to kill the Tiger Fang squad. And one of the 4 people that died was the Tiger Fang captain, Panya. Next, the bounty itself said that the murderer is either someone with the power of a war god or a spirit reader. And everyone in the squad knows that he's a spirit reader. Extrapolating with the 2 points above is indeed very easy. As a matter of fact, this was exactly the case. When this astronomical bounty was revealed, the other 4 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were stunned as they guessed it was Luo Feng. Just because they can guess, doesn't mean they have evidence. Luo Feng shook his head. The Fire Hammer Squad guessed it was Luo Feng. And a few war gods guessed that the murderer was a war god who had a grudge with the Vulture, Scorpion couple. Anyway, all of these are just groundless accusations. Not one person had sufficient evidence. When Li Wei encountered danger last time, Li Wei's parents instantly found the 2 closest war gods and asked them for help. Frowned Luo Feng. In other words, Li Wei's parents have enough power to instantly find the fighters in a location. If they can find war gods, then warlords and warriors would be even easier to find. From Luo Feng's point of view, locating war gods is much more difficult than locating warlords and warriors. They'll probably find out that I wasn't too far from the scene at the time. Frowned Luo Feng. This point is extremely disadvantageous. Actually, Luo Feng didn't know that war gods can locate other war gods through a system in the Palace of War Gods. Most war gods definitely can't locate other warlords and warriors. However, Luo Feng's blind guess hit the mark, since Li Wei's parents did indeed locate the hundreds of people around the area. And he, Luo Feng, was one of them. I'm probably one of the suspects, but since I'm weak, the chances of being caught should be quite low, frowned Luo Feng. However, Captain, Brother Tai, Brother Ching, and Brother Chen, if one of them reveals the fact that I stayed in number 003 city to kill the Tiger Fang squad and the fact that I'm a spirit reader, then, even though it's not pure evidence, Li Wei's parents will definitely make me into the number one suspect. Suddenly, Luo Feng felt a vibration on his wrist. He lowered his head and looked at the display on his tactical communications watch. A phone call from Captain Gao Feng? Luo Feng slightly frowned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 34, Su Xin. Volume 4, Chapter 34, Su Xin. Why would the captain call me at a time like this? The winds were howling and the snow was falling outside, but various thoughts were currently flashing through Luo Feng's mind. After taking a deep breath, he lightly said, "Redial." Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Luo Feng. Captain Gao Feng's voice carried over. Captain, something happening? Said Luo Feng as he laughed. Gao Feng's voice immediately sank. I'm sure you saw that astronomical bounty, that's a whole 100 billion, definitely enough to make countless fighters go crazy. Especially since the notice said, the murderer is a fighter with either war god level strength or a spirit reader. No matter what, you must not reveal your identity as a spirit reader, or else you'll bring upon yourself huge trouble. Since our Fire Hammer squad and the Tiger Fang squad were already in conflict, and one of the 4 people that died was the Tiger Fang Captain Panya, you'll easily come under suspect once people find out that you're a spirit reader. When that happens, you'll become the target of thousands of people. No matter how careful you are, the unexpected could always happen. I understand. But since I didn't do it, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. However, Captain, this murderer is pretty strong. He was able to make these 4 die before any of them were able to contact that couple. He sure is powerful. Luo Feng couldn't help but to compliment. He is indeed strong. Gao Feng also gave his compliments. Luo Feng continued, and since Panya died, this is also great news. Our Fire Hammer squad won't have to deal with any troubles in the future. Indeed, this is quite beneficial to us. I'm just going to remind you again. Be careful, careful, and even more careful. This case has too much writing on it. I'll remind Chen Gu and the others when I get back. Don't worry. If any of them dare to reveal anything, I won't spare them. Oh yeah, when are you returning to the headquarters city? The materials of the monsters we hunted are still stored there and we're waiting for you to return to decide how to deal with them. Luo Feng smiled. I was going to stay in the wilderness for a bit longer, but since the Tiger Fang captain is dead, I don't have any more business. I'll return within 2 days. Okay, I'll see you then. Gao Feng's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. See you later. Luo Feng hung up and his expression immediately became serious. From this phone call, it seemed like the captain was seriously passionate about reminding him. After hearing the captain's words, his heart was indeed warmed. However, one thing can be discovered after thinking this through: other 4 members of the Fire Hammer squad could suspect him. However, none of the 4 have sufficient evidence. What can the 4 of them do for Luo Feng's trust? The best way for me to trust them is if none of them call me. If they don't call me, then they won't be able to find any evidence. Luo Feng frowned, but the captain called me and seemed like he was comforting me. If I wasn't careful, along with the pressure brought along by the 100 billion, I might get hot-headed and reveal everything to someone I care about. After Luo Feng thought about that, he couldn't help but to be afraid. Indeed, a youth who hasn't even reached the age of 20 just killed an important person and received an astronomical bounty. Most people would be extremely nervous. Deep relationships with their seniors would easily move them and they might get hot-headed and let all the secrets out. Using all sorts of ways to ask me actually makes me more cautious instead. And this concern easily makes people drop their guard. Once I reveal the secret, it might get recorded if the captain was using a recording device. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. With the information that I was hunting down the Tiger Feng squad and my identity as a spirit reader, along with the fact that Li Wei's parents are sure that I was one of the fighters nearby, and finally, along with the recording. How can there be so many coincidences? With this much evidence, the murderer's identity is practically 100% confirmed. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Indeed, if he admitted the fact with his own mouth, then he'll be in huge trouble. Thankfully, he's been under pressure ever since he was young. He worked and worked to become a fighter. After long periods of stress, he's able to handle much more than a regular 20-year-old youth. Time flowed slowly, and yet the snow started falling faster and faster, causing everything within sight to be covered in pure white. At the same time, the temperature has dropped to an astonishing level. Soon enough, the time reached midnight. In the dirty, little room, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. I received a total 2 phone calls today. One from the captain and one from Wei Qing. The captain seemed to be extremely comforting while Wei Qing seemed to be in complete shock. Earlier in the afternoon, the first thing Wei Qing said when he called was, "Damn, crazy, the captain just told us to be careful not to reveal your identity as a spirit reader." "You didn't kill those 4, did you?" Wei Cheng and Gao Feng's phone calls rose Luo Feng's suspicions. Of course, only suspicions. Maybe the captain was truly being considerate, and maybe Wei Qing only talked like that because he truly thought of him as a brother. Humans are the hardest to read, since they're so unpredictable. In the face of money, brothers turn on each other, couples divorce, parents and children cut ties. I've seen these types of things on the internet way too many times. And needless to say, this is a gigantic sum of 100 billion. Through his tactical communications watch, Luo Feng entered the internet and looked at some discussion boards. And he soon discovered how crazy the entire world was going over this bounty. The night was even colder than the day. Luo Feng was curled up in a corner, but his heart was a bit cold. Ever since he started suspecting Captain Gao Feng and Wei Qing, Luo Feng's entire attitude started changing. In the past, he was extremely cheerful and straightforward, just like a regular fighter. He was able to fight in front of the face of death with the other brothers in his squad. He was easily able to treat others as his good brothers. But now, are they thinking of me as a brother, or are they planning on turning me in for the huge sum of money? Maybe the lack of evidence is the only thing keeping them from doing that. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. What am I thinking? I'm randomly suspecting them. Luo Feng shook his head. He finally realized how his attitude couldn't help but to change under the gigantic bounty of 100 billion. He can't be sure that the others won't be affected by 100 billion, since, after all, this is 100 billion. This is what caused him to change. Even though Luo Feng knows he shouldn't be so suspicious, he can't help himself. One of Veneno Paulinus' goal was already reached. Luo Feng started spiraling down under all the pressure brought by the 100 billion bounty. Never mind, I'm not going to think about this anymore. Luo Feng immediately lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. He then lightly pressed the button and started reading through all the different types of messages on the tactical communications watch's screen. Suddenly, he flipped through the phone book and was calmed by one of the names that appeared. Within these names was the good friend that always played with him, Wei Wen. I wonder how one is doing. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile as he thought about the things he did with Wei Wen back in the days. There were quite a few of his high school friends within these names. There were also some friends in the Dojo of Limits. The names of his parents and his brother were here too. Dad, Mom, brother. Luo Feng's gaze was soft. No matter what, you guys won't be in trouble. I'll definitely overcome this problem. Suddenly Luo Feng's gaze landed upon a name, Su Xin. They exchanged phone numbers back when they chatted in the HR Alliance's market. However, he never called her after all this time. Dial Su Xian's number, said Luo Feng. For some reason, he started to get nervous after dialing the number. Maybe his identity as the murderer will be revealed one day. When that happens, the Su family definitely won't allow Su Xian to have any contact with him. Hello, Su Xian's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. Is this Luo Feng? Yep, it's me. Luo Feng's heart warmed. How rare, a big-time fighter like you thought of calling me, mockingly laughed Su Xian. What, return to the headquarters city? I'm in the wilderness and it's nighttime and I'm bored. So, after Luo Feng said this, he suddenly felt a bit awkward. Bored during the night? How come this sounds like he's trying to get a hooker, finding women when he's bored during the night? Asterisk cough asterisk. Su Xian coughed a bit. I never knew even you were so playful. Playful? How's college for you right now? As someone who never went to college, I'm quite curious. Luo Feng immediately changed the topic and the two continued to chat like this. Maybe because it's the first time they chatted over phone, or maybe because they're both bored in the quiet night, so they chatted for a long time. Only until he hung up did Luo Feng realize. This phone call lasted for 1.5 hours. I never knew that chatting over the phone could last for 1.5 hours. Luo Feng's heart was filled with happiness. Indeed, chatting with your crush for 1.5 hours over the phone can make one really happy. All the fear previously brought by the 100 billion bounty and all the negative emotions were completely swept away. The previously nervous, panicking person changed back to the little boy in love. This change in attitude washed Luo Feng's spirit. Luo Feng steadily started to calm down. This was a peacefulness he never felt before, a peacefulness brought by a gigantic change in attitude. Well, indeed, how many normal people go through such huge changes in attitude? His heart was peaceful and still like water. This feeling feels so great. Luo Feng really enjoyed this feeling that he never had before. And at this time, he had the urge to practice his blade technique. He pulled out the shadow blade from the sheath on his back. In this deep, cold night, while countless people were stunned over the astronomical bounty, Luo Feng was swinging his blade and practicing his 9-stage thunder blade in the room of an abandoned building in the wilderness number 003 city with unforeseen peacefulness. Each swing of the blade gave him comfort he never felt before. One swing, two swings. Luo Feng's spiritual force naturally spread out, and the slight movements the swings imposed onto the surrounding area were clearly checked by the spiritual force. The cold light, like snow, slowly floated around the room. Back from Europe. Next chapter will either come out today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow. After that, chapters will be every other day. I thought I could release one a day, but I'm unexpectedly busy. Or maybe I could release double chapters every so often, but we'll have to see how things turn out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 35, Thunderblade, 3rd Stage. Volume 4, Chapter 35, Thunderblade, 3rd Stage. After going through a gigantic change in emotion, his current state of mind was crystal clear, for now at least. Without a second thought, his entire body and mind was focused on his blade. After practicing for a bit, Luo Feng frowned and thought to himself as he tested some swings. After that, he would then again return to practicing, pause and think for a bit, and then practice again. The overall feeling of this was like Luo Feng's experience of solving math problems while he was still enrolled in school. To solve a really difficult math problem, you would have to try several different ways. With the information you know, you would continuously fix up your attempts until you solve it. The big math problems on the high school tests are super difficult. Sometimes, you can't solve them by just putting in 1 or 2 hours. And now, Luo Feng studied his blade technique like he was solving a math problem. However, unlike usual, Luo Feng's current state of mind caused his brain to work much faster than before and allowed him to clearly control even the most obscure parts of his body. One night of hard work. The morning of the second day was still filled with hard work. In the afternoon of the second day, Luo Feng was deep in thought as he was holding his ghost blade and sitting on the balcony. He continued to sit there for 3 hours. Luo Feng continued to study his blade technique and, as a result, forgot to eat, forgot all about the astronomical bounty, and forgot about all of his suspicions. Late into the night of the second day, Luo Feng continued to swing his blade in the dark living room on the 8th floor of this residential building. The blade's cold light completely chilled one's heart. Who knows how many times he has swung his blade by now, but this time, just a slight movement of the ghost blade caused a silver flash to brighten up the entire living room. There was a slight, odd vibration hidden in that light. Like a flash of lightning, the surrounding air caused a shockwave similar to a sonic boom with a poo-poo sound. Luo Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. It worked? I actually completed it. I finally finished the third stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a shout of excitement and happiness. The third stage of the Thunder Blade. Completed not too long after the announcement of the astronomical bounty. Each stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade gets harder and harder, and I just successfully completed the second stage not too long ago. Who would have thought that I could finish the third stage so soon? Luo Feng let out a smile. Indeed, I'll have to thank Li Wei's parents. If Li Wei's mother, the Nina Paulinus, knew that this happened, she'll probably spit out blood from anger. The 9-stage Thunder Blade gets progressively harder. The only person able to complete all 9 stages on this earth is Thunder God alone. This ultimate technique is extremely messed up. The third stage is your strength multiplied by 28. Luo Feng's current fitness level places him at the advanced warrior level. Multiply that by 28, and his attack power rivals an intermediate level warlords. 28. Keep in mind that one level only differs by around a multiple of 2. My one blade, along with 4 exertions of force, rivals an intermediate warlord. If my spiritual force assists my ghost blade and adds a 5th or 6th force exertion, my blade might rival an advanced level warlord. Luo Feng clearly understood the power of his spiritual force. If you combine the spiritual force with your attacks, its power will stand out even more. Surprise! An unexpected surprise brought about by the astronomical bounty. The astronomical bounty indeed put Luo Feng under huge stress. Some people could even collapse under this pressure. But some people would work even harder under this stress and improve at an astounding rate. And Luo Feng received improvement. I have to thank Li Wei's parents. Luo Feng's face was full of happiness. That astronomical bounty indeed spawned fear in the bottom of my heart and made me feel like anyone could betray me. Thankfully, I became happy after chatting with Su Xin. This gigantic change made me extraordinarily calm. His heart was still like water, in other words, not even the tiniest bit of distractions existed. This extreme level of calmness is very difficult to maintain over long periods of time. Usually, an ordinary person could occasionally enter this state when his life is in danger or during an emergency. During that time, their skill will explode past their usual limits. For example, Luo Feng, who was absolutely calm and had no hesitations at all, managed to escape from being surrounded by hundreds of commander-level monsters at the Family Mart supermarket in just a short 12 seconds. However, that state can usually be maintained for just 1 or 2 minutes. However, with this gigantic change in attitude, he managed to stay in that state for over 20 hours. In these 20 hours of blade training, he managed to complete the third stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. At the end, it was because of his intense joy that caused him escape the state he was in. The astronomical bounty sure did affect me. According to the history books, most of the falls of any ancient emperor were caused by their suspicions of their ministers. Their suspicions made them ill and therefore led to their death. Luo Feng's mental state also went up by another level. The astronomical bounty also has very little effect on him now. The captain and the others have no evidence. Without any evidence, naturally, they won't be able to receive the bounty. If they can't receive the bounty, then why would they report anything? Luo Feng's ears slightly moved, and then he rushed towards the balcony and looked below. Below this residential apartment were dozens of monsters gathering towards the building. Luo Feng froze, and then laughed. Looks like my howl from completing the third stage attracted quite a bit of monsters. Right now, it's time for me to return to the headquarters city. After Luo Feng picked up his bag, blade, and shield, he directly jumped off the balcony of the 8th floor with a lightning-like leap and fell onto the roof of a 3-story apartment building nearby. After that, he disappeared with a shake of his body. The train station. The train station is always the most crowded place, crowded to the point where it's absurd. The endless chattering spread around the area. A long train slowly entered the train station and, as the ear-piercing brakes of the train came from the tracks, the doors of the train opened. The large amount of passengers, like sardines stuffed in a can, came out. The headquarters city, now this is home. Luo Feng walked out of the train's doors and smiled as he looked around. I'm back. After riding on the private car of the Dojo of Limits, Luo Feng returned to the Mingyue sector after the sun has set. This small sector is still the same as always, quiet as usual. Through the window, Luo Feng saw the large amounts of residents chatting and relaxing in the small sector. Beep. The car stopped in front of the limit hall. Luo Feng opened the door of the car and walked out. A large group of people could be seen standing in front of the entrance of the limit hall. There were quite a bit of fighters with their families, and even some of the people from the Fire Hammer Squad. Of course, his brother and parents were here too. Feng Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan couldn't help but to yell. Bro Luo Hua's face was full of happiness. Papa Feng. Captain Crazy. Quite a few fighters also yelled passionately. Captain, you guys are here too? Luo Feng laughed and said with a tone of surprisement. Captain Gao Feng, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing also laughed as Gao Feng said, Didn't you tell us you'll be returning these 2 days? We need to deal with the monster materials we have anyway. Furthermore, we haven't seen old Zhang for a while, so us brothers can meet up and have a chat. Luo Feng smiled as he nodded, Captain, I'll chat with you guys later tonight, I'm gonna go back first. Alright. Gao Feng smiled as he nodded and watched Luo Feng leave. He thought to himself in his heart, Looking at Luo Feng's face and attitude, it seems like he's quite happy and relaxed and is under absolutely no pressure at all. The culprit might actually not be him. Even Gao Feng himself didn't know what his own thoughts were now. He couldn't help but to want to investigate and find out whether or not Luo Feng was the culprit, since the attraction of 100 billion was just too great. He didn't want Luo Feng to be the culprit so his heart could be at ease. How many people on this earth can be not only absolutely worry-free, but also happy under the pressure of the astronomical bounty? At least, it'll be difficult for a young man who hasn't even reached the age of 20 to do such a thing. Gao Feng shook his head. Whatever, I'm not going to think about this anymore. Gao Feng had to admit, even he was a bit thrown off by the large sum of money. Let's go, us brothers will have a drink, shouted Gao Feng. Go. Haha, let's go together. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad, including handicapped Zhang Ko, walked into the limit hall. Only Luo Feng was in his home. The second floor of Luo Feng's home. After he returned home, Luo Feng placed the bag containing the valuable blade, battle uniform, and dragon egg into his own personal safe in his room. Actually, even if he placed it on the floor, nobody would steal it. This is the fighter sector of the Dojo of Limits, nobody would dare to come here to steal things. Without a doubt, Li Wei's parents have the right to find the fighters in an area. With the number of fighters gathered at the edge of number 003 city, they probably searched over thousands of fighters. Since I'm just one of them, the chances of me being suspected are low. Li Wei's parents are already suspecting spirit readers, so they might look into the profiles and bank accounts of fighters they suspect. Because of that, from now on, I can't deposit large amounts of money into the bank account that's under my real name. I should put the money into an account that doesn't require a name. As of now, many banks on Earth support nameless accounts. These accounts don't care about the person's identity, you just have to set some passwords and then you're set. 1. Large amounts of money can't go into my real bank account. 2. Until the right time, my identity as a spirit reader can't be revealed. 3. I can't tell anybody the fact that I killed Li Wei. 4. I also can't tell anybody about the dragon egg and the war god battle gear, including my family. Luo Feng was clear that even the tiniest action could ruin everything. So, before he has enough strength to go against the vulture, scorpion couple in the open, he definitely can't reveal anything. For a warlord-level fighter, having hundreds of millions to even around $1 billion isn't too over the top. But if their bank account has over tens of billions, how could Vulture, Li Yao, and Scorpion, Vanina Paulinus, not get suspicious? Keep in mind that the HR Alliance controls over half of the world's economy. Many large banks are under the flag of the HR Alliance. With their authority, they can easily find out Luo Feng's wealth through their global banking network. Only a nameless account is the safest. If even the bank itself doesn't know who owns the account, then don't even talk about investigating. For me right now, the most important thing is strength. So I better go and buy some more advanced 9-stage Thunderblade stages. Luo Feng slightly nodded. At this time, his cell phone started ringing. Hello, Luo Feng, are you ready yet? I'm ready, I'm coming now, said Luo Feng as he laughed. We're at the bar at the Limit Hall, come here. After hanging up, Luo Feng headed towards the Limit Hall inside the small sector. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 36, Purchasing the Instruction Manuals. Volume 4, Chapter 36, Purchasing the Instruction Manuals. In the bar on the first floor of the Limit Hall were around 10 fighters chatting with each other. And the people around one of the tables were precisely the members of the Firehammer Squad. Soon enough, Luo Feng started walking towards them. Hey, Luo Feng. Crazy, you're here? All the people in the bar gave their greetings. After Luo Feng smiled as he replied to them, he sat at the Firehammer Squad's table. The men at the table were indeed Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Xingu, Luo Feng, and the handicapped Zhang Ku. The 6 of them sat down together as they drank and chatted, all the way until around 9 p.m. They then accompanied Zhang Ku as he left. Only Luo Feng and the other 4 remained at the table. Luo Feng, what do you think we should do with the materials we received this time? Smiled Gao Feng as he asked. I think we should just sell it all for money. Wei Tai couldn't help but to yell. Luo Feng shook his head. Captain, for my portion of the materials, I'm preparing to sell them to the Dojo of Limits to receive some contribution points. Right now, I only have a sad few hundred points. I don't even have a 1-star contribution rank. These few hundred points were received when he sold a small portion of the materials he got from crazily hunting around 10,000 soldier-level monsters back then. Indeed, Luo Feng still doesn't even have a 1-star contribution rank yet, nodded Gao Feng. The others couldn't help but to laugh as they nodded. Yeah, he should get some more contribution points. There are quite a few benefits brought about by having a high amount of contribution points, laughed Chengu as he said. For example, you have to buy your own instruction manuals. Only by having enough contribution points can you purchase the instruction manuals at a good price. And only with the Saint rank can you enter the special training rooms of the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng nodded. Even some large powers can't afford to buy those highly expensive and technologically advanced training rooms. Only gigantic powers like the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo can afford to build such special training rooms in each headquarters city. However, your contribution rank has to reach a certain level before you can access them, and you only receive a set amount of time to train in them every year. We'll do it like this. Gao Feng took out a piece of paper, which had all of the materials the Firehammer Squad hunted printed on it. This list contains what we earned this time. Each material has its own market price, so the price of all of these materials added together comes to around 2.2 billion. Gao Feng toned his voice down a bit. It's a bit late now, so there aren't many people remaining in the bar. Well, it isn't a big deal even if someone else overhears. For this time's hunt, Luo Feng and I were the main force while Chenggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing were support. So Chenggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing each get 10%, which is 220 million each. Luo Feng and I each get 35%, which is 770 million each. Gao Feng looked at everyone. Nobody has any objections, right? The members of the Fire Hammer Squad all laughed. Objections? They usually earn 100 million over the course of a year or two. How long has this been? Chenggu and the others have already earned 220 million. Of course, that's connected to the fact that they used genetic medicine to increase their skill. If their skill didn't increase, then they wouldn't have been able to assist Luo Feng and Gao Feng at all in number 003 city. Luo Feng, pick some materials that are worth around 770 million. You decide how you want to deal with them. Gao Feng passed the paper over and immediately yelled towards the bar, "Bring a pen over here." Luo Feng looked at the paper in front of him and carefully inspected the list. After the pen came, Luo Feng swiftly checked the materials he wanted. Because fighters frequently communicate with each other over the internet and the purchasers of the materials are always competing with each other, the prices have long been clear. Usually, there isn't much of a difference. Luo Feng, you're selling the materials to the Dojo of Limits for contribution points to buy an instruction manual? Asked Gao Feng. I'm preparing to purchase the first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, said Luo Feng helplessly. I just want to buy the 4th stage, but, unfortunately, they don't sell them one by one. When you purchase an instruction manual, you have to buy it starting from the first level. Actually, Luo Feng wanted to purchase the 5th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade too. However, you would need 2 billion, half price of 1 billion, to purchase the first 5 stages. And the half price requirement is a 3-star contribution rank, which is equivalent to 1 million contribution points. If you convert money into contribution points, then each contribution point is equivalent to 100,000 Chinese dollars. This means that you need 10 billion. Even if it's cheaper to sell materials to the Dojo of Limits in return for contribution points, Luo Feng doesn't have that much. So, for now, he can only purchase the first 4 stages. The first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade costs 500 million, half price 250 million. The half price requirement is a 2-star contribution rank, which is just 100,000 contribution points. Buying instruction scrolls are indeed a gigantic money sink. Wei Qing couldn't help but to nod his head on the side. The HR Alliance sells instruction manuals at a much cheaper price compared to the Dojo of Limits' full price. However, it's also much more expensive than the Dojo of Limits' half price. I know, the full price of the first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade at the Dojo of Limits is 500 million, half price 250 million. And at the HR Alliance, even though there isn't any contribution rank requirement, it still costs 400 million. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. The half price offered by the Dojo of Limits is clearly the most attractive option. Sadly, the requirement for that half price is also very high. I already calculated that selling the monster materials to the Dojo of Limits is more cost efficient. The second day. The Fire Hammer Squad directly went to Jiangnan Headquarters City's HR Alliance Market. First, Captain Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chenggu went to take out the materials stored in the large safes. After that, Luo Feng received the materials that he selected earlier. Layer after layer in the bag was opened. Only until it was stretched to a height of 1.2 meters was it able to fit all of the materials. Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chenggu sold all their materials to the HR Alliance. After bargaining a bit, they earned a slight bit more than they thought they would have. Gao Feng earned 780 million while Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chenggu earned a little bit more than 220 million. Go, head towards the limit hall. The Limit Hall was the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan headquarters city, but Luo Feng rarely visited this place. Gao Feng. Big Fire Cannon. Crazy Dot. After entering the first floor of the Limit Hall, quite a few fighters recognized Luo Feng's group and passionately gave their greetings. Luo Feng and the others also smiled as they chatted. Most of them recognized each other while they were resting in the resupplying base. And, as of now, Luo Feng is quite famous. Under the lead of a woman wearing a blue suit, Luo Feng and the others got on an elevator and arrived at the 23rd floor. Ding! The doors of the elevator opened. Please follow me, the woman wearing the blue suit smiled as she brought Luo Feng and the others into an office. There was a middle-aged woman sitting in this office. The Fire Hammer Squad, welcome, welcome, the middle-aged woman smiled as she said, my name is Luo Yunqin. I'm familiar with Manager Luo, smiled Luo Feng as he said, Manager Luo, we brought you some materials this time, have a look. After saying that, he placed his gigantic bag on the floor and released the ropes. Instantly, the huge amounts of materials poured into a metal machine on the side. Luo Yunqin's eyes flashed and she immediately pulled out her safe. After opening it, she pulled out a tool. Beep 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 beep. From the scanning of the machine, each material's quality, name, and price directly displayed onto the screen. Without the need to check anything by hand, the total price quickly showed itself on the screen. A total of 510,255,000 contribution points, said Luo Yunqin as she smiled. Luo Feng slightly nodded. If you sold this batch of materials to the HR Alliance, you would probably earn around 770 million. And at the Limit Hall, you only earn around 2/3 of the price, 510 million. Even though you lose 260 million, you earn 255,000 contribution points in its place. If you rely on pure donations to earn contribution points, you need 2.55 billion. In other words, every 10 million you lose by selling the materials to the Limit Hall earns you 10,000 contribution points. This is 10 times more efficient than donating. Clearly, the Dojo of Limits hopes for everyone to earn contribution points by selling them their materials. There's a bit of punishment in donating, since you need $100,000 just for one contribution point. Are you sure you want to sell them? Luo Yunqin smiled as she looked at Luo Feng. I'm sure. Luo Feng nodded. Unlike the HR Alliance, there is no bargaining at the Limit Hall. But naturally, the Limit Hall's prices are usually very fair and transparent. Add the 2 low-level commander monster materials into my battle record, said Luo Feng. Alright. Going by your battle record, your fighter rank is now beginner-level warlord, nodded Luo Yunqin. A fighter's rank is determined by their battle record. For example, if you want to reach the beginner-level warlord rank, you have to have slain 2 low-level commanders. However, battle records are usually not too reliable. Because nobody knows whether or not you actually killed the monster yourself. You can easily purchase the material and pretend it's your own. As a result, the so-called fighter rank isn't really that useful. In the circle of fighters, everyone knows who's strong and who's weak. For example, if some kid from a rich family purchases 2 horde leader corpses and says he killed them, his rank would become beginner-level war god. And once he does this, he'll easily attract many fighters wanting a spar. If he has the strength, then nothing will happen. If he doesn't have the strength, then he'll be super embarrassed when he gets walked all over by a group of warlords. So most people aren't willing to try and advance their ranks until they have enough strength to back it up. When I killed around 10,000 soldier-level monsters in 2 months, most of them being high-level soldiers, most of the fighters were sure that I was a beginner-level warlord. If so, then I might as well directly raise my fighter rank to beginner-level warlord. Late into the night of the same day. Luo Feng's audiovisual room. The display on the wall entered the Home of Limits page. The clearest thing on this page was this list. Name, Luo Feng. Sex, male. Address, Jiangnan City, China. Fighter Identification Number, 4261232056080100002. Level, Warlord, Beginner. Contribution, 255,612 points, 2 stars. Balance, 118,980,0000 Chinese dollars. Internet Market, Instruction Manual 9-Stage Thunderblade. Luo Feng swiftly tapped on the wireless keyboard and entered the page to purchase the 9-Stage Thunderblade Instruction Manual. After browsing for a bit, he saw the first line at the top: 9-Stage Thunderblade, all 9 stages 100 billion, full price, 50 billion, half price requirement, for star contribution rank. This is a gigantic amount. Even more expensive than the Elixir of Life asterisk, and it needs a 4-star contribution rank. Luo Feng shook his head and lightly tapped the purchase button for the first 4 stages. Please confirm whether or not you want to purchase the first 4 stages of the 9-Stage Thunderblade. You need to pay 250 million Chinese dollars. Confirm. Luo Feng tapped. Please verify your fingerprint and confirm again. Luo Feng placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner on the wireless keyboard and shook his head as he sighed. Too bad the first 5 stages of the 9-Stage Thunderblade needs a 3-star contribution rank for half price. Having no choice, he could only purchase the first 4 stages. Usually, the 9-Stage Thunderblade gets harder and harder as you progress. Because of some special circumstances, he was luckily able to finish the first 3 stages. This 4th stage will probably take an extremely long time, unless something special happens again. Beep. Fingerprint confirmed. Purchase successful. Deduction successful. The instruction manual for the first 4 stages of the 9-Stage Thunderblade will arrive at Mr. Luo Feng's home within 24 hours. The screen continuously displayed the messages. Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Now that I've purchased the instruction manual, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna safely sell the dragon egg, the battle uniform, and the blade. *TL note, for those who are curious and forgot, the current market price for an elixir of life is 30 billion, of course. There's only demand and no supply. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 37, Kyoto Headquarters City. Volume 4, Chapter 37, Kyoto Headquarters City. The HR Alliance, the Dojo of Limits, and the Thunder Dojo. Even though my identity will be revealed when selling materials to them, I can still tell them to put the money into my nameless account. However, their higher-ups could easily reveal the fact that I earned a ton of money from Luo Feng. Looks like I can only sell them through the black market. Where there's light, there's darkness. The competition over buying materials has always been quite fierce. The HR Alliance is the alliance between many families and financial groups. Even though this alliance is, for the most part, stable, there's still quite a lot of competition going on inside. Some financial groups and families hold more positions in the HR Alliance and therefore enjoy more benefits. Because of competition, all sorts of services exist. You're a fighter that wants to hide his identity and sell some materials? Alright. If other managers won't do it, I'll do it. You're a fighter that wants to store money in another country's nameless account? Alright, everything will be done for you. As long as you have valuables, tons of material purchasing managers will fight over them. So many messages. Luo Feng entered the Warlord Fighter discussion area and just simply typed in the 3 words selling monster materials. Tons and tons of posts then appeared. Reading the huge amounts of replies also shows safety and credibility. I want to sell the dragon egg, battle uniform, and blade. Yeah, I better not sell it in Jiangnan headquarters city. I better sell it somewhere else. Luo Feng read the posts one by one. This one seems good. Quite a few famous warlord fighters are replying to this post. Even a war god has replied to this post. The Home of Limits discussion area is divided into 3 ranks: warrior level, warlord level, and war god level. Warrior level fighters can only view and post in the warrior discussion area. Warlord level fighters can view and post in both warrior and warlord discussion areas. War god level fighters can view and post in all three discussion areas. Everyone's account corresponds to their personal ID, so they can't fake it. Quite a few people sell their things to him, so his credibility is pretty good. From Kyoto headquarters city? Luo Feng slightly smiled as he nodded. Wang Ho? This name sounds pretty boss. Yup, it'll be him. Morning of the second day, Luo Feng left home to walk around several places in Yangzhou City and purchased a cell phone and SIM card. Most cell phones need your real name, but some stores sell SIM cards without the need to check your ID card. In this world, as long as you have money, people are willing to take risks. As he bought the cell phone and SIM card, Luo Feng also bought glasses, a fake mustache, and some other simple accessories. Hello. Luo Feng stood in his home's training room and dialed that Wang Ho's phone number using the new cell phone. Hello, how are you? I'm Wang Ho. How can I help you today? Wang Ho's voice was gentle. He left some special contact information in the Home of Limits fighter discussion area just for these types of scenarios. Most of the people who call him are pretty powerful fighters, since normal fighters don't have any treasures to sell. Luo Feng smiled. I want to sell you some things that will blow you away. Oh? What kind of treasure? Wang Ho's voice, carried from the phone, had a hint of surprise in it. Worth over 10 billion, said Luo Feng. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ho was originally happily chatting with a white-skinned beauty with a great body, but when he heard this, he immediately stood up. Ignoring the beauty, he directly went to a corner near the window and said quietly, I can handle this. As long as you can bring it out, I can take it. I'm sure you have heard of my credibility. This credibility was built up from trade after trade, so you have no need to worry about the price. Over 10 billion. This is definitely a huge trade. Usually, only war gods offer such a huge trade. Alright, when you pay, I hope you can send the money to Europe's Swiss International Nameless Bank, is that alright? Luo Feng continued to speak. Absolutely no problem. Many fighters who cooperate with me like to store their money there, laughed Wang Ho. Swiss international banks have always been popular even before the Grand Nirvana period. Building up the name of a bank or a financial group is extremely difficult, but destroying it is simple. These Swiss international banks have been building up their name over such a long period of time, therefore bringing them lots of business. May I ask when you plan on coming? Asked Wang Ho. I'll go to the main sector of Kyoto headquarters city these 2 days. I'll contact you at that time, said Luo Feng. Alright. I still don't know your name. My last name is Wei, answered Luo Feng. Oh, Mr. Wei, then I'll wait for your grand arrival. Wang Ho's voice had a bit of passion in it. Luo Feng smiled as he hung up. He has never attempted these kinds of things before, but it seems like it's really easy. Just one phone call and everything's organized. First, I should open an account in a Swiss international bank. Luo Feng used his new phone in his hand to swiftly enter the web page of a Swiss international bank and quickly applied for a nameless account. The password was simple, yet safe, with its triple-part 12-character code comprised of Chinese characters, alphabetical letters, and numbers. Done, now I just have to wait to sell my stuff. That night, under the light of the first floor's living room, Luo Feng sat around a table with his family and ate dinner. Dad, Mom, I'm going out tomorrow to deal with some business, laughed Luo Feng. I'll probably be able to return the day after tomorrow. Oh, where are you going? Luo Hongguo looked at his son with a look of astonishment. Luo Feng laughed, to meet a fighter friend. Hongguo, don't bother asking. Maybe Feng is going to meet his girlfriend, snickered Mother Gong Xianlan on the side. Luo Feng was dumbfounded because of this. Gong Xianlan continued, however, son, truth be told, you're quite old now. After next year you'll be 20. You should start getting into a relationship. A relationship needs at least 1 or 2 years before marriage. By then, it won't be early. Brother Luo Hua also laughed on his wheelchair. Yeah, bro, even I'm faster than you. You better step up your game. You little kid. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed. Oh yeah, how are you doing with your girlfriend Nan? What else? Of course the same as usual I guess. Luo Hua was extremely happy. The morning of the next day. After eating breakfast with his family, Luo Feng carried his gigantic backpack as he left his home. He didn't ride on the Dojo of Limits private car, but took a cab to the train station. Beside the train station was a Kung Fu fast food restaurant. Fast food restaurants like Kung Fu, KFC, McDonald's, etc. always have an astonishing amount of people entering and leaving them. Luo Feng entered this Kung Fu fast food restaurant, randomly ate some stuff, and then entered one of the rooms in the restroom. After locking the door, Luo Feng swiftly drew some basic makeup. He wore the glasses, pasted on the mustache, slightly darkened his skin color, wore a hat, and made his shoes taller. Suddenly, Luo Feng seemed like a completely different person. In this kind of fast food restaurant, hundreds of people are inside at any time. With people passing and going every single moment, who would notice Luo Feng? After Luo Feng finished his basic makeup, he left the fast food restaurant and rode the fastest train leaving Yangzhou City. As of now, it's quite costly to protect the trains, so regular people rarely leave the headquarters city. Fighters don't have to pay anything. As long as they show their fighter ID card, they don't even need to purchase a train ticket to board the train. They can also get off whenever they want. This is one of the privileges of a fighter. The same day, around 6 p.m. Dear guests, the train is about to enter the station. Guests who are getting off at Kyoto headquarters city, please get off the train from the front door with all your belongings with the broadcast inside the train. Luo Feng carried his bag as he got off the train. Kyoto headquarters city. Luo Feng looked around, the largest, most populous city in China that's also its political center? However, compared to Jiangnan headquarters city, it's not much bigger. It's just that the humidity here is way lower, so it's a bit colder. Luo Feng smiled as he left the train station and called a cab. He headed straight towards an entertainment area, Will Palace, that's quite famous in Kyoto City. It's also considerably high class. In front of the main gate to the area stood uncountable beauties wearing all sorts of clothes, which made it seem like one was entering the country of women. Mister, a man wearing a suit slightly smiled. Get me a personal, quiet room. I don't want anyone to bother me. Luo Feng flashed his fighter ID, which made the receiving manager much more polite. Understood, please follow me. Will Palace, room G number 3. Mister, all the wine is inside here, said the manager respectfully. May I ask if you need anything else? No need, and without my permission, I don't want anyone to come in here, ordered Luo Feng. Understood, there's a service list and phone over there. If you have any sort of request, feel free to order us, said the manager as he smiled and left. Luo Feng easily locked the door and, at the same time, scanned the entire room with his spiritual force. There was no sort of recording device in the room. The room also had a beautiful design with an extremely delicate flooring made out of monster fur on the ground. Luo Feng looked at the screen on the wall, which displayed a list of services. Damn, they sure can enjoy themselves. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed and dialed that Wang Ho's number. Hello, Mr. Wei, Wang Ho passionately yelled. Wang Ho, I'm in Will Palace's Chinese lobby G number 3 room in the main sector of Kyoto headquarters city, responded Luo Feng. Alright, understood, I'll be there within an hour. A hint of excitement could be heard in Wang Ho's voice. After Luo Feng hung up, he laid on the sofa and made himself some tea with a tea bag taken from the cabinet. Luo Feng felt his phone in his pocket vibrating. Who's calling me? The phone in his pocket is Luo Feng's old phone, and not his new one. Luo Feng picked up his phone and looked. A call from home. Hello. Luo Feng picked up his phone. Phone, your brother had an accident. Mother Gong Xian Lan was sobbing as her voice carried over. Luo Feng was startled as he ferociously stood up. Smash! The dropped teacup shattered as the tea inside spilled out. Kung Fu, http://www.zkungfu.com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 38, Brother Luo Hua. Volume 4, Chapter 38, Brother Luo Hua. Luo, don't panic, Mother Gong Xan Lan sobbed as she spoke. Your brother almost drowned, but he's been saved and is fine now. Drowned? Mom, what's going on? Luo Feng just couldn't understand. How could something happen to his brother in the headquarters city? Isn't the nanny always with him? Feng, this is what happened. This afternoon, the nanny brought your brother Hua to the nearby park to play. You know that your brother frequently goes to the park. This time, he met his girlfriend's parents in the park. That Nan's parents invited your brother for a chat on the side. Luo Feng frowned. They never told his girlfriend's parents about Luo Hua and his girlfriend's situation. And this time, his girlfriend's parents are clearly talking to his brother Luo Hua for a reason. At that time, your brother asked the nanny to bring him there and talk to Nan's parents for a whole hour. After that, Nan's parents left. Luo Feng's mom's voice was a bit hoarse in the phone, probably due to crying too much. Afterwards, your brother said he wanted to stroll around the park alone and told the nanny to wait for him at the gate to the park. The nanny believed that there wasn't any danger in the park, since it was all scenery, and didn't think any further. She then proceeded to wait for your brother at the gate to the park. However, who would have thought that your brother would actually push his wheelchair into the beautiful lake, which froze a long time ago? There was only one hole, which was created by some playing children. And your brother went right into the lake through that hole. Luo Feng's face turned pale as he listened. Even though he knew that his brother was eventually saved, but falling into a frozen lake as a handicapped person showed that he didn't want anything more to do with this world. Virtually suicide. Thankfully, one of the fighters in our sector, a young man named Xiaoyi, directly jumped into the lake, broke through the ice, and swam below to search for your brother. He finally found your brother and saved him. At that time, your brother wasn't breathing anymore, but thankfully, Xiaoyi knew some CPR and saved him. Afterwards, the doctors in our sector said that if they were just a little bit late, he would have passed away for sure. I wonder what kind of cruel words Nan's parents said that pushed my son to the brink of death. Don't they have a child too? His mother couldn't hold it in at all and started sobbing again. Luo Feng just clenched his fists. Ever since his brother became handicapped, he was usually alone at home. He attended classes through the internet at home too. Being alone for long periods of time caused him to be quite introverted. The only people he opened his mind to were his family. Mentally, his brother was extremely weak. That Nan's parents probably only cared about their daughter and said all sorts of harsh words to make my brother leave their daughter. Of course they wouldn't care how my brother would feel. People are all the same. In Luo Feng's heart, his parents and brother are the most important. And in Nan's parents' hearts, their daughter is, of course, the most important. Mom, how's he now? Luo Feng continued to ask. The doctor in the sector said that there isn't any problem now. However, your brother is emotionally unstable, so your dad and I are taking turns to take care of him, in case he does something foolish again. Mother Gong Xan Lan shook her head as she said, Feng, you should come back earlier. Hua opens more of himself to you and isn't willing to tell us many things. Luo Feng and Luo Hua are close in age, so Luo Hua was naturally willing to open up more to Luo Feng. Okay, I'll be able to return home tomorrow morning, nodded Luo Feng. After he sells the dragon egg, battle uniform, and blade, he'll ride the train through the night and rush back. After hanging up, Luo Feng sat on the couch. He was quite depressed. His brother actually had a decent life all these years. After moving into Mingyue sector and becoming familiar with that Nan, his brother became even happier. But who would have known that this first love made his brother extremely happy, and also drove him to death? This experience, compared to a regular person, has an even larger impact on my brother. That Nan's parents are probably against their relationship just because my brother is handicapped. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Soon. If I'm lucky this time, I might be able to earn that 30 billion needed for that elixir of life. 30 billion. Of course, that dragon egg isn't worth that much. The main things are still the battle uniform and the blade. I hope they're SS grade. If they are, then I'll be rich. Luo Feng himself didn't have a way to grade them, for he would need some professional detectors to do so. Sadly, Luo Feng didn't have these detectors, and he didn't want the HR Alliance or the people from the Dojo of Limits to examine these things. Time passed slowly. Bang! 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 The sounds of the door knocks carried over. Luo Feng walked over and opened the door. "I'm here," smiled Wang Ho. "Please enter." Luo Feng let him in and then directly closed the door. The two of them sat on the couch. "I heard that Mr. Wei has some valuable things." Wang Ho's smile was bright, and his eyes looked like they just found some prey. Luo Feng slightly smiled as he directly opened the huge backpack he brought with him. The green dragon egg took up the most space in the bag, and Luo Feng carried it over and put it on the couch as he smiled towards Wang Ho. "Wang Ho, this is a dragon egg. I'm sure you can guess what kind of dragon egg it is." Dragon egg? A dragon egg worth over 10 billion? Could it be the East China Sea's green dragon's dragon egg? Wang Ho was flabbergasted. Luo Feng froze. The East China Sea's green dragon? That's an emperor-level monster, way stronger than a horde leader. After all these years, only one green dragon's egg showed itself on this world. According to the Home of Limits, it sold for an astronomical price. What's with this guy's guess? After doing business for so long, I thought he would be able to recognize it straight away. Luo Feng shook his head and said nothing. What Luo Feng didn't know was that dragon eggs are extremely rare. Wang Ho himself has only personally seen 2 of them. Of course he wouldn't know what kind of dragon egg this was. "No, the green dragon's egg is larger than this," said Wang Ho. "I never said it was the green dragon's egg. Hurry and examine it," Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. He said that his things were worth over 10 billion, not just one dragon egg. "This is the first dragon egg I have received," Wang Ho's eyes flashed. A dragon egg. Wang Ho swiftly opened his bag, which contained 3 locked safes. He took out one, and took out a pair of detectors from it afterwards. As if they were spiders, one of the detector's antennae touched against the surface of the dragon egg. Suddenly, the display of the detector swiftly showed a large amount of numbers. Wang Ho smiled as he looked at the numbers. "Mr. Wei, you sure are powerful. You even got a dragon egg." In today's world, none of the monsters worthy of the title of dragon are easy to deal with. "The test is complete?" Luo Feng looked towards the display. Almost Wang Ho smiled and was totally relaxed. Oh, Wang Ho's eyes flashed and then looked at the screen. He then smiled towards Luo Feng. "According to the database, this is a steel-armored dragon's egg. A steel-armored dragon is above average out of all the monsters with the title of dragon. I'll be straightforward and go by the market price for this dragon egg, 5 billion Chinese dollars. Of course, before coming, Luo Feng already got all the prices straight. 5 billion is indeed quite a generous price. Even if you go to the HR Alliance, you probably won't be able to get such a price." "Alright, straightforward enough," Luo Feng smiled. "This price is fine. There are tons of people willing to speak up for how I do things." Wang Ho smiled. "Business always pays attention to the details. If I scam you, you'll probably trash talk me on the discussion boards. If my credibility lowers, then I won't be able to do any business. So once anyone does business with me, they'll know that Wang Ho is fair." Luo Feng slightly smiled in reply. "Mr. Wei," Wang Ho couldn't help but to say, "you probably still have more things?" "I do." Luo Feng nodded as he took out a blade still in its sheath from his bag. "Oh? Wang Ho's eyes flashed as he looked at the blade and looked at Luo Feng with a face of astonishment. This is a really nice blade. Even this sheath is extremely expensive. May I have a look? Please do. Luo Feng started to get a bit expectant. I wonder what grade this blade is, at least S grade for sure. After unsheathing the blade, Wang Ho examined it carefully and couldn't help but to nod. Great blade, this is a really great blade. I'm 100% sure that a war god used this blade. If I'm seeing this correctly, this should be a SS grade blade. This blade is indeed worth quite a lot. Luo Feng was extremely happy inside. This blade was actually SS grade. We'll need to see how damaged this blade is before we determine on the price, smiled Wang Ho. Of course, a blade starts off with no damage, but slowly gets damaged as it battles against monsters. The blade itself suffers damages unseen to the eye and, as time goes on, the damages pile up. It'll continue like this until one day, the blade itself breaks. Luo Feng nodded. The description for an A-rank weapon is that it can virtually fight against all A-rank monsters without suffering any damage. Knowing this, weapons can still break. The less damaged it is, the more it's worth. Naturally, the more damaged it is, the less it's worth. Let me check. Wang Ho immediately opened another safe and took out another pair of detectors to examine the blade. A dreamy light shot out from the detector and enveloped this blade. The detector's display immediately showed large amounts of information in the form of numbers. Soon enough, the detector calculated the results. 0% damaged. Wang Ho was extremely surprised. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 39, The Battle Uniforms Price. Volume 4, Chapter 39, The Battle Uniforms Price. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile. The fact that the blade is 0% damaged means that it'll definitely sell for a good price. This weapon was probably used to battle against a monster lower than the SS grade, smiled Wang Ho as he said. If an SS grade weapon is used to battle against an SS grade Emperor level monster, minuscule damages will start to pile up on the blade. As long as the damages continue to pile up over time, it might break. However, if an SS grade blade is used to battle against Horde leader and commander level monsters, then it'll take absolutely no damage at all. Wang Ho, what price can you offer for this blade? Continued Luo Feng. If you try to purchase a blade like this, it'll cost 30 billion, half price 15 billion. If you purchase it in the Palace of War Gods, the lowest price will be 10 billion. Smiled Wang Ho. I'm sure that you know all of this already. Luo Feng said nothing. Know this? He didn't know much about the legendary Palace of War Gods. He didn't think that the best deal for a weapon in the Palace of War Gods would be even cheaper than the Dojo of Limits half price. 100 billion is the cheapest price possible in the Palace of War Gods, and the cost to create this blade is around 9 billion. If I purchase this blade, then I'll have to pay tons of fees before I can sell it again. So the highest price I can give you is 8 billion, any higher, and I won't gain any profit at all, explained Wang Ho. Luo Feng understood that if you ask for 9 billion when the cost to make it is 9 billion, you might as well ask the market to make one again. Why would they bother buying your used good? Even though this blade is 0% damaged, there's no guarantee. After all, the weapons sold by the HR Alliance, the Dojo of Limits, etc. all have their word to back up the quality. Alright, 8 billion then, smiled Luo Feng as he nodded. Straightforward. Wang Ho also smiled. Mr. Wei, how about we have a friendly chat for a bit later? I'll pay. This Will Palace is one of the 9 greatest palaces, so if you want to find some girls, feel free to mention your requests. Age, height, 3 sizes, education, looks, virgin or not, etc. Wang Ho explained skillfully. This is a huge trade. The best service in this Will Palace is probably a couple million per night. However, with this trade, a couple million isn't even worth mentioning. Wang Ho, don't rush, I still have more things. Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. More? Wang Ho froze. He thought that they were done with the dragon egg and blade, since the price has indeed exceeded 10 billion. Who would have thought that there were even more treasures to be revealed? And clearly, this Mr. Wei in front of his eyes brings out his things from worst to best. If the dragon egg was 5 billion and the SS grade blade was 8 billion, then what about the final treasure? Hurry, and show me. Wang Ho was getting a bit excited. Luo Feng slightly smiled and brought out the final treasure from his bag, an entire battle uniform set, including the boots, arm guards, vest, etc. Man, what a person! Wang Ho couldn't help but to take in a deep breath. Could this battle uniform set also be SS grade? Depending on what kind of equipment it is, even if they're both SS grade, the difference could be enormous. For example, when comparing a throwing knife, which doesn't need that many materials to make, and a blade, the price difference is huge. And the harder it is to make, the more expensive it is. An extremely flexible battle uniform is way more expensive than blades and swords. Take a look. Luo Feng placed the battle uniform set on the table. Okay, Wang Ho immediately used the detectors that previously examined the blade. The dreamy light once again enveloped the battle uniform and examined every part. The detector's display also swiftly showed a huge amount of numbers. Wang Ho looked at the display and smiled at Luo Feng. Mr. Wei, I can tell that this battle uniform is at least S grade. Whether or not it's SS grade, we'll have to see. Luo Feng smiled and said nothing. Wang Ho's expression suddenly focused as he stared at the display. His smile was completely gone. What happened? Luo Feng frowned. Look at this. Wang Ho turned the display towards Luo Feng, and Luo Feng took a close look. 2 items have already been evaluated: S-grade battle boots, S-grade combat trousers. The rest were still being evaluated. Luo Feng's face slightly changed. S-grade? This uniform set was S-grade. Even though SS grade and S-grade are only apart by 1 grade, the price difference between the two is like the difference between the sky and the earth. How could this be? Luo Feng didn't think that Wang Ho would deceive him, since Luo Feng has seen these delicate detectors before when selling his materials to the HR Alliance and the Dojo of Limits. And according to what he knows, these detectors always compare their data to the main database before making their conclusion. In other words, the results are always recorded by the main database, so no one would dare to falsify the results. Wang Ho took in a breath. Alright, it's all done. Mr. Wei, I'll give you some bad news first. Your uniform set isn't a SS grade set. At the same time, I'll tell you some good news. Your battle uniform set isn't a S grade uniform set either. Because, it's a uniform set made out of both S grade and SS grade components. Smiled Wang Ho. The vest of this uniform set is SS grade. Luo Feng secretly let out a breath. The results were clear on the display. All the components of the uniform were S grade except for the vest, which was SS grade. And the most important part of the uniform set was the vest, since it's the main part of the whole uniform. The powerful fighter that used this uniform set probably didn't have enough money, so he only bought an SS grade vest. Smiled Wang Ho. This is a very common course of action in the Palace of War Gods. Luo Feng could figure out that the other parts of the uniform set were still S grade. What price will you offer? Inquired Luo Feng. A complete SS grade uniform set is worth 120 billion in the Dojo of Limits, half price 60 billion. In the Palace of War Gods, the lowest price is 40 billion. This SS grade vest is the core of the entire uniform set, so the price of it is half of the price of the entire uniform set. 0% damaged. If you purchase this in the Palace of War Gods, the lowest price is 20 billion inch. However, the material of this vest is clearly not worth 20 billion, so my offer will be lower. The highest price I can give you is 15 billion for this SS grade vest. Smiled Wang Ho. Of course, with my authority, I'm unable to move such a large amount of money so quickly. If you're willing to sell it to me, you'll probably have to wait 15 minutes for me to get the money together. Luo Feng's heart pounded. Dragon Egg for 5 billion, SS Grade Blade for 8 billion, and this SS Grade Vest for 15 billion. Totaled up, 28 billion. Extremely close to 30 billion. What price can you offer for the other components of the vest? Asked Luo Feng. Keep in mind that everyone's body size is different, so, naturally, the battle uniforms come in different sizes too. Luo Feng has tried on this uniform set before, and it was clearly too large for him. This was why he didn't plan on keeping it. Wang Ho slightly frowned, and then said, Mr. Wei, I'll be honest with you. First, all the other parts of the uniform set are damaged. Because of this, we can't directly sell them. Next, the market for battle vests is extremely good, but for battle boots and combat trousers, we'll do this. In the Dojo of Limits, a complete S-grade battle uniform set is 12 billion, half price 6 billion. The lowest price for it in the Palace of War Gods is 4 billion. And your S-grade uniform set is missing the core component, the combat vest. In the first place, the price wouldn't exceed 1.5 billion, and your parts aren't 0% damaged, so I can only give you the price of 800 million. Wang Ho shook his head as he laughed, and this is because of the previous trades we just did. I dare say that no one else would be willing to buy these parts for 800 million each. It was because of Wang Ho's credibility that Luo Feng went all the way to Kyoto headquarters city. Wang Ho's price offers are fair, so there's no need to bargain any further. 800 million. Luo Feng hesitated, and then nodded, alright, 800 million. These parts were useless to him anyway. Mr. Wei, do you have anything else? Asked Wang Ho. Nope. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh, calculate the total and then transfer the money to this account. As he said that, Luo Feng took out a paper which had the nameless account he applied for at the Swiss International Bank and the corresponding identification password. Wang Ho smiled as he nodded, Dragon Egg for 5 billion, SS Grade Blade for 8 billion, SS Grade Battle Vest for 15 billion, damaged parts of an S-grade battle uniform set for 800 million. In total, 28.8 billion. Mr. Wei, please wait a moment. I'll prepare the data of the uniform set and send it over to get permission to transfer the money. Wang Ho swiftly typed some numbers on the detector's keyboard as he said that. The dreamy light from the detector enveloped the battle vest and sent the specific data values to his headquarters. Around 10 minutes later. Beep beep. Wang Ho took out his cell phone and let out a smile. Mr. Wei, the money should be in the account now, said Wang Ho as he looked at Luo Feng. We contacted headquarters to make an internal transfer at the Swiss International Bank, which was why we were able to instantly transfer so much money. Luo Feng's cell phone also rang. After taking out his cell phone to take a look, a message was displayed. Valuable diamond level guest, your account ending in 189,891, as of 23:36 on the 8th, has received a transfer of 2880,000,000 Chinese dollars. Remaining Chinese dollars in account, $28,800,000,000. Swiss International Bank. Glad to do business with you. Luo Feng smiled as he extended his hand. A big customer like Mr. Wei needs to help me more in the future. Wang Ho passionately shook hands with Luo Feng. Is Mr. Wei planning to? Wang Ho gave a look. Sorry, I have things to do. Luo Feng carried his backpack, then I'll be going first. Oh, go ahead. I still need to organize these things anyway. Wang Ho smiled. Luo Feng got on the train and left Kyoto headquarters city. Only until the morning of the second day at around 7 a.m. did he arrive at Jiangnan City's Yangzhou train station. Luo Feng went inside the bathroom at the Kung Fu fast food restaurant next to the train station and took his accessories off. After washing his face, he returned to his original appearance. Time to go back home. Luo Feng got on the cab and arrived at Mingyue Sector's gate. Mingyue Sector was a fighter sector, which was very strict on who could enter. Naturally, the cab had to stop in front of the gate. I'm back. Luo Feng let out a sigh. That dragon egg, blade, and uniform set were like a hot potato. 28.8 billion. That, added with the money he already has, nears the total to 30 billion. Furthermore, he'll have more opportunities to make money in the future. Luo Feng the bald, old guardsman of Mingyue sector yelled. Luo Feng turned his head. The bald, old man laughed. There's a young lady named Jinnan. Last night, she came to the gate of the sector and called over and over again, hoping to meet your brother, without success. Later on in the night, she came to the sector again and asked for my help to transfer a letter to his family member. She hopes you can hand the letter to your brother Luo Hua. Oh? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat as he accepted the letter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4, Chapter 40, Luo Feng's Promise. Volume 4, Chapter 40, final chapter of Volume 4, Luo Feng's Promise. After stepping into Mingyue sector, Luo Feng directly opened the letter. Even though his brother's girlfriend, Jinnan, wrote it for his brother, Luo Feng was worried about its content. His brother just tried to kill himself yesterday and is extremely emotionally unstable. If there are some stimulating things in the letter, it could make his brother go out of control. Luo Feng wasn't willing to risk it. I want to see as to what exactly is written in here. Luo Feng's face was filled with anger, but, as he read the letter, his expression started to loosen up. Sigh. Luo Feng shook his head. At least my brother has an eye for people. Luo Feng realized from this letter that Nan's parents talked with Luo Hua behind her back. Nan didn't even know that her parents knew that she was dating Luo Hua. She only realized when she heard that Luo Hua tried to kill himself in the pond. After hearing this, Nan almost fainted. Her parents wouldn't allow Nan to meet Luo Hua no matter how much she cried and argued. After that, she begged with everything she had and convinced her parents by telling them that this is the last time she'll meet Luo Hua. However, no matter how many times she called Luo Hua at the gate of Mingyue sector, she never received any reply. Since she couldn't even meet Luo Hua, she had no choice but to write a letter and ask his family to hand it over to him. Secretly continue their relationship? Hide it from their parents? Marry after they graduate? Luo Feng read the letter inside. Looks like that Nan girl is quite stubborn about this, as she's clearly not convinced by her parents. Mingyue sector villa number 199, which is Luo Feng's home. The atmosphere was clearly quite heavy. Father Luo Hong was sat on the couch in the living room and he seems to have aged a lot just over one night. Dad, a voice carried from outside. Feng. Luo Hong was stood up. At this time, Luo Feng already entered the house and Luo Hong was said to him quietly, "Your mom is currently in the room with your brother. Your brother's emotional state has stabilized a bit, but, no matter what we say to him, he won't reply at all. I understand." Luo Feng took in a deep breath and headed towards his brother's room. Squeak. After opening the door, Mother Gong Xianlan, who was sitting beside the bed, saw Luo Feng and stood up. "Feng. Mom, you can go outside and get some rest first," said Luo Feng. Gong Xianlan glanced at her little son, Luo Hua, who was sitting on his wheelchair on the balcony without making a sound, and then shook her head before leaving the room. This time, my brother is quite. Luo Feng found that his brother's face was much paler than before. He made no sound as he just blankly stared out the window. Who knows what was going on in his head at that moment? Luo Hua yelled. Luo Feng. Brother Luo Hua sat on the wheelchair without making the slightest movement, as if he didn't hear his brother Luo Feng's voice. "Luo Hua, I promise you that you can marry Nan." Luo Feng followed up with a second phrase. Luo Hua's body slightly moved on the wheelchair and then finally turned towards Luo Feng, let out a bitter smile, and then shook his head as he whispered, "Brother, there's no point in you saying anything now. Nan and I have no future. And I have completely given up. I'll never marry a girl in my life. Never. I'm not worthy." "What kind of dumb words are you spouting?" Luo Feng slightly frowned as he scolded. "Dumb words?" Luo Hua immediately became agitated. "Am I wrong? Can a handicap like me with useless legs marry Nan? Yeah, Nan is willing to be my wife, but what about after that? In the future, everyone will point their fingers at Nan and say her husband's handicapped. How will Nan's family and friends look at her? I'm a handicapped person. Just a handicap. Nan and her parents won't have any face to meet their relatives and friends after she marries me, and people will always talk behind their back. Even if I become successful, people will only think that Nan is with a handicap because of what I have and not who I am. Luo Hua shook his head. I don't want such a good girl like Nan to fall to the point where people will always point fingers at her and look down on her, but I don't want to drag her down. I will ruin the life of whoever marries me, so I might as well not marry anyone. There's no point in a handicap like me thinking about girlfriends and weddings. Luo Hua let out a smile, which carried a bit of insanity in it. Pa dash. A loud slap landed on Luo Hua's face, which almost made Luo Hua fall out of his wheelchair. Blood flowed out of the side of Luo Hua's mouth. Bro, Luo Hua froze. All these years. Until now, Luo Feng has never hit him before. Coward. Luo Feng's expression was horrible. There are plenty of handicapped people that can shake the world. There's even one right in our Jiangnan city, the war god Yu Yang, whose arms have been useless from birth. But with just his 2 legs, he earned the nickname Gigantic Axe for himself, for his legs were comparable to gigantic axes. There are tons of similar cases in the circle of fighters, so don't even mention regular people. After Luo Feng said that, his brother's face changed again. Of course, Luo Hua knew about these cases. Ever since he was little, he has been reading way too many cases like this. He can probably spit out over 100 of them in one breath. Your girlfriend wrote this letter for you, take a look. Luo Feng handed the letter over. Luo Hua accepted it with suspicion and, as he read it, the expression on his face started to change yet again. Mary? Nan is a good girl, a very good one, and when I'm with her, I feel like I'm in a dream. However, I don't want people to point fingers at her in the future. I really don't want that to happen. After saying that, Luo Hua couldn't hold back his tears anymore as they dripped onto the letter. Luo Hua raised his head and looked towards Luo Feng. Bro, as long as I can secretly watch Nan enjoy her life, that'll be enough, more than enough. If you truly care about her, then you'll stay with her, scolded Luo Feng. But Luo Hua couldn't help but to reach towards his legs, but the location where his thighs should be have long been. Come with me. Luo Feng pushed the wheelchair and directly went out the room. Feng father Luo Honghua and mother Gong Xianlan, who were outside the house, were shocked. I'm going to talk to Luo Hua for a bit. With just a slight push from Luo Feng's hands, his brother's wheelchair was horizontally aligned as it rushed towards the second floor's audiovisual room. Inside the audiovisual room, Bro Luo Hua looked at Luo Feng. Look at the display. At the same time, Luo Feng gave his command, turn on. Beep beep. The projector swiftly projected some light onto the wall. Luo Feng sat on the couch as he tapped on the wireless keyboard, entered the Home of Limits, Warlord discussion board, and searched the board for the 3 words Elixir of Life. Very few people actually talk about the Elixir of Life. This item is just way too rare, so most Warlord fighters can never find any. Naturally, there'll be very little news on it. However, there were still a few dozen related posts. Luo Feng directly opened one of the posts. Of course, Luo Feng has already read all of these since he has been searching all over for information about the Elixir of Life. This is... Luo Hua froze. Look at this post and finish reading it, said Luo Feng coldly. Luo Hua turned his head and started reading the short post that was described the Elixir of Life. Even though it was short, it still explained about the most important ingredients along with the elixir's effect. Naturally, it also mentioned the price that it sold for a while ago. This Elixir of Life is extremely rare, there's no supply, only demand. Every time it appears in an auction. The main ingredient is the essence of the Horde leader surpassing SS rank Emperor level monster, Earth Dragon S soul. The elixir can let you grow out new arms and legs? As long as you're still alive, you can grow them out no matter how bad of a condition you're in? Luo Hua was completely stunned by what this post was describing and, at the same time, his eyes were shining. Whether at the ingredients or the effect. No supply and only demand? The most recent elixir of life sold for an astronomical price of 30 billion Chinese dollars? Luo Hua, who was extremely excited, felt like a huge bucket of cold water poured onto him. 30 billion? Luo Hua was familiar with investment in stocks. Since he's familiar with this field, he clearly understands what a gigantic sum 30 billion Chinese dollars is. See that? You can just grow out your legs again with an elixir of life. At that time, you can stand up and confidently stand in front of Nan and her parents. As Luo Feng said that, Luo Hua shook his head. Bro, 30 billion Nan. Yeah, the assets of the extremely rich men of China near 100 billion. However, that's just the price of their stocks. First, their stocks are restricted so they don't have the authority to sell off all of it. Next, even if they could, the enormous amount would smash the market, since the value of them nears 100 billion. They'll be lucky to sell it off for 40 to 50 billion. Luo Hua shook his head, 30 billion in cash. Very, very few people in all of China can pull that out. Luo Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket and started to log into the Swiss International Bank's nameless account. In just a mere moment, he entered the account. Bro, what are you doing? Luo Hua looked at Luo Feng with confusion on his face. Look at this. Luo Feng passed the phone over. Luo Hua was full of confusion. Why is his brother passing his phone over at a time like this? He lowered his head and looked at the phone's display, which was clearly showing the amount of money stored. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Luo Hua blankly stared at the number 2880-000-0000. 28.8 billion. Luo Hua raised his head towards Luo Feng, his face full of shock. His brother just became a fighter recently, so how did he make this gigantic sum of money? This amount of money is frightening. What he didn't know was that Luo Feng took so many risks that he almost lost his life, and that's with his special spirit reader powers too. Luo Hua, said Luo Feng. Luo Hua blankly stared at his brother, not knowing what to say. All I want to say to you is, your brother definitely has the ability to purchase an elixir of life. Luo Feng looked seriously at his brother, and you will definitely stand up again. Luo Hua's entire body was shaking. He wasn't dumb, obviously. His brother took a gigantic risk to earn the 28.8 billion, since nothing is free on this world. The larger the risk, the larger the reward. And all of this was for him. Bro! Luo Hua hugged Luo Feng and couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Luo Feng lightly patted his brother's back. A long moment later, Luo Hua, you're smart, even smarter than me, Luo Feng said seriously. You probably know that such a gigantic amount of money can bring about many troubles. So, you definitely can't utter even a single word about this to someone else, including mom, dad, and your girlfriend. Once you say something, your brother could lose his life. Luo Hua was shocked. Bro, I won't say it even if it means death, I won't let you. No worries, smiled Luo Feng. Luo Feng only said that to make his brother understand the importance of this matter. Actually, even if the two war gods Vulture and Scorpion find out, they won't be able to trace it back to him. Even if his brother foolishly lets the cat out of the bag, how many people would actually believe him? Luo Hua, I told you that you'll confidently stand in front of Lady Nan and her parents. And I always back up my words, Luo Feng said softly. Okay, Luo Hua heavily nodded. He knew that he'll probably never be able to forget the astronomical number that was showed to him on his brother's phone in the audiovisual room. And he'll never forget the promise his brother gave. Dash. That was finally the end of Volume 4. I thought all the volumes were going to be 20 chapters, but this one was 40 and the next one is 73 chapters long. I also updated all the volume names in the index, along with the name of the next volume. Not sure why only volumes 1 to 4 are organized into one book, but I guess that the first book was the introduction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 1, 3 months of training. Volume 5, Chapter 1, 3 months of training. Let's go downstairs and eat with Mom and Dad, smiled Luo Feng. Okay, Luo Hua felt like he was a completely different person. Before, he thought that his future was full of despair. He thought living his life would be no better than death itself. But after seeing the miraculous effects of the elixir of life and the ginormous number on Luo Feng's phone, Luo Hua was full of energy. Pushing the wheelchair, Luo Feng brought Luo Hua downstairs. Father Luo Hongguo and Mother Gong Xianlan were sitting on the sofa without making a sound. From yesterday until today, in just one day's time, the couple has suffered too large of an impact. Their little son tried to commit suicide and now he's extremely emotionally unstable. What should we do? What on earth should we do? The two of them had no solution. Breakfast has long been finished in the kitchen, but nobody had the heart to eat anything. Suddenly Dad, Mom. Luo Feng pushed the wheelchair and brought his brother downstairs and he smiled as he yelled, "Where's breakfast? Let's eat breakfast together." Breakfast? Luo Hongguo and Gong Xianlan both stood up. Luo Hua also smiled, "Dad, Mom, I'm hungry already." Luo Hongguo and Gong Xianlan stared at their son, Luo Hua, as if they were looking at a monster. Soon after, they ferociously woke up and Luo Hongguo immediately said, "You're hungry? Good, good. Hurry, and bring us breakfast." Qin Gong Xianlan yelled as she charged towards the kitchen. Father Luo Hongguo also ran towards the kitchen. In a moment, the entire household was filled with energy. The heavy atmosphere from before was nowhere to be seen. Luo Feng laughed as he watched the scene unfold. Well, now we're past this problem. With time, my brother's legs will be able to grow out and he'll be able to stand up again. Our family will be even happier when that happens. Why did he bother taking the risk to steal the dragon egg? Isn't it to hurry up and make enough money for his brother's elixir of life? Maybe the heavens were helping him, since he got the battle gear of a war god when stealing the dragon egg. Thanks to that, he almost instantly received the gigantic 30 billion. Jiangnan City, main city sector. In the living room on the first floor of a villa on the peak of the marvelous mountain in the Jiangnan Mountain Water sector, the fighter called Scorpion in the circle of fighters, Vanina Polinus, was currently sitting on the couch with a cold face. And beside her was Vulture Li Wei, who sat there without an expression, as if he was a blade. "What results do we have?" said Li Wei coldly. In the living room, the middle-aged butler wearing a black suit said respectfully, "Sir, madam. After investigating the targets for a few days, we picked out 12 people. However, even though we carefully investigated each of the 12, we still don't have enough evidence to confirm who the culprit is. In other words, you still can't even pick out a target?" Li Yao's raging, explosive anger could be seen in his eyes. "Who?" The black suit-wearing butler felt like he was being stared at by a gigantic monster and couldn't help but to hold his breath as he respectfully said, "In these group of people, their motives range from being pressured by the HR Alliance and wanting revenge by killing the young master, to having grudges against the young master's bodyguard Ka Long. Some of them even have grudges against the young master's bodyguard Panya from the Tiger Fang squad. We can pick out 8 of them that have such motives. However, these motives are very small, extremely small. If their brains are still working properly, they wouldn't kill the young master. Trash. If they have a grudge against Wei's bodyguard, they'll kill Wei? And that, what, Tiger Fang squad, what kind of shitty squad can enrage such a powerful enemy?" Yelled Li Yao as he scolded, "Remember, the person who killed Wei is someone who can instantly kill 2 advanced level warlords and 2 intermediate level warlords. He killed them so quickly that none of the 4 were able to send out a message." Yes, the butler responded respectfully. Keep in mind that this culprit is extremely powerful and is just hiding his battle record. To be able to instantly kill 2 advanced level warlords, with this power, he should be at least 20 years old. Liao commanded. The targets we investigated, other than the ones that have already died, are quite young and weak. Some of them even just passed the fighter combat exam. You think those little shrimps have enough power to instantly kill 2 advanced level warlords? You are right, sir, respectfully replied the butler. Liao coldly commanded, carefully investigate their past and see which one of them could be hiding their skill. Once you think one of them has that possibility, check them. Understood. The butler didn't dare to say any extra words. Okay. Once even a sliver of a hint of them being a war god level fighter or a spirit reader appears, stick onto them even more. Said Liao coldly, of course, we have to investigate the high priority targets, but don't let the low priority ones go either. Record their info, from bank accounts to wilderness battle records to what their family and friends are doing. Record all of that. Yes, respectfully replied the butler. You've been following me all these years, so I want you to do this with absolutely everything you can and have, understood? Liao's voice sank and had a hint of killing intent in it. The butler's forehead couldn't help but to start letting out balls of sweat, understood. Of course he knew how powerful this man in front of him was. Even the advanced level war god, Scorpion Venena Paulinus from the Paulinus family, didn't dare to go against Liao. Go! Liao waved his hand. The butler swiftly left. After the butler left, the only people left in the living room were the couple Liao and Venena Paulinus. Yao, if the culprit prepared to kill our son, he probably didn't bring his tactical communications watch, said Venena with her accented Chinese. This shows that maybe none of the targets are the culprit. I know this possibility exists, said Liao coldly, however, we have to grasp every chance we can. If there weren't too many people, I would rather kill 1,000 of them than let one go. A cold light flashed in Liao's eyes. This case has around 500 targets involved, with the Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the government's army, etc. behind them. These people are all near the headquarters city and enter the headquarters city sometimes, which was why Liao didn't kill them all. If there were only a few dozen people, he wouldn't be afraid to take action. Yao, who do you think would do it? Frowned Venena as she asked. There are less than 10 advanced level war gods that have a grudge against me, Liao, on the entire earth. We also made quite a few enemies by letting you have the seat of the HR Alliance's Huaxia sector director back then. Thankfully, I successfully came out of the ancient archaeological ruins back then, so those stupid freaks didn't dare to take action. Said Liao coldly, the culprit who killed way better not let me find out who he is. In the eyes of the two powerful fighters Venena and Liao, the ones with highest possibility of being the culprit was one of their war god enemies from the past. However, they won't stop investigating the 506 suspects either. Yangzhou City, Mingyue Sector. Luo Feng was quite relaxed. When he's free, he'd chat with the fighters at the Limit Hall, but he usually spends most of his time immersed in the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Hello, Captain. In the reaction speed testing room of the Limit Hall, Luo Feng walked to the side to pick up his phone. Oh, you guys are going to the wilderness again after New Year's on March 1st? Sure, I'm fine with that. I wanted to stay at home for a bit anyway and safely spend my 2 months here, along with polishing up on my blade techniques. Alright, okay, we'll go after New Year's. You already know about my brother's situation? This kind of stuff sure spreads quickly. I can't do anything with these kinds of things. But there's no problem, my brother's already fine. Yeah, I'm training my technique right now. Okay, we'll talk later. Luo Feng hung up and left the phone in the corner. After that, he walked back towards the reaction speed testing machine. We say it's a testing machine, but Luo Feng has completely treated it as a training machine. Intermediate level warlord test, time, 10 minutes. Luo Feng adjusted the testing time on the reaction speed tester. This was already the greatest amount of time possible. Getting shot by a huge amount of rubber bullets is actually good for training one's dodging abilities, so Luo Feng likes to come here and train. With a body drenched in sweat, Luo Feng put his phone and some other random things into his pockets. For most of the time of the month I was in the wilderness, I'd been absorbing genetic energy to strengthen my body. Now, I'm not too far from the standards of a low-level warlord. I have to keep working hard and see how much stronger I can get in these 2 months. Time passed day by day. On New Year's Eve, Luo Feng and his family happily went to a Chinese New Year banquet. Luo Feng and his family also went to meet some friends. As for relatives? Luo Feng didn't really have any relatives, since his father and mother were both orphans after the Grand Nirvana period. The Grand Nirvana period destroyed many families, causing many to become orphans. February 26th, dawn. Luo Feng, in a white dojo uniform, smiled as he headed towards the limit hall. Crazy, going to the hall so early in the morning? A brute with a big mustache smiled. I'll be going to the wilderness soon, so I have to hang on to my last few minutes and train, smiled Luo Feng as he said. The brute with the big mustache glared, damn it crazy, stop saying things that'll make people mad. Hanging on to your last few minutes? I was there when you were taking your prospective fighter exam and, in a blink of an eye, you've already surpassed me. Luo Feng laughed. The waves in the back always push the ones in the front in the Yangtze River, so of course each generation has to be stronger than the next. Go, stop making me mad, laughed the brute with the big mustache as he scolded. Luo Feng entered the limit hall and came to the 6th floor. There are rarely any people in the limit hall at dawn, so, as usual, it was empty here. Luo Feng wouldn't have come here if it wasn't to test the fruits of his recent training. Last time he tested, his strength neared 13,000 kilograms and he received the Great Superior on the low-level Warlord reaction speed test. Luo Feng slightly warmed up. It's February 26th now. I wonder how much my fitness level has went up after these 3 months. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2. Volume 5, Chapter 2, Arriving from HQ. Volume 5, Chapter 2, Arriving from HQ. 6th floor of the limit hall, in the empty training hall. Luo Feng turned on the fist strength testing machine and its display lightened up. I'll punch without the 9-stage thunder blade technique first and just use my regular strength. Luo Feng slightly adjusted his breathing. After that, like a rampaging gorilla, his right arm and shoulder charged forwards and his fist drew across an arc. Pang! A low knocking-like sound rang on the machine and the power of the fist violently shook the machine for a bit. The fist strength testing machine displayed a number 9,981 kilograms. Oh, it increased this much. Luo Feng looked at this number and couldn't help but to let out a happy smile. Last time it was 6,121 kilograms and now it gained 3,000 kilograms more. Actually, this number was also within Luo Feng's prediction. Normally, after training on the border between life and death, your strength will increase exponentially. So, for the month where Luo Feng was in number 003 city, Luo Feng improved extremely quickly. And for the 2 months he was at home, since Luo Feng completed the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade right before he returned home, his rate of improvement was significantly higher than before. With these 3 months, his strength has also increased by this much. According to the body fitness level estimates, the range 4,000 kilograms to 8,000 kilograms represents an advanced level warrior. And 8,000 kilograms to 16,000 kilograms represents the range of a beginner level warlord. In other words, my body fitness level is comparable to a regular beginner level warlord. Luo Feng smiled as he readjusted his posture. This time, Luo Feng was preparing to use the 9-stage Thunder Blade technique. Sadly, even though he purchased the first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade and has been training for the past 2 months, he hasn't been able to complete it no matter what he does. At most, he was only able to control his power more accurately. Who? Luo Feng yelled deeply and his breath shot out of his mouth like an arrow. As he yelled, his right arm instantly drew across the space and, in that short interval, it drew across the space, started accelerating, and instantly broke the sound barrier. As a result, a horrifying sonic boom rang. The steel hammer-like fist heavily smashed onto the machine. Rumble! The machine ferociously swung forwards and backwards before stabilizing. Feels good. Luo Feng looked towards the display. The display paused for a bit and then displayed the number 28081 kg. HMHM, 9981 times 2.8 is around. Luo Feng calculated in his mind, around 27,947. So a punch of 28,000 kilograms is acceptable. Luo Feng was quite satisfied with this number. 28,000 kilograms is quite horrifying. That's 28 tons of fist strength. Even a truck is only a few tons, so one can imagine how powerful this fist was. According to the body fitness level estimates, 16,000 kilograms to 32,000 kilograms belongs to the intermediate level warlord range. However, even if they're both intermediate level warlords, the difference between 16,000 kilograms and a seasoned intermediate level warlord is extremely gigantic. If Luo Feng swung his blade with that power, he would be considered powerful for an intermediate level warlord. As the chief instructor of the Limit Hall, Chief Instructor Wu Tong frequently comes to the Limit Hall. A sonic boom? Wu Tong, who was in a quiet room on the 5th floor, suddenly heard the sonic boom on the 6th floor and jumped out of surprisement. What kind of powerful person caused that sonic boom? Wu Tong turned into a shadow and directly flew across the stairs and charged towards the 6th floor. The training hall of the 6th floor was mostly empty, only one person was there, Luo Feng. At this time, Luo Feng was still standing in front of the fist strength testing machine, thinking about his current level of strength. Luo Feng turned around. Uncle Wu. Damn, you little kid, were you the one who made that sonic boom? Let me see how powerful your fist was. Wu Tong was extremely surprised as he walked towards Luo Feng, but when his gaze landed upon the fist strength testing machine's display, he couldn't help but to freeze. 28,081 kilograms? Wu Tong couldn't help but to stare at Luo Feng, as if Luo Feng transformed into a monster. You did this? Who else? Luo Feng laughed. However, my body fitness level isn't this powerful. The 9-stage Thunder Blade? Wu Tong guessed in an instant. He knew long ago that Luo Feng purchased the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual. However, many powerful fighters don't purchase this instruction manual even if they have the money, since many can't even complete the first stage. Even if you're practicing the 9-stage Thunder Blade, it shouldn't be this absurd. What's your normal fist strength? Up to what stage have you completed in the 9-stage Thunder Blade? Wu Tong followed up his question. Luo Feng smiled as he answered, regular fist strength is around 10,000 kilograms and I finished the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. No matter how much I train, I can't grasp the 4th stage. Luo Feng wasn't planning on hiding his progress on the 9-stage Thunder Blade, since his strength will gather attention anyway. Letting out some of his special points will still reap him some benefits. As for his identity as a spirit reader, Luo Feng won't reveal that. Even before the Vulture-Scorpion couple started investigating the culprit's identity with that astronomical bounty case, Luo Feng never wanted to reveal his identity as a spirit reader. Because around the entire world, spirit readers are even more rare than fighters, and fighters are pretty rare in the first place. The appearance of a spirit reader will complicate things a lot. Messed up, you're too messed up. You're a monster. Wu Tong couldn't help but to hammer Luo Feng's chest. I knew you were quite talented, since I scouted you for the Dojo of Limits. Even though the fact that your body fitness level reached the beginner level warlord level is quite astonishing, I'm not too surprised, since some people grow even faster than you. However, you actually managed to complete the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade in just a measly half a year. This is just too absurd. Monster. There are talented people everywhere. There are tons of people whose body fitness level grows at an insane rate. For example, during the few short years of the Grand Nirvana period, the strongest fighter Hong and the second strongest fighter Thunder God became existences that surpassed the War God level. In just a few years, they grew to that level where they can even fly. One can imagine how many geniuses there are on this world. However, the 9-stage Thunderblade has nothing to do with body fitness at all. Luo Feng's fitness level rose quickly and he was able to finish the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade. He's definitely a monster. Only 1 or 2 of these monsters appear a year around the entire world. Hurry, test your speed and show me the results. Wu Tong passionately went to turn on the speed testing machine for Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed. Whoosh! His body instantly accelerated like an arrow leaving a bow and then stopped after a few breaths. The display on the machine showed the number 128M/S. Not bad, this is the level of a normal beginner-level warlord, smiled Wu Tong as he nodded. Luo Feng was pretty happy too. He was clear that as a fighter's fitness level increases, his strength will continuously increase too. Strength is okay, but speed. As you advance, speed becomes harder and harder to increase. Since the faster you are at sprinting, dodging, and jumping, the more air resistance you'll encounter. The faster you are, the larger the resistance, which is why speed is harder to increase. Speed of 128 meters per second, strength of roughly 10,000 kilograms, with the 9-stage Thunderblade, around 28,000 kilograms. And my reaction speed test gave me a rank of superior for the intermediate level warlord test. Luo Feng frequently trains with the reaction speed testing machine, so he has long been clear of his current level. With his Ru Wei class technique and a bit of knowledge on the perfect level, Luo Feng's dodging abilities are quite astonishing. As Luo Feng and Wu Tong were chatting, Jiangnan City's main city sector's airport. The word airport is a very foreign word. Ever since the Grand Nirvana period, the amount monsters in the sky has increased, raising the standards on airplanes by who knows how many times. The cost to construct an airplane is insanely higher than the cost it took before the Grand Nirvana period. The so-called airplane has basically no relationship with most people. There indeed still exists commercial airplanes, but the cost of each ticket for a normal person is insanely expensive. Even a rich person would be reluctant to buy a ticket. In the waiting area of the airport, the chairman of the Dojo of Limits headquarters and the 3 chiefs below him, the Big Four of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits, were waiting. He's here. Zhu Gutao smiled as he looked towards the sky. Whoosh! A shadow virtually instantly appeared in the sky above the airport and then dramatically slowed down as it passed through the city's defense system. After that, it slowly descended. This was a gigantic, blue UFO-shaped commercial airplane that was around 30 to 40 meters in diameter. An enchanting, blue light reflected off the surface of the aircraft. Beep! The hatch of the commercial UFO-shaped aircraft opened and a staircase extended from it. The Big Four of the Dojo of Limits immediately walked to the side of the staircase. Only people with status were able to come directly to the side of the aircraft. In total, there were around 10 people. The passengers of the aircraft started coming down the staircase and each of them were of special status. Keep in mind that aircraft like these are extremely rare throughout the entire world. When flying in the air, the aircraft has to guarantee the safety of its passengers. First, the aircraft's surface's material is comparable to a Q-series battle uniform and a Q-series weapon. Even though it's just a thin sheet, it can completely fend off attacks from a Horde leader-level flying monster. At the same time, the aircraft is equipped with an expensive mechanical wave cannon. This mechanical wave cannon can completely decimate an Emperor-level monster that dares to fly near the aircraft. With all of this, the safety of the passengers is guaranteed. At the same time, the cost to construct it is extraordinary. For example, a Q-series Ghostblade is 3 billion, half price 1.5 billion. Cheapest price available in the Palace of War Gods is 1 billion. And the actual value of the blade is around 0.8 to 0.9 billion. If you just count solely the Kuluo alloy, it's around 0.6 billion. And the entire surface of the aircraft is made out of that material. A 30 to 40 diameter aircraft, even though it's just the surface, the high density causes it to total at around 30 tons. Just the price of the Luo alloy reaches billions and billions of Chinese dollars. Once you add on the mechanical wave cannon and the other stuff. A commercial aircraft, just the cost to construct it, is like a galaxy away from the cost to construct an aircraft before the Grand Nirvana period. Furthermore, the maintenance fee of these types of aircraft is also astonishing. Each time they encounter an attack from a flock of flying monsters, they'll naturally have to expend tons of energy to fend them off. That's why the prices for a ticket is extremely absurd. Many average rich people wouldn't even purchase one. Old Yang, the chairman of the Dojo of Limits headquarters, smiled as he yelled. A middle-aged man wearing a gray robe smiled as he walked over. Steel hand, long time no see. Old Yang, you came here to check out that Luo Feng strength, right? Well, leaving the small matters aside, let's go, us brothers will have a nice talk, smiled the chairman of the Dojo of Limits headquarters. TL note. Some extra info on Zhu Gutao. I've mistakenly called Zhu Gutao the chief instructor back in the chapter Lu Gang, the war god who passed away, volume 4 ch7, which I've fixed. I forgot what I called him, so I just said chief instructor, not realizing I already used that title for Wu Tong. Wu Tong is the chief instructor of the Limit Hall, while Zhu Gutao is the chairman of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan City. Zhu Gutong's status is way above Wu Tong. Zhu Gutao is the top of the Big Four. Also, Zhu Gutao's brother is extremely powerful, therefore increasing Zhu Gutao's status even more, also in volume 4 ch7. Edit 2, sorry, another mistake. Zhu Gutao is also a chief, but a chief above the chief instructor. The chairman is actually another person, so Zhu Gutao isn't the top of the Big Four. I'll just call Zhu Gutao, chief, and Wu Tong, chief instructor, because the Big Four is made out of 3 chiefs and 1 chairman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 3, Dragon Blood. Volume 5, Chapter 3, Dragon Blood. Mr. Yang. Zhu Gutong and the other 3 chiefs respectfully yelled. This middle-aged man, Yang Hui, who apparently looked around only 30 years old, was actually over 50 years old and was an intermediate-level war god. Usually, he lives in the Dojo of Limits world headquarters. Whether strength or identity, this Yang Hui is comparable to the man who was nicknamed Steel Hand, Zhou Zhangyong. We haven't seen each other for 8 years, huh? Let's go, and find a place to drink some tea. After that, we'll eat some lunch. Oh yeah, Zhuge, is your big brother here in the headquarters city? Tell him to come too, said Yang Hui. Alright, I'll call my big brother right now, said Zhu Gutong. Yang Hui was a war god, Chairman Zhou Zhangyang was a war god, and Zhu Gutao's brother, Zhu Gushan, was a war god. People look at each other's status when making friends. People without any background at all definitely can't enter their circle. Steel Hand, is the investigator still in the headquarters city? Asked Yang Hui. The investigator went to number 003 city in the wilderness a few days ago to train his spear techniques on the horde leader monsters, said Steel Hand Zhou Zhangyong. After the investigator returns, I'll bring you to him. Half a year ago, when the head came to Jiangnan City to find the investigator was still in the wilderness. The head. When this word came out of Zhou Zhangyang's mouth, the 3 chiefs on the side and Yang Hui's expression immediately became serious. Only one man can be called the head by the chairman of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits headquarters, the undisputable, most powerful fighter on earth, the creator of the Dojo of Limits, Hong. A powerful fighter with seemingly limitless strength. Mankind's most powerful fighter. The investigator has been training, since he's trying to become an existence that surpasses the war god level, side Yang Hui. The head also said that investigator Lu has the largest hope of accomplishing such a thing. An investigator is nearly at the top of the entire Dojo of Limits. People like Zhou Zhengyang and Yang Hui, who are often allowed to come into close contact with the world's most powerful fighter, Hong, could also be considered as some of the most important people of the Dojo of Limits. Let's go get some tea. We'll slowly investigate that little Luo Feng stuff later, smiled War God Yang Hui. Headquarter Ambassador Yang Hui, with the Big Four of Jiangnan City, left the airplane. February 28, dawn. After finishing a basic warm-up that lasted half an hour in the training hall, Luo Feng entered the audiovisual room. The curtains of the windows were closed tight, causing the inside of the room to be mostly dark. The only light source came from the sliver of light shooting in from the door. Turn on, commanded Luo Feng. Luo Feng was relaxed as he finished making his tea and sat on the couch. At the same time, he put the wireless keyboard on his legs and swiftly entered the Warlord discussion board in the home of Limits and replied to some posts. These posts have tons of Warlord fighters from South America, the EU, Africa, etc., and sometimes, war gods come here too. And through these posts, you could even video chat with some fighters one-on-one. There were tons of functions. An elixir of life is indeed rare. Luo Feng purposely posted on some threads that haven't been active on the topic of the elixir of life. He caused 3 of the threads to appear at the top of the page again. Using the terms on the discussion board, he was necroposting. Naturally, tons of warlord fighters all over the world see these updated threads, so tons of them started their discussions about it. Through these discussions, Luo Feng learned much more about the elixir of life. Sometimes, he would also reply and chat with the fighters in the thread. There's a startling amount of warlord fighters under the Dojo of Limits around the world. And yet, none of them know where the elixir of life is. Frowned Luo Feng. Could it really be as they say? That every rare elixir of life ends up in an auction? Even if there actually was an elixir of life available, Luo Feng wouldn't dare to buy it. He doesn't have enough strength, so once the vulture-scorpion couple find out, his nightmare will begin. Whatever, for me right now, the most important thing is to increase my strength. The most powerful thing about me is my spiritual force. As of now, my body fitness level is still at the beginner level warlord level. Since my spiritual force raises my actual level by 2, I'm actually an advanced level warlord. In other words, I can openly and easily defeat advanced level warlords. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Last time, he killed the old veteran named Lu and the White Brute by instantly ambushing them from behind when they weren't prepared. If he attacked front on, then Luo Feng wouldn't have a 100% chance of victory. However, the current Luo Feng could destroy the 2 of them even without ambushing. Spirit readers can destroy fighters of the same level and can fight fighters beyond their level. This is a known fact in the circle of fighters. As of now, I can fight against a beginner-level war god. If I play dirty and rely on my spiritual force, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill a beginner-level war god. Luo Feng indeed improves quickly. It has only been 8 months since he has awakened, and his strength already rivals a beginner-level war god. This isn't that weird though, since Luo Feng is an extremely rare spirit reader. The value of a spirit reader is unrivaled. When they are born, their initially weak spiritual force naturally agglomerates and stays hidden in their minds. Spiritual force turns into the state of a liquid for those who have less of it. And for those who have more, it exists as a combination between liquid and solid. The more solid there is, the more spiritual force. And for those with an extraordinarily large amount of spiritual force, it exists only as a solid. Luo Feng is one of those people possessing that astonishing amount of spiritual force. His rate of growth should already be startling, but once you add the ultimate instruction manual, the 9-stage Thunderblade, and Luo Feng's own bitter training, Luo Feng's rate of growth reaches an alarming rate. In just 8 short months, he's already comparable to an amazing beginner-level war god. However, when compared to Hong and Thunder God, there's still a difference. Hong and Thunder God became existences that surpassed the war god existence during the Grand Nirvana period. Their rate of growth was even more startling. The dark, golden ball in my conscience holds a huge amount of spiritual force. It's just that my body isn't powerful enough to handle it, so the spiritual force can only exist in that dark, golden ball. Luo Feng held his cup of tea and lightly took a sip. The aroma of the tea emanated in his mouth, so, the stronger my body becomes, the stronger my spiritual force becomes. Right now, I should increase my body fitness level as fast as possible. Luo Feng entered ways to raise body fitness level in the board's search function and quickly found a large amount of threads. Clearly, this topic has been discussed by a lot of people. Luo Feng clicked some of the threads with the highest amount of replies. Ways? What ways? Genetic medicine? The price isn't expensive and, through Captain's friends, I can buy some with 200 million. However, this genetic medicine damages the body quite a bit. After using it to raise your skill, it'll be hard to raise it any further. Luo Feng slightly shook his head. Genetic medicine usually cuts off all your future hope. So only people like Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Shengu who haven't been able to increase their skill by the slightest amount of a long period of time, and those who have no confidence in doing so in the future, are willing to use the genetic medicine. And for people like Luo Feng? Someone with virtually infinite potential using the genetic medicine is something an idiot would do. The second way is pretty good. Once you do it, your strength can multiply by many times. Not only does it have no side effects, but it can also speed up your training. Luo Feng looked at the second way and could only shake his head in vain. Sadly, this method costs too much. The second way is by spreading dragon blood all over your body and letting your body absorb it to become stronger. However, the requirements for the dragon blood is extremely high. First, it must be an emperor-level dragon. Next, it has to be blood from the dragon's heart. After killing an emperor-level dragon, only one portion of dragon blood can be made. How many emperor-level monsters are on Earth? And how many of those monsters are dragons? One can imagine how expensive this dragon blood is. One portion of dragon blood, using the Dojo of Limits half price, reaches 80 billion. And the half price requirement is a 4-star contribution rank. Luo Feng could only stare. This is like the legendary ultimate medicine. After using it, your strength will soar without any side effects and your training speed will increase. How great is that? Sadly, how many people can afford to buy this? The third way? Train bitterly. Luo Feng shook his head. The only thing he could do was train honestly and bitterly, which is also the path that most fighters take. With my training speed, my body fitness level should be able to reach the intermediate level warlord level in half a year, but after I reach the intermediate warlord level, my body fitness level should be able to reach the advanced level warlord level in a year. Luo Feng nodded. In other words, with my spiritual force, I'll be able to reach the intermediate war god level and be able to defeat others of the same rank. I can also challenge advanced level war gods. In 3 years, with my spiritual force, I'll be able to reach the advanced level war god level, making me virtually invincible against other advanced level war gods. When that time comes, will I still be afraid of Vulture and Scorpion? 2 throwing knives will be enough to get rid of them. Of course, AS thinking extremely positively. There's a huge prerequisite to all of this, which is his dark, golden ball has to be able to supply enough spiritual force for him to reach the advanced level war god level. If, while training, the dark golden ball disappears, then his rapid growth stage ends. Every spirit reader has a rapid growth stage which relies on absorbing the spiritual force they were born with. Once they finish absorbing it, their rapid growth stage will end. The existence of the dark, golden ball allows me to train extremely quickly. Hopefully my rapid growth stage will last until I reach the advanced level war god level with my spiritual force. Luo Feng thought to himself expectantly. An advanced level war god level spirit reader. For existences below the war god level, they are the most horrifying existence. And his dark, golden ball. How long can it last until it's used up? I updated my note at volume 5, ch2 because I was wrong again. Feel free to check it out. If you don't want to, basic summary, Zhu Ji Tao is one of the 3 chiefs below the actual chairman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 4, Astonished Envoy. Volume 5, Chapter 4, Astonished Envoy. Nobody knows when the dark, golden ball in his conscience will be used up, so Luo Feng didn't think any further on that matter. March 1st. Thursday, the day the Fire Hammer Squad departs. First floor of the HR Alliance Market, the 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were gathered together. Crazy, what are you looking at? Disappointed that Lady Su Xin isn't here? Joked Wei Tai. Luo Feng didn't mention that he already called Su Xin last night and that he ate lunch and chatted with her for an extremely long time during New Year's. Luo Feng had a crush on Su Xin, and Su Xin liked Luo Feng too. However, none of them said anything about that. Su Xin was still in school. She's also from the extremely powerful Su family, so she can't get into a relationship that easily. As for Luo Feng himself, because of Vulture and Scorpion, the astronomical bounty will keep on going. The shapeless pressure brought by the bounty stares at Luo Feng for every second of the day. An occasional phone call, an occasional date. That's good enough. Alright, let's go. Captain Gao Feng stood up. Ha, my body's starting to rust after New Year's, let's go, laughed Wei Chang. After that, Wei Tai, Chen Gu, and Luo Feng all stood up, and the 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad rode the HR Alliance's private car towards the train station. After riding the train, they arrived at the Southeast Military Resupplying Base. Wilderness, number 023 City. Luo Feng stole a dragon egg last time, and the steel-armored dragon's territory is near the highway and around the country area. If Luo Feng follows the normal route towards number 023 City, he might get caught by the steel-armored dragon. After stealing its dragon egg, Luo Feng didn't dare to accept the steel-armored dragon's fury. In the yard of a ruined, old building, Luo Feng and Gao Feng were attacking a cast steel armor-like gigantic bull. Its body was completely fiery red and white streams blew out from its nostrils as it crazily attacked the human it hated the most. Like a fly, this young human was always by its side. This cow-type monster was indeed the steel-armored bull, which possessed extraordinary defense. With its armor, this steel-armored bull easily placed into the medium-level commander level. The 2 high-level soldier-level steel-armored bulls that were with it were taken care of by Wei Tai and Wei Qing. Whoosh! 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 Luo Feng's light steps were as swift as lightning, as if he was a gladiator from the times before the Grand Nirvana period that was playing with his target. There were numerous wounds on the steel-armored bull, but, sadly, they didn't have much of an effect on it. Poochie, dot. A cold light flashed like lightning. Fresh blood shot up as half of the ghost blade directly sank into the steel-armored bull's neck. After pulling out the blade at the speed of lightning, Luo Feng dashed away. Pung! The steel-armored bull let out an unsatisfied roar. Since its throat has been sliced apart, the roar was weak and sounded like the bull was out of air. After that, the gigantic body fell to the ground, causing the entire ground to shake. The ground that was full of dust and blood directly shook apart, forming a crack. Beautiful, praised Gao Feng. Crazy, your technique is getting better and better. Wei Qing also couldn't help but to praise. Luo Feng himself was clear. When he was surrounded at the family mart in the steel-armored dragon's nest and dashed out of the group of several hundred commander-level monsters, Luo Feng temporarily grasped the perfect level technique for a few short seconds. After that, for the 2 months he was home, he frequently used the reaction speed testing machine at the limit hall to train his technique. The classifications for technique: basic level, intermediate level, asterisk, perfect level, conception level. Indeed, Luo Feng has grasped a bit of the perfect level in his 2 months of bitter training. Everyone's tired now, right? We received quite a bit today, so let's go back to the resupplying base to rest, said Gao Feng as he dissected the corpse of the steel-armored bull for materials. Wei Tai, Wei Chang, and Shen Gu all replied, "Go, let's go back." "Captain, you guys go back first. I'm going to go find some more monsters and practice my technique. I'll come find you guys later," smiled Luo Feng as he said. "The young sure are energetic," laughed Gao Feng, Shen Gu, and the others. Luo Feng was like this the past few days too. When the other members became tired and wanted to rest, Luo Feng went out alone to hunt more monsters. However, everyone knew about Luo Feng's strength, so they didn't stop him. Gao Feng and the others left, leaving only Luo Feng behind. The sky was dark. Luo Feng held his blade in one hand and his shield in the other as he passed through the alleys of number 023 city all alone. Sometimes he would fight against powerful commander-level monsters, and sometimes he would face off against monster hordes. Number 023 city was originally Suzhou. Many of the buildings here were Oriental-style buildings. Sadly, this place has become an amusement park for the monsters. Pooh! Shie! Fresh blood flew everywhere. Limbs of the monsters were being tossed around. Luo Feng unleashed the third stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade over and over again as he continued to challenge his limits. He rushed into groups of monsters and fought in there. Within a monster horde, Luo Feng would continuously push his technique to the limits and attempt to use the other monsters and the surrounding environment to assist himself. After a very long time, 3 hours after Gao Feng and the others left to rest, Luo Feng dragged his tired body to a small river and cleaned his battle uniform set as he prepared to return. In a short 3 hours, hundreds of monsters died to Luo Feng's hand. However, the reproduction rate of the monsters was also extremely high. Even if Luo Feng doesn't kill them, the monsters would kill the weaker ones for food. The structure of the battle uniform was extremely tight, so nothing could seep inside and no needle-like attacks could get through. A quick rinse is all that is needed to wash off the monster blood on it. On the 6th floor of a 6-story residential apartment was where the Fire Hammer Squad was staying. Back? Gao Feng and the others looked at the door as Luo Feng walked through. I killed 8 commander-level monsters." Luo Feng took out the materials of 8 commander-level monsters and put them on the floor. "I'll go train my genetic energy for a bit, and then I'll come eat dinner." Unlike others, Luo Feng hunts so many commanders that his bag can't hold all the materials. Shen Gu persuaded, "Luo Feng, don't push yourself too hard, relax a bit." "Yeah, what's the point of trying so hard and making yourself this tired?" Gao Feng also persuaded. Of course, if Luo Feng pushes himself, the entire squad benefits. Even though most of the materials that Luo Feng gets in his solo hunts goes to him, the other people still receive a share too. This much is nothing." Luo Feng laughed as he went into another room. In the empty room, the floor has long been cleaned by Luo Feng. After putting down his shield, backpack, blade, and throwing knives, Luo Feng started training his Daoing technique. Feels good. My body starts to shake when I train my Daoing technique when my body is extremely tired. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Why is it that your training speed increases when you get further in the 9-stage Thunder Blade? Because the 9-stage Thunder Blade makes you use even more of your body's power. So much power that it starts to affect the cells. The more energy your cells use, the hungrier they become. The hungrier they become, the more energy they can absorb. This is why they can absorb so much genetic energy. Why do fighters always say that your strength increases quickly when fighting on the border of life and death? Because, when fighting on the border of life and death, you subconsciously dig out every ounce of strength in your body. Using all of this energy enables you to absorb even more energy when training your genetic energy technique. Luo Feng easily deduced the reasons. Compare one person swinging his blade with all his might at home and another person swinging his blade as he kills monsters in the wilderness. Both of them are swinging their blade. However, the person in the wilderness is able to bring out more of his energy, and therefore uses more energy. This increases his training speed. Clearly, I've been improving around 30% faster here in the wilderness than at home. Luo Feng could estimate his training speed via keeping track of how much time he takes to absorb genetic energy every day. With this, Luo Feng killed monsters all day in the wilderness. Every day, he was covered in blood, as if he just came out of a sea of blood. And his technique, blade technique, and body fitness level steadily rose thanks to this crazy training style. Killing crazily like this changed Luo Feng's aura by quite a bit. What kind of truly powerful fighter hasn't been through this kind of slaughtering? Luo Feng himself is just steadily advancing on this path. Jiangnan City, top of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits headquarters. Inside a huge audio-visual room. Judging from these materials, this Luo Feng is quite talented, and he works quite hard too. In 2 months, he killed over 10,000 soldier-level monsters? Sure is bitter. Indeed, he earned that beginner-level warlord strength through his own efforts. The envoy from the headquarters, War God Yang Hui, looked at the neatly printed data in front of him. Steel Hand, did you get that Wutong ready? Asked Yang Hui. Wutong is online right now. He's ready to chat with you online anytime, said Chairman Zhou Zhengyang as he smiled. Yang Hui nodded and quickly activated the 3D hologram projector. A dreamy light quickly appeared in the middle of the audiovisual room, forming a 3D hologram. The chief instructor of Yangzhou City's Limit Hall, Wutong, directly appeared, as if he was actually personally there. The only difference between an actual person was that a bit of light could be seen on the surface of the body. Wutong greets the chairman and envoy, bowed Wutong. Okay, nodded War God Yang Hui, I'm sure you know why I've looked for you. You're the chief instructor of Yangzhou City's Limit Hall, and that Luo Feng lives in Mingyue sector. You're quite familiar with him, right? Yes, nodded Wutong. Tell me about his body fitness level and his current skill level, commanded Yang Hui. Yes, a proud smile appeared on Wutong's face. Luo Feng is one of the geniuses that appeared in Yangzhou City in the last decade. He just turned 19 after New Year's. Even though he became a fighter only half a year ago, as of now, his fist strength is 10,000 kilograms and his speed is 129 meters per second. I'm not too sure about his reaction speed, but I know that half a month ago he passed the intermediate level warlord test. Also, I know that he's training the 9-stage Thunder Blade technique and, over New Year's, has reached the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. In other words, he reached the 3rd stage in half a year. Wutong slightly bowed. This is some of the important data I know. 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade? The face of War God Yang Hui, which was very calm before, quickly changed. Are you sure? Yang Hui couldn't help but to ask. I am sure. I saw him throw a punch with all his strength which reached nearly 30,000 kilograms with my own eye, said Wutong with certainty. War God Yang Hui and Chairman Zhou Zhengyang exchanged glances. The decision of the higher-ups is probably going to change, laughed Zhou Zhengyang. But Yang Hui was looking at Wutong. Where is Luo Feng right now? I want to meet him personally. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 5, A Spot. Volume 5, Chapter 5, A Spot. Wutong slightly bowed as he answered as a 3D hologram. Envoy, Luo Feng already left with his Fire Hammer squad members on March 1st. As of now, they are still in the wilderness and haven't returned to the headquarters city yet. March 1st? The two great war gods, Yang Hui and Zhou Zhengyang, couldn't help but to exchange glances as they started to laugh. Yang Hui couldn't help but to laugh as he scolded, when I arrived at Jiangnan City, this Luo Feng hasn't even went to the wilderness yet. It's all because of you, Steel Hand. If it weren't for you trying to drag me to the, as he said that, he suddenly stopped and then waved towards Wutong. Alright, you're done here. Yes, Chairman, envoy. Wutong slightly bowed. Chi-Chi, the dreamy light scattered and the 3D hologram disappeared. Man, that was nearly a slip of the tongue. If this Wutong heard that, he would laugh at us for sure. Steel Hand. Zhou Zhengyang's expression slowly became serious. Okay, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about Luo Feng. About what that Wu Tong just said, he wasn't lying about anything, right? Frowned War God Yang Hui. 100% truth for sure, said Zhou Zhengyang with confidence. This Wu Tong knows what he's doing. Furthermore, if he dares to lie, I can check his facts myself when I get back. With this, how would he lie? Okay, War God Yang Hui slightly nodded. I understand. However, I really don't believe that a little kid who just turned 19 has a body fitness level equivalent to a beginner-level war god and managed to reach the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade in just half a year. Rare, really rare indeed. Looks like we'll have to contact the higher-ups. Zhou Zhengyang also nodded. The special training, for this Luo Feng, isn't too suitable. He might just barely have the rights to enter the Wargod preparation camp. Though legendary.